Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 3382 to Chapter 3444. Ling Xiao and Emperor Qing had seen the body of the Chaos Lord in the primitive world, but the Chaos Lord had lost his primordial spirit at that time. Seriously injured by the seed of reincarnation? If the seed of reincarnation didn't integrate with the power of the heart of the world tree, it would only be a great emperor. How could it be a match for a transcendent? Hongjun ancestor shook his head and said, "That's right. If you don't believe me, you can ask Emperor Qing. He is no match for the Chaos Lord. I think the most likely possibility is that the Chaos Lord obtained the seed of reincarnation and wanted to use it to control the power of the world tree, but he suffered a backlash. His body was left in the primitive world, and his primordial spirit fled back to the primitive world." The wordless heavenly book said slowly, with a strange light in its eyes, "The 10 chaotic treasures were all brought back by the Chaos Lord from the primitive world. It seems that the Chaos Lord had lost his body when he returned. In that case, it may be possible." Hongjun ancestor nodded and said, "The original body of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain is Kunwa Mountain, the first sacred mountain of the human clan, but no one knows how he transformed. If he is really the Chaos Lord, everything can be explained. Actually, there is another way to verify it, and it's very simple." The wordless heavenly book glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "If the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain is really the Chaos Lord, he will never let go of the seed of reincarnation. So when you return to the primitive world, he will definitely threaten you with your family and force you to hand over the seed of reincarnation. If so, he really deserves to die." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Ling Xiao, there's no time to lose. How about we return to the primitive world now? We will know the identity of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain by then." Hongjun ancestor said slowly. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered and fell on the heart of the world tree. Darkness Ling Xiao and Faith Ling Xiao were in the heart of the world tree. Because they were contaminated with the aura of the seed of reincarnation, they could enter and refine the heart of the world. However, it would take some time for them to fully integrate the power of the world tree. When Darkness Ling Xiao and Faith Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, their strength would reach an unimaginable level. Ling Xiao didn't have time to wait for them. He had to return to the world tree and save his family. "Good. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." Ling Xiao immediately made up his mind. His eyes shone with a blazing light. "Ling Xiao, I've changed my mind. I think I can help you deal with the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain," the spirit of the wordless heavenly book said after a moment of silence. "Oh? Why?" "I will keep my promise and let you go. You don't have to worry," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "I believe you. However, there's no future for me if I stay in the Chaos Sea. I only hope that you can bring me along when you head to the Eternal Land," the spirit of the wordless heavenly book said slowly. "Going to the Eternal Land?" "Sure." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I'll take my leave first. I'll return to the Great Wasteland world first. Perhaps it will be of some help to you," the wordless heavenly book's artifact spirit said with a hint of joy in its eyes. Whoosh, the wordless heavenly book turned into a stream of light. It instantly tore through space and flew out of the void world at an extremely fast speed. "Ling Xiao, do you really believe in the wordless heavenly book?" Hongjun ancestor asked. "Whether he believes it or not, he can't change the overall situation," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "That's right. Let's go and see if there are any changes in the Great Wasteland world. Then, we'll know everything." Hongjun ancestor nodded. "I'll go too." Spacetime Tao Lord also decided to head to the Great Wasteland world. Like Hongjun ancestor, he had pinned his hopes on Ling Xiao. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. The three of them left the inner world of the Tree of World and the Void World. They traveled through the Chaos Sea and headed for the Great Wasteland world. Damn it. The seed of reincarnation is in Ling Xiao's hands? If he reconstructs the reincarnation cycle and succeeds in transcending the Great Wasteland world and achieving eternity, I'll definitely die. I still have a chance. I'll enter the Great Wasteland world first, capture Ling Xiao's parents and relatives, and force him to hand over the seed of reincarnation. In the Chaos Sea, the Dark World Master's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with disbelief and even a trace of deep fear. He saw with his own eyes that immemorial Tao Master, Xianming Tao Master, and Qianquan Tao Master were severely injured and left the void world. Before they left, they did not hide anything and told him that Ling Xiao had obtained the seed of reincarnation and was about to merge with the power of the Tree of World. Many sovereigns and great emperors were extremely shocked. They did not dare to stay in the void world any longer and fled one after another. The Dark World Master was naturally one of them. However, he was not willing to wait for death. He knew that Ling Xiao would definitely not let him go, so he decided to take a gamble. In front of him, the chaos mist gradually thinned, revealing an ancient and vast world. It was like a huge transparent eggshell that enveloped a vast and boundless ancient continent. There were tens of thousands of living beings on the continent, and they were full of vitality. However, the Dark World Master felt a sense of lethargy, as if this world was about to reach the end of its life. He had arrived at the Great Wasteland World. Right now, the most powerful person in the Great Wasteland World is only the Reincarnation Emperor. He's no match for me at all. As for the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, he has mastered part of the Heavenly Tao, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Now is the best chance for me to capture Ling Xiao's parents and relatives. There was a hint of madness in the Dark World Master's eyes. Boom, black light surged around him, and a strange aura flowed. In an instant, it was like an extremely sharp saber light that tore apart the world barrier in front of him. His figure was like flowing water, instantly gushing into the untainted world. His boundless divine thought spread out and shrouded the entire untainted world. Almost instantly, he found a few people in the soaring heaven celestial court who were deeply involved with Ling Xiao's karma. Whoosh, the Dark World Master took a step forward and instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles of void, arriving in the sky above the soaring heaven celestial court. Dark World Master, I've been waiting for a long time. Before the Dark World Master could speak, an indifferent and ethereal voice sounded. From the soaring heaven celestial court, a figure in white stepped out. He looked extremely ethereal, mysterious, and otherworldly. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Dark World Master. It was the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. You're the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain? You stole part of the heavenly Tao of the untainted world. Do you really think you're the heavenly Tao? Even if you're the heavenly Tao, you're no match for me. Get lost and hand over Ling Xiao's parents and relatives. I can spare your life. The Dark World Master's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. It seems like you still don't understand the situation. Since you're here, stay. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain smiled indifferently and then waved his sleeve. Rumble, the void shook violently as divine chains of order appeared. The power of the 3,000 Great Path Origins enveloped the Dark World Master at the same time as if the power of the entire untainted world was mobilized. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's palm pressed down across the sky as if the entire untainted world had risen. It was extremely terrifying. What? This is the untainted heaven skill. You're the untainted lord? The Dark World Master's body shook violently as his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, in the next moment, he was drowned by the dense divine chains of order and the immortal palm print. Crack, divine light blazed as the void distorted violently before it shattered. 3 figures with powerful auras descended upon the Eldritch world. They were Ling Xiao, Hongjun Ancestor, and the Space-Time Tao Lord. The Eldritch world seems to be a little different. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. You're right. The Eldritch world has become a prison. It seems like they're targeting us. I'm afraid the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain has already discovered us. The Space-Time Tao Lord's eyes seemed to be flowing with time and space as he spoke slowly. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was indeed prepared. Hongjun Ancestor said slowly. Ling Xiao fell silent. Deep in his heart, he didn't want to stand on the opposite side of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain could be said to be his guiding light and had saved him from danger many times. He also respected the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Before returning to the Eldritch world, he had a trace of fantasy. But now, his fantasy was shattered. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as if billions of lightning bolts were rising. A mysterious figure appeared in the sky and appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the other 2. He was dressed in white and looked extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were deep and bright, and his entire body emitted an ethereal and otherworldly aura. It was the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain. Ling Xiao, you're back? You really didn't disappoint me. You should have obtained the seed of rebirth, right? The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. The seed of rebirth is indeed with me. Should I call you Senior of Kunlun Mountain, or should I call you the Great Desolation Master? Ling Xiao had a complicated expression as he looked at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain looked very different from before. That transcendent aura was obvious. Moreover, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain seemed to be able to control the great Tao of the entire Eldritch world, which made Ling Xiao feel a trace of danger. It seems like you already know. However, is there a difference whether I'm the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain or the Chaos Lord? I'm the one who brought you to the peak. I'm the one who taught you supreme techniques. I'm the one who saved you from danger many times. All I want is the seed of rebirth. Don't you think you should give me the seed of rebirth? The Kunlun Mountain Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly. He was not surprised that Ling Xiao exposed his true identity. You're right. You are my guide, and you are like a teacher to me. You have done me a great favor, so I should give you the seed of reincarnation. Ling Xiao's mood was somewhat gloomy. A bright light shone from his palm. The chaotic green lotus appeared, exuding a mysterious light of reincarnation. The Azure Emperor was sealed within it. I didn't expect Emperor Qing to be the seed of reincarnation. It seems that I didn't know that I had a mountain of treasures. However, if the Qing Emperor hadn't gone to the Void World, the seed of reincarnation wouldn't have been able to reach perfection. Leave him to me. Don't worry, when the primitive world completely transcends and becomes an eternal world, all of you will obtain eternal life. The Kunlun Mountain Emperor's eyes lit up, and he smiled faintly. After seeing the seed of rebirth, even with his temperament, he was somewhat excited. I can give you the seed of reincarnation, but I have conditions. Ling Xiao looked deeply at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain and said slowly. What conditions? The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain seemed to be very patient. He was certain that Ling Xiao would give him the seed of reincarnation. You have to give me my parents, wife, and children, as well as my family and friends. I will take them away from the primitive world, and from then on, we will not owe each other anything. How about that? Ling Xiao glanced at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain and said. No problem. I think you are thinking too much. I see you as my disciple, so why would I threaten you with your family and friends? Of course, I will let them go. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain agreed immediately. Also, I want to ask you, when the reincarnation cycle is reconstructed, what will happen to all living beings in the primitive world? Ling Xiao stared at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain and asked. When the reincarnation cycle is reconstructed, the entire primitive world will be reborn from the ashes, and all living beings in the primitive world will naturally live forever from then on. They will no longer have to worry about life and death. This is also a great opportunity for all of them. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain smiled faintly, then glanced at Ling Xiao. You don't think that I am a person who kills the innocent, right? Don't worry, all the races in the primitive world are like my people. Since it's like that, then I can rest assured. Give me my family and friends, and this seed of reincarnation is yours. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Hongjun ancestor wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He sighed softly. He respected Ling Xiao's choice. Even though he hoped that Ling Xiao was the one who controlled the seed of reincarnation, he could understand Ling Xiao's choice. I have a condition as well. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. Speak. Ling Xiao's expression was very calm. I can let your family and friends go, but you have to give me your body. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain smiled faintly. As soon as he spoke, the ancestor of Hongjun and the space-time Daolord's expressions changed abruptly. No. The ancestor of Hongjun hurriedly spoke. If you give him your body, then you won't have any chance to resist if he wants to destroy your soul core. Moreover, the body of a transcender is extremely important. It is the ship that leaves the chaotic ocean. If you give him your body, then you won't have the chance to head to the eternal land. The ancestor of Hongjun's expression was slightly anxious. Ling Xiao, I think this Chaos Lord is going too far. You've already agreed to give him the seed of reincarnation, but he still wants your body? He clearly has ulterior motives. The space-time Tao Lord said coldly. Ling Xiao was still not angry. Instead, he looked at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain seriously and asked, "Can you give me a reason? If I remember correctly, your body is in the void world. Why do you want my body?" The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's different. The body I left in the void world has long been eroded by the power of reincarnation, and its foundation has been destroyed. It can't be merged at all. My soul core has merged with the heavenly Tao. Although I control the heavenly Tao, it's not easy for me to break away. And you're another transcender after me in the primordial world. Your body contains the great fortune of the primordial world. If I obtain your body, I'll naturally be able to break away from the shackles of the heavenly Tao and even advance further in the future." The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain was extremely frank. He did not hide anything and spoke his thoughts. "You're counting your chickens before they hatch," the Hongjun patriarch said coldly. "I'm sorry. It's every man for himself. We have different standpoints. You want to transcend and go to the eternal land. Naturally, I want to do the same. Ling Xiao, I don't want your life. I only want your body. As long as you agree, I won't touch you. I can even bring you along when I go to the eternal land," the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain said slowly. Ling Xiao fell silent. He could be considered to have realized that the greatest schemer since the ancient times was probably the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain before him. As for the Lord of the Dark World, the wordless heavenly book, and the primal Chaos Emperor, they were probably his pawns. Ling Xiao finally understood the chessboard he saw in the Transcendence Scroll and the Void World. It turned out that the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain was the only chess player. "All right. I promise you." Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain. His gaze was extremely calm. "Peak Ling Xiao, what you're doing is no different from putting your life in his hands. Do you trust him that much?" Hongjun Ancestor sighed and tried to persuade Ling Xiao. "Just take it as repaying his kindness. Senior Kunlun Mountain, I'm sorry, but I prefer to call you Senior Kunlun Mountain. These two are people who were exiled to the Chaos Sea from the Eternal Land. They want to return to the Eternal Land. I hope that you can bring them back after you attain the Eternal Tao." Ling Xiao looked at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain seriously. "No problem." The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain took a deep look at Ling Xiao as a strange light flickered in his eyes. "Good. Senior, I trust you. I'll leave the seed of reincarnation to you." A light flashed in Ling Xiao's palm and a chaotic green lotus flew toward the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain like a dazzling light. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain caught it in his hand. Ling Xiao's body emitted a dazzling light as if there were endless rays of light gushing out from his body. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit had already merged with his physical body. However, he was forcefully separating them at this moment. This kind of separation also caused Ling Xiao to suffer a great backlash. Boom, hundreds of millions of thunderbolts exploded around Ling Xiao. A dazzling golden primordial spirit flew out from his body. It seemed to be stained with blood and emitted a blood-red light. He had completely severed his physical body. His body was translucent like a precious jade, and it contained terrifying power. Even with the passage of time, his body would not be obliterated. However, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit could no longer sense the existence of his physical body. Swoosh, he threw out a palm and his physical body flew toward the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain. "Very good. Ling Xiao, these are your friends and relatives. They are all here. You can take them and leave the untainted world." The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain smiled faintly. There was a ball of chaotic light in his palm. It looked like a small chaotic world and flew toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the small chaotic world and probed it with his divine thought. He found his parents, Jin Sei, Shui Wei, Luo Luo, the White Dragon Horse, the Old Goat, Taoist Wuliang, and even the Reincarnation Emperor and the Flowing Time Emperor. His friends and relatives, including the people from the Long God sect and the War God Hall, were all safe and sound. "Thank you." Ling Xiao took a serious look at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain before he turned and flew out of the untainted world. He and the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain were even. Hongjun and the space-time Tao Lord laughed bitterly and shook their heads. They knew that they could not persuade Ling Xiao. If it weren't for the fact that they weren't living beings of this realm, they would have taken action to seize the seed of reincarnation. Fortunately, the Kuan-Wu Mountain Emperor had agreed to bring them back to the Eternal Land. Therefore, they did not dare to offend the Kunwa Mountain Emperor and did not leave with Ling Xiao. Instead, they watched Ling Xiao leave the Eldritch world. Ling Xiao, wait. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain stopped Ling Xiao. Is there anything? Ling Xiao turned around and said calmly. How can you miss the opportunity to reconstruct the reincarnation cycle and allow the untainted world to transcend? It won't be too late for you to leave after I've completed this great feat. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain smiled. All right. Ling Xiao wanted to reject the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, but for some reason, he agreed when he met the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's gaze. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain looked at the chaotic green lotus in his palm with a trace of inexplicable excitement in his eyes. Boom, chaotic light rose from his body. In an instant, the surrounding void trembled. A huge chaotic divine mountain that was hundreds of millions of miles tall suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Kunwa Mountain was the sacred mountain of the human race. It was also the origin of the human race. It was also the body of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. The infinite chaotic fire bloomed from his body. Kunwa Mountain seemed to be burning between heaven and earth, forming a flaming storm that enveloped the chaotic green lotus. In the chaotic green lotus, the Lotus Emperor's face was distorted. He let out an extremely miserable cry, his eyes filled with unwillingness. However, under the refinement of the infinite chaotic fire, the chaotic green lotus gradually melted. The Lotus Emperor also gradually merged with the chaotic green lotus. As for Ling Xiao's physical body, it instantly fused with the primordial spirit of the Kunwa Mountain Emperor in the infinite primal chaos fire. Although it was only a glimpse, Ling Xiao immediately recognized that the primordial spirit of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was exactly the same as the untainted Lord he had seen in the Void World. The true identity of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was indeed the untainted Lord. Rumble. The chaotic green lotus gradually melted and shone brightly in the void like a bright sun, emitting rings of mysterious reincarnation light. It was a seed that contained boundless energy of samsara and boundless vitality, the seed of reincarnation. This was the true appearance of the seed of reincarnation. The moment the seed of reincarnation appeared, the void in all directions trembled at the same time. The entire untainted world seemed to have begun to boil. The 3,000 origins of the great paths appeared above the 9 heavens at the same time. They were like pillars that supported the heavens, penetrating the entire untainted world. In the middle of the 3,000 origins of the great paths, a huge whirlpool surged. Endless light bloomed, pulling the seed of reincarnation into it. What's going on? Why is the untainted world trembling so violently? Is there an invasion? Hiss. The 3,000 origins of the great paths have all appeared. The origin sea of the untainted world has also appeared. What's going on? All the living beings in the Eldritch world, whether they were ordinary cultivators or powerful great emperors, were panicking. They raised their heads and were all shocked by the 3,000 pillars that supported the heavens. Although they could not see what was happening above the 9 heavens and could only see a chaotic light enveloping the entire untainted world, they could feel that the entire untainted world was undergoing a drastic change. However, the change did not make them feel fear or danger. Instead, they felt joy from the depths of their souls. It felt as if the entire untainted world was emitting endless vitality. Deep in their souls, some incomplete parts seemed to have been repaired and become complete. Their entire bodies felt warm and comfortable, and they felt a kind of comfort that they had never felt before. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had merged with his physical body, he seemed to be under unimaginable pressure. The origin of the great paths of the untainted world had begun to merge with the seed of reincarnation and was gradually becoming complete. However, the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain seemed to be enveloped by an indescribably terrifying aura. Crack, at that moment, a dazzling immortal light seemed to appear above the 9 heavens. It instantly pierced through the chaos sea and the untainted world. It was vast and dazzling to the extreme. It was an unimaginable supreme law aura that far surpassed the 3,000 origins of the great paths. The immortal light was ethereal, mysterious, and indestructible. It was a guiding immortal light that seemed to lead to an unknown and mysterious world and connected that world to the untainted world. That's the eternal land? The space-time Taoist master trembled violently. His eyes were filled with excitement. Origin celestial realm, that's the origin celestial realm. My hometown. The Hongjun ancestor also trembled. His eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement. He stretched out his trembling hand as if he wanted to touch the dazzling immortal light. Under the illumination of the immortal light, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's physical body became crystal clear and emitted a vast and immortal light. However, the blazing immortal light contained the power of laws that were completely different from the untainted world. Under the illumination of the immortal light, his primordial spirit showed signs of melting like snow. This state was extremely strange. His physical body became complete and flawless. It was imbued with the mysterious eternal law. The immortal light lingered around it and was extremely terrifying. However, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's primordial spirit was melting. Oh no! Untainted Lord, what are you doing? Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared fixedly at the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain. He suddenly felt that the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's insistence on making him hand over the seed of reincarnation, and he didn't even hesitate to threaten and tempt him. It didn't seem like he was scheming to reconstruct the great fortune after reincarnation. It seemed like he was sacrificing himself. That's right, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain gave Ling Xiao the feeling that he was sacrificing himself to feed the Tao and was about to be completely annihilated by the peerlessly terrifying immortal light. Rumble, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain smiled at Ling Xiao. His smile was kind and brilliant. He didn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, he slowly raised his palm. Peerlessly terrifying immortal light rose from his palm. It was a force that could suppress and destroy all Daos. It pressed down mightily towards the space-time Taoist master and the Hongjun ancestor. Oh no! The space-time Taoist master and the Hongjun ancestor's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with extreme solemnity and fear. Crack, the space-time Taoist master withdrew a space-time heavenly blade. The blade light was blazing and dazzling as if it could destroy everything. On the other hand, the Hongjun ancestor withdrew a 9-colored immortal sword. It looked extremely similar to the Void Destroyer immortal sword, but its peerlessly terrifying aura was enough to tear apart a transcendent expert. At this moment, the strength that erupted from them made Ling Xiao feel extremely threatened. However, their strength was like a firefly in front of the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's palm. It seemed so pale and powerless. Bang, the space-time heavenly blade and the Void Destroyer immortal sword trembled violently. The boundless blade light and sword chi shattered, and the two supreme treasures were directly blasted away. The space-time Taoist master and the Hongjun ancestors' bodies shook violently, and blood spurted out from their mouths. They were directly suppressed by the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's palm. Will you submit, or die? The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's voice was extremely indifferent, but it contained a domineering and majestic aura that could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and no one could question it. When the space-time Taoist master and the Hongjun ancestor heard it, they felt as if they were struck by lightning, and their eyes were filled with extreme terror. We submit. The space-time Taoist master and the Hongjun ancestors' faces were filled with bitterness as they finally spoke with great difficulty. They could feel that as long as they dared to say no, or even hesitate or refuse in the slightest, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain would not hesitate to kill them. They were about to return to the Eternal Land, to their homeland, so how could they be willing to die just like that? Very well. You should know what to do. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain said indifferently. He slightly opened his palm, and blazing immortal light that contained an eternal supreme law gushed out from his palm. It still locked the space-time Taoist master and the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain in place. It was as if as long as they dared to refuse in the slightest, the palm would not hesitate to suppress and completely suppress and kill them. The space-time Taoist master gritted his teeth and bit the tip of his tongue. At the same time, a trace of primordial spirit light bloomed between his brows, and under the illumination of the dazzling immortal light, it formed an extremely mysterious rune. I, the space-time Taoist master, swear in the name of the eternal heavenly Tao that I will forever be loyal to Lord Ling Xiao. If I dare to betray him in the slightest, I will never be reincarnated. The Hongjun Patriarch swore the same oath. I, the Hongjun Taoist Master, swear in the name of the eternal heavenly Tao that I will forever be loyal to Lord Ling Xiao. If I dare to betray him in the slightest, I will never be reincarnated. Rumble, two extremely mysterious immortal Tao runes instantly merged with Ling Xiao's primordial spirit like flowing lights. Ling Xiao's body shook. He could sense that the space-time Taoist Master and the Hongjun Patriarch's lives were in his hands. Senior Kunwa Mountain, why are you here? Ling Xiao's body shook, his voice trembled, and his eyes turned red. He would be a fool if he still did not understand what the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was doing. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had sacrificed himself for justice. Although he had reconstructed the cycle of reincarnation, he was devoured by the heavenly Tao of the eternal land and was about to be annihilated. Before he died, he had even suppressed the space-time Taoist Master and the Hongjun Taoist Master and made them submit to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao understood that he had been tricked by the space-time Taoist Master and the Hongjun Patriarch. He had not expected the Hongjun Patriarch to be a Taoist Master as well. You need to change your trusting nature, Ling Xiao. I asked you to hand over the seed of reincarnation and your body, and you're going to hand them over? What if I'm plotting something against you? You can't even protect yourself, let alone your friends and family. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain smiled at Ling Xiao. Immortal light glowed around him. Although his body was becoming more translucent, his primordial spirit was melting faster and faster. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you do this? I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life if you do this. I'd rather you be a little more evil. I'd rather you were plotting against me. Ling Xiao roared in agitation, his vision blurring. If I hadn't plotted against you, you would have fallen into their trap and reconstructed the cycle of reincarnation. The Your Wild's world would have been able to completely transcend and become an eternal land, but your primordial spirit would have been unable to withstand the laws of the eternal immortal domain. It would have crumbled instantly. When that happened, those two would have reaped the benefits of both sides' efforts. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain smiled, a smile that was both weary and hopeful. I wanted to plot against you too. I wanted to go to the eternal immortal domains to take a look. But you're my most outstanding disciple. I want you to go to the eternal immortal domains. I've been too tired and lonely these past few years. Perhaps doing one last thing for the human race is the best thing for me to do. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's primordial spirit flew out of Ling Xiao's body, wreathed in dazzling immortal light. His primordial spirit continued to melt away, but his eyes were filled with a smile of relief. He looked down at the Your Wild's world, where the cycle of reincarnation was being reconstructed. Bathed in the laws of the eternal immortal domains, the world seemed to have been reborn. From now on, all living beings would be reincarnated after they died. From now on, the Your Wild's world would no longer have to worry about its destruction. From now on, all living beings in this world would be like dragons, immortal and immortal. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's eyes were filled with hope, longing, and gratification. His primordial spirit was wreathed in dazzling immortal light, making him seem even more majestic and mysterious. Master! Ling Xiao's entire body trembled. He abruptly knelt down before the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain and kowtowed deeply. Ling Xiao, you didn't misjudge me. Neither did I. Farewell, Ling Xiao. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain smiled. Boom, in the next moment, his nascent spirit exploded. Enveloped by the resplendent immortal light, he completely vanished from the primeval world. The door of immortal light in the highest heaven slowly closed. However, the Your Wild's world was no longer the same. Bathed in the laws of the eternal heavenly Tao, it was now connected to the eternal immortal domains. Ling Xiao kowtowed deeply, a few drops of tears rolling down his cheeks. Like dazzling pearls, the tears fell onto the Your Wild's continent, causing the ground to tremble and a few vast lakes to appear. Author's note, I'm filled with emotion at this point. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had died for the sake of the human race and Ling Xiao. He hadn't turned evil, and Ling Xiao was about to embark on a new journey. This book is nearing the end, and Muyu will spend the next few days polishing the ending. Thank you for your support over the past few years. The apex, that's how it is. Hong Jun and the Spacetime Tao Lord exchanged glances and laughed bitterly. It was indeed as the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had said. They had concealed something from Ling Xiao, and it could even be said that they had sinister intentions. Indeed, only the living beings in the Chaos Sea could refine the seed of reincarnation. Otherwise, it was impossible for Hong Jun and the space-time Tao Lord to help Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. However, even though the primitive world would transform into an eternal world after refining the seed of reincarnation, it would form a connection with the eternal land and be sensed by the eternal heaven Tao. The original primitive world was like a remote mountain village, and the eternal land was the imperial city of a country. Once the mountain village was promoted into a city and was noticed by the imperial city, it would naturally be conquered and devoured by the country. From then on, it would be governed by the country's laws. Ling Xiao was a figure like the village chief of the mountain village, so he would naturally be eliminated and sent by the imperial city to manage it. So, the eternal world that appeared when the world above the 9 heavens was pierced through was the eternal land. If Ling Xiao reconstructed the cycle of reincarnation, then his soul core would completely collapse at the instant the laws of the eternal heaven Tao descended. The space-time Tao Lord and Hong Jun had concealed this because they naturally harbored evil intentions. They wanted to replace Ling Xiao after his soul core shattered. After all, the master of an eternal world possessed an extremely high status even in the eternal land. However, they hadn't expected that the emperor of Kunwa Mountain, the master of the primitive world, would actually know this secret and beat them at their own game. Not only had he died for Ling Xiao, he'd even relied on the laws of the eternal heaven Tao to suppress them. Now, their lives were in Ling Xiao's hands. Hong Jun and the space-time Tao Lord naturally didn't dare conceal anything and told him everything. However, both of them were extremely perturbed in their hearts. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would vent his anger on them and kill them. I only have one question for both of you. Can the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain be revived? If there's no way, then both of you can accompany him. Ling Xiao's gaze was extremely icy cold as he stared at Hong Jun and the space-time Tao Lord as he spoke slowly. Ling Xiao's words caused Hong Jun and the space-time Tao Lord to be unable to help but tremble. They'd watched as the primitive world had transcended eternity and formed a connection with the eternal land, so they were naturally unwilling to die just like that. However, Ling Xiao's words made them understand that Ling Xiao was not joking. If they couldn't save the Kuan-Wu Mountain Imperial Emperor, they would really die. Yes. His nascent divinity was destroyed by the eternal Tao of heaven, but his true spirit was taken to the eternal immortal domains to be reincarnated. Once we reach the eternal immortal domains, we'll definitely find him. Hong Jun ancestor said hurriedly. The eternal land can also be called the eternal immortal domain, or the origin continent. That was the greatest world, with millions upon millions of races and countless creatures. Compared to the eternal immortal domains, the primal chaos sea is a wasteland. The reason we call ourselves immortals is because we're from the eternal immortal domains. The truth is that we're not immortals, and no one would dare to call themselves that. Immortal is a powerful realm, just like you, Sir Ling Xiao. Immortal King can already be called a true immortal. Once you completely become the master of the great desolate world and reach a higher level, comprehending the eternal heavenly Tao, you are a true immortal king. The Hong Jun ancestor and the space-time Tao Lord had extremely respectful and reverent expressions on their faces. The eternal immortal domains, huh? Ling Xiao's body trembled, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. If the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain hadn't truly died, and had only been reincarnated in the eternal immortal domains, then Ling Xiao's grief had lessened considerably. He had to go to the eternal immortal domains and find the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Sir Ling Xiao, there's one more thing you must know. The eternal immortal domains have already noticed that the Your Wilds world has transcended and become an eternal realm. I'm afraid that a true immortal from the eternal immortal domains will soon descend to take over the Your Wilds world and become an immortal king. You must plan ahead. The space-time Tao Lord said slowly. A true immortal from the eternal immortal domains? I'd like to see what kind of strength they have to dare cause trouble in the Your Wilds world. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light, revealing a cold killing intent. Their hearts were incomparably oppressed and angry, and they needed to vent. If the so-called true immortals from the eternal immortal domains really didn't know what was good for them, then Ling Xiao wouldn't mind sending them into the cycle of reincarnation. Even though Ling Xiao wished for nothing more than to kill the ancestor of Hong Jun and the space-time Tao Lord, when he thought about how it was the imperial emperor of Kunwa Mountain who had made them submit to him, he knew that there was probably a deeper meaning behind this. So, Ling Xiao forcefully restrained the killing intent in his heart and didn't make a move against them. The two of them were honest and fearful of death, so they didn't dare hide anything from Ling Xiao. Not only did they tell him everything they knew, but they also told him everything they knew about the eternal immortal domains. Rumble, the Yorwild's world surged violently in the chaos sea, enveloped by the mysterious power of magical laws. The light of reincarnation spread out, making the Yorwild's world emanate an aura of eternity and immortality. The seed of reincarnation had made the Yorwild's world an eternal realm, but it wasn't something that could be completed in an instant. It would take a long time for it to evolve. Ling Xiao could already sense that an underworld of the dead had appeared in the Yorwild's world, and that it was connected to all living beings in the Yorwild's world. Once they died, their true spirits would enter the underworld of the dead and be reincarnated, living one life after another in the Yorwild's world. The Yorwild's world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The untainted land seemed to have expanded 1,000 times in an instant. Ancient divine mountains rose from the ground, and all kinds of towering ancient trees, divine herbs, sacred herbs, and even all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had gone extinct in ancient times began to glow with new vitality. The spiritual energy in the Yorwild's world was thousands of times richer than before. Because of this, countless living beings obtained benefits and great fortunes. There were constantly experts breaking through and touching upon even higher realms. The Yorwild's world shone with unprecedented vitality. High in the sky, Ling Xiao once again became one with his fleshly body. Under the baptism of the eternal heavenly Tao, his fleshly body became crystal clear, flawless, and mysterious like glass. Mysterious immortal light rose from it, and every particle in his body seemed to have been carved out of a chaotic world. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was unimaginably strong. According to the Hongjun Patriarch and the Spacetime Tao Lord, Ling Xiao's fleshly body could be called the immortal king body, and it was immortal and indestructible. Even in the eternal immortal domains, immortal kings were super experts who ruled over a region, and there were very few who could pose a threat to them. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit would be constantly nourished by the immortal king body. At that time, with the help of the transcendence of the primitive world, he would quickly comprehend the eternal heavenly Tao and become a true supreme immortal king. Rumble, the Yorwild's world was evolving, and the vast and mysterious eternal heavenly Tao seemed to have become one with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao floated high in the sky, and his immortal king body exuded a terrifying aura that made the Hongjun Patriarch and the Spacetime Tao Lord tremble. They could see that Ling Xiao was fusing with his fleshly body and comprehending the eternal heavenly Tao, so they stood guard for him. They knew that the true immortals of the eternal immortal domains were about to descend. When that happened, a fierce battle was sure to break out between them and Ling Xiao. Their lives were in Ling Xiao's hands, and they were firmly tied to his war chariot. Naturally, they didn't want him to die. They hoped that Ling Xiao could defeat the true immortals of the eternal immortal domains and truly rule the Chaos Sea, or even set foot in the eternal immortal domains. Only then would they have a chance to return home. Outside the Yorwild's world, the primordial Chaos Tao Lord, the Xianming Tao Lord, and the Qiankuan Tao Lord watched from afar as the Yorwild's world underwent drastic changes. The eternal heavenly Tao's aura made their faces unsightly. They'd come too late. After being severely injured by Ling Xiao of darkness and Ling Xiao of faith, they'd fled from the world tree, terrified. But when they thought about it, they realized that something wasn't right. Ling Xiao of faith and Ling Xiao of darkness couldn't have fused with the world tree's power so quickly. It was very likely that Ling Xiao had been bluffing. They'd fought their way into the Yorwild's world in an attempt to steal the seed of reincarnation, but they'd come too late. The seed of reincarnation had already fused with the Yorwild's world, allowing it to completely transcend. What should we do? The Xianming Tao Lord's expression was unsightly. Naturally, they weren't willing to stay in the Chaos Sea. After fusing with 3 bodies and becoming a Tao Lord, they naturally knew of the eternal immortal domains and knew that it was the true home of powerhouses. However, Tao Lords couldn't cross the Chaos Sea to reach the eternal immortal domains. Only by transcending a world and making it an eternal world could one open the gate to the eternal immortal domains and enter. And now, Ling Xiao controlled the gate to the eternal immortal domains. Were they really going to have to submit to Ling Xiao? But they couldn't bring themselves to do so. Rumble, suddenly, a blinding beam of immortal light illuminated the entire Chaos Sea and pierced through the Yorwild's world. It was like an ancient and mysterious gate of the immortal Tao, radiating millions of rays of dazzling immortal light as it led to an ancient and eternal world. Figures with terrifying auras descended from the heavens and appeared above the Urwild's world. There were 7 of them in total. Every one of them was wreathed in dazzling immortal light and exuded an immortal aura. Their bodies seemed to hold up the heavens and earth, and they pulsed with terrifying power. Their gazes were cold and indifferent, as if they were divine dragons looking down from the 9 heavens. They casually swept their gazes across the Urwild's world. When their gazes landed on the Urwild's world, their eyes blazed with passion. This was a world that had just transcended and ascended to eternity. In fact, it hadn't even completed its transformation. As long as one could control this world and comprehend its laws, one could become an immortal king. That was the goal of the 7 true immortals. Someone beat us to it? Lowly beings, how dare you snatch such a fortune? You're courting death. Let's kill them all and then decide who this world belongs to. What do you think? Agreed. The eyes of the 7 true immortals shone brightly. They were incomparably cold as they revealed a torrential killing intent. They saw the Hongjun Patriarch and the Spacetime Downlord, as well as Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, comprehending the world's laws. In their opinion, the immortal king's body and the Urwild's world were already theirs. Xianxia deserved to die for daring to snatch it. This is bad. The true immortals of the eternal immortal domain are coming so quickly? And 7 true immortals came all of a sudden? Lord Xianxia hasn't completed the fusion yet. I'm afraid he's no match for them. The Hongjun Patriarch and the Spacetime Daelord's expressions were unsightly, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. Although a transcender was equivalent to a true immortal, a transcender had only transcended the heavenly Tao of a world with imperfections. A true immortal, on the other hand, had comprehended the eternal heavenly Tao of the eternal immortal domain. Their strength couldn't be compared at all. The Hongjun Patriarch and the Spacetime Downlord couldn't even face 1 true immortal, let alone 7. Boom, the 7 true immortals looked cold and murderous. They didn't say a word but attacked the Hongjun Patriarch, the Spacetime Downlord, and Xianxia. The 7 true immortals didn't seem to want to talk to them at all. It was a blatant disregard. 7 dazzling beams of immortal Tao appeared ethereal and mysterious. They contained an otherworldly aura as they enveloped the 3 true immortals. The beams of immortal Tao seemed capable of destroying primordial spirits. They contained a terrifying power that wanted to obliterate the 3 true immortals. Damn it! The Spacetime Taoist Master and Hongjun Ancestor's faces were extremely ugly. They instantly took out the Spacetime Heavenly Blade and the Void-Breaking Sword. The 2 supreme treasures emitted dazzling immortal light. They were mysterious and unfathomable as they flew toward the 7 beams of immortal light. They called out to Xianxia as they attacked. If Xianxia still did not wake up, they might all die here. He was actually a sinner of the immortal region? You're courting death. The eyes of the 7 true immortals revealed a trace of surprise. They recognized that these 2 treasures contained the aura of the immortal region. On the other hand, the ancestor of Hongjun and the Spacetime Downlord were naturally criminals that had been exiled to the Chaos Sea. Their attacks became even more vicious. Rumble, even though the Spacetime Heavenly Saber and the Void-Shattering Immortal Sword were extremely powerful, they still trembled violently when the 7 immortal rays shot at them. Their runes exploded one after another. In the end, the 2 supreme treasures buzzed and trembled. Their light became incomparably dim, and they were directly sent flying. On the other hand, Ancestor Hongjun and the Spacetime Downlord seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning, and blood sprayed violently from their mouths while their eyes were filled with extreme terror. Sinner of the immortal realms, you actually dare to be so impudent? Damn it. The eyes of the 7 true immortals were filled with peerlessly icy cold killing intent. Swoosh! 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 Numerous beams of light shot out from the center of their palms. It was the God Obliteration light, and it was capable of destroying the soul core and annihilating the true spirit. They intended to directly annihilate Ancestor Hongjun and the Spacetime Downlord. A trace of despair appeared in the eyes of Ancestor Hongjun and the Spacetime Downlord. They felt a deep sense of powerlessness before the 7 true immortals. The strengths of these 7 true immortals were extremely terrifying indeed. They were probably at the peak of the true immortal realm, and they weren't far from the immortal king realm, right? could it be that we're really going to die here, but we still haven't returned home, and we're truly unwilling to die here? Bang! But right at this moment, a crystalline and translucent palm obstructed the 7 beams of God obliteration light, and then it suddenly clenched. The 7 beams of God obliteration light suddenly shattered into pieces, yet the palm didn't move at all. Unknowingly, Xiao had already opened his eyes. Rumble, he stood up high in the 9 heavens, and his body was shrouded in dazzling immortal light. It was as translucent as glass, and it intertwined with various mysterious phenomena that caused the surrounding void to tremble. His gaze was extremely indifferent as he stared at the 7 true immortals before him. It was as if he was looking at ants, and there wasn't the slightest emotion in his eyes. Do all of you want to die? Xiao's voice exploded in the void like a thunderclap. The 7 true immortals' expressions changed abruptly. They hadn't expected Xiao to refine the immortal king body so quickly. That was an immortal king body. Even they couldn't refine it so easily. Moreover, Xiao's gaze made them feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was looking at ants, and they couldn't believe that he was looking at them. Who are you? Hand over the immortal king body. Don't try to bluff, lowly creature. You can't refine the immortal king body so quickly. Kneel down and submit to us, and perhaps we'll spare your life. The 7 true immortals spoke with extremely cold expressions. To them, the eternal immortal domains were the true source of all worlds, the end of the great Tao, and the center of the endless universe. As for the Chaos Sea, although it was vast and boundless, it was only a land of exile and wilderness. Therefore, they felt a natural sense of superiority. This body is mine to begin with, Xiao said coldly. Why should I refine it? Are you from the eternal immortal domains? Very well. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and submit to me, and I'll spare your lives. Xiao said coldly. He could sense the terrifying power contained within the immortal king body. Even a Tao Lord wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him, and would be instantly blown to bits. Your body? How is that possible? The eternal heavenly Tao has already erased the owner of this body. You're nothing but an ant. How dare you ask us to submit to you? You don't know the meaning of death. Kill him. The 7 true immortals sneered, their eyes filled with icy killing intent. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 7 true immortals attacked Xiao in the blink of an eye. They were surrounded by dazzling immortal light, and wielded the eternal heavenly Tao. Their attacks seemed capable of shattering heaven and earth. If the Yorwild's world hadn't transcended and become an eternal realm, it would have been blown to bits by this attack. Heavenblade immortal art. Soaring cloud immortal art. Master of immortal arts. Swordfall immortal art. The 7 true immortals unleashed their supreme immortal arts. Dazzling sword and saber light filled the sky, and all kinds of terrifying phenomena shot toward Xiao. Kill. Xiao roared as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his hand into a fist, and his fist seal seemed capable of suppressing the void. It was fierce and domineering, and the power of his immortal king body seemed to explode with it. The dazzling immortal light was annihilated, and the sword and saber light exploded. The terrifying fist seal smashed into the 7 true immortals. Splat, the true immortals shuddered, and cracks appeared on their immortal bodies. They coughed up mouthfuls of blood, and their eyes filled with horror. They hadn't expected Xiao to actually be able to unleash the power of his immortal king body. When the fist landed, they felt as if they were facing an immortal king. It was difficult to suppress the fear in their hearts. So what if you're from the eternal immortal domains? You're just a thief. If I kill my way into the eternal immortal domains, I'll turn them upside down. Xiao's eyes were sharp, and his voice was domineering. He didn't need to use any immortal arts to unleash the power of his immortal king body. His immortal king body contained the power of the eternal heavenly Tao, and could destroy heaven and earth with a casual blow. The 7 true immortals couldn't withstand a single blow from Xiao. They were quickly overwhelmed, and suffered unimaginable injuries. Master, I'll go to the eternal immortal domains and find you. The more powerful his immortal king body was, the more moved Xiao felt. If the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain hadn't sacrificed himself to protect Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to possess such a powerful immortal king body. In his heart, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain was like a father to him. The fact that the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain had knelt before his death was proof of that. Because of that, Ling Zhao's hatred for the so-called eternal immortal domains only grew. They'd sealed off the Sea of Chaos and treated it as a place of exile. But now that the eternal world had appeared, they hadn't hesitated to pluck the fruits of their labor. Ling Zhao's heart was filled with murderous intent at their shamelessness and overbearingness. Boom. Boom. Boom, the immortal king body glowed with immortal light, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around him. It was as if gods and devils were bathed in blood, and dragons and phoenixes were flying through the air. Heaven and earth were crumbling, and all living things were bowing down to him. Ling Zhao's battle prowess had only grown more terrifying. The 7 true immortals were no longer as arrogant and domineering as they had been when they'd first arrived. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Their true immortal bodies trembled violently, and cracks appeared all over them, as if they might explode at any moment. Damn it! That lowly ant can unleash the power of an immortal king body? Don't hold back, everyone. Show us your trump cards. One of the true immortals said with an ugly expression. All right. Kill him. That damned ant. He doesn't know what's good for him. The 7 true immortals' eyes were cold and murderous as they unleashed their strongest trump cards. They'd been saving these trump cards for the immortal king body and the eternal world. But now, they had no choice but to use everything they had against Ling Zhao. Rumble, dazzling rays of immortal light bloomed in the sky, their auras terrifying to the extreme. 3 figures with terrifying auras appeared above the true immortals' heads, along with 4 peerlessly powerful treasures. The 3 immortal kings' projection clones and the imprints of the 4 immortal king artifacts had all appeared, an incomparably terrifying killing intent locked onto the 2 soaring heavens. This is bad. Hongjun Patriarch and the Space-Time Tao Lord both paled. The 3 immortal king projection clones were surrounded by dazzling immortal light. Endless chaos rose around them. Although their faces were blurry, the terrifying aura they exuded sent chills down one's spine. All the living beings in the Eldritch world knelt on the ground, trembling, as if they were facing a great enemy. The power of the King of 10,000 Immortals, even though it was only a projected avatar, still displayed a supreme power that could swallow the universe and suppress the myriad of worlds. The 4 immortal king artifacts exuded monstrous killing intent. Saber light split the chaos, sword chi scattered across the sky, spear light shattered the starry sky, and halberd light slashed demon gods. The 4 immortal king artifacts were all weapons of pure killing intent. Although they were only immortal clones, their power was still extremely terrifying. They could easily tear apart a true immortal expert. Hongjun Patriarch and the Space-Time Tao Lord were also true immortals, but at this moment, their bodies were trembling, and an uncontrollable fear emerged from the depths of their souls. Kill! The 7 true immortals roared at the same time. Their eyes were incomparably cold, and their bodies exuded monstrous killing intent. The 3 immortal king projection clones and the 4 immortal king artifacts pressed down on Ling Zhao at the same time. The dazzling immortal light seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Endless worlds collapsed, and even the Eldritch world trembled violently. The supreme power of an immortal king had completely erupted. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply, and his immortal king body erupted with dazzling immortal light. Although his primordial spirit had yet to transform, he had not comprehended the eternal heavenly Tao, and had yet to reach the immortal king realm. However, the power of his immortal king body was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Ling Zhao punched out like a dragon. He formed an invincible fist seal and attacked the immortal king projection clones and the immortal king artifacts. The void in all directions rumbled, and the battle was extremely intense. Ling Zhao's current combat strength was extremely strong. If he were in the eternal immortal domain, he would be considered a half-step immortal king. Even if he fought the immortal king projection clones alone, he was still not at a disadvantage. The 7 true immortals' expressions were extremely cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. I don't know how this lowly ant merged with the power of his immortal king body, but his combat strength is extremely strong. If this goes on, I'm afraid we won't be a match for him. There must be friends and relatives and friends in this new world. Capture them and threaten him. Good. Just like that? How could a lowly ant like him be qualified to rule an eternal world? Damn it. The 7 true immortals intertwined their divine wills, and their eyes were extremely cold. Their terrifying divine senses spread out and enveloped the entire eldritch world. They wanted to find Ling Xiao's friends and family. Crack, however, at this moment, the void trembled violently as if billions of lightning bolts were descending at the same time. Amidst the endless chaotic light, a gigantic world tree soared through the sky. It contained an eternal and indestructible power as it came crashing down on the 7 true immortals. Boom, the 7 immortals were caught off guard. Their bodies shook violently, and cracks appeared on their immortal bodies. It was as if they were going to break apart at any moment, and blood kept coming out of their mouths. This is the World Tree? There's such a powerful World Tree in the Chaos Sea? This is an opportunity to become a martial monarch. We must seize it, we must seize it. If the World Tree fuses with the everlasting world, I'll definitely become an eternal immortal emperor. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. I can't miss it. Damn it. If I knew that there was a World Tree here, I would have asked my immortal King Patriarch to come here personally. When the 7 true immortals saw the World Tree, they seemed to have gone mad. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. You want the World Tree? You'll have to be alive to take it. An extremely cold voice rang out. Rumble, 2 figures with peerlessly terrifying auras shot out from the World Tree. One of them was like a demonic sovereign, and the other was like an immortal king, surrounded by immortal light. It was Darkness Ling Xiao and Faith Ling Xiao. Their auras were so terrifying that the space-time Downlord and Hongjun Patriarch trembled all over. Who are you? You've refined the World Tree? The 7 true immortals trembled, and their eyes were filled with solemnity. When they sensed the auras of Darkness Ling Xiao and Faith Ling Xiao, they trembled all over, and their eyes were filled with jealousy. The 2 of them had refined the power of the World Tree, and their cultivation had reached the level of a half-step immortal king. Their strength was extremely terrifying. If they went to the eternal immortal domain, it wouldn't take long for them to become immortal kings. They couldn't accept that such a heaven-defying fortune had been snatched away by these 2 ants. Trash from the eternal immortal domain, how dare you come to the eldritch world to pick peaches? You're courting death. Darkness Ling Xiao sneered. Rumble, Faith Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. Blazing light rose from his body, and an extremely sharp sword light flew out from his palm and slashed at the 7 true immortals. A man of few words, he couldn't be bothered to say anything to the 7 true immortals. He attacked immediately. Kill. Dark Ling Xiao sneered as he lunged towards the 3 clones of the immortal kings. The devil chi around him towered into the sky, and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. Even in the face of the 3 immortal king projections, he showed no fear. His attacks were incomparably fierce, and he wanted to shatter them completely. Ling Xiao formed an invincible fist seal and blocked the 4 immortal king artifacts. His immortal king body erupted with supreme power that was no weaker than an immortal king artifact. His physical body was invincible. Puff, without their trump cards to protect themselves, how could the 7 true immortals be a match for Faith Ling Xiao? In a flash of bloody light, one of the true immortals was killed by Faith Ling Xiao's sword. A nascent divinity rushed out of the boundless immortal light and tried to return to the eternal immortal domain, but Ling Xiao destroyed it with a single punch. Even his true spirit was not spared at all, directly exploding into smithereens. Perhaps after countless years, his true spirit would merge back into the cycle of reincarnation, but now it was completely destroyed. You killed true immortal Cloudsteel? Damn it. His immortal king won't let you get away with this. The remaining 6 true immortals were shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They tried to put on a brave front, but were cowardly at heart. Even in the eternal immortal domain, they were lofty figures. True immortals were long-lived and long-lived. How could they have imagined that they would one day be slaughtered like dogs? Moreover, in a barren land like the Chaos Sea and a land of exile, they had a natural sense of superiority. He had thought that he would be able to smoothly inherit the eternal world and become an immortal king-level expert after coming to this eternal world. But he never expected that 3 half-step immortal kings would actually appear in this barren land. An immortal king patriarch? It would have been fine if he hadn't come, but if he did, we'd kill him all the same. Dark Ling Xiao sneered. Boom, he destroyed an immortal king projection with a single punch. After all, it was only a projection. Once its power was exhausted, it was no match for Dark Ling Xiao. Crack, as for Ling Xiao, his immortal king body burst forth completely. Boundless immortal light shone out, causing the imprints of the 4 immortal king weapons to explode completely. Not good. Let's go. When we get back, we'll have the immortal king patriarch come and kill these bastards. Ant-like thing, how dare you covet our everlasting world? Let's go. The 6 true immortals' expressions were grave, and they couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. They turned and prepared to leave the Your Wilds. Since you've come, why don't you stay? Dark Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably cold. His immortal king body bloomed with dazzling immortal light, and divine chains of order streaked across the void to envelop the 6 true immortals. Dark Ling Xiao and Faith Ling Xiao also charged over and began a massacre of the 6 true immortals. Boom. 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 The 6 true immortals were incomparably saddened to discover that they were completely powerless against the 3 true immortals. One by one, the true immortals' bodies were destroyed, their flesh and blood splattered everywhere, their nascent spirits shattered, and their true spirits destroyed. In the end, only 1 true immortal was left. Spare me. Sirs, I'm willing to submit. As long as you spare my life, I'll lead you to the eternal immortal domains. That true immortal powerful being was a somewhat ugly-looking youth. At this moment, he was already trembling in fear. In the void, he knelt down before Ling Xiao and the other 2 with a pleading look in his eyes. Dark Ling Xiao had planned to kill him, but stopped when he heard the youth's words. He's willing to submit? The space-time Tao Lord and Patriarch Hongjun looked incredulous. They knew full well that in the eternal immortal domains, true immortals were almighty existences who ruled over a region. They were lofty existences who had founded everlasting clans and were incredibly proud. Who would have thought that this true immortal would be so afraid of death? What value do you have that I'll spare your life? Ling Xiao asked coldly, glaring at the ugly true immortal. Sirs, I'm very familiar with the eternal immortal domains. I can lead you there. Immortal kings are extremely powerful, but above them are immortal emperors. They're the true rulers of the eternal immortal domains. I know them very well. If you spare my life, I'll do anything. The ugly true immortal said through gritted teeth. He really wasn't willing to die here, so even if he had to lower his proud head and lower his body to face the enemy, he still wanted to live. If that's the case, then swear an oath to the eternal heavenly Tao with your true name. You'll serve me forever and never betray me. Ling Xiao said coldly. The ugly true immortal shuddered. The ugly true immortal shuddered. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to swear an oath to the eternal heavenly Tao with his true name. His life and death would be in Ling Xiao's hands forever. However, he understood that if he dared to hesitate in the slightest, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. I, Yi Liangshui, swear an oath to the eternal heavenly Tao to serve Sirs Ling Xiao forever. If I dare disobey, I'll die a horrible death and never be reincarnated. The ugly true immortal, Yi Liangshui, smiled bitterly as he swore an oath to the eternal heavenly Tao. Yi Liangshui? What's his relationship with Yi Liangchen? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange light. When he heard Yi Liangshui's name, he took a closer look and realized that the ugly true immortal's face actually resembled Yi Liangchen's. Even his ugliness was unique. Could it be that Yi Liangchen was also from the eternal immortal domains, apex within the Chaos Sea? The Your Wilds realm seemed to have expanded 1,000 times over, and it radiated an eternal light. The great world was like a resplendent sun, illuminating the entire chaotic sea. It gave off a mysterious presence, causing the chaotic force in the chaotic sea to surge violently, surging towards the great world. Everyone could sense that the Your Wilds realm was still expanding. According to true immortal Yi Liangshui, when the Your Wilds realm expanded to its limit, it would be captured by the eternal heavenly Tao and become part of the eternal immortal domains. For countless years, the eternal immortal domains had been like this. It had been formed by the merging of many eternal worlds, and now it was unimaginably vast. Even an immortal king wouldn't be able to find the borders of the eternal immortal domains even if he used all of his power. Rumble, the world tree had taken root in the center of the Your Wilds realm, gushing with boundless life essence. Ancient worlds had merged with the Your Wilds realm as one. With the world tree, the Your Wilds realm became even more ethereal and mysterious. Although Faith Xiao and Darkness Xiao had refined the World Tree's power, they hadn't destroyed its foundation. The World Tree had taken root in the Your Wilds realm, and as it breathed in and out chaos energy, it would eventually recover its supreme power. The Your Wilds realm had completely transcended and become an eternal world, enveloped by the eternal heavenly Tao of the eternal immortal domains. Xiao, Darkness, and Faith sat cross-legged at the top of the World Tree, meditating on the eternal heavenly Tao. Once their nascent spirits transformed, they would become true immortal kings. When the primordial chaos Tao Lord Qianquan, and Tao Lord Xianming had first seen the arrival of the 7 true immortals, they thought it was very likely that they would rule over the Your Wilds realm. If they joined the 7 true immortals, they might be able to ascend to the eternal immortal domains one day, but when they saw the 7 true immortals suppressed and Ling Zhao's invincible power, they were thoroughly terrified. What do we do now? We all have a grudge against Ling Zhao. If we don't make a choice now, forget about ascending to the eternal immortal domains, he'll probably come after us. Tao Lord Xianming said nervously. But you want me to join Ling Zhao? I'm not willing to do that. Immemorial Tao Master clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. I feel that it might not be a bad thing for us to join Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao was so terrifyingly strong that he was most likely an overlord in the eternal immortal domains. If we follow him, we should be able to get a lot of benefits. The Heaven and Earth Tao Master said slowly. Actually, the 3 of you have another choice. At this moment, a bright light bloomed in the void. The wordless heavenly tome appeared before the 3 Tao Lords. Wordless heavenly book? The eyes of the 3 Tao Lords flashed. They naturally recognized the wordless heavenly book. Especially the dark nether Tao Lord who had worked together with the wordless heavenly book. You can choose to work with me. When the 7 true immortals arrived, I found the path to the eternal immortal domains. As long as you follow me, I can take you to the eternal immortal domains. The vessel spirit of the wordless heavenly book appeared and said with a faint smile. You? Immemorial Pathmaster said coldly. You can choose not to believe me, or you can choose to side with Ling Zhao. But in my opinion, following me to the eternal immortal domains is the best choice. The vessel spirit of the wordless heavenly book smiled faintly. Aren't you afraid that the 3 of us will suppress you? The dark nether Tao Lord said coldly. Suppress me? You'll have to have the ability to do so. The vessel spirit of the wordless heavenly book sneered. Bzzzt, the wordless heavenly book shone with dazzling light and chaotic mist swirled around it. The shadows of the longevity tower, the cauldron of creation, the primordial pearl, and other chaos treasures appeared around it. However, the wordless heavenly book had devoured all 10 chaos treasures and become a part of it. The vessel spirit of the wordless heavenly book radiated an incomparably terrifying aura. Hiss. You fused 10 chaos treasures? How bold. You're probably a Tao Lord by now. You're qualified to work with us. The universe Tao Lord sucked in a breath of cold air and glanced warily at the vessel spirit of the wordless heavenly book. He also realized that even the Lord of the Dark Plane had died at the hands of the wordless heavenly book. It was as if the wordless heavenly book had devoured him and turned him into nourishment. Let me go, Ling Zhao. I can't stay in the Your Wilds any longer. Perhaps I'll be able to find my fortune in the eternal immortal domains. The same goes for all of you. What's your choice? The vessel spirit of the wordless heavenly book smiled faintly. All right. We'll go with you to the eternal immortal domains. The primordial chaos Tao Lord, the universe Tao Lord, and the dark nether Tao Lord exchanged glances before nodding solemnly. You've made the best choice. The vessel spirit of the wordless heavenly book smiled faintly, but an undetectable glint of surprise flashed through its eyes. Swoosh! 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 Under the guidance of the wordless heavenly book, the primordial chaos Tao Lord and the others took a deep look at the Your Wilds and Ling Zhao. Then, they transformed into streams of light and shot into the depths of the sea of chaos. Ling Zhao, Darkness Ling Zhao, and Faith Ling Zhao sat cross-legged beneath the world tree for over 10,000 years. 10,000 years later. Rumble, the Your Wilds trembled violently as a mysterious, blazing light burst forth from within them. Boundless immortal light erupted from their bodies as 3 Tao flowers bloomed above their heads. They'd finally comprehended the laws of the eternal heavenly Tao and transformed their nascent spirits. Ling Zhao's nascent spirit and immortal king body had completely merged, and he'd truly become an immortal king. Faith Ling Xiao had become one with the Your Wilds, becoming the new heavenly Tao of the Your Wilds. On the other hand, Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with relief. Heh. Now that you've become the heavenly Tao of the Your Wilds, take care of all life. I'm going to take my beautiful wives and concubines and wander the sea of chaos. Darkness Ling Xiao stretched lazily and chuckled mischievously. That was Ling Zhao's intention. He had to go to the eternal immortal domains in the end. Given Darkness Ling Zhao's lazy personality, he wasn't suited to become the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of becoming the heavenly Tao fell on Faith Ling Xiao. Faith Ling Xiao was the great Tao of the Your Wilds, and the true ruler of all life in the three realms. Ling Xiao, I've already searched through the cycles of reincarnation, but I haven't found Zhao Ritian's true spirit. I have a hunch that as soon as the Your Wilds world ascended, many of the true spirits were drawn to the eternal immortal domains. It's very likely that Zhao Ritian has been reincarnated in the eternal immortal domains. Faith Ling Xiao said to Ling Xiao. The eternal immortal domains? Perfect. When I go to the eternal immortal domains, I'll find Senior Kunwa Mountain and Zhao Ritian and bring them back. Light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as he spoke softly. Furthermore, I've already built a statue of Senior Kunwa Mountain in the Your Wilds. Senior Kunwa Mountain fed the Tao with his own body and protected all life in the Your Wilds. He is the true totem of the Your Wilds, and all life must remember his virtuous deeds. Faith Ling Xiao said slowly. Of course. From now on, Senior Kunwa Mountain will be the only totem of the Your Wilds. A look of longing appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. Without the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, Ling Xiao would have died long ago under the eternal heavenly Tao, and the Your Wilds would have fallen into the hands of the seven true immortals. That would have been the darkest era of the Your Wilds. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain deserved to be remembered by all life. Ling Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Faith Ling Xiao asked. I'm tired after all these years. I want to spend some time with my family, Xianxia, and Chongsheng. Once the dust has settled, I'll go to the eternal immortal domains. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and his eyes shone with incomparable relief. All these years, he had been fighting for his life against the heavens. His nerves had always been stretched taut. He had constantly become stronger, constantly breaking through, and shouldering the responsibilities that belonged to him. Now, it was time to let go. That's good. You should spend some time with Xianxia, Shuiwei, and Chongsheng. Shuiwei is about to give birth, isn't she? After 10,000 years of pregnancy, the child will definitely be incredible. Darkness Ling Xiao said with a smile. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure with dazzling immortal light streaked across the sky. It was the true immortal who had surrendered to Ling Xiao, Yi Liangshui. Master, mistress has given birth. It's a fat boy with a connate great Tao body. His talent is unparalleled throughout the ages, and he's on par with the connate chaotic body. Yi Liangshui said with a smile. After 10,000 years here, he had gradually become more obedient. He and Yi Liangchen were birds of a feather, and had even become sworn brothers. Yi Liangshui thought Yi Liangchen was a member of his family, so he wanted to bring Yi Liangchen back to the Yi family to acknowledge his ancestors. She gave birth? Ha ha ha. Great. My son has finally been born. Ling Zhao's body trembled, and his eyes shone with excitement. He transformed into a beam of dazzling immortal light and shot toward the Ling Xiao celestial court. In the heavenly court, a frail Shuiwei held a beautiful porcelain doll in her arms. Her eyes were filled with incomparable happiness. Shuiwei, are you all right? Ling Xiao rushed in, looking at Shuiwei with eyes full of pity. Master, I'm fine. This is our child. I've finally given birth to a child for you. Shuiwei said with incomparable happiness. Shuiwei, you've worked hard. Is this our son, Ling Huang? Ha ha ha. Look, his eyes are like yours, and his mouth is like mine. Ling Xiao also carried the baby lovingly, and was filled with joy. This child was called Ling Huang, to commemorate the Eldritch world's transcendence, and to commemorate the Eldritch Master. Ling Xiao also had high hopes for him. He hoped that when he grew up, he would be able to rule the world. Father, little brother looks like me the most. Chongqing interjected from the side. Chongqing was wearing a white dress. She was tall and had grown into a young lady. She had a unique aura that was very similar to Xianxia. However, her naive and romantic personality did not change at all. Ha ha ha, the surrounding people, the reincarnation emperor, the flowing time emperor, the old goat, Yi Liangchen, and Taoist Wu Liang all laughed. Ling Huang grew up day by day. The Khanate Great Tao Constitution was born to understand the origin of the Great Tao. He was a natural-born saint, and his talent was unparalleled throughout history. His personality was very similar to Xianxia's. He was very obedient, and did not make a fuss. Even at such a young age, he had already shown the demeanor of a gentleman. Over the years, Ling Xiao had accompanied his parents and wife. He had brought them to travel the Eldritch world and the Chaos Sea. He had witnessed this eternal and magnificent world. These were the happiest days of Ling Xiao's life. There was no pressure, no threat, only a faint sense of happiness. Just like that, 10,000 years passed. Ling Xiao still had to embark on his journey to the eternal immortal domain. Although Xianxia and Shui Wei were very reluctant to part with him, they did not stop him. They only repeatedly reminded Ling Xiao to be careful and take care of himself. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon to pick you up," Ling Xiao said seriously. Faced with the reluctant gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao also felt extremely reluctant and emotional. Go, a man's ambition is to travel the world. Ling Xiao, have a safe journey. Although Ling Zhan and the reincarnation emperor were reluctant to part with him, they still smiled and gave him their blessings. Until we meet again, everyone. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across his family and friends as he spoke with a smile. In the end, he abruptly turned around, and his entire body erupted with dazzling immortal light. In an instant, he shot towards the boundless sea of chaos. Yi Liangshui, the Hongjun Patriarch, and the Spacetime Tao Lord followed closely behind. With this departure, the Eldritch world would lose a domineering eternal emperor, and the eternal immortal domain would gain an invincible immortal king. There was no telling when he would return, but he could only hope for the future. Author's note: this is the end of Eternal Immortal Emperor's story. Originally, I wanted to end it here, but many readers wanted me to continue writing about the eternal immortal domains. So, starting tomorrow, I'll continue to write about the eternal immortal domains. Now, I just need to prepare for the new book. Thank you for your support over the past few years. See you again in the underworld. The eternal immortal domains. This was the center of spacetime. It was said that the eternal immortal domains consisted of 129,600 provinces, each of which spanned millions of miles. It was like a kiliocosm of its own, vast and boundless. The Qianyuan Province. The Qianyuan Province was located at the edge of the eternal immortal domains, but it was a beautiful place filled with immortal mountains, great lakes, and towering ancient trees. Exotic flowers and plants could be seen everywhere, and immortal light and auspicious vapors filled the air. The ruler of the Qianyuan Province was the everlasting Zhao family. The ancestor of the Zhao family was known as the Qianyuan Immortal King. He had founded the Zhao family and made it the undisputed ruler of the Qianyuan Province. Countless factions, ancient clans, and sects in the Qianyuan Province acknowledged their allegiance. Although the Zhao family was in decline, they still had an immortal king standing guard. A few years ago, a natural-born paragon with the potential to become an immortal king had been born into the world, shocking all of the Qianyuan Province. The Immortal Ascension Plateau. This was a celestial mountain in the Qianyuan Province. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and had a majestic aura. It was ancient and mysterious, especially at the peak of the mountain. It seemed to have been cut off by a sword, and a huge square surrounded by clouds appeared. Celestial light lingered around it, and a sea of clouds rose. Today, many of the top sects, aristocratic clans, and rogue cultivators of the Qianyuan Province had gathered at the Immortal Ascension Plateau. The natural-born paragon of the Zhao family was going to choose his followers and go out on a journey. Being able to follow a natural-born paragon was the glory of countless geniuses, and they were all eager to be chosen. I heard that when the natural-born paragon of the Zhao family was born, strange phenomena descended from the heavens. Immortal qi spread for 30 million miles, and he was accompanied by a precious treasure. The entire Qianyuan province was shaken. Isn't that so? Why is he called a natural-born paragon? I heard that when he was born, he had the power of a paragon, and his talent was unparalleled. The Zhao family's patriarch called him the Qilin child, and he has the potential to become an immortal king in the future. The Zhao family is so lucky. I heard that their immortal king patriarch suffered a Dao injury in his early years, and is about to pass away. If that's true, then the Zhao family's position as the ruler of the Qianyuan province will be at stake. That's right. Many families with true immortals were eager to compete with the Zhao family for the position of overlord. But now, with the appearance of the Zhao family's innate sovereign, they immediately gave up. They even fought to send their holy sons and holy daughters to follow the innate sovereign. I've heard that the Zhao clan's natural-born supremacy has celestial skin and jade bones. Although he's a man, he has a peerless appearance. If I could meet him, this trip would be worth it. On the Immortal Ascension platform, the crowd discussed fervently. Many of the geniuses looked on with anticipation. Silence. Not long after, a thunderous voice exploded in the void. Boom, it was as if a dazzling immortal sun was hanging high in the sky, emitting dazzling immortal light. That everlasting and indestructible aura caused everyone to tremble and involuntarily lower their heads. It's, a true immortal has descended. Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe. High in the sky, an ancient immortal gate appeared. A figure with a terrifying aura stepped out from it and appeared in the sky above the Immortal Ascension platform. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His face was dignified, and his eyes were cold. He had an air of superiority about him. In the eternal immortal domains, only those who had reached the true immortal realm could live forever. Their lifespans were endless, and they possessed shocking battle prowess. True immortals could even establish everlasting families, occupy a sacred land, and dominate a region. Everlasting families like the Zhao family, which had immortal kings, were the rulers of a province. They ruled over the world, and all living things submitted to them. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy and awe as they looked at the true immortal. The 12 realms of cultivation were like the 12 floors of the 12 heavenly gates. Only after reaching the peak of the 12 realms could one pass the immortal tribulation and become a true immortal. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the 12th realm, let alone break through to the true immortal realm. The Zhao family's holy son is about to arrive. Everyone, pay your respects. The true immortal looked down at everyone, his expression indifferent as he spoke slowly. The Zhao family's holy son is about to arrive? Everyone's body trembled, and they immediately bowed and saluted. Buzz, immortal light flickered in the 9 heavens, and the sound of the great Tao seemed to linger. A mysterious Taoist rhyme filled the air, turning the place into an immortal realm of enlightenment. Everyone trembled. They felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility, as if their cultivation levels had risen by leaps and bounds. A figure walked out of the gate of immortality. You may all rise. A gentle and clear voice rang out. Everyone looked up at the same time, and then they were instantly stunned. He was a perfect and flawless young man. Although he was a man, he was even more handsome than the fairies of the 9 heavens. His peerless appearance made even heaven and earth pale in comparison. He was dressed in a long white robe, and immortal light swirled around him. The great Tao's fortune intertwined, and as soon as he appeared, it was as if the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth began to boil. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was like jade. There was a faint smile on his lips, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He was extremely mysterious. Faintly, there seemed to be immortal dragons and immortal phoenixes dancing around him. All kinds of rare beasts appeared, making him look like the king of all immortals. Behind him, there were 2 beautiful maids. One was holding a sword, and the other was holding a zither. Although they were maids, they had looks that made the saintesses feel ashamed. Their figures were tall and graceful, and their skin was like jade. Their temperament was otherworldly, and they were out of this world. He was the Zhao family's holy son, born to be supreme, Zhao Hao. The moment they saw Zhao Hao, everyone's heart was filled with admiration, and their eyes were filled with extreme fanaticism. Only such a peerless figure could make these arrogant geniuses willingly follow him. After Zhao Hao appeared, he didn't say a word, but he had already subdued everyone's hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the selection this time. I will be leaving the family to experience the world, and I need to choose 3 followers. Those who are willing to follow me, please step forward and tell me your names. I will choose one by one. Zhao Hao's expression was gentle, and his eyes were extremely clear. He swept his gaze across the people on the immortal ascension stage, giving them a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Some people were full of confidence when they came, but now they were ashamed of their inferiority and didn't dare to step forward. Greetings to the Holy Sun. I am Tuoba Hong, the successor of the Tuoba family, and I am a half-step supreme being. I am willing to follow the Holy Sun. A burly figure, holding a heavenly halberd, stepped forward. His aura was strong and wild, and he looked like a demon god. He was like a golden mountain that had toppled a jade pillar. He knelt down on one knee in front of Zhao Hao and said seriously, Tuoba Hong? Hiss. He's here too? The Tuoba family is also an everlasting family, and there are true immortals in the family. It is said that Tuoba Hong has the body of a demon immortal, and he has the potential to become a true immortal. I didn't expect him to be willing to become the Holy Sun's follower. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tuoba Hong's talent was extraordinary, and he was famous in the Qianyuan state. Not to mention, he was a half-step supreme being and was only one step away from breaking through to the supreme being realm. The moment Tuoba Hong stepped forward, a few more geniuses stepped forward. Greetings to the Holy Sun. I am Wang Lin, a disciple of the Nine Suns divine sect, and I am at the Imperial Tao realm. I am willing to follow the Holy Sun. Greetings to the Holy Sun. I am Feng Mian, a disciple of the Feng family, and I am at the Imperial Tao realm. I am willing to follow the Holy Sun. Greetings to the Holy Sun. I am Yunyi, a disciple of the Cloud Celestial sect, and I am at the Imperial Tao realm. I am willing to follow the Holy Sun. Those few elite geniuses were all emitting powerful auras. Their faces were cold, and there was a sharp glint in their eyes. In fact, the way they looked at one another was filled with arrogance. One genius after another stepped forward. They were all famous geniuses in the Qianyuan state, and it was an eye-opener for everyone. Greetings to the Holy Sun. I am Jian Qingmei, the successor of the Sword Pavilion, and I am a half-step supreme being. I am willing to follow the Holy Sun. At this moment, another person stepped forward. It was a valiant woman in green with an ancient sword on her back. Although she was not very beautiful, she was full of heroic spirit. Her whole body exuded a peerless sharpness, like an unsheathed immortal sword. She did not kneel to Zhao Hao, but bowed slightly. There was no reverence in her eyes when she looked at Zhao Hao. Instead, it was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Hiss. She is the successor of the Sword Pavilion? It is said that the true immortal of the Sword Pavilion has reached the peak of the true immortal realm, right? It is said that it is very likely that he will break through to the immortal king realm within 10,000 years. Jian Qingmei, before Zhao Hao was born, was known as the #1 genius in the Qianyuan state. She was born with the body of a sword immortal, and her sword heart was bright. She has supreme talent in swordsmanship. She is also here? Jian Qingmei's appearance shocked everyone. The former #1 genius in the Qianyuan state was also here, although she was only a half-step supreme being. 10 years ago, when she was still at the 11th realm, the Imperial Tao realm, she had already gone against the odds and killed supremes with her sword. When such a peerless figure appeared, even Tao Bahong was overshadowed. When they saw Tao Bahong and Jian Qingmei appear, many people who were eager to try retreated. How could they compete with these two? For a moment, everyone was silent. There were only 3 spots, and they felt that there was no hope. Greetings, Holy Sun. I am willing to follow His Highness, Holy Sun. I will even be your servant without any complaints. I only ask His Highness, Holy Sun, to promise me one thing. Just when everyone thought that no one would come out, a figure passed through the crowd and came in front of Zhao Hao. It was a woman in white with a veil on her face. She was surrounded by immortal light. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her graceful figure had an invisible charm that spread out. When everyone saw her back, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Could it be her? Someone's heart skipped a beat, as if they had already guessed the woman's origin. Why don't you show your true face? My Holy Sun has not chosen you yet. How dare you make conditions? The true immortal's eyes were cold as he said indifferently. His gaze fell on the woman in white. As if millions of mountains were pressing down on her, the woman in white could not help but tremble. Her forehead was full of sweat, as if she was trying her best to hold on. The pressure of a true immortal could turn heaven and earth upside down. How could a mere half-step supreme being like her withstand it? Uncle Yun, let her finish. Zhao Hao looked at the true immortal and said with a smile. Humph. The Holy Sun is merciful and will not lower himself to your level. But if you dare to lie, don't blame me for killing you here. The true immortal snorted coldly and dispersed his immortal Dao pressure. The woman in white heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at Zhao Hao. Although her face was covered by a light veil, her pair of large, soul-stirring eyes seemed to contain a sky full of stars. They were dazzling and filled with a kind of delicate beauty, making people unable to help but feel pity for her. Greetings, Holy Sun. I covered my face with a veil because I did not want to cause trouble. But in front of the Holy Sun, I should show my true face. The woman in white smiled bitterly. Then, she reached out with her slender fingers and took off her veil. A peerless face appeared in front of everyone. The world suddenly lost its color. It was a flawless face, as if it was the masterpiece of the Creator. It was filled with exquisite beauty and was extremely beautiful. In particular, the seductive aura emitted from her body caused all the male cultivators to involuntarily look at her, unable to shift their gazes away. Even the true immortal elder in the void could not help but look at her a few more times. It's her? After taking off her veil, someone immediately recognized her identity. Morong Xianxia. It could be said that this name was known by everyone in the entire Qianyuan province. Morong Xianxia, the number one beauty of the Qianyuan state, she was once the successor of the Morong family. Not only was she peerless, but she also had unparalleled talent. The Morong family was an everlasting family with a true immortal overseeing it. 10 years ago, Morong Xianxia caught the eye of the young master of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect in the Azure Dragon state. The Azure Dragon Immortal sect was the ruler of the Azure Dragon state and also had an immortal king overseeing it. However, the young master of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect was notorious. He cultivated an evil immortal art that harvested yang to nourish yin. Countless women were harmed by him. Morong Xianxia was naturally seductive. One could imagine how crazy the young master of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect would be when he saw her. Morong Xianxia naturally did not comply. She even chased away the messenger sent by the Azure Dragon Immortal sect. In the end, 10 years ago, the immortal king patriarch of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect personally took action and killed everyone in the Morong family. When the immortal king of the Zhao family arrived, it was already too late. Although he fought a great battle with the immortal king of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect, he was unable to do anything to the other party and retreated. This matter shook the entire Qianyuan state. However, for some unknown reason, the Morong family was completely annihilated, and Morong Xianxia escaped. There was no news of her for 10 years. Who would have thought that Morong Xianxia would appear here and want to become Zhao Hao's follower? Successor, she's Morong Xianxia. 10 years ago, the Morong family was completely annihilated by the Azure Dragon Immortal sect. So, you can't accept her. In the void, the true immortal transmitted his voice to Zhao Hao and told him about the Morong family. I see. Zhao Hao nodded. If that was the case, then Morong Xianxia's condition was self-evident. It was nothing more than revenge for the Morong family. Morong Xianxia, I can't agree to your condition. Zhao Hao looked at Morong Xianxia and said indifferently. Although he sympathized with Morong Xianxia's situation, he was the successor of the Zhao family. He could not ignore the safety of the Zhao family. The Zhao family was currently facing internal and external troubles. When news of the old ancestors' Dao injury spread, many people in the Qianyuan state were ready to make a move, let alone the Azure Dragon Immortal sect. Provoking the Azure Dragon Immortal sect at this time was no different from death. Morong Xianxia's eyes dimmed, but she still showed a trace of stubbornness and said, Lord Successor, you haven't heard my condition. I believe you'll agree to it. I won't agree to any condition, Zhao Hao smiled indifferently and shook his head. Morong Xianxia's condition was only the Morong family's hidden treasure. However, Zhao Hao really did not care about a mere true immortal's hidden treasure. Morong Xianxia transmitted her voice to Zhao Hao. When he heard Morong Xianxia's words, Zhao Hao's body shook and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Are you serious? If there's even the slightest falsehood, let me die without a burial place. Morong Xianxia said resolutely. If what you've said is true, when it's within my power, I'll naturally avenge you. However, I don't want anyone to lie to me. Zhao Hao transmitted his voice. Morong Xianxia did not say anything, but her resolute gaze proved everything. All right. Morong Xianxia, from today onwards, you're my follower. Zhao Hao pondered for a moment and said indifferently. What? Everyone was in an uproar. They originally thought that Zhao Hao would definitely reject Morong Xianxia, but they never thought that Zhao Hao would actually agree. Morong Xianxia was such a big trouble that no one in the entire Qianyuan province dared to touch, but Zhao Hao actually dared to accept her. Was he not afraid that the Azure Dragon Immortal sect would cause trouble for the Zhao family, or did Zhao Hao take a fancy to Morong Xianxia's beauty? They could not figure it out. No. The true immortal also hurriedly dissuaded him. Uncle Yun, don't worry. I naturally have my own considerations for accepting Morong Xianxia. I won't harm the Zhao family's interests. I'll personally talk to the patriarch about this matter. I believe that he'll definitely agree. Zhao Hao said patiently. You. Sai, you've been very opinionated since you were young. Since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. I hope that you'll still listen to the patriarch's opinion on this matter. The true immortal sighed softly. Don't worry. Zhao Hao smiled indifferently. Then, his gaze fell on Tuo Bahong and Jian Qingmei. Tuo Bahong, Jian Qingmei, you'll be my second and third followers. Now, the three of you can follow me back to the Zhao family. Zhao Hao said indifferently. It was not surprising that Tuo Bahong would follow him. After all, the Tuoba family had always been the most loyal followers of the Zhao family. As for Jian Qingmei, the former #1 genius of the Qianyuan province, she was following him. He could tell from her gaze that she wanted to defeat him and was unwilling to accept it. However, Zhao Hao was confident that he could make them truly submit. After Zhao Hao finished speaking, the true immortal waved his sleeve and immediately swept up Morong Xianxia, Tuo Bahong, and Jian Qingmei. Together with Zhao Hao, they entered the immortal sect and returned to the Zhao family. As for the geniuses on the immortal ascension stage, they naturally beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. Although they knew that this would happen, they still felt extremely regretful. Morong Xianxia had actually become Zhao Hao's follower. If this news spread, it would probably shake the entire Qianyuan province. At that time, even the Azure Dragon Immortal sect in the Azure Dragon province would be alarmed. There was going to be a storm in the Qianyuan province. P.S. The extras have officially started. However, I've been focusing on preparing the new book recently. The time for the extras to be updated is not fixed. Everyone can read it once in a while. The extras will give everyone a perfect ending. Zhao family. The immortal mountains and pure lands within a radius of 1,000,000 li were all enveloped by a huge formation barrier. This was the core area of the Zhao family, and only the core clansmen could live here. The immortal mountains were beautiful and filled with resplendent immortal light. Auspicious vapors rose, multicolored light shot out in tens of thousands of zhang, and there were towering ancient trees everywhere. In the mountain forest, immortal birds and auspicious beasts ran about, and all kinds of strange flowers and herbs could be seen everywhere. The void was filled with a mysterious Dao aura. This was the Dao field of an immortal king, and also the ancestral land of a long-life family that had been passed down for countless years. Therefore, this place was also contaminated with a trace of eternal heavenly Dao aura, mysterious and unfathomable. The people who lived here, even if they didn't break through to the true immortal realm, still had a long lifespan. Tuoba Yi, Jian Qingmei, and Morong Xianxia followed Zhao Hao to an immortal mountain. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. This was especially true for Tuoba Yi and Jian Qingmei. Although they also came from a long-life family, and there were true immortals overseeing the sect and clan, they had never seen such an immortal mountain and pure land filled with Dao aura. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was the foundation of a top long-life family. With an immortal king establishing a clan, it far surpassed ordinary long-life families. Zhao Hao lived alone in an immortal mountain. There were many pavilions and palaces on the immortal mountain, and there was a scenery every 10 steps. It looked incomparably mysterious. Countless beautiful maids, each of them lithe and graceful, were cultivation geniuses in the outside world, but here, they could only serve as ordinary maids, serving Zhao Hao's daily life. The three of you can stay here for now. After a while, I will leave the family to train. Just follow me. Zhao Hao said slowly to the three of them, and then indicated for the maids to bring them to find a place to stay. Zhao Hao left the immortal mountain to find the old ancestor of the Zhao family. Ever since the Zhao family's immortal king ancestor was injured 10 years ago, he had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. In the Zhao family, even if the Zhao family's patriarch wanted to see the immortal king ancestor, he had to report in advance. Only Zhao Hao could see the immortal king ancestor at any time without any restrictions. From this, one could see Zhao Hao's status in the Zhao family. Whoosh, Zhao Hao turned into a divine rainbow and soared into the sky, directly arriving at the peak of a floating immortal mountain above the 9 heavens. At the peak of the celestial mountain, light shone resplendently. A sea of clouds rose, and mysterious celestial light lingered. It looked incomparably mysterious. A jade talisman appeared in the palm of Zhao Hao's hand. The jade talisman was activated by him, emitting a dazzling light. Then, an ancient immortal gate appeared in the sea of clouds. Zhao Hao took a step forward and entered the immortal gate. Inside the gate of immortality was a mysterious space. Here, the source of the great Tao interweaved, immortal light lingered, and auspicious energy rose. In the void, there seemed to be golden lotuses blooming, ancient divine beasts, and the mysterious scene of all creatures praying. At the center of the phenomenon sat an old man with white hair and a beard. The old man sat there with his legs crossed. His face was calm and his eyes were slightly closed. His entire body was exuding an ethereal and mysterious Taoist rhyme. He looked like a very ordinary old man, but sometimes he looked like the ruler of all living beings, the king of immortals who was worshipped by all living beings. He was the Zhao family's celestial king patriarch, Zhao Yunyang. "How you've come?" An ancient and weathered voice resounded. The celestial king patriarch slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the mysterious scene of the birth and death of the world. His gaze fell on Zhao Hao, but there was a hint of benevolence and gentleness in it. "Grandson greets the patriarch." Zhao Hao respectfully bowed to the celestial king patriarch. "Rise. This time, you went to the Immortal Ascension platform to choose your followers. Did you choose anyone suitable?" The celestial king patriarch smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Hao immediately stood up. Reporting to the patriarch. This time, his grandson had chosen a total of 3 followers. One is Tuoba Yi of the Tuoba family, one is the successor of the Sword Pavilion, Xianxia, and the last one is Murong Inxue of the Murong family. Zhao Hao did not hide anything and recounted everything that had happened on the Immortal Ascension platform. Tuoba Yi has the demon immortal body and has the potential to become a true immortal. Xianxia has the natural sword body and the heart of the sword. She also has the potential to become a true immortal. They have the qualifications to be your followers. However, Murong Inxue, can you tell me why you chose him? The celestial king patriarch's eyes flashed, and he smiled faintly. Naturally, he knew about Tuoba Yi and Xianxia. As for Murong Inxue's identity, he knew better than anyone else. Reporting to the patriarch, I didn't want to accept Murong Inxue. I didn't want to bring trouble to the Zhao family. However, Murong Inxue told me that she knows of an emperor-grade celestial herb in Hanging Sword Mountain. I want to go to the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain to find an emperor-grade celestial herb and bring it back to heal you. Zhao Hao said earnestly. The reason he was willing to accept Murong Inxue was because Murong Inxue had paid an unbearable price and temptation. An emperor-grade celestial herb, in the eternal immortal domains, only 1 in 10,000 could be called an immortal herb. They contained the fragments of the eternal heavenly Tao's laws and were extremely precious. However, most of the immortal herbs in the eternal immortal domains were inferior and mediocre grade. Superior and supreme grade immortal herbs were extremely rare. As for king grade immortal herbs, they could only be found in secret realms, forbidden lands, and other treasured lands. As for emperor grade immortal herbs, they were priceless treasures. Legend had it that emperor grade immortal herbs contained the complete laws of the eternal heavenly Tao. They could steal the fortunes of heaven and earth and allow celestial kings to advance further. Even celestial emperors would be tempted by an emperor-grade immortal herb, let alone a supreme celestial king. Therefore, Zhao Yunyang couldn't help but tremble when he heard the words emperor-grade immortal herb. His eyes widened in shock. Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm? Judging by the time, the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain is about to open. I've read about it in some ancient records. A long time ago, an immortal emperor died on the Hanging Sword Mountain. The immortal emperor's laws evolved into the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm and gave birth to an emperor-grade immortal herb. However, no one has been able to obtain the emperor-grade immortal herb for countless years. If what Xianxia said is true, does it mean that emperor-grade immortal herbs really exist? Zhao Yunyang stood up and slowly paced back and forth. His eyes were filled with deep thought. If an emperor-grade immortal herb really appeared, even celestial kings would fight for it. However, the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain was extremely unique. It contained mysterious immortal emperor laws that restricted entry to those above the true immortal realm. Only those below the true immortal realm were allowed to enter. Ancestor, Xianxia's words don't seem to be false. Moreover, lying to me won't do her any good. After all, she wants me to avenge her. Therefore, I'd like to make a trip to the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain. If I can find an emperor-grade immortal herb, not only will you be able to recover from your injuries, but you might even advance further. Zhao Hao said earnestly. You're a good child, but how difficult would it be to advance further? You're only a half-step supreme now. I'm a little worried about you going to the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain. Zhao Yunyang's gaze was extremely gentle as he looked deeply into Zhao Hao's eyes. Zhao Hao was an innate paragon. The moment he was born, he was already at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. He was extremely powerful. However, in order to let him build a solid foundation so that he could break through to the Immortal King realm in the future, or even higher realms, Zhao Yunyang directly sealed all of his cultivation and made him cultivate from the beginning. There were 12 realms below the true immortal realm and the eternal immortal realm. They were also known as the 12 heavens of rebirth and the 12 steps of immortal ascension. They were the Qi Refinement Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Soul Transformation Realm, Void Refinement Realm, Body Integration Realm, Mahayana Realm, Tribulation Transcendence Realm, Celestial Realm, Imperial Dao Realm, and Supreme Realm. Even though Zhao Hao's cultivation had been sealed and he had to cultivate from the Qi Refining Realm, his talent was unparalleled and heaven-defying. In just a few decades, he had cultivated back to half-step supreme. Ancestor, although I'm a half-step supreme, ordinary supremes are no match for me. Not to mention, I have the Origin Ancient Seal. Zhao Hao smiled faintly. His palm glowed with immortal light as an ancient and mysterious seal appeared. It was Zhao Hao's lifelong treasure, which Zhao Yunyang called the Origin Ancient Seal. Not only was the ancient seal made of mysterious and precious materials, but it was also stained with the origin laws of the eternal heavenly way. In Zhao Yunyang's opinion, the Origin Ancient Seal might even evolve into an immortal emperor weapon. It was very likely to be Zhao Hao's ultimate treasure. However, your Origin Ancient Seal is extremely precious. You can't reveal it easily, and you can't let anyone see it. Do you understand? You have to kill anyone who sees him. Zhao Yunyang said with a serious expression. This lifetime treasure had the potential to become a Dao-confirming treasure in the future. Even immortal kings would be incomparably moved after seeing it. Therefore, in the entire Zhao clan, many people knew that Zhao Hao had a lifelong treasure, but only Zhao Hao and Zhao Yunyang had seen the Origin Ancient Seal. Even Zhao Hao's parents had not seen it. Ancestor, I understand. Zhao Hao nodded his head seriously. There's one more thing. You must pay attention to your safety. Hanging Sword Mountain is located between Qianyuan State, Azure Dragon State, and Baiming State. But just 2 days ago, the immortal king ancestor of the Great Ming Immortal Kingdom of Baiming State was killed. Zhao Yunyang said slowly. What? Zhao Hao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Immortal kings had endless lifespans, and their primordial spirits were entrusted with the eternal heavenly way. It could be said that they were immortal. Even immortal kings of the same realm could not kill immortal kings unless they had heaven-defying divine abilities or powerful immortal weapons. It was said that the immortal king ancestor of the great Ming immortal kingdom of Baiming state was similar to Zhao Yunyang in strength. He was only slightly weaker than the immortal king of Azure Dragon state. Could it be that a quasi-emperor level expert made a move? Zhao Hao asked. With the strength and trump cards of that immortal king ancestor, even a ninth heaven immortal king expert would find it difficult to kill him. Only a quasi-emperor could easily kill him. No. It is said that the person who killed the great Ming immortal king was also an immortal king expert. That immortal king expert seemed to have come from the primal chaos sea. For some reason, he clashed with the great Ming immortal king and then a shocking battle broke out. The great Ming immortal king was killed by him. Zhao Yunyang's eyes were filled with emotion and reverence. To be able to easily kill the great Ming immortal king, if he wanted to deal with him and the Azure Dragon immortal king, it wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, Zhao Yunyang and the Azure Dragon immortal king had been paying attention to every movement in the Baiming state during this period of time. They were afraid that the nameless immortal king would come to the Qianyuan state and the Azure Dragon state. Therefore, even if the Azure Dragon immortal sect knew that Zhao Hao had taken Morong Inchuan, they probably wouldn't have the time to come to the Zhao family to denounce them. From the Primal Chaos Sea? The Primal Chaos Sea is boundless and is known as the Land of Exile. The living beings there are incomparably weak, like ants. Is there actually an immortal king expert? Zhao Hao was also incomparably shocked. He could vaguely feel that the Qianyuan state was about to enter an eventful period. He felt a sense of urgency in his heart. At this time, he had to go to the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain to look for the Emperor-grade celestial medicine. Only when the Patriarch's injuries were healed and his cultivation base increased greatly would he have the strength to protect the Zhao family and Zhao Hao. Although the Primal Chaos Sea is known as the Land of Exile, there are probably many immortal kings in it. That nameless immortal king killed the great Ming immortal king. I'm afraid he has caused a lot of trouble. After all, the great Ming immortal king is a member of the Truth Celestial Court. I'm afraid the Truth Celestial Court won't let this matter rest. When he mentioned the Truth Celestial Court, Zhao Yunyang's eyes were filled with deep reverence. The Truth Celestial Court was the supreme celestial court founded by the Truth Celestial Emperor. It was the true ruler of thousands of provinces. In name, the Qianyuan state and the Azure Dragon state were also under the rule of the Truth Celestial Court. No matter what, I'm afraid this land is no longer peaceful. You can go to the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain, but you must be careful. If you encounter any danger, crush the immortal talisman that the Patriarch gave you and the Patriarch will come. Zhao Yunyang said seriously to Zhao Hao. Yes, Patriarch. Zhao Hao nodded respectfully. Very good. Go. Experts kill their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It will be difficult for you to become a true expert if you continue to be under my protection. This is your experience and your path to becoming an expert. You will have to rely on yourself from now on. Zhao Yunyang looked at Zhao Hao with an expectant gaze. He had already regarded Zhao Hao as the hope of the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan now looked incomparably peaceful, but there were turbulent undercurrents. Those true immortal experts of the Zhao clan probably had no hope of breaking through to the immortal king realm in this lifetime. However, Zhao Hao was different. Zhao Hao had the potential to become an immortal king and could even go further than Zhao Yunyang. Zhao Yunyang had placed endless expectations on him. Yes, Patriarch. I will remember it. Zhao Hao nodded seriously. Then, he turned around and left, returning to the immortal mountain where he lived. Did the Patriarch agree to let you take Morong Inchuan? On the immortal mountain, the true immortal Zhao Hao called Uncle Yun was waiting for Zhao Hao. When he saw Zhao Hao return, he asked. That's right. I'm going to the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain with Morong Inchue. There is hope for the Patriarch's cultivation to recover and even improve further. Zhao Hao said slowly. Is that so? Good. I'll go with you. A sharp light flashed in Uncle Yun's eyes as he nodded deeply. He understood why Zhao Hao wanted to take Morong Inchuan, if he could heal the Patriarch's injuries and even improve the Patriarch's cultivation, not to mention taking Morong Inchuan, even if he had to become the enemy of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect, or even start a war, what was the big deal? Thank you, Uncle Yun. Zhao Hao said with a smile. Uncle Yun was loyal to the patriarch and was sent by the patriarch to protect Xiao Hao. He could be said to have watched Xiao Hao grow up with his own eyes, so his feelings for Xiao Hao were not ordinary. Xiao Hao naturally respected Uncle Yun, so he didn't hide anything from him. Before going to the Hanging Sword Mountain, I have to make some preparations, Xiao Hao said with a smile, then returned to his residence. After Xiao Hao set up several barriers, he took out the Origin Source Ancient Seal. He injected his magic power, and the Origin Source Ancient Seal trembled slightly. An incomparably illusory figure seemed to appear within it. Second Senior, how is my trip to the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain going? Xiao Hao asked. The Origin Source Ancient Seal was his lifelong treasure, but he did not expect that the Origin Source Ancient Seal would have an incomparably mysterious artifact spirit that had gradually awakened in recent years. However, the artifact spirit seemed to be a little confused. Other than vaguely remembering that his surname was Second, he could not remember anything else. However, because the Origin Source Ancient Seal was tainted with the aura of the Eternal Heaven Way, the artifact spirit was able to divine Xiao Hao's fortune. Relying on the artifact spirit's divination, Xiao Hao had avoided several calamities. Buzz, the Origin Source Ancient Seal trembled slightly, flickering with flickering light. The artifact spirit seemed to be divining. After a while, a voice was heard. This trip is a great omen, and there may even be a bloody disaster. However, you can turn misfortune into blessings, and with the help of a benefactor, you will be able to survive. Xiao Hao frowned slightly. A great omen? Turn misfortune into blessings? It seems that this trip to the Hanging Sword Mountain is not as simple as I thought. Xiao Hao became more cautious. Xiao Hao stored the various pills, weapons, talismans, and formation discs that he had prepared over the years. He even brought along some powerful one-time use supreme treasures from the clan's vault. For this trip to Hanging Sword Mountain, Xiao Hao could be said to have made ample preparations. 3 days later, a void treasure ship stopped in the air above the Zhao family. Many genius disciples from the Zhao clan boarded the void treasure ship. They were preparing to head to the Two-World Mountains secret zone to train under Uncle Yun's lead. The Two-World Mountains secret zone opened once every 10,000 years. The Great Ming Celestial Empire, the Zhao clan, and the Azure Dragon Immortal sect were the rulers of the 3 prefectures. They would send their disciples to train in the secret zone. There were many natural treasures and supreme celestial herbs in the Two-World Mountains secret zone. Therefore, there were many conflicts between the 3 great forces every time they went to train in the secret zone. Although Xiao Hao was going to look for emperor-grade celestial herbs, he did not want to attract any attention since he was among the disciples. I heard that there's a Sword Immortal Jade Annulus in the Hanging Sword Mountain. Not only does it contain the supreme sword Dao left behind by the Sword Immortal, but it also allows one to spar with the Sword Immortal. I'd like to see the Sword Immortal Jade Annulus. Jian Qingmei's eyes were filled with eagerness and a strong will to fight. Tuobayi had also heard of the Hanging Sword Mountain secret zone, but he had never entered it before. He was also excited to be able to go with Xiao Hao. Morong Inxue was the only one who had attracted a lot of attention even though she had covered her face with a veil. There was deep worry in her eyes. What are you worried about? Xiao Hao asked. The young master of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect will most likely head to the secret zone of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Morong Inxue hesitated. Don't worry. He won't dare to do anything to you. You're mine now. If he's really reckless, I might not be able to defeat a celestial king, but I can easily kill the young master of the Azure Dragon sect. Xiao Hao said indifferently. Thank you, Holy Sun. I'll definitely do my best to help you find the celestial herbs. There was a trace of gratitude in Morong Inxue's eyes as she said seriously. I hope so. Xiao Hao looked into the distance. There, the mountain range was undulating, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. There seemed to be an ancient sword suspended in the sky. The ancient sword was an incomparably huge celestial mountain, suspended high in the sky. Mist was rising, and celestial light shone brightly. It looked mysterious and unfathomable. Even from far away, one could feel a strong sword intent rushing towards them. Many people with weak willpower could not help but tremble and turn pale. They had arrived at the Hanging Sword Mountain. P.S. Muyu's new book, Righteous Eldest Senior Brother, has been released at the same time on Qidian Reading and QQ Reading. If you have time, you can check it out. It's a flirtatious and funny story. I hope you like it. The summit, the ancient immortal mountain that looked like a sword, was the Hanging Sword Mountain. From afar, the Hanging Sword Mountain looked like it was hanging above the 9 heavens. It exuded an extremely powerful sword chi that could even kill a true immortal. The secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain was rumored to be a mysterious world formed by the body of an immortal emperor after his death. In the past, there were many experts who wanted to enter the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain to search for the immortal emperor's inheritance. However, most of them failed. There were even immortal kings who wanted to enter the secret realm directly. However, they were severely injured by the sword chi and had to flee with injuries. As time passed, although the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain would produce many treasures, no experts above the true immortal realm dared to have any ideas about the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Every time the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain opened, the various forces would send experts below the true immortal realm to enter. Is that the Hanging Sword Mountain? It's really extraordinary. Feeling the powerful sword chi, Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of eagerness. Perhaps she could obtain a powerful sword inheritance in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Moreover, those who entered the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain this time were all monstrous geniuses from the 3 continents. She would have plenty of opportunities to test her sword. Swoosh, the void treasure ship landed on the Hanging Sword Mountain. Around the Hanging Sword Mountain, there was a sea of clouds and immortal light lingered. Vast sword chi rose. Those who did not have a strong Tao heart would find it difficult to move. In front of everyone, there seemed to be a sword chi that pierced through the heavens and earth. An illusory door appeared. When the Zhao family arrived, they realized that the experts from the Northern Bright Continent and Azure Dragon Continent had also arrived. The Northern Bright Continent was led by the Daming Immortal Empire, while the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect led by the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Other than that, there were also some monstrous geniuses and rogue cultivators from the 2 continents. However, they were all led by the 2 major forces. Their leader was also a true immortal. They exchanged glances with one another, their expressions incomparably cold. The 3 continents were neighbors and their relationship was not good to begin with. Hence, they did not even bother to exchange greetings. Zhao Hao's eyes sharpened as he immediately noticed 2 figures standing out among the Baiming continent and the Cunlong continent, emitting powerful auras. In the Baiming region, there was a refined young man in a dragon robe and a jade crown. He had a faint smile on his face and his eyes were deep. However, Zhao Hao could sense the lofty aura emanating from his body. It was as if a true immortal was looking down on all living beings. There was a very subtle sense of alienation. This person was very proud in his bones and was not as peaceful as he looked on the surface. In the Azure Dragon region, there was a young man who looked incomparably handsome. He wore a black dragon robe and looked a little sick. His face was incomparably evil and his eyes were filled with an aggressive light, which made people feel very uncomfortable when they looked at him. That man with the jade crown is the crown prince of the Great Ming Immortal Empire, Zhu Qizong. The person from the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect is the young master of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, Mu Yunfeng. Uncle Yun's voice entered Zhao Hao's ears as he introduced the 2 people to him. While Zhao Hao was observing Zhu Qizong and Mu Yunfeng, they were also observing Zhao Hao. Zhu Qizong smiled at Zhao Hao as if he was expressing goodwill. Mu Yunfeng, on the other hand, didn't look so friendly. He looked at Zhao Hao with disdain before his gaze landed on Morong Yinxue. His eyes lit up. Morong Yinxue? Are you here to seek refuge with this young master? Get over here. If you serve this young master well, this young master might let you be my concubine. Mu Yunfeng stared at Morong Yinxue unscrupulously and sneered. You. Don't even think about it. Morong Yinshua's face was incomparably cold as she revealed an expression of incomparable hatred. It was because of Mu Yunfeng that her Morong family was annihilated. Now, she was the only one left. If it wasn't for the hatred in her heart, she would have chosen to commit suicide long ago. Now that she saw Mu Yunfeng, it could be said that she was enraged when she saw her enemy. Bitch. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think that this pretty boy can protect you? He's only a half-step supreme being. If I want to kill him, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Mu Yunfeng sneered, then looked at Zhao Hao provocatively. Zhao Hao's expression was very calm. He wasn't angered by Mu Yunfeng's provocation. You're Mu Yunfeng? Morong Inxue is now my woman. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Zhao Hao said indifferently. Your woman? Ha ha ha. Zhao Hao, you dare to steal my woman? You're dead. I swear, once we reach the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain, I'll be the first to kill you. Mu Yunfeng sneered as his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Is that so? Then let's see who dies first. Zhao Hao said indifferently. Although Zhu Qizong and Mu Yunfeng's cultivation were both at the 9th level of the Supreme Being realm, they probably wanted to use the fortune and opportunity in the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain to break through to the true immortal realm. However, Zhao Hao didn't care about the 9th level of the Supreme Being realm. When he was born, he already had the cultivation of the Supreme Being realm. His strength was extremely heaven-defying. Although he had been recultivating all these years, it wasn't like he hadn't killed Supreme Being realm experts before. Uncle Yun and the true immortal from the Azure Dragon Immortal sect looked on coldly. They didn't stop Zhao Hao and Mu Yunfeng from exchanging words. Although the Zhao family and the Azure Dragon Immortal sect weren't mortal enemies, they weren't friends either. If there was a chance, they wouldn't hesitate to kill each other. Zhao Hao believed that. Before Mu Yunfeng came, the people from the Azure Dragon Immortal sect had warned him to kill Zhu Qizong and Zhao Hao if there was a chance. After all, the three of them were the successors of the three immortal king families. If they died in the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain, it would be a great loss. Rumble, in front of them, the illusory light gate became more solid. Bright immortal light rose and lightning flashed. An ancient and mysterious aura gushed out. In the ancient light gate, there was a strange distortion of the void energy. Various mysterious phenomena vaguely appeared as though it led to an unknown space. The secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain has opened. The three true immortal realm experts and the three forces couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. When we enter the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain, according to the token that I gave you, Jian Qingmei and Tuoba Yi will be the leaders. Quickly gather and search for opportunities. Morong Inxue and I have some matters to attend to. We'll look for you after we're done. Zhao Hao transmitted his voice to Tuoba Yi, Jian Qingmei, and the other genius disciples of the Zhao family. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Wait a moment. Hold my hand tightly. Zhao Hao extended his hand toward Morong Inxue. His eyes were clear and there were no distracting thoughts in them. There was a mysterious rune in his palm that could lock him and Morong Inxue together. They wouldn't be restricted by the teleportation formation. Zhao Hao needed Morong Inxue to lead him to the Emperor-grade celestial herb. Therefore, he asked the old ancestor to use a great ability to bind him and Morong Inxue together. Yes. Morong Inxue's face turned red. However, she still placed her delicate hand in Zhao Hao's hand. Bitch. I swear that you'll die. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunfeng was even more furious. His eyes revealed an incomparably crazy killing intent. If it weren't for the Zhao family's true immortal realm expert, he would have attacked Zhao Hao long ago. After all, the strength of a true immortal realm expert was extremely terrifying. It was easy for them to kill a supreme being expert. Even the true immortal of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect would find it difficult to protect him. However, Mu Yunfeng swore in his heart that he would kill Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue. Swoosh! 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 Zhu Qizong led the geniuses of the Great Radiance Immortal Empire and transformed into streams of light, flying into the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Mu Yunfeng looked at Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue threateningly before he led the people of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect into the light door. Let's go. Zhao Hao grabbed Morong Inxue's hand and stepped into the void as they entered the light door. Boom! Before their eyes was an expanse of resplendent and dazzling immortal light. Spatial torrents surged violently and interweaved with each other in a strange trajectory. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal light, even Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue would have been torn into pieces by those spatial torrents. The strange scene in front of them only lasted for a moment. When the scene in front of Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue became incomparably clear, they appeared in an unfamiliar space. In front of them was a barren mountain range that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. They couldn't see the end of it. There were towering ancient trees everywhere. Although the immortal chi here was incomparably dense, it was filled with an incomparably ancient aura. It was as if no one had been here for countless years. Other than Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue, Zhao Hao sensed that there wasn't a single person within hundreds of thousands of miles. Roar. Just when Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue were still investigating their surroundings, a furious roar resounded and shook the void in all directions. A huge crimson tiger with a pair of wings on its back that was shrouded in flames rushed out from the forest. Its eyes were ferocious and cold as it pounced toward Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue. "You're courting death." Zhao Hao's eyes turned cold as a terrifying aura of blood chi erupted from his body. Endless chaotic light rose as he suddenly threw a punch. It was as if a mysterious world had been opened up from the chaos. The unparalleled chaotic fist seal landed directly on the crimson tiger. A mournful cry rang out. The crimson tiger originally possessed strength comparable to a supreme being. However, it was instantly killed by Zhao Hao's punch. It exploded into a bloody mist, and even its primordial spirit was reduced to dust. "So powerful!" Morong Inxue exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Although she knew that Zhao Hao was an innate supreme being, Zhao Hao's current strength was only at the half-step supreme being realm. Previously, she still had her doubts. In fact, she was even more worried when she saw Mu Yunfeng. However, now that she saw Zhao Hao killing a ferocious beast comparable to a supreme being with a casual punch, she was instantly shocked. It seemed like Zhao Hao was far stronger than she had imagined. "Let's go. The Hanging Sword Mountain's secret territory isn't that big. Where are the Emperor-grade celestial herbs?" Zhao Hao pulled Morong Inxue along as they turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Behind them, the bloody stench left behind by the crimson tiger's death had attracted a large number of ferocious beasts. They rushed out from the surrounding forest and let out earth-shattering roars. "My father entered the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret territory the last time it opened. He passed through a valley and entered a secluded cave abode. There was a celestial formation there, and the Emperor-grade celestial herb was inside." Morong Inxue quickly explained. She knew that if her father had discovered the Emperor-grade celestial herb, others might have discovered it as well. Therefore, she and Zhao Hao had to hurry up and find the Emperor-grade celestial herb first. "You lead the way." Zhao Hao brought Morong Inxue with him as they traveled through the mountains like two bolts of lightning. There were many powerful ferocious beasts in the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret territory. It could be said that danger lurked everywhere. Rumor had it that even immortal beasts roamed the place. With their current strength, they might be able to put up a fight against the ferocious beasts. However, if they encountered a immortal beast comparable to a true celestial, they might not even be able to escape. Therefore, both of them concealed their auras and flew carefully. Morong Inxue guided Zhao Hao according to her memories. It did not take long for them to find the valley her father had come to in the past. There's a mirror lake in front of the valley. There are two mountain peaks that look like broken swords, and there are red maple trees growing on the mountain peaks. "That's right, it's that valley." Morong Inshua's eyes lit up as she pointed at the valley in front of him. "All right." Gu Chongqing instantly teleported with Morong Inxue and landed in the valley. Hundreds of flowers were blooming in the valley. The scenery was beautiful. However, the flowers and plants were very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. Even if someone passed by, they would not pay much attention to them. Morong Inxue led the way as the two of them walked into the valley. The valley was longer than they had expected. They walked to the end of the valley and passed through the Line Canyon. Finally, they saw a cave that led to the belly of the mountain. There was an underground river flowing out from the cave. They entered the cave and walked against the underground river as they made their way to the belly of the mountain. The belly of the mountain was getting darker. However, there was a faint light flickering in front of them. That light should be the light of the immortal formation. "Let's go quickly. The Emperor Great Immortal Herb is hidden inside." Morong Inshua's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Immortal formation?" Zhao Hao's eyes flashed. Although Morong Inchue said that it was the light of the immortal formation, he felt uneasy for some reason. The faint light made him feel as if it was the eye of some powerful creature. It made his hair stand on end. However, since they had already come this far, Zhao Hao still chose to check it out first. They walked toward the faint light. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Only the sound of the underground river could be heard clearly. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the faint light gradually became clear. A huge underground cave appeared in front of him. The light was misty with immortal qi. It looked very strange as it enveloped the underground cave. There seemed to be a mysterious immortal herb in the underground cave. It was enshrouded in immortal light and mist. They could smell its fragrance even through the immortal formation. Saint, that's the Emperor Great Immortal Herb. Morong Inchue took a deep breath and pointed at the mysterious immortal herb in the immortal formation. Zhao Hao nodded slowly. Morong Inchue was right. It was indeed an Emperor Great Immortal Herb. An Emperor Great Immortal Herb was created by heaven and earth. It contained the eternal heavenly Tao and would emit 10 rays of immortal light. The immortal herb in front of them had 10 rays of immortal light. It was undoubtedly an Emperor Great Immortal Herb. Back then, my father wanted to break this immortal formation but failed. That was why he left with regrets. I believe that the saint will have a way to break this immortal formation. Morong Inchue looked at Zhao Hao and said. Let me try. Zhao Hao did not act rashly. Instead, he carefully observed the immortal formation in front of him. The immortal formation formed a transparent barrier that enveloped the entire cave. The immortal light was enshrouded in mist and looked flawless. Ordinary people would not be able to find a way to break this immortal formation. Light flashed in Zhao Hao's palm and the Origin Ancient Seal appeared. The Origin Ancient Seal also contained the eternal heavenly Tao origin. It was extremely powerful and could break all techniques with a single seal. Although the immortal formation in front of him was powerful, it could not withstand the power of the Origin Ancient Seal. Boom, Zhao Hao's eyes flashed. He raised the Origin Ancient Seal and slammed it down on the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook violently. Dazzling runes appeared and shattered continuously. The entire immortal formation seemed like it would collapse at any moment. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Boom. 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 Zhao Hao raised the Origin Ancient Seal and slammed it down on the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook continuously. The runes shattered and the light dimmed. In the end, it shattered with a loud bang. So fast? Morong Inchue sucked in a breath of cold air. Her eyes were filled with shock. Although she did not recognize the Origin Ancient Seal, she could vaguely guess that the Origin Ancient Seal in Zhao Hao's hand was Zhao Hao's legendary lifetime treasure. Back then, her father, who was a 9th-level supreme being, could not break the immortal formation. However, Zhao Hao, who was only a half-step supreme being, could break it in an instant. The power of his lifetime treasure was indeed terrifying. The Origin Immortal Herb appeared in front of Zhao Hao and Morong Inchue. It was a 3-foot-tall immortal herb. Its entire body was emerald green and its leaves seemed to be branded with the Great Tao. A fiery red fruit grew in the middle of the immortal herb. It was crystal clear and fragrant, and one would feel refreshed after taking a whiff of it. Is this an Emperor Great Immortal Herb? Saint, quickly take the immortal herb. Morong Inchue's eyes were filled with joy as she hurriedly urged Zhao Hao. All right. I will take the immortal herb. Zhao Hao said with a faint smile as he walked toward the immortal herb. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes as he approached the celestial herb. The Origin Source Seal in his palm instantly blossomed with a dazzling radiance. Thunder rumbled as it directly suppressed the celestial herb. What? Morong Inchue exclaimed. She did not understand why Zhao Hao would suddenly attack the Emperor Great Immortal Herb. Boom, however, Morong Inchue was shocked in the next moment. The immortal herb suddenly emitted a black demonic light as if it contained a deadly poison. The immortal herb that was originally glowing with immortal light suddenly transformed into a strange demonic herb. The demonic herb had tentacles and a bloody mouth. The tentacles and the bloody mouth attacked Zhao Hao and Morong Inchue at the same time. Something is indeed strange. Zhao Hao sneered. He was not surprised at all. The Origin Ancient Seal suppressed the immortal herb at lightning speed. At the same time, rays of blazing light that seemed capable of destroying everything landed on the demonic herb. Rumble, the tentacle shattered as the demonic herb trembled violently. It let out a sharp sound that seemed capable of piercing one's primordial spirit. Morong Xianxia's face turned pale instantly. The silhouette of a beautiful woman appeared above the demonic herb. She had a vicious expression on her face. The origin ancient seal hovered above the demonic herb as it emitted beams of lightning that trapped the demonic herb in the middle like a prison. Although the demonic herb's demonic might was overwhelming, it was unable to break through the shackles of the origin ancient seal. The phantasmal demon celestial herb? It's really you. Zhao Hao said indifferently. The phantasmal demon celestial herb was also a celestial herb. However, it was not an emperor-grade celestial herb. It was only a mediocre celestial herb. However, the phantasmal demon celestial herb was extremely unique. It could imitate the aura of countless living beings, including king-grade and emperor-grade celestial herbs. Therefore, it had disguised itself as an emperor-grade celestial herb to lure Zhao Hao into the trap. However, it did not expect Zhao Hao to see through it. How did you see through it? The silhouette of the woman said resentfully as she glared at Zhao Hao. What kind of treasure is an emperor-grade celestial herb? How can it be trapped by such a small celestial formation? If an emperor-grade celestial herb really appears, even a celestial king would have a hard time capturing it unless it's willing to acknowledge you as its master. Moreover, you might be able to fool others by disguising yourself as an emperor-grade celestial herb, but you can't fool me. Zhao Hao said indifferently. He had the origin ancient seal, so he could predict good and bad luck. He had already sensed danger when he approached the celestial formation. Therefore, he knew the phantasmal demon celestial herb was up to no good. Therefore, he made his move without hesitation. What do you want? The phantasmal demon celestial herb asked as it stared at Zhao Hao. Initially, it wanted to take the opportunity to devour Zhao Hao and Morong Xianxia. However, it was now trapped by Zhao Hao. It could tell Zhao Hao's origin ancient seal was extraordinary. It was afraid it would not be able to escape today. It's very simple. If you don't want your body and soul to be destroyed, submit to me and bring me to the real emperor-grade celestial herb. Zhao Hao said indifferently as he stared at the phantasmal demon celestial herb. Submit to you? It's not impossible, but how do you know I'll be able to find the emperor-grade celestial herb? Although the phantasmal demon celestial herb was unwilling, it knew it had no choice but to submit to Zhao Hao if it wanted to live. Otherwise, Zhao Hao would not let it go so easily. Although the phantasmal demon celestial herb can disguise itself as an emperor-grade celestial herb, you'll have to see it before you can do it. Cut the crap and make your choice. Zhao Hao said coldly. If he did not want to find the real emperor-grade celestial herb from the phantasmal demon celestial herb, he would have suppressed it with the origin ancient seal instead of wasting his time talking to it. All right. I'll submit. I'm willing to bring you to the emperor-grade celestial herb. The illusion demon celestial herb could only nod helplessly. The celestial herb could not swear on the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it allowed Zhao Hao to place a few dozen restrictions on it before it turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Hao and Morong Xianxia followed behind it to search for the emperor-grade celestial herb. Lord Saint, how did you know he could find the emperor-grade celestial herb? Morong Xianxia asked curiously and embarrassedly. She had told Zhao Hao confidently that he could find the emperor-grade celestial herb. However, she did not expect to be fooled by the illusion demon celestial herb. It's true that the illusion demon celestial herb needs to see other celestial herbs before it can take on the appearance of other celestial herbs. However, there's one thing you don't know. Wherever the illusion demon celestial herb is, there's bound to be an emperor-grade celestial herb. Zhao Hao said slowly as his eyes glinted. This was a secret that ordinary people would not know about. Only celestial king clans would know about it. I see. Morong Xianxia finally understood. They followed the illusion demon celestial herb out of the valley and into the depths of the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm. The old ancestor died in the hands of that villain. The Great Ming Celestial Kingdom is now in a precarious situation. I have to find the Celestial Emperor's inheritance as soon as possible to save the Great Ming Celestial Kingdom from this crisis. Zhu Qizong concealed his aura in a mountain range as he walked toward an ancient mountain in the distance. His eyes were filled with determination and sharpness. According to the old ancestors' records, the Celestial Emperor's inheritance might be in this area. However, I don't know how to trigger the Celestial Emperor's test, so I'll have to look for it carefully. A mysterious ancient mirror appeared in Zhu Qizong's hand with a flicker of light. It was as if the ancient mirror contained the mountains, rivers, and all living things. It emitted a misty immortal glow in the chaotic void. Under the illumination of the ancient mirror, the mountain range in front of them seemed to have been penetrated, revealing the scene inside. This was the celestial artifact of the Great Ming Celestial Kingdom, the Profound Void Mirror. The Profound Void Mirror could see through everything. The Great Ming Celestial Kingdom had paid a heavy price this time. Zhu Qizong brought the Profound Mirror into the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm to search for the Celestial Emperor's inheritance. Reporting to young master, we have found Zhu Qizong's location. A ghostly figure in black knelt down on one knee before Mu Yunfeng and spoke respectfully. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness. Zhu Qizong? Very good. I've long known that there's something strange about this brat. It's said that there's an immortal emperor's inheritance in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Could it be that he knows something? Let's go and take a look. If there's really some kind of inheritance, we'll kill him. Mu Yunfeng sneered with a sinister expression. He sat cross-legged in a mysterious valley. Black murderous aura constantly surged into his body, causing his face to reveal an abnormal red color. His face was incomparably cold. Cold light shot out from his eyes, and cold killing intent filled the air. Yes. Following his command, many experts from the Azure Dragon Immortal sect followed him and headed in the direction where Zhu Qizong had appeared. A storm was brewing in the secret territory of Hanging Sword Mountain. Due to the entry of the three major forces, the situation had become extremely subtle. However, Zhao Hao did not care about this. What he wanted the most now was to find the Emperor-grade Celestial Herb. Only by finding the Emperor-grade Celestial Herb would the old ancestor be able to recover from his injuries and save the Zhao clan from this crisis. The Illusion Demon Immortal Herb brought Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue to the depths of the secret territory of Hanging Sword Mountain and finally arrived at a huge lake. The lake before them looked extremely mysterious. It stretched as far as the eye could see, but it was shrouded in colorful lights that contained deadly poison. The Emperor-grade Celestial Herb is here. My lord, can you let me go after we find the Emperor-grade Celestial Herb? The Illusion Demon Immortal Herb said with a flattering smile. Let you go? That's not impossible. Let's find the Emperor-grade Celestial Herb first. Zhao Hao's gaze landed on the lake in front of him. There was a strange light in his eyes. Through the Origin Ancient Seal, he could feel that the lake in front of him contained an unfathomable immortal Dao aura. It was vast and unparalleled. Although it was extremely obscure, the aura was even more profound than the old ancestor of the Zhao clan. It seemed like it was the Emperor-grade Celestial Herb. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you to the Emperor-grade Celestial Herb. The Illusion Demon Immortal Herb swore. Then, it turned into a ray of light and shot toward the depths of the lake. Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue quickly followed. The lake was extremely dangerous. It seemed to contain countless powerful ferocious beasts. Some of them even made the Illusion Demon Immortal Herb feel weak all over. However, those ferocious beasts did not dare to appear. It was as if they were suppressed by the vast immortal Dao aura in the depths of the lake. All of them hid obediently. Therefore, although the lake seemed to be filled with danger, it was actually extremely safe. If it were not for the suppression of the immortal Dao aura in the depths of the lake, Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue would not have been able to enter the lake. At the center of the lake, a colorful barrier appeared. It looked mysterious and unfathomable. It emitted an ancient and vast immortal Dao aura. An ancient and mysterious immortal herb could be vaguely seen at the center of the barrier. It was surrounded by divine chains of order and immortal Dao runes. It seemed to be able to control the heavens and earth, turning the barrier outside into a world of its own. The immortal herb was filled with purple qi. It looked like a qilin. Its branches and leaves were intertwined. At the head of the qilin, there was a fist-sized fruit that looked like a purple sun. It was mysterious and unfathomable. When Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue saw the immortal herb, they could not move their eyes away. An emperor-grade celestial herb, it was indeed an emperor-grade celestial herb. My lords, this barrier is formed by an emperor-grade celestial herb. Only a true immortal can break it. I brought you here, but if you can't break the barrier, you can't blame me. The illusory demon Immortal Medicine's eyes darted around as he spoke somewhat uneasily. I know. Zhao Hao nodded as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Boom, immortal light shone from his palm. Chaotic light rose, and the Origin Ancient Seal appeared. It emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. The illusion demon Immortal Herb shuddered. It felt its scalp go numb. It was in extreme danger. If the Origin Ancient Seal came at it, it would not be able to resist at all. What a terrifying treasure. What kind of immortal artifact was it? Boom, Zhao Hao waved his hand. Immediately, the Origin Ancient Seal rose into the air and fell towards the dazzling barrier. The heavens and earth shook violently. A crisp sound was heard as the barrier shattered. It broke so easily? Gasp. This treasure is terrifying. The illusion demon Immortal Herb shuddered. Its eyes were filled with fear. It could tell that Zhao Hao had not used his full strength. The Origin Ancient Seal was too terrifying. It possessed the strength of a true immortal. However, Zhao Hao was only a supreme being. How could he control such a treasure? Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue walked into the barrier. The emperor-grade celestial herb in front of them was filled with purple qi. Immortal light gathered and formed the silhouette of a qilin. It looked ancient and mysterious. Zhao Hao's Origin Ancient Seal floated above the emperor-grade celestial herb. It suppressed the emperor-grade celestial herb's aura and prevented it from spreading out. At the same time, it prevented the emperor-grade celestial herb from escaping. After all, the aura of an emperor-grade celestial herb was too terrifying. If it was not suppressed, it would be sensed by others very quickly. At that time, it would be troublesome. Whoosh, at this moment, the illusion demon Immortal Herb appeared behind the emperor-grade celestial herb like a bolt of lightning. Then, it pointed at Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue and said, Boss, these two bastards asked me to bring them here. They want to capture you. Kill them. Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue were stunned. Rumble, at this moment, the emperor-grade celestial herb suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. The boundless immortal Dao aura seemed to be able to destroy everything as a ferocious aura spread out. Roar, the ancient and mysterious roar seemed to be able to shatter the starry sky. Amidst the purple aura, the emperor-grade celestial herb transformed into a celestial beast shrouded in purple aura. It was a qilin. It looked extremely handsome and its eyes seemed to emit celestial light. His gaze landed on Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue, causing the two of them to tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. Immortal King, Zhao Hao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This aura was undoubtedly that of a immortal king. Even a true immortal would not have such a terrifying aura. However, how could an emperor-grade celestial herb transform into an immortal king? Although emperor-grade celestial herbs were heaven-defying and precious, it was extremely difficult for them to transform. It required heaven-defying luck and fortune. Since ancient times, Zhao Hao had only seen one celestial herb transform in ancient records. That celestial herb had already become a supreme celestial emperor. Now, he had actually seen an emperor-grade celestial herb transform into a celestial king. This was bad. Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue's expressions darkened. They should be thinking about how to escape from the emperor-grade celestial herb, let alone obtain it. Thoughts kept spinning in Zhao Hao's mind as he thought about how to escape. When he left the Zhao clan, the immortal king patriarch Zhao Yunyang had once given him a life-saving trump card. If he summoned the immortal king patriarch now, he might be able to escape this calamity. However, although Zhao Yunyang was an immortal king, his source was damaged. Would he really be a match for this immortal king qilin? If anything happened to Zhao Yunyang in order to save him, then he would be a sinner of the Zhao clan and wouldn't be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. Just as Zhao Hao was thinking about how to escape, the immortal king qilin's gaze landed on him. Boom, Zhao Hao's body trembled. He felt as if his entire body was frozen. His entire body felt cold as if he was seen through from head to toe. Morong Inshua's face was also incomparably pale. Her entire body was trembling as if she was under great pressure. That pair of purple eyes seemed to have the galaxy flowing, space-time changing, and the mysterious scene of chaos rising, piercing through the ages with a single glance. At this moment, Zhao Hao and Morong Inshue didn't even have the thought of resisting. Eh? The immortal King Qilan's gaze was incomparably indifferent. After glancing at Zhao Hao, he suddenly revealed a bewildered expression. He suddenly felt that Zhao Hao's aura was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the person his master was looking for. Boom, but right at this moment, a loud sound rang out. In the distance, divine light blazed. A blood-soaked figure with runes interweaving around his body pierced through the void and flew over at an extremely fast speed. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhao Hao and the immortal King Qilan. It was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He was wearing a purple dragon robe, a jade crown, and a pair of flowing light boots. However, his face was incomparably pale and there was a trace of bright red blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Zhu Qizong? Zhao Hao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the person who came was actually the crown prince of the great Ming immortal empire, Zhu Qizong. Zhu Qizong's cultivation was extraordinary and he had many followers. To be able to reward him, could it be him? Right at this moment, an incomparably cold and arrogant voice exploded in the void. Zhu Qizong, where else can you escape to? Obediently stretch out your neck for execution. Otherwise, if you fall into this young lord's hands, you will only beg for death. Behind him, a man in a black dragon robe with an extremely evil face walked over. His entire body emitted a vast dragon's might, and his aura was extremely powerful. Behind him were two armored followers with ice-cold expressions. They were both supreme youths, and their strength wasn't ordinary. It was the young master of the Azure Dragon Immortal School, Mu Yunfeng. Zhu Qizong's eyes were filled with rage. He wanted to say something, but when his gaze swept across Zhao Hao and the Qilan Immortal King, he couldn't help but shudder. His eyes were filled with terror. The Qilan Immortal King exuded a Dao aura as immortal light surrounded him. It was as though he was one with the heavens and earth. Even from afar, one wouldn't be able to sense his existence. But in front of the Qilan Immortal King, Zhu Qizong felt as though he was looking at a primordial fiend god. A deep sense of helplessness arose from the depths of his heart. He felt as insignificant as an ant. He couldn't even move his body. He just stood there, frozen. Zhu Qizong, at least you know your place, Mu Yunfeng sneered. He stepped on a ray of light and rapidly approached. He felt that Zhu Qizong's figure was frozen there. He thought that Zhu Qizong didn't dare to escape. A cold smile appeared on his face as he instantly reached the depths of the lake. But in the next moment, his body froze. Because a pair of purple eyes were looking at him. That indifferent and mysterious gaze seemed to contain the changes of yin and yang, the mysterious scene of the birth and death of the world. It made him feel as though he had fallen into an ice abyss, and he couldn't help but tremble. This is the aura of an immortal king? How is this possible? How can there be an immortal king in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain? Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, he also noticed Zhao Hao and Morong Inshue. He didn't expect that he would encounter the Qilan Immortal King with an incomparably terrifying aura while chasing after Zhu Qizong. What should he do now? Mu Yunfeng's heart trembled. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to activate the talisman. Surrounded by immortal light in his sea of consciousness between his brows, and began to call for the ancestor. Only the ancestor could save him, otherwise, he was afraid that he would really die here today. Boss, these guys are all outsiders. They're deliberately trying to disrupt your cultivation. Why don't we kill all of them? The eyes of the hallucination demon Immortal Herb rolled around before he finally smiled flatteringly at the Qilan Immortal King. Bang, the Qilan Immortal King sent him flying with a slap, causing the hallucination demon Immortal Herb to involuntarily cry out in pain. Quite a bit of its origin immortal chi was scattered. If the Qilan Immortal King hadn't shown mercy, he would have been directly smashed into ashes by the Qilan Immortal King. Noisy. Do I need you to guide me in my actions? The Qilan Immortal King said indifferently. Then, he ignored the nervous and terrified Zhu Qizong and Mu Yunfeng. His gaze landed on Zhao Hao, and his eyes revealed an interested expression. "What's your name?" the Qilin Immortal King asked. His voice was like the sound of the great Tao, mysterious and unfathomable, causing Zhao Hao and the others to tremble and their blood to surge. Zhao Hao, who was incomparably nervous, was slightly stunned. He raised his head and glanced at the Qilin Immortal King. "Are you asking me?" "My name is Zhao Hao, the successor of the longevity Zhao family." "Zhao Hao? You're not called Zhao Ritian?" The Qilin Immortal King was slightly stunned, and a trace of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Then, he stretched out a purple claw and grabbed at Zhao Hao. Immediately, a strange immortal Tao law enveloped Zhao Hao, and then a strange light was extracted from his body. The Qilin Immortal King placed it at his nose and sniffed it lightly. He was even more puzzled. "The aura matches. It's very similar. It's very likely that you're the person Master is looking for. But why aren't you called Zhao Ritian?" the Qilin Immortal King muttered to himself. Although he was muttering to himself, it was still like a thunderclap, shaking the void in all directions. "Master?" Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat. The master that the Qilin Immortal King was talking about, could it be that legendary quasi-immortal emperor? Even Zhu Qizong and Mu Yunfeng's faces were pale at this moment, especially Mu Yunfeng. He felt that something was wrong, as if he had kicked an iron plate. "It doesn't matter. When Master comes, we'll naturally know." The Qilin Immortal King muttered softly, looking somewhat unintelligent. He glanced at Zhao Hao lazily and said, "You are not allowed to leave. You can only leave when my master comes and allows you to leave." Zhao Hao, could this be an undeserved calamity? At the same time, he was also wondering who the master that the Qilin Immortal King was referring to was. And who was the person called Zhao Ritian that he was looking for? At the same time, he realized that even though the Qilin Immortal King was transformed from an emperor-grade immortal herb and had a cultivation comparable to an immortal king, he did not seem to be very smart. Perhaps, he could find a way to leave this place. Boom! At that moment, a blazing light rose from the void, and a powerful spatial fluctuation spread out. The void seemed to be torn apart as endless immortal light blossomed. The laws of the great Tao intertwined, and the runes were dazzling. A figure with an incomparably terrifying aura stepped out from the void. It was an old man in a black robe with an incomparably dignified face. His hair and beard were white, and his eyes were extremely cold. A strange Taoist rhyme intertwined around him as if he had merged with the surroundings. Mu Yunfeng shuddered when he saw the old man in a black robe, and an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. "Old Ancestor." The person who came was the Immortal King, Old Ancestor of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. When he sensed the terrifying aura of the Qilin Immortal King, he did not hesitate and decisively contacted the Immortal King, Old Ancestor through the Immortal Tao Talisman in his Sea of Consciousness. He did not expect the Immortal King, Old Ancestor to come so quickly. The transformation of an emperor-grade immortal herb? Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. The Immortal King, Old Ancestor of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect was named Mu Qingkuan. When his eyes landed on the Qilin Immortal King, he could not help but shudder. He could immediately tell that the Qilin Immortal King's true form was an emperor-grade immortal herb. His gaze instantly became incomparably fiery. The Qilin in front of him was the transformation of an emperor-grade immortal herb. Moreover, it did not look like it had transformed for long, and its cultivation had only reached the Immortal King realm. If he could obtain this emperor-grade immortal herb, he might be able to take another step forward and even have a glimpse of the legendary realm. This was a supreme fortune that he could not miss out on. He did not expect an emperor-grade immortal herb to appear in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Where did this old thing come from? How dare you disturb my cultivation? Why aren't you scramming? The Qilin Immortal King's eyes flashed sharply. He could sense the greed in Mu Qingkuan's eyes and immediately said angrily, "Evil creature, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? Die." Murderous intent flashed in Mu Qingkuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he roared and instantly attacked the Qilin Immortal King. Rumble, immortal light rose around him as a dragon-shaped whip that was intertwined with five-colored immortal light appeared in his palm. It contained an unparalleled might as it lashed out at the Qilin Immortal King. This was the Azure Dragon Whip, an Immortal King weapon that he had refined. It was extremely powerful, and when the whip lashed out, it seemed to be able to shatter thousands of worlds. It was extremely terrifying. "Old thing, how dare you attack me?" The Qilin Immortal King was shocked and furious. He could sense that this old man was not to be trifled with. In an instant, he turned into a purple bolt of lightning and teleported into the distance. At the same time, the Qilin horn on his head emitted a purple divine light that seemed to have filled the great thousand worlds. It contained a terrifying lightning that could destroy everything as it charged towards the Azure Dragon Whip. Boom! The void trembled as the Azure Dragon Whip directly shattered the purple divine light. Then, it smashed down towards the Qilin Immortal King. Mu Qingquan was determined to take away this emperor-grade immortal herb. He was a veteran immortal king and his cultivation had already reached the 6th heaven of the immortal king realm. With an immortal king weapon like the Azure Dragon Whip in his hand, he was extremely powerful. Naturally, the Qilin Immortal King was not his match. Not to mention, although the Qilin Immortal King was an emperor-grade immortal herb in human form and was extremely powerful, he didn't have any powerful attacking methods. Under Mu Qingquan's attack, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. The Immortal King Patriarch of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect is actually so strong? Zhao Hao's body trembled as an incomparably solemn expression appeared in his eyes. When Mu Yunfeng saw this scene, he was relieved. His eyes were full of pride and arrogance as he worshipped Lin Fan. An Immortal King Patriarch could suppress everything. His strength was boundless. In his opinion, not only would their Azure Dragon Immortal Sect be able to destroy the Great Ming Immortal Kingdom very quickly, even the longevity Zhao family might fall in their hands. "Old thing, you dare to attack me? When Master arrives, you will definitely die," the Qilin Immortal King said angrily. "Master? Who is your master?" Mu Qingquan's heart trembled slightly. The master of an emperor-grade immortal herb was at least a powerful immortal king. Could it be that this emperor-grade immortal herb already had a master? "My master is extremely talented and is a great existence who will definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. If you don't stop now, when my master arrives, he will definitely kill you." The Qilin Immortal King laughed arrogantly, his eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. "This old man isn't a coward. Today, I'll suppress you first. I want to see who your master is. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll suppress him as well." Mu Qingquan sneered. He was at the 6th heaven of the Immortal King realm. With the Azure Dragon Whip in his hand, he was extremely powerful. Even if he was facing an expert at the 7th or 8th heaven of the Immortal King realm, he would still have the strength to fight. Naturally, he wouldn't be scared away by a single sentence from the Qilin Immortal King. He wanted to take down the Qilin Immortal King in one go. After all, it was an emperor-grade immortal herb. That was something that even quasi-immortal emperors would fight for. At most, he would just suppress the Qilin Immortal King and return to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect to cultivate in seclusion. Is that so? At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice exploded in the void. Rumble, a chaotic fist mark tore through the void in an instant and descended from the 9 heavens. It was like a dazzling sun that wanted to obliterate everything. That kind of domineering and peerless sharpness that could suppress everything made the Azure Dragon Immortal King, Mu Qingquan's body tremble violently. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. That kind of power gave him the illusion that he couldn't fight against it. He hurriedly took out the Azure Dragon Whip to block it. Crack, immortal light shattered and runes exploded. Heaven and earth seemed to be completely destroyed at this moment as endless chaotic airflow surged violently. Mu Qingquan's body trembled violently. The Azure Dragon Whip in his hand actually flew out at this moment. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His arm was broken, revealing eerie white bones. Blood filled the air as he flew out horizontally. What? Zhao Hao, Morong Inxue, Zhu Qizong, and Mu Yunfeng were all stunned. Even someone as powerful as Mu Qingquan couldn't withstand that unparalleled chaotic fist mark. Just what kind of great existence was that? "Master, you're finally back." The Qilin Immortal King's body trembled. His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement as he couldn't help but shout. Amidst the resplendent immortal light that filled the sky, the flower of Tao bloomed. Mysterious sound waves interweaved, like a mysterious scene at the beginning of the world. A figure descended from the sky. That figure landed on the Qilin Immortal King's back. He stepped on the void, his white robes fluttering in the air. There seemed to be endless light rising around him. Tens of thousands of Dao auras interweaved and filled the air. Anyone who saw that figure couldn't help but tremble and have the intention to submit. That figure seemed to have walked out from the long river of time. With a raise of his hand, he could open up endless worlds and reverse boundless time and space. His white robes were peerless and otherworldly, as if he existed in another space-time. At the same time, that incomparably powerful immortal Dao pressure was like the arrival of an immortal emperor, instantly suppressing the surrounding laws of heaven and earth. It was majestic and mysterious. At this moment, even the Azure Dragon Immortal King, who was sent flying by the punch, trembled all over and felt his heart palpitate. You. Who exactly are you? The Azure Dragon Immortal King asked, his face filled with shock and anger. That figure ignored the Azure Dragon Immortal King. In his eyes, there seemed to be the mysterious scene of the galaxy vanishing and chaos opening as his gaze landed on Zhao Hao. Zhao Ritian, we meet again. That figure let out a slightly joyful and ancient voice that resounded between heaven and earth. Being looked at by this mysterious immortal king, Zhao Hao was also incomparably nervous. At this moment, when he heard the voice, he couldn't help but raise his head and say with a bitter smile, "Senior, I'm Zhao Hao, not Zhao Ritian." Previously, the Qilin Immortal King had said that he was Zhao Ritian, and now, the Qilin Immortal King's master, this mysterious immortal king, also said that he was Zhao Ritian. Zhao Hao was also incomparably depressed. This was because he suddenly realized that if his name was taken apart, wouldn't it be Zhao Ritian? Zhao Hao? It seems that there is heaven's will in the unseen world. Don't worry, you will be soon. The mysterious immortal king said with a faint smile. At this moment, Zhao Hao realized that the mysterious immortal king was actually a peerless young man in white. He looked handsome and elegant, and he had a jade-like temperament, far surpassing those so-called geniuses that Zhao Hao had seen before. Even Zhao Hao felt a sense of inferiority in front of this mysterious immortal king. This king is asking you a question. Who exactly are you? Could it be that you are the one who killed the great light immortal king and returned from the Chaos Sea? The Azure Dragon Immortal King was furious when he saw that he was ignored by the mysterious immortal king. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The mysterious immortal king in the Chaos Sea had killed the great light immortal king. If that was the case, then everything made sense. However, how could such an extraordinary and supreme figure possibly appear in such a desolate and barren place like the Chaos Sea? The mysterious immortal king of the Chaos Sea? Hearing those words, Zhao Hao, Morong Inxue, Mu Yunfeng and Zhu Qizong all revealed incomparably shocked expressions. This was especially so for Zhu Qizong. The reason why their great Ming immortal empire fell to such a state was because the great Ming immortal king was killed by someone. No wonder he was able to make the Qilin immortal king, an emperor great immortal medicine, become his servant. Such a character was truly terrifying. Noisy. A cold light flashed in the mysterious immortal king's eyes. Then, he lightly slapped the Azure Dragon Immortal King. This palm was actually incomparably arrogant, directly slapping towards the Azure Dragon Immortal King's face. The Azure Dragon Immortal King's eyes were instantly filled with towering rage. With a sudden roar, his blood and chi surged as immortal light bloomed. An incomparably mysterious true dragon of the immortal Tao appeared behind him. He suddenly pushed out with both hands. The true dragon of the immortal Tao emitted a vast and terrifying aura. It was insufferably arrogant as it instantly charged towards the mysterious immortal king. This was the Azure Dragon's great immortal technique, and also the Azure Dragon Immortal King's most powerful immortal technique. At this moment, he was forced into a corner by the mysterious immortal king in front of him, so he directly erupted with it. Boom, however, the difference between the two was too great. The mysterious immortal king's light palm strike seemed to contain endless primal chaos void, encompassing all the worlds in the heavens. It directly smashed the true dragon of the immortal Tao into dust. At the same time, the palm strike didn't lose its momentum. It ruthlessly slapped the Azure Dragon Immortal King's face, instantly sending him flying. This palm strike didn't cause much damage to the Azure Dragon Immortal King. With the Immortal King's powerful recovery ability, it could be said that he recovered in an instant. However, to an immortal king, this was simply a great humiliation. Zhao Hao and the others were completely stunned. To be able to treat an immortal king as nothing and casually humiliate him, just how powerful was this mysterious immortal king in the Chaos Sea? Damn it. Although you are powerful, this is the territory of the Truth Immortal Court. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. The Azure Dragon Immortal King was furious, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Boom, at this moment, an immortal talisman in his palm was instantly crushed by him. Then, the void in the distance trembled violently and was directly torn apart. 3 figures with incomparably terrifying auras directly appeared in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. 3 lords, this person is the person who killed the great light immortal king and came from the Chaos Sea. Please make a move and completely kill him. When the Azure Dragon Immortal King saw the 3 figures, he also bowed and said, 3 ninth heavenly layer immortal kings, huh? They actually didn't send out a quasi-immortal emperor. How boring. Do you think that you can take me down with just these few pieces of trash? The mysterious immortal king chuckled, his voice filled with careless mockery. How dare you? One of the immortal kings roared. These 3 immortal kings were all experts sent by the Truth Immortal Court. After learning that the great light immortal king was killed, the Truth Immortal Court was furious and immediately sent out 3 supreme experts. These 3 were also the 3 war kings of the Truth Immortal Court. They controlled the army of the Truth Immortal Court and were extremely powerful. They sent the 3 of them with the intention of completely killing the immortal king in the Chaos Sea in one go. The reason why the Azure Dragon Immortal King was fearless was that he had the immortal talisman given by the 3 immortal kings, which could instantly summon the 3 immortal kings. Reckless fool, are you the one who killed the great light immortal king? Quickly kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, when I make a move, you will definitely die. Another immortal king said coldly. Emperor Great Immortal Medicine? What a good fortune. I didn't expect there to be such a precious treasure. Brothers, after killing this bastard, the Emperor Great Immortal Medicine will be enough for the 3 of us to take another step forward and enter the quasi-immortal emperor realm. The 3rd immortal king's gaze landed on the Chilan Immortal King, and it was filled with a blazing light. This was an Emperor Great Immortal Medicine. Even an immortal emperor would be tempted, let alone 3 immortal kings. They looked at the mysterious immortal king with incomparably cold eyes. They were determined to kill him not only because he killed the great light immortal king, but also because of the Emperor Great Immortal Medicine. You talk too much nonsense. Since there are only 3 of you, then you can all die. The mysterious immortal king sneered, and then he took a step forward and punched out. He was actually not afraid at all and directly attacked the 3 immortal kings. That mysterious immortal king brazenly attacked. Boom, he punched out, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. That unparalleled divine power that could suppress everything seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and destroy time and space. It was extremely powerful. The unparalleled fist print seemed to have formed a complete world, enveloping the 3 immortal kings and the Azure Dragon Immortal King in front of him. What? As soon as the mysterious immortal king attacked, the 3 immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court and the Azure Dragon Immortal King immediately knew how powerful he was. Their expressions all became serious. They had already seen that this mysterious immortal king was actually also at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. He was not weaker than them at all. Most importantly, this punch was purely based on the power of the physical body. The supreme power that could destroy all Daos made them tremble in fear. They sensed a great threat from this mysterious immortal king. Let's attack together and kill him. An immortal king shouted as killing intent surged in his eyes. Resplendent immortal light interweaved around his body as a dazzling flame saber appeared behind him. It pierced through the void for billions of miles, as if it could destroy everything. Great flame immortal art. Great thunder immortal art. Great god-slaying immortal art. The 3 immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court with incomparably powerful auras were the blazing immortal king, the thunder immortal king, and the great god-slaying immortal king. They did not hesitate at all and unleashed their most powerful immortal arts. Behind them, raging flames rose, thunder surged, and dark divine light interweaved. Their auras were incomparably terrifying. At the same time, they turned into a flaming saber light, a thunder spear, and a great god-slaying immortal light, enveloping the mysterious immortal king. The Immortal King realm experts had already cultivated the law of immortal Tao to the extreme. If they could take another step forward and come into contact with the eternal law of heaven, they would be able to break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. The supreme immortal arts that they unleashed seemed to be the origin of fire, thunder, and destruction, containing incomparably terrifying lethality. If it was an ordinary ninth heaven immortal king realm expert, facing the joint attack of the three of them, even if he didn't die, he would probably be severely injured in an instant. However, the mysterious immortal king's expression was indifferent and calm. His eyes were dazzling. He stepped forward, and the chaotic light around him rose, causing his fist print to become even more fierce and majestic. Rumble. Vaguely, it was as if a world of primal chaos was being opened up, and it was about to destroy all life. Even time and space were being obliterated. The flaming blade trembled violently. It could only hold on for a moment before it was blasted apart by the punch. Immediately after, the lightning spear was also pierced through. However, the divine light of destruction was actually able to pierce through the void. It was as if it was formless as it directly shot towards the forehead of the mysterious immortal king. The so-called god-slaying great immortal art was to slay the primordial spirit. It was incomparably fierce and impossible to guard against. Slaying Immortal King had once used this immortal art to kill a 9th level Immortal King, which made him famous in the Truth Immortal Court. Boom! Boom! The Inferno Immortal King and the Thunder Immortal King both trembled as if they were struck by lightning. In front of that extremely powerful punch, they were directly sent flying. The Azure Dragon Immortal King was in an even worse state. Just being swept by the aftershock caused his entire body to tremble, and he coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. Only slaying Immortal King's immortal light rose from his body. In an instant, runes spread out as his entire body turned into billions of figures. Countless figures intertwined in the void, and at the same time, they released beams of god-slaying light, which directly enveloped the mysterious Immortal King. Die! Slaying Immortal King's eyes were filled with incomparably cold-killing intent. You? The mysterious Immortal King did not seem to be flustered at all. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. Boom! The radiance between his brows was dazzling, and in an instant, it caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. In the endless chaotic light, it was as if a mysterious ancient tree had taken root in his primordial spirit's sea of consciousness. When the immortal annihilating light touched the mysterious ancient tree, it instantly melted like snow. What? Slaying Immortal King's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom! The mysterious Immortal King took a step forward and arrived in front of Slaying Immortal King in the next moment. Then, he pointed his finger at Slaying Immortal King's forehead. The finger light was dazzling, as if it contained the endless power of time and space. It was like a long river of time, mysterious and vast. It seemed like it was going to freeze Slaying Immortal King on the spot. The power of time, heavenly Tao? How is this possible? Get out of my way. Slaying Immortal King's soul almost left his body. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. A dazzling radiance bloomed between his brows, and a mysterious rune rose up. The rune looked incomparably abstruse, and there seemed to be an incomparably mysterious figure within it. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar immortal Tao divine rune. Suppress, it was the word suppress. As soon as the word suppress came out, all the restrictive power melted away like snow. The mysterious Immortal King's finger light touched Slaying Immortal King's forehead, causing his body to tremble violently and his forehead to crack. Golden Immortal Tao blood spilled out, but he was still alive in the end. An Immortal Tao rune left behind by a quasi-immortal emperor? The mysterious Immortal King's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, but he showed no signs of letting Slaying Immortal King go. He slapped down from the sky. Boom! Slaying Immortal King's body shook violently. His protective immortal light was almost shattered. Dense cracks like a spider web appeared on it, and he was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Immortal Kings of the Truth Immortal Court and the Azure Dragon Immortal King were defeated. The powerful combat strength displayed by the mysterious Immortal King made the 4 of them tremble in fear, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. Especially the 3 Immortal Kings of the Truth Immortal Court. They were all experts in the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, but the mysterious Immortal King was much stronger than them. His body is indestructible. I don't know what kind of opportunity he has obtained, but it has been refined to the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. It seems to be transforming into a body of laws. I'm afraid the three of us are no match for him. Slaying Immortal King's expression was incomparably ugly as he said slowly. Now that things have come to this, we can only ask the Sword of Truth for help. As long as the sword chi of the Sword of Truth's projection is enough to destroy him. Blazing Immortal King said slowly. That's right. This person must die, and we must get that Emperor-grade immortal herb. Otherwise, if those quasi-immortal emperors of the Immortal Court know about it, I'm afraid we won't even be able to drink the soup. Thunder Immortal King said coldly. Azure Dragon Immortal King was hiding far away, not daring to come closer. This was not a battle he could participate in. Didn't he see that the three immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court were in such a miserable state? If he was careless, he was afraid that a punch from the mysterious Immortal King would be able to kill him completely. He finally understood why the great light Immortal King died in the hands of this mysterious Immortal King. The difference between the two was too great. Boss, is this our master? He's too strong. Those four Immortal Kings couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. The illusion demon Immortal Herb said excitedly, its eyes filled with flattery. He's my master. What does that have to do with you? Don't claim to be his relative. You're not worthy. Immortal King Qilin said proudly. Yes, yes, yes. Boss, you're my master, and he's my master's master. Let's see who dares to bully me when I follow you, boss. The illusion demon Immortal Herb said excitedly. Of course. My master is destined to become an immortal emperor. He'll rule over the eternal immortal domains, and dominate an entire epoch. He'll be invincible. You should count yourself lucky for 8 lifetimes to have a connection to him. Immortal King Qilin smiled proudly. Naturally, his heart was filled with excitement and excitement. Although he was an immortal emperor grade Immortal Herb and had obtained a great opportunity to take human form, he had become the target of public criticism. Many people wanted to capture him or even kill him to refine pills. He had lived a precarious life for many years until he met his master. He finally understood how great it was to have such a powerful backer. However, boss, the Sword of Truth is the eternal emperor weapon of the Truth's celestial court. It contains the power of the eternal heavenly Tao and can destroy everything. Can he deal with it? The illusion demon Immortal Herb said worriedly. The Sword of Truth is nothing. Don't worry, it can't do anything to my master. Immortal King Qilin smiled proudly. Zhao Hao, Morong Inxue, Mu Yunfeng, and Zhu Qizong looked at each other when they heard the conversation between the Immortal King Qilin and the illusion demon Immortal Herb. Zhao Hao, especially, knew how terrifying the Eternal Emperor weapon was. It was the supreme treasure of an immortal emperor. It was so powerful that it could even kill a boundary immortal emperor. The Sword of Truth was an Eternal Emperor weapon. It was the supreme treasure left behind by the founder of the Truth's Celestial Court, the Truth Immortal Emperor. It had been protecting the Truth's Celestial Court's fortune. Although no immortal emperor had been born in the Truth's Celestial Court, the Sword of Truth was the reason it had been able to stand strong for so many years. Could this mysterious immortal king who had returned from the Chaos Sea really resist the Sword of Truth? For some reason, a trace of worry surfaced in Zhao Hao's heart. Rumble. At the same time, the 3 immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court summoned the Sword of Truth without any hesitation. A mysterious immortal talisman appeared in each of their palms. Then, endless immortal light rose and poured into the immortal talisman, causing the immortal talisman to emit a dazzling light. Crack, the space behind them instantly cracked open. An incomparably terrifying aura gushed out, as though it came from the primordial times. It was so powerful that it seemed capable of obliterating the great Tao and shattering the natural laws of heaven and earth of the eternal immortal domains. Even immortal kings were like ants in front of that aura. They felt their entire bodies trembling. The mysterious immortal king's eyes also flickered with divine light, revealing a hint of seriousness. Boom! In the next moment, a strange ancient sword slowly flew out from the broken void and floated above the heads of the 3 immortal kings. The ancient sword looked very ordinary, as if it was a stone sword made of mountain rocks. There was even a crack on it. However, that ancient sword was not ordinary at all. Mysterious ancient runes were branded on it, intertwining with each other. It seemed to contain the birth and destruction of a civilization, and contained the supreme will of truth. As soon as it appeared in the void, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They trembled all over, as if they couldn't help but fall to their knees. The Sword of Truth, the pale-faced immortal King Qilin, Zhao Hao, and the others instantly realized that this was the Sword of Truth. However, this wasn't the Sword of Truth's true form, but a mere projection. If a mere projection possessed such terrifying power, even the immortal kings felt the great terror of being on the brink of death. How terrifying would the true eternal emperor weapon be? You're dead meat. With the Sword of Truth's projection, even a quasi-immortal emperor won't be able to save you. The Azure Dragon Immortal King's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was certain that the mysterious immortal king would die without a doubt. As for the three immortal kings of the Truth's celestial court, each of them had a cold look in their eyes. Killing intent rose from their bodies as they channeled their boundless energy into the ancient sword. Slash. As the power of the ancient sword rose to the extreme, the surrounding void trembled violently, as if it would completely collapse at any time. The Destruction Immortal King, the Inferno Immortal King, and the Thunder Immortal King all roared at the same time. Boom, the Sword of Truth was like a dazzling light, instantly enveloping the void. It was as if a brilliant chapter of civilization had appeared in front of everyone. Then, the sky was filled with sword light. Those sword lights were pointed at the origin. They were incomparably terrifying, formless and intangible, but they could destroy everything. No one could describe the elegance of that sword. The Sword of Truth directly appeared in front of the forehead of the mysterious immortal king. Then, sword light gushed out, and a vast power erupted as it slashed down. Crack, but at this moment, the forehead of the mysterious immortal king split open, and golden blood light spread out. At the same time, a mysterious ancient sword flew out, releasing a dazzling light. In an instant, it collided with the Sword of Truth. Rumble, as if it was a battle of fate, the ancient sword and the Sword of Truth bloomed with endless light at the same time. The vast and eternal might of the heavenly Tao descended, wanting to completely annihilate all the living beings in the surroundings. In the end, the ancient sword still destroyed the Sword of Truth. Dazzling light sprinkled down from the sky, and it looked so dreamy. How is this possible? The three immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court originally had cold smiles on their faces, waiting for the mysterious immortal king to be killed. But at this moment, their smiles froze. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The projection of the Sword of Truth was actually destroyed. How was this possible? One must know that even a weapon of a quasi-immortal emperor would find it difficult to destroy the projection of the Sword of Truth. It could only be done by those powerful quasi-immortal emperors. How did this mysterious immortal king do it? Kill. But then, before they could think too much, they heard an incomparably cold voice from the mysterious immortal king. Rumble, the strange ancient sword released a dazzling light, crossing hundreds of millions of miles of the void. At this moment, the entire secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain was trembling violently, as if it was supported by a vast and eternal might of the heavenly Tao. Then, it slashed down fiercely toward the three immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court and the Azure Dragon Immortal King. I remember now. This is the legendary sword in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain? How is this possible? How can that sword still be here? The immortal slaying immortal king trembled all over, and his eyes were filled with incomparable horror. But soon, his voice and the four immortal kings were drowned out by the dazzling sword light that filled the sky. Between heaven and earth, only the dazzling ancient sword was left. It was like a brilliant sun, crossing the void and destroying everything. Boom, sword light slashed through space and destroyed yin and yang. Boundless immortal light soared into the sky as the power of laws intertwined. The might of the eternal heavenly Tao exploded. The three immortal kings of the Celestial Court of Truth and the Azure Dragon Immortal King didn't even have time to react before they were killed. Their immortal king bodies shattered, their nascent spirits destroyed, and their true spirits erased. Everything ceased to exist. It was as if the four celestial kings had never existed in this world. They had been completely erased by that sword. The power of a single sword strike was unimaginable. Could this be the legendary Eternal Emperor weapon? Zhao Hao and the others were scared out of their wits. After a long pause, the pale-faced Mu Yunfeng stammered. Even the prideful immortal King Qilin couldn't help but smile obsequiously. His master sword strike had truly frightened him. Zhu Qizong and Mu Yunfeng exchanged a look and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Their previous hatred and murderous intent were gone. They'd just realized that the Great Light Immortal King and the Azure Dragon Immortal King had both died at the hands of the mysterious Immortal King in the Chaos Sea. At this moment, the two of them were also in imminent danger. That sword, could it be the legendary Sword of Origin? Zhu Qizong shuddered as a thought occurred to him. The Sword of Origin? The Eternal Emperor weapon left behind by the Origin Immortal Emperor? Mu Yunfeng was also incomparably shocked. He recalled the origins of Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm. According to the ancient records of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, the formation of Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm had something to do with the legendary Origin Immortal Emperor. In an incomparably ancient epic, the Origin Immortal Emperor and the Truth Immortal Emperor had engaged in a great battle that shocked the entire Eternal Immortal domains. In the end, the Origin Immortal Emperor had perished. The Truth Immortal Emperor had won and founded the Truth Immortal Court, which had become a superpower that ruled over thousands of provinces in the Eternal Immortal domains. According to the ancient records of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, the Origin Immortal Emperor had left behind the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain. However, after so many years, no one had ever discovered the Origin Immortal Emperor's legacy, let alone the Sword of Origin, an Eternal Emperor weapon. Perhaps only the Sword of Origin could wipe out the four immortal kings so easily. If the Sword of Origin, the legendary Eternal Emperor weapon, fell into the hands of this mysterious immortal king, then it would be a big deal. 1. At this moment, the ancient sword emitted dazzling immortal light as two immortal Dao runes appeared on its surface. Origin, it was the word origin. This really was the Sword of Origin. However, to everyone's astonishment, the word origin was trembling non-stop and growing dimmer and dimmer. In the end, it completely disappeared and turned into another word. Devour the heavens, heaven-devouring sword. Heaven-devouring, you came from the primal chaos sea with me. You are destined to reach the peak of the celestial realm. The mysterious immortal king murmured to himself. Then, the space between his eyebrows shone brightly. The devouring heaven sword instantly fused into his sea of consciousness and was nurtured by him. This mysterious immortal king was Ling Xiao. He had left the Urwild's realm and drifted through the primal chaos sea. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. He had experienced countless dangers and almost died countless times in the primal chaos sea. Finally, after countless years, he had come to the Eternal Immortal Domains. In the Eternal Immortal Domains, he had followed Zhao Ritian's aura and found this place, as well as the secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain. The secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain was indeed a secret realm left behind by the Origin Immortal Emperor and contained his legacy. Ling Xiao had not appeared before because he had been searching for the Origin Immortal Emperor's legacy. In the end, he had not only obtained the legacy, but also the Eternal Emperor weapon, the Sword of Origin. However, the Sword of Origin had been severely damaged in the battle all those years ago. It could no longer be considered an Eternal Emperor weapon, but a quasi-emperor weapon at best. The Origin Immortal Emperor had even refined it into a sword embryo. Just now, Ling Xiao had unleashed the last of the Eternal Heavenly Dao's power and merged it with the heaven-devouring sword. That was how the Sword of Origin had completely disappeared. Now, only the heaven-devouring sword remained. The Sword of Origin was gone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two beams of sword light bloomed from Ling Xiao's fingertips, instantly killing Zhu Qizong and Mu Yunfeng. Since he had killed the Great Light Immortal King and the Azure Dragon Immortal King, there was no need to keep them alive. In the end, only Immortal King Qilin, the Phantasmal Demon Immortal Herb, Zhao Hao, and Morong Inxue were left. Immortal light swirled around Ling Xiao as he took a step forward and landed in front of Zhao Hao. Greetings, Master. Master's might is unfathomable. You've killed 4 immortal kings in a single battle. Your name will surely shake the Eternal Immortal Domains. Immortal King Qilin hurried over with a fawning smile. The Phantasmal Demon Immortal Herb was even more fawning, but she had no right to speak here. She could only stare at Immortal King Qilin and Ling Xiao. My name might not shake the Eternal Immortal Domains. I'm afraid the Truth Immortal Court will hunt me down next. Ling Xiao said coolly. The Truth Immortal Court? What's there to be afraid of? If worse comes to worst, we'll just hide and wait for Master to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. Then, we'll come out and destroy the Truth Immortal Court. Immortal King Qilin said proudly, but he could not hide his cowardice. Bang! Ling Xiao pointed his finger at the space between Murong Yinshua's eyebrows, causing Murong Yinshua's body to tremble as she fainted. Senior, you, Zhao Hao asked hurriedly. Don't worry. I've only knocked her out temporarily. There are some things she shouldn't know. Come with me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he swept Zhao Hao up with his sleeve and disappeared from the void. Buzz, the void rippled and space spread out. When Zhao Hao could see the scene before him clearly again, he had already arrived at a mysterious space. A huge immortal palace appeared in front of him. It looked mysterious and ethereal, and intimidating at first glance. In particular, the plaque above the immortal palace made Zhao Hao's entire body tremble. Origin, this was the immortal palace of Origin, the place of inheritance of the Origin immortal emperor. Come with me. Ling Xiao said coolly, then walked into the immortal palace of Origin. Although Zhao Hao was shocked, he knew that this senior had no ill intentions towards him. Therefore, he hurried after him. The immortal palace of Origin was majestic like an ancient and mysterious mountain. The closer he got, the more he realized how mysterious the immortal palace of Origin was. The immortal palace of Origin was like a vast world. He was full of admiration in his heart. He did not expect that the inheritance of the Origin immortal emperor, which no one had discovered, would fall into the hands of this mysterious senior. Could it be that this senior was going to give him some benefits? A trace of anticipation grew in his heart. Boom! A dazzling immortal sun stood high in the 9 heavens. Immortal light lingered around it, and chaotic fog rose as if there were countless mysterious scenes of the creation of the world. The river of time stopped here, and countless spaces intersected here. At the same time, there were scenes of billions of chaotic god fiends and countless fierce beasts fighting. There were also scenes of countless civilizations, making people see through the vicissitudes of time and countless eras. In the dazzling immortal sun, there seemed to be a mysterious and vast figure, surrounded by endless eternal worlds. With a thought, countless living beings would bow down and worship him. After seeing that immortal sun, even Zhao Hao couldn't help but want to bow down. In the Origin immortal palace, there was only this dazzling immortal Sunday. It seemed to represent the origin of all things, and it evolved the birth and death of the heavens. Buzz, a mysterious immortal light spread out from Ling Zhao's body and enveloped Zhao Hao, preventing his mind from being taken away. He directly knelt down. What is this? Zhao Hao's face was extremely pale, and he said with some uncertainty. At the same time, he found that the dazzling immortal sun was trembling slightly, as if there was a strange fluctuation that wanted to fly toward Ling Xiao and merge into his body. However, Ling Xiao rejected it directly. The dazzling immortal sun even emitted an extremely aggrieved fluctuation. This is the Origin immortal emperor's eternal Tao spirit. Ling Xiao said slowly, with a trace of sharpness in his eyes. Eternal Tao spirit? Hiss. There's actually such a supreme treasure. If those quasi-immortal emperors know about it, they'll probably go crazy to snatch it. Even immortal emperors can't be indifferent to the eternal Tao spirit. Zhao Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Immortal emperors controlled the eternal heavenly Tao and nurtured the eternal Tao spirit in their bodies. The eternal Tao spirit was the fusion of the immortal emperor's cultivation, comprehension, origin, and heavenly Tao. Just like the golden core and nascent soul in a cultivator's body, it was incomparably precious. If a quasi-immortal emperor could refine the eternal Tao spirit, he might be able to comprehend the eternal heavenly Tao in it and directly enter the immortal emperor realm. And if a mortal emperor powerhouse could devour the eternal Tao spirit, he could also strengthen his heavenly Tao. This was a supreme treasure. However, Zhao Hao suddenly realized that this senior Ling Xiao was actually indifferent to the eternal Tao spirit. Previously, when the eternal Tao spirit wanted to fuse into his body, he had rejected it. This eternal Tao spirit is useless to me. I've been meditating here for a while now. I've taken away Origin Immortal Emperor's insights and understanding of the Tao to verify my own understanding. I'll give you this eternal Tao spirit. Ling Xiao said slowly. Zhao Hao was instantly stunned by this sentence. Senior Ling Xiao actually didn't want the eternal Tao spirit and wanted to give it to him, although he didn't know what level Senior Ling Xiao had reached. He understood that Senior Ling Xiao definitely hadn't touched the quasi-immortal emperor realm. He could not understand why Ling Xiao did not want the eternal Tao spirit. Wang, however, before Zhao Hao could say anything, Ling Xiao extended his hand and grabbed. Instantly, a huge palm covered the sky and directly grabbed the resplendent immortal sun, and then sent it into Zhao Hao's body. Rumble, a boundless immortal glow rose around Zhao Hao's figure. It felt like the flames of the immortal Tao were spreading inside his body. It turned into a scorching sea of fire and shrouded his entire body. The eternal Wei spirit contained vast and majestic origin energy. More importantly, the mysterious eternal laws of the heavenly Wei had all fused into Zhao Hao's body at this moment. All kinds of mysterious and unfathomable scenes appeared around Zhao Hao. Blue lotuses were growing in the chaos ocean, immortal emperors were standing high in the 9 heavens, billions of living beings were worshipping at the same time, ancient deities and demons were kowtowing to him. Zhao Hao was also immersed in the vast ocean of laws. He immediately entered a state of enlightenment. His cultivation began to improve by leaps and bounds. Wang, the origin ancient seal in his body, seemed to have sensed something. It immediately floated out and appeared above Zhao Hao's head. It also began to merge with the vast origin force. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. When he saw the origin ancient seal, his eyes were filled with amazement. At the same time, he also saw a faint shadow in the origin ancient seal. It was the second uncle. The Heavenly Emperor's seal had merged with the eternal immortal domain's origin and had become Zhao Ritian's lifelong treasure. In the future, it had the potential to become an eternal emperor weapon. It could be used as Zhao Ritian's Tao affirmation treasure. Even though he had been certain of this for a long time, after seeing the origin ancient seal, he was truly certain. He had found Zhao Ritian. After merging with the eternal Tao spirit, it will be much easier for him to break through to the immortal emperor realm in the future. If he wants to fully comprehend the eternal heavenly Tao, he will have to reach the eternal heavenly Tao and become a quasi-immortal emperor. However, as long as he's safe, that's enough. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with relief as he looked at Zhao Hao in front of him. He and Zhao Ritian had been father and son in their previous lives. In his previous life, they had been best friends. In this life, he had found Zhao Ritian. His countless years of hard work had not been in vain. As for why he had not refined the eternal Tao spirit, it was because he had already obtained the origin sword and the origin scripture. The origin scripture was an immortal emperor scripture that pointed directly to the great Tao of immortal emperors. It was enough for him to see the origin immortal emperor's path. However, this was not the path he wanted to take. He did not want to follow the prescribed path and become an immortal emperor, a failure that even the truth immortal emperor could not defeat. Ling Xiao had an even greater ambition. If the immortal emperor realm was not the pinnacle of the immortal domain, why would he not surpass the immortal emperor realm? He was still the same Ling Xiao. He wanted to walk his own path of invincibility and cultivate his own invincible arts. Even the immortal emperor's legacy could not change him in the slightest. However, the origin immortal emperor's legacy could help Zhao Ritian avoid many detours. Boom, Zhao Hao's cultivation base broke through to the supremacy realm and continued to soar. First level supremacy realm, second level supremacy realm, third level supremacy realm, ninth level supremacy realm. The supremacies of the eternal immortal domain were the pinnacle of the supremacy realm. Mortal supremacies could peer into the secrets of the laws. One more step and they would break through to the true immortal realm. The eternal Tao spirit contained a vast amount of origin energy that could have allowed Zhao Hao's cultivation to break through to the true immortal realm. However, Ling Xiao had still made his move, the world tree in his forehead sprinkled down mysterious world laws, suppressing Zhao Hao's breakthrough and keeping his cultivation base at the peak of the supremacy realm. Ling Xiao had hoped that Zhao Hao could polish his cultivation base a bit more before breaking through to the true immortal realm. The eternal Tao spirit slowly sank into Zhao Hao's body, tempering his body and causing him to undergo a subtle transformation. The strange phenomena around him slowly dissipated, and he opened his eyes. My cultivation base has reached the peak of the supremacy realm? I'm only a step away from the true immortal realm? Zhao Hao trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. I have suppressed the speed of your cultivation. Otherwise, with the eternal principle spirit, it would not be difficult for you to break through to the true immortal realm. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Zhao Hao was extremely grateful. He knew that Ling Xiao was doing this for his own good. After all, the difference between a supreme being and a true immortal was the difference between an immortal and a true immortal. Any genius who wanted to break through to the eternal principle would carefully train himself in the supreme realm and accumulate an extremely strong foundation before breaking through to the true immortal realm. Ling Xiao had suppressed his cultivation to allow him to train himself and strengthen his foundation. However, Zhao Hao was even more curious and puzzled. Why was Ling Xiao so good to him? Perhaps you are curious why I gave you the eternal principle spirit. I can only say that you are an old friend of mine. Now that you have not awakened the memories of your past life, you will know when you awaken the innate wisdom. Ling Xiao seemed to know that Zhao Hao was puzzled and explained. An old friend? You are the Zhao Ritian that you mentioned? No matter what, I have to thank you for giving me such a good opportunity. I would like to be your disciple. Is that possible? Zhao Hao nodded with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Ling Xiao was extraordinary? Even the 3 celestial kings of the Truth Celestial Court had been easily killed by Ling Xiao. The Great Light Celestial King and the Azure Dragon Celestial King had died at Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. He would be a supreme powerhouse in the eternal immortal realm in the future. Moreover, he could see that Ling Xiao was very good to him, so he wanted to be his disciple. Disciple? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange look. If he really took Zhao Hao as his disciple, the relationship between him and Zhao Ritian would become more and more complicated. Father and son, close friends, master and disciple, what the hell was going on? If Zhao Hao awakened the memories of his past life, he would most likely regret this decision. Ling Xiao seemed to have a tinge of evil in his heart. He looked at Zhao Hao with a strange expression and nodded. All right. From now on, you are my disciple. Greetings, master. Zhao Hao, who was extremely nervous, was overjoyed when Ling Xiao agreed. He quickly knelt down and bowed. No need to be so courteous. I've offended the Truth Celestial Court, and your Zhao family is under the rule of the Truth Celestial Court. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't expose our relationship. Ling Xiao said slowly as he helped Zhao Hao up with a wave of his sleeve. Yes. Zhao Hao's heart went cold as he nodded in response. He knew that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. Since 3 immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court had died here, the Truth Immortal Court would definitely not let this matter rest. Next, it might be the arrival of a half-immortal emperor. Even Zhao Hao couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the legendary supreme power of a quasi-immortal emperor. You have already obtained the inheritance of the origin immortal emperor. In the future, you can slowly refine the eternal Tao spirit and cultivate the origin scripture. The path to becoming an immortal emperor is already smooth. Now that this matter is over, we should also leave. I'll let the little Qilin send you out of the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm later. Ling Xiao said slowly. What about you, master? Where are you going? Zhao Hao hurriedly asked. He knew that the little Qilin Ling Xiao was referring to the Qilin Immortal King. However, he suddenly felt a little worried about Ling Xiao. The Truth Immortal Court was one of the top forces in the eternal immortal realm. It had dominated a region for countless eras and had many half-immortal emperors. Although Ling Xiao was strong, what would he do if he encountered a half-immortal emperor? Me? Of course, I'm going to meet the half-immortal emperor of the Truth Immortal Court. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, and a trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. What? The half-immortal emperor of the Truth Immortal Court? Zhao Hao's face was filled with shock. That's right. He's already here. You and the little Qilin go first. I've already told him that he will escort you out of the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, and then waved his sleeve. Crack, the void cracked open, and an incomparably vast divine power surged out. Zhao Hao was instantly sent to the Qilin Immortal King by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the void with a trace of sharpness in his eyes. He had already sensed that an incomparably terrifying figure was about to arrive in the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm. That figure exuded an insufferably terrifying fluctuation, as if it could suppress eternity, sever time and space, destroy thousands of worlds, and wield the eternal laws. There was no doubt that it was a half-immortal emperor. All right. Let's use this battle to show me the difference between a half-immortal emperor and me. Ling Xiao whispered to himself, and his eyes were extremely dazzling. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly rose to the 9 heavens, outside the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Zhao Yunyang, the immortal king patriarch of the Zhao family, stood in the void, his eyes filled with worry. This time, the trial of the Hanging Sword Mountain's secret realm was out of his control. He did not expect that the mysterious immortal king from the Chaos Sea would appear in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain and kill the Azure Dragon immortal king. It was said that even the 3 great immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court had died at his hands. He was extremely worried about Zhao Hao's safety, so he had come personally. Buzz, at this moment, the jade pendant on Zhao Yunyang's waist lit up. He had given Zhao Hao the same jade pendant. As long as Zhao Hao activated the jade pendant, he would be able to sense his aura. Was Zhao Hao about to leave the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain? Zhao Yunyang suddenly became a little excited when he thought of this. Crack, then, the void in front of him was silently torn apart, and a few figures appeared. It was Zhao Hao and Morong Inxue. However, beside Zhao Hao, there was a young man in a purple robe with an incomparably arrogant face, and an incomparably charming woman. What shocked Zhao Yunyang was that he could not see through the cultivation of the purple-robed young man and the charming woman. Greetings, Patriarch. Zhao Hao did not expect Zhao Yunyang to come personally. He quickly bowed to Zhao Yunyang. How it's good that you're fine. These two are? Zhao Yunyang nodded with a smile. These two are Senior Qilin and Senior Huanma. They are my master's servants. Zhao Hao did not hide anything and told Zhao Yunyang everything that had happened in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. The more Zhao Yunyang listened, the more shocked he became. His eyes were filled with shock when he heard that the mysterious celestial king Ling Xiao had killed 4 celestial kings with a single slash of his sword alone. When he heard that Ling Xiao had given the eternal Dao spirit to Zhao Hao and that Zhao Hao had obtained the inheritance of the origin celestial emperor, he was even more shocked. While he was amazed by Zhao Hao's great fortuitous encounter, he was also filled with respect for Ling Xiao. By the way, Patriarch, this is something my master asked me to give you. It's a drop of blood essence from an emperor-grade celestial herb. It's enough to heal your Dao injuries and recover your cultivation base. Zhao Hao took out a white jade bottle and handed it to Zhao Yunyang respectfully. Old man, this is good stuff. Don't waste it recklessly. The purple-robed young man said with some dissatisfaction. He was the Qilin celestial king, and the drop of blood essence came from him. If it were not for Ling Xiao's order, he would not have wasted his blood essence to save the old man. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Zhao Yunyang was shocked when he learned that the purple-robed young man was the emperor-grade celestial king Qilin. He took a deep breath and thanked the purple-robed young man. Rumble, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. The appearance of the aura caused all living beings within 100 million miles to tremble in fear. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship it. The mighty eternal heavenly might suppressed everything. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. Vaguely, a terrifying figure appeared in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. The figure seemed to be holding up the chaos heaven and earth and wielded the eternal heavenly might. His aura was extremely terrifying. That's a boundary celestial emperor? Zhao Yunyang trembled and could not help but exclaim in shock. His face was filled with horror. He did not expect the boundary celestial emperor of the Truth Celestial Court to come so quickly. Zhao Hao's master, Ling Xiao, was in danger now, right? Above the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain, a half-immortal emperor with a terrifying aura had arrived. His eyes were like immortal suns, blazing and resplendent. His body emitted a vast heavenly Dao might, suppressing the entire secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain, causing it to tremble violently. Ling Xiao, who was in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain, was completely locked down by an incomparably cold killing intent. You're the one who killed the immortal kings of the Truth Immortal Court. An indifferent voice exploded, like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding between heaven and earth. The quasi-immortal emperor stepped out, and chaotic light surged. The scene of endless worlds being born and destroyed around him seemed to have penetrated the long river of time and appeared above Ling Zhao's head. His face was incomparably indifferent, and he had a lofty posture. The killing intent in his eyes surged, containing an unfathomable pressure. "It's me. I thought it was a quasi-immortal emperor of the Truth Immortal Court, but I didn't expect it to be just a Dharma body of a quasi-immortal emperor. It seems that the Truth Immortal Court really thinks highly of me," Xiao said with a faint smile. Facing this quasi-immortal emperor Dharma body in front of him, he didn't have the slightest fear. "One Dharma body is enough to suppress you." The quasi-immortal emperor's eyes were incomparably cold. After confirming that it was Xiao who killed the 3 immortal kings, he didn't waste any time and directly stomped down on Xiao. Rumble, that foot contained endless power of wind and thunder, and the vast power of laws surged, causing the surrounding sky to seem as if it was about to collapse. A powerful suppressive force descended, sealing the void around Xiao, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. This foot was incomparably fierce, domineering, and sharp at the same time. It was filled with contempt, as if he was treating Xiao as an ant that he wanted to stomp on. Boom, Xiao also didn't hesitate at all. Immortal light surged around his body, intertwining with the power of laws. Then, he punched out. His physical body was incomparably strong. Although it was the body of an immortal king, it had been tempered in the chaos sea for countless years, devouring countless chaotic baleful chi, and at the same time, fusing with endless power of laws. Now, it wasn't an exaggeration to call it the body of laws. With the strength of his physical body alone, he could suppress a 9th heaven immortal king realm expert. His physical body was strong to the extreme, and he used strength to prove his Tao. Boom, the void trembled as Xiao's fist imprint rose up like a celestial sun from the 9 heavens and collided with the foot imprint. For a time, immortal light filled the air, and the world fell silent. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The power of the collision was terrifying to the extreme. Just the aftermath of the collision was enough to annihilate billions of living beings. If the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain was not left behind by the Origin Celestial Emperor, their attack would have destroyed the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain. Even so, in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain, the mountains exploded and the ancient trees were annihilated. Everything seemed to be returning to chaos. In the end, Xiao's fist and the footprint exploded at the same time. Boom, Xiao's eyes were incomparably sharp. With a stomp of his feet, his entire body soared into the sky. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of the quasi-immortal emperor. Boundless power of laws intertwined on his fist light. In an instant, it turned into billions of fist imprints and blasted towards the quasi-immortal emperor's face. "You're courting death." The quasi-immortal emperor was furious. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. Xiao used his fist imprint to blast his face. It was the same logic as him wanting to crush Xiao with his foot. It also represented disregard, arrogance, and humiliation. However, a mere immortal king dared to look down on a quasi-immortal emperor. He was simply courting death. He was instantly enraged. Rumble, behind him, an endless sea of fire rose. In an instant, an immortal beast rose up like a giant dragon. It grew thousands of heads, and each head began to spurt out blazing divine light. That was the eternal fire. It was a destructive flame that ignited the eternal heavenly Tao law and could destroy everything. Even an immortal king expert would be burned to ashes if they were touched by a trace of it. Crack, the flaming immortal dragon flew across the sky. Streaks of divine light of flames wanted to sweep Xiao up and pull him into the sea of fire. A divine light flashed in Xiao's eyes. A jade-green branch seemed to fly out of his palm and lashed out at the flaming immortal dragon. Boom, the flaming immortal dragon exploded. The eternal fire was actually swallowed by the jade-green branch like a whale swallowing the sea. The jade-green branch contained endless vitality, sprinkling down a dazzling rain of light in the void. As long as the eternal fire was touched, it would be instantly absorbed and swallowed. Xiao's incomparably fierce fist imprint was not blocked at all. In an instant, it arrived in front of the quasi-immortal emperor. "Get lost." The quasi-immortal emperor's eyes were incomparably cold. He pushed out his arms, as if there were 2 blazing saber auras surging, wanting to destroy everything. Crack, Xiao's fist imprint collided with the saber aura. Runes of laws intertwined and instantly shattered the saber aura. The aura around Ling Xiao was incomparably terrifying. His entire body emitted an invincible aura. Billions of fist intents overlapped at the same time, condensing into an invincible fist that could destroy all laws. Then, it directly blasted the quasi-immortal emperor's face. Crack, the quasi-immortal emperor's body shook violently. At this moment, his face actually cracked. Blood flowed out as he staggered back. "You're courting death." The quasi-immortal emperor was shocked and angry. Incomparably cold killing intent surged in his eyes. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to hurt him at close range. The power contained in Ling Xiao's punch just now made him a little scared. Could it be the true power of the eternal heavenly Tao? The quasi-immortal emperor had only touched a trace of the power of laws. He could barely mobilize a trace of the power of laws to suppress his opponent. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao, a mere immortal king, to be able to erupt with such powerful combat strength and injure him. However, although he was a quasi-immortal emperor's Dharma body, he still had boundless vitality and power. The injury on his face healed in an instant. However, the anger in his heart was completely ignited. Thousand Dragons Burning Heaven Immortal Technique. The quasi-immortal emperor suddenly shouted, killing intent rising from his body. Roar, 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 dragon roars shook the void in all directions. Behind the quasi-immortal emperor, endless immortal light intertwined. Immortal dragons with incomparably terrifying auras appeared one after another. They intertwined and condensed with each other, as if covering the sky and the sun, enveloping Ling Xiao in the center. An incomparably powerful killing force shattered everything. It was like a heavenly river pouring down, enveloping Ling Xiao's head. The endless immortal light transformed into flames. It was the fire of the eternal heavenly Tao. It was going to burn Ling Xiao completely. Buzz, at this moment, immortal light shone in Ling Xiao's palm, and the sky-swallowing sword instantly appeared. With the sky-swallowing sword in hand, his entire aura became incomparably fierce. Endless sword intent rose, and billions of sword light surged. It was as if he could slash this side of the world in an instant. Although the battle between Ling Xiao and the quasi-immortal emperor took place in the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain, the terrifying fluctuations spread out, causing the billions of living beings in the surrounding prefectures to tremble uncontrollably. Many mighty experts, perfected immortals, and even immortal kings revealed surprised and doubtful gazes as they extended their immortal senses. When they realized that someone was actually fighting with the quasi-immortal emperor of the Truth Immortal Court, they were all extremely shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially Zhao Yunyang, who was in front of the secret realm of the Hanging Sword Mountain, witnessed this battle with his own eyes and was even more shocked. It seems that you're right. This fellow Taoist actually has the strength to fight with a quasi-immortal emperor. He's really a talented person. Zhao Yunyang said slowly. The gap between an immortal king and a quasi-immortal emperor was huge. Even if it was a ninth heaven immortal king expert, unless he had an eternal emperor weapon, it was almost impossible for him to fight with a quasi-immortal emperor. However, Ling Xiao broke this common sense. As an immortal king, he went against the flow and fought against a quasi-immortal emperor. He was not at a disadvantage at all and even showed signs of having the upper hand. Such heaven-defying battle prowess made Zhao Yunyang endlessly shocked. Old ancestor, my master is not immortal. This quasi-immortal emperor of the Truth Immortal Court is probably not his match. Zhao Hao said, his eyes filled with inexplicable confidence. Of course. What kind of person is my master? He is destined to become an immortal emperor in the future and be an invincible figure who controls the will of heaven. He is just a quasi-immortal emperor. He can kill him with a flip of his hand. Immortal King Qilin said proudly. Zhao Yunyang smiled and shook his head. He felt that although Ling Xiao was strong and could fight with a quasi-immortal emperor, it would not be so easy for him to kill a quasi-immortal emperor. Especially when he saw that the quasi-immortal emperor was forced to use the Thousand Dragons Burning Heaven Immortal Technique. The Thousand Dragons Burning Heaven Immortal Technique was a secret immortal technique of the Truth Immortal Court. Its power was unparalleled and could kill a perfected immortal king and even a quasi-immortal emperor. This quasi-immortal emperor could use the Thousand Dragons Burning Heaven Immortal Technique. He was probably a core figure of the Truth Immortal Court. At this moment, Ling Xiao took out the sky-swallowing sword. With the devouring heaven sword in hand, Ling Xiao's entire aura changed drastically. Although he had not fused with the eternal Tao spirit, Ling Xiao had comprehended the Origin Sutra and cultivated one of the supreme sword techniques. 3 Swords of Origin. This was a supreme immortal emperor art created by the Origin Immortal Emperor. It contained the power of the Origin and was imprinted in the Origin sword. After Ling Xiao obtained the Sword of Origin, cultivating the 3 Swords of Origin was naturally a piece of cake. Quelling Chaos, Cutting Path, Origin, these were the 3 Swords of Origin. Every single sword contained a myriad of variations, and they contained peerless might of slaughter. They were extremely formidable. Quell the chaos. Following Ling Xiao's shout, the heaven-devouring sword in his hand actually shone with a brilliant light at this moment. Boundless immortal light gushed forth as the heaven-devouring sword instantly traversed millions and millions of miles with extreme speed, slashing towards that quasi-immortal emperor. Once the sword was unleashed, the 8 directions were in chaos. This sword light was dazzling and resplendent to the extreme. It was as if it could annihilate all things, crush all worlds, and destroy all sources of chaos. In the face of this sword strike, even the quasi-immortal emperor's expression changed drastically. This was an immortal emperor art. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would possess an immortal emperor's legacy and unleash such a terrifying sword art. Rumble, the sword chi swept through everything, and the flames that filled the sky were extinguished. The Myriad Dragon's incineration immortal art was so powerful that it seemed capable of incinerating all things, but in the face of this quelling sword, it was as if it were made of paper. If the quasi-immortal emperor hadn't been vigilant and dodged immediately, this sword strike would have left a mark on his body. Cutting Path. Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably deep, as if he was immersed in the boundless sword intent of the 3 Swords of Origin. The laws around him intertwined, and the heaven-devouring sword's light grew even more dazzling. Whoosh, the heaven-devouring sword soared into the sky, its sword light illuminating all directions. The sword slashed down from the sky like a divine rainbow, as if to completely annihilate the eternal immortal domains. The river of time and space appeared, and countless lives evolved. Even the scroll of civilization, the kingdom of truth, all things in the world, and even the eternal heavenly Tao would be completely annihilated by the sword strike. As the name implied, the cutting path severed the great Tao and the Origin. This sword strike was aimed directly at the quasi-immortal emperor's Origin, making it impossible for him to dodge. It was going to completely destroy him. Damn it! World of truth, suppress all things. The quasi-immortal emperor's expression was extremely ugly, but a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Immortal light gathered around him, and the eternal heavenly Tao intertwined to form a scripture of truth around him. Countless scriptures of truth seemed to record countless civilizations, representing the truths of heaven and earth, and the laws that governed all things. They fused with each other, forming a world of truth that was formless and intangible, but could isolate all things. Boom, the cutting path fell, blazing sword light slicing through the void and crushing the world of truth. In an instant, silence reigned in all directions, and heaven and earth trembled. The world of truth blossomed with eternal light, protecting the quasi-immortal emperor within it like an eternal kingdom. However, the cutting path was so fierce that cracks appeared on the world of truth, and in the end, it collapsed with a loud bang. Origin. Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably sharp, and the battle intent around him rose to the extreme. Before the quasi-immortal emperor could do anything, he had already performed the last sword strike. Origin was the origin of everything, and also the end of everything. This sword strike contained ethereal chaotic immortal light. Everywhere it went, everything returned to silence, and everything evolved into life again. In this alternation of silence and new life, the sword light silently released the most terrifying power, enveloping this part of heaven and earth. Rumble, the entire secret realm of Hanging Sword Mountain was trembling violently, as if it would collapse at any time. The quasi-immortal emperor didn't have time to turn around and dodge at all, or even use other defensive methods, and the sword arrived in front of him. Buzz, the sword light fell, and the quasi-immortal emperor's figure was like a porcelain doll, with cracks appearing on it. Then, the immortal Tao Origin was destroyed, and his aura was quickly extinguished. This sword strike was too strange and too terrifying. As a result, Ling Xiao felt that the strength in his body was about to be sucked dry. This is the inheritance of the Origin Immortal Emperor? Very good. Outsider, I will remember you, and so will the Celestial Court of Truth. Next, you will be pursued endlessly by the Celestial Court of Truth. The quasi-immortal emperor took a deep look at Ling Xiao, and then directly shattered in the void, turning into a dazzling immortal light, and disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. This quasi-immortal emperor's Dharma body was destroyed by Ling Xiao's sword strike. Zhao Yunyang's eyes were filled with deep reverence. Although he'd overestimated Ling Xiao's strength, he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Even a quasi-immortal emperor had been slain by his sword. As an immortal king, he could go against all odds and slay a quasi-immortal emperor. Such power was enough to dominate the universe and shake the eternal immortal domains. Who could possibly stand up to him? Now that he thought about it, perhaps immortal King Qilan's words weren't just empty words. It wouldn't be long before a peerless immortal emperor was born in the eternal immortal domains. We're leaving. Old man, take good care of my master's disciple, or you'll be held responsible. Immortal King Qilan waved his hand at Zhao Yunyang and Zhao Hao. Then, he and the phantasmal demon Immortal Herb concealed their auras, tore through the void, and teleported in Ling Zhao's direction. Forefather, although Master has slain a quasi-immortal emperor, the Truth Celestial Court won't let this matter rest, right? Although Zhao Hao was happy for Ling Xiao as well, he thought about it a little more. His eyes were filled with worry. That's right. The Truth Celestial Court has presided over the eternal immortal domains for countless epochs. They're one of the most ancient existences. Taoist Ling Zhao's actions will likely lead to them sending a true quasi-immortal emperor after him. Zhao Yunyang nodded and said. Is there anything we can do? Zhao Hao asked worriedly. The only thing we can do is to keep our relationship with Taoist Ling Xiao a secret. From today onward, forget all of this. Return to your clan and cultivate diligently. Zhao Yunyang's eyes flashed. With a wave of his sleeve, he scooped up Zhao Hao, tore through the void, and headed for the Zhao family. Immortal King Qilan stored the phantasmal demon Immortal Herb in his inner world and revealed the majestic Qilan's true form, which lay obediently in front of Ling Xiao. Where are we going, Master? Immortal King Qilan asked. To the Yi family in the ecliptic state. Commander Yi has found the whereabouts of another old friend of mine. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Commander Yi had just sent word that he'd found the whereabouts of a suspected emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Compared to the Chaos Master, Ling Xiao preferred to address him as the Kunwa Mountain Emperor. That was the only master he'd ever acknowledged. The ecliptic state? That didn't seem to be the domain of the Truth Immortal Court. It's a good opportunity for us to lie low for a while. Immortal King Qilan was slightly taken aback before he said with a smile. Whoosh, then, it got up, immortal light resplendent around its body, purple energy curling about. It directly tore through the void, moving through space, heading towards Ecliptic Province. The ecliptic state was hundreds of millions of miles away from here, separated by hundreds of large states. That place was no longer the territory of the Truth Immortal Court. Although the Qilan Immortal King seemed to be fearless, he was still very afraid of the people from the Truth Immortal Court in his heart. After all, this was an ancient power that had been powerful for several epochs. It was unknown how many quasi-immortal emperors they had, and all of their methods were innumerable. He even had an eternal emperor weapon like the Sword of Truth. Who would dare to provoke him, although he was blindly arrogant and thought that his master was extremely talented and would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future? Now was not the time to provoke the Truth Immortal Court. Therefore, the Qilan Immortal King worked very hard and continuously shifted in the direction of Huangdaozhou. Ecliptic State. Yi Liangshui, hand over the Divine Mountain's Dao Spirit in your hands. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. In an ancient city, an arrogant young man in a golden robe was riding on a flood dragon immortal beast. He stared down at Yi Liangshui and said condescendingly. Behind him, there was a group of guards with powerful auras. Some of them were young supremes with extraordinary talent. They were all true disciples of some Holy Land sect, and some were even holy sons. They had all become followers of the golden-robed young man. Why? I was the one who found the Divine Mountain's Dao Spirit first. What does it have to do with you? Li Chongqing, don't go too far. Yi Liangchen's expression was extremely ugly. He was originally ugly, but now he looked even worse. Why? Based on the fact that you've lost to me. Because your Yi family is only a subordinate of the creation immortal court. Because you are inferior to me. Are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, you and I can fight in the life and death arena. If you can defeat me, I will give you the Divine Mountain's Tao spirit. How about that? The young man in the golden robe sneered. His eyes were full of disdain. He was surrounded by immortal light and auspicious qi. His aura was unfathomable. He was also a true immortal expert. Furthermore, his status was extremely illustrious. He was the Ninth Prince, the current sovereign lord of the creation immortal court. That was why so many young supreme beings from the everlasting families and ancient sects were willing to become his followers. On the other hand, Yi Liangchen's side was weak. There was only a burly but valiant woman beside him. Ninth Prince, why do you have to be so aggressive? Although my brother Yi Liangshui was inferior to you in the past, that doesn't mean he will be inferior to you in the future. He was the one who found the Divine Mountain's Tao spirit first. If you really want to take it by force, aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Sovereign Lord? If you really want to fight, why don't I do it with you? The woman said coldly. She was dressed in armor and surrounded by immortal light. She was also a true immortal expert and her aura was extremely powerful. In particular, she was holding a huge spiked club in her hand. It looked incomparably cold and intimidating. Xianxia, what's so good about this piece of trash? Why do you have to follow him so loyally? If you are willing to follow this prince will definitely bestow upon you an unparalleled fortune. Yi Liangshui, do you only dare to hide behind a woman? If you have some backbone, come out and fight with me. You are really a piece of trash. The Ninth Prince's eyes flickered. After he pulled the burly woman to his side, he immediately scolded Yi Liangshui. He knew the background of the burly woman. Even he was not willing to provoke her. She was the direct descendant of an ancient immortal emperor of the creation immortal court. She was the eldest daughter of the Xiong family, Xianxia. She was extremely talented and had the legendary heaven-devouring immortal body. Her physical body was extremely strong and no one could defeat her. If they were to fight one-on-one, the Ninth Prince might not be able to defeat her. However, Xianxia and Yi Liangshui were engaged since they were young. Therefore, she always protected Yi Liangshui. Ninth Prince, forgive me for not giving you the Divine Mountain's Tao spirit. Xianxia, let's go. Yi Liangshui's face was full of humiliation. However, he gritted his teeth and pulled Xianxia away. The Divine Mountain's Tao spirit was his mysterious and powerful master, Ling Xiao. How could he dare to give it to the Ninth Prince? Moreover, when he saw the Ninth Prince, Yi Liangshui thought of the humiliation he had suffered and trembled with anger. Want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? The Ninth Prince sneered. Whoosh, a gray-robed elder behind him seemed to have received his signal. He stepped forward and blocked Yi Liangshui and Xianxia. Immortal King? Yi Liangshui and Xianxia were shocked and their expressions turned ugly. In order to seize the Divine Mountain's Tao spirit, the Ninth Prince had sent his guardian, a powerful immortal king, to attack. How shameless could he be? Miss Xianxia, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved. If Yi Liangshui hands over the path spirit of the Divine Mountain, the Ninth Prince will not make things difficult for him. The grey-robed celestial king looked indifferent as his vast celestial king aura enveloped Xianxia. This grey-robed celestial king was an extremely powerful celestial king of the Fortune Celestial Court. He was also the Ninth Prince's Tao protector. The moment he appeared, Xianxia was suppressed to the point that he couldn't attack. The Ninth Prince's aura locked onto Yi Liangshui. Many people in the city revealed strange expressions at this moment. Some even despised the Ninth Prince, but no one dared to say anything. In order to snatch the path spirit of the Divine Mountain, the Ninth Prince had even summoned a celestial king guardian to suppress Xianxia. However, they knew how precious the path spirit of the Divine Mountain was. The so-called path spirit was a spiritual object that was tainted with a trace of the eternal heavenly way's origin. The path spirit of the Divine Mountain was a path spirit that was born in a celestial mountain. Path spirits were extremely precious and were rarely seen in millions of years. They were all born in forbidden areas, ancient places of inheritance, broken worlds, and other places where people rarely went. If a path spirit was devoured directly, it could improve one's cultivation and enhance one's understanding of the eternal heavenly ways law. However, the most important thing about a path spirit was to integrate into a weapon. As long as a path spirit was integrated into a weapon and became the weapon's weapon spirit, the weapon would have unlimited potential to grow. It might even become an eternal emperor weapon in the future. Therefore, the ninth prince wanted to snatch the path spirit of the divine mountain from Xianxia. He had even summoned his Tao protector. The path spirit of the divine mountain belongs to my master. I can't give it to you. Xianxia gritted his teeth and refused. Although he knew that the ninth prince was arrogant and domineering, if he gave the path spirit of the divine mountain to the ninth prince, he would not be able to answer to Xianxia. Therefore, he would rather contradict the ninth prince than give the path spirit of the divine mountain to the ninth prince. Master? Ha ha ha. Xianxia, you. Trash, you have a master? You are a disgrace to the Yi family. However, even if your master is a celestial king or even a celestial emperor, who dares to stop me? The ninth prince laughed heartily. His voice was filled with arrogance and dominance. Really? At this moment, an extremely indifferent voice sounded. Crack, the void seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of mighty force. Blazing immortal light blossomed as a vast and ancient aura gushed out, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. An incomparably majestic purple qilin, surrounded by chaotic light and purple qi, descended from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. On top of the purple qilin, there was also a figure in snow-white robes, surrounded by mysterious immortal light. Although the face could not be seen clearly, there was a kind of extraordinary and mysterious aura that was untainted by dust. What? He actually had an immortal king-level immortal beast as his mount. Who was this person? Could it be a quasi-immortal emperor? Not a half-immortal emperor, but an immortal king. Which clan's immortal king has arrived? Not good. It looks like he's going for the ninth prince. Everyone's bodies trembled as they discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The qilin immortal king's body was an emperor-grade immortal medicine. Although his aura was concealed, he looked incomparably majestic, like some legendary supreme immortal beast in the celestial world, causing people to be intimidated. With such a powerful qilin immortal king as his mount, everyone was even more curious about the identity of the visitor. Master? You're finally here. When Xianxia saw the figure on top of the qilin immortal king, his body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with incomparable surprise. He originally thought that it would be difficult to escape from today's trouble, but he did not expect Xianxia to come so quickly. After seeing the qilin immortal king and Xianxia, the ninth prince's expression changed, revealing a trace of vigilance. When he heard Xianxia call him master, he was even more shocked. Xianxia's master was actually such a mysterious immortal king? Who are you? The ninth prince stared at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia did not even look at the ninth prince. His gaze landed on the Tao spirit of the divine mountain, revealing a hint of excitement and emotion. After countless years, he had finally found the emperor of the Kunwa mountain. However, what he did not expect was that the emperor of the Kunwa mountain was not as lucky as Zhao Ritian, who was able to enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reincarnated as a human. The emperor of the Kunwa mountain had actually become the Tao spirit of the divine mountain. The Tao spirit of the divine mountain was ignorant. He did not understand his past life and did not have this life. He could only attach himself to weapons or be devoured by others. Although all living things had spirits and could cultivate and evolve, if the Tao spirit of the divine mountain wanted to cultivate and even recover all of the emperor of the Kunwa mountain's memories, that would be the true defiance of the heavens and extremely difficult. I've finally found you. Xianxia muttered softly to himself, then reached out his hand to grab the Tao spirit of the divine mountain. Xianxia hurriedly handed over the Tao spirit of the divine mountain with both hands, handing it over to Xianxia. The Tao spirit of the divine mountain was a ball of purple light, enshrouded in a mysterious aura of origin, changing all kinds of mysterious and unpredictable scenes within. However, no matter how it changed, the true spirit of the emperor of the divine mountain did not change at all. Xianxia carefully kept it away. You're courting death. Uncle Hui, kill him. When the ninth prince saw that Ling Xiao had ignored him and taken away the Tao spirit of the divine mountain, he immediately felt greatly humiliated. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He immediately said to the grey-robed immortal king, "Fellow Taoist, please hand over the Tao spirit of the divine mountain. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The grey-robed immortal king's eyes were indifferent as he stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me?" Ling Xiao slowly raised his head and his gaze landed on the grey-robed immortal king. He was incomparably sharp and domineering. He did not show any mercy and directly berated him. He had already understood everything from Yi Liangshui's explanation. If he had come a step later, wouldn't the Tao spirit of the divine mountain fall into the hands of this so-called ninth prince? Naturally, he did not have any good expression. "You're courting death." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the grey-robed immortal king. He stretched out his claws in the air and directly grabbed at Ling Xiao. Boom, the immortal light was blazing and dazzling. The sharp claw light could tear through the void like a true dragon stretching out its claws, wanting to tear Ling Xiao apart. "Get lost." A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he directly threw out a punch. Crack, immortal light rose around his body as runes intertwined. It was as if there were immortal chains of order intertwining around his body. The terrifying strength of his physical body completely erupted as a chaotic fist mark collided with the grey-robed immortal king. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and the void in all directions was filled with an incomparably terrifying aura. A loud explosion was heard. Ling Xiao did not move at all, but the grey-robed immortal king opposite him was sent flying by his punch. What? Everyone's bodies trembled. This was especially true for the ninth prince, Li Chongqing. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This grey-robed immortal king was his protector. He was extremely powerful and had already reached the peak of the immortal king realm. It was said that he was only half a step away from the quasi-immortal emperor realm. He was extremely powerful and had once killed a few ninth-layer immortal kings. Now, he was actually defeated by Ling Xiao with a single punch. His expression immediately turned extremely ugly. "Kill!" The grey-robed immortal king roared. In his eyes, there seemed to be a mysterious scene of the galaxy reversing and the sun and moon hanging upside down. His body was surrounded by dazzling starlight as a black longsword appeared in his palm. The sword chi was extremely sharp, causing his aura to instantly change. He sensed that Ling Xiao was extremely powerful, so he did not hesitate at all and instantly used his most powerful killing move. As the ninth prince's protector, he had to nip all threats to the ninth prince in the bud. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all and directly made his move. A blazing and dazzling sword light slashed down at Ling Xiao's head as if it had instantly split heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he sensed the murderous intent of the grey-robed immortal king. His body was also surrounded by a murderous aura as anger surged in his heart. The heaven-devouring sword appeared in his palm. A sword light soared into the sky and faced the immortal king at the same time. The sword light seemed to be able to penetrate reality and the void. It contained an unparalleled power of laws that wanted to completely occupy everything. Vaguely, it seemed as if an invincible figure that pierced through the 9 heavens had appeared, wanting to completely change the origin of the Rat Immortal King. This was the Tao-severing art of the 3 swords of origin. It could sever the origin of the great Tao and was extremely sharp. Crack, in the void, the sword light was destroyed with a loud bang. The grey-robed immortal king's sword contained pure killing intent. But it was destroyed by the Tao-severing art. Even the black immortal sword in the grey-robed immortal king's hand instantly shattered. Pucci, a beam of blood radiated out as a huge wound appeared on the chest of the grey-robed immortal king. His entire person seemed to be cleaved into 2 as his aura instantly weakened. At the same time, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground in the distance, coughing up blood. He was completely defeated. Furthermore, he was heavily injured by Ling Xiao's sword. A baleful aura gushed forth from Ling Xiao. With the heaven-devouring sword in his hand, he stepped out, wanting to slay the grey-robed immortal king. At this moment, Li Chongqing seemed to have been scared out of his wits. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with terror. Yi Liangshui, on the other hand, was incomparably excited. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, he didn't expect Ling Xiao's strength to become so terrifying. Even a peak immortal king was defeated by his sword and almost died under his sword. However, when Yi Liangshui saw that Ling Xiao was about to kill the grey-robed immortal king, he hesitated and wanted to dissuade him. After all, the Fortune Immortal Court was a giant in the immortal realm. They were extremely powerful and even had many quasi-immortal emperors. If Ling Xiao killed the protector of the ninth prince, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Gotcha. At this moment, the space above the void seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force. Blazing starlight rose and the Dao flower was ethereal and mysterious. The surrounding sky trembled at the same time. A mysterious and vast pressure shrouded the land within a radius of 10,000 miles. Above the 9 heavens, a figure with a terrifying aura appeared. The figure flashed and instantly blocked Ling Xiao's path. It was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe, a flat crown on his head, and golden boots on his feet. His aura was majestic and mysterious. He was a quasi-immortal emperor. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he revealed a trace of vigilance. He didn't expect a quasi-immortal emperor to arrive so quickly. It seemed like this quasi-immortal emperor was related to the Fortune Immortal Court. Ling Xiao clenched the sky-devouring sword in his hand. Battle intent surged in his eyes and he showed no signs of backing down. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the ninth prince, who had been scared silly, immediately became overjoyed. His eyes were filled with excitement. "Greetings, royal uncle." The ninth prince hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. After bowing, the ninth prince stood up again and pointed at Ling Xiao with incomparable resentment. "Royal uncle, this is the person who spoke rudely to me and even wanted to kill me. He simply doesn't put our immortal court in his eyes. This kind of arrogant and conceited person must be completely eliminated to prevent future troubles." The surrounding people looked at Ling Xiao with a trace of sympathy. The quasi-immortal emperor of the Fortune Immortal Court had arrived. They were afraid that this mysterious immortal king would be in trouble. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, in their opinion, he was no match for a quasi-immortal emperor. If the quasi-immortal emperor attacked, Ling Xiao would be completely suppressed in an instant. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. Then, the ninth prince's miserable cry rang out. In an instant, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that the arrival of this quasi-immortal emperor would actually send the ninth prince flying with a single slap. Boom, the ninth prince's body landed heavily on the ground dozens of meters away. Half of his face swelled up instantly. A mouthful of teeth fell out and blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, the quasi-immortal emperor smiled warmly and cupped his fists at Ling Xiao. He asked, "May I ask if you are fellow Taoist Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He thought he would have to fight with the quasi-immortal emperor. He did not expect the quasi-immortal emperor to take the initiative to show his goodwill. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He nodded and said, "That's me." As expected, it's fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. "My nephew is arrogant and domineering. I don't know how he offended fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. I hope fellow Taoist Ling Xiao will not lower yourself to his level since he is still young. I will bring him back and discipline him well." The quasi-immortal emperor smiled at Ling Xiao. "Royal uncle, why are you doing this to me? He is the one who wants to kill me." The ninth prince hurriedly asked as he ran over from afar. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Shut up and kneel down." The quasi-immortal emperor scolded coldly. A powerful aura pressed down on the ninth prince, causing him to tremble. His eyes were filled with fear as he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. He did not dare to say another word when he saw that his royal uncle was completely enraged. However, his heart was still filled with confusion. Why did his royal uncle protect this unfamiliar immortal king? Could it be that Ling Xiao was related to his royal uncle? The moment he thought of this, his heart became even more terrified. "Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, this is a supreme treasure that I have kept for a long time. It's called the Gung Metal Dao Spirit. If this treasure is merged with the ancient sword in your hand, it will definitely transform your ancient sword. Take this treasure as my apology." "I wonder if it's possible?" The middle-aged quasi-immortal emperor smiled at Ling Xiao. His expression was sincere. "Sure." Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. The half-immortal monarch seemed to be very sincere. Not only did he teach the ninth prince a lesson by forcing him to kneel before him, he even took out such a precious artifact to ease the tension between them. Ling Xiao naturally gave him some face and expressed that he would not pursue the matter any further. After all, the Fortune Immortal Court was one of the supreme giants in the celestial realm. If it was not necessary, Ling Xiao would not want to offend them. Thank you, brother Ling Xiao. Since that's the case, I'll set up a banquet in the Flying Immortal restaurant in this ecliptic ancient city and invite you to have a few drinks. What do you think? The quasi-immortal emperor smiled faintly. His way of addressing Ling Xiao had also changed slightly. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Yi Liangchen quickly transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Master, please accept his invitation. This quasi-immortal emperor is called Li Qingyun. He is the younger brother of the current sovereign lord of the Fortune Immortal Court. He has great authority in the Fortune Immortal Court and is extremely powerful. If we can build a good relationship with him, he might be able to help us fight against the Truth Immortal Court. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he nodded. He glanced at Li Qingyun and said slowly, since brother Qingyun has invited me, it would be impolite of me to decline. Everyone in the surroundings revealed an incomparably shocked expression. They had never thought that this green-clad quasi-celestial emperor would be so courteous to an unfamiliar celestial king. One should know that the quasi-immortal emperor Qingyun was the younger brother of the current sovereign lord of the Fortune Immortal Court. He had great authority and was said to be very arrogant. He was an influential figure. Not to mention celestial kings, even an ordinary quasi-immortal emperor would not be able to make him bow down. They were even more curious about Ling Zhao's identity. Ecliptic ancient city, flying celestial pavilion. Outside the window was a huge river that stretched for 10,000 miles. Huge waves surged violently, and it looked extremely majestic. Ling Xiao and Li Qingyun sat opposite each other. Both of them were sizing each other up. Ling Xiao could sense that the quasi-celestial emperor in front of him was extremely powerful. He was not someone an ordinary quasi-celestial emperor could compare to. However, such a powerful figure would actually lower himself to befriend him. This caused Ling Xiao to feel rather puzzled in his heart. Brother Ling Xiao, are you puzzled as to why I'm so friendly to you? The quasi-celestial emperor seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's doubts and smiled. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. Brother Qingyun, you're a big shot in the creation celestial court. You're powerful and influential. Not to mention celestial kings, even ordinary quasi-celestial emperors are not worthy of your attention. May I know what's so special about me that makes you treat me differently? Ling Xiao did not hide anything from the quasi-celestial emperor and expressed his doubts. Brother Ling Xiao, you'll understand once you see this. The quasi-celestial emperor smiled. A light flashed in his palm, and a mysterious token that was intertwined with Tao and truth appeared. Ling Xiao took the token and extended a strand of his divine sense. He immediately sensed the contents of the token. It turned out that the Truth Celestial Court wanted to capture Ling Xiao's whereabouts within a few thousand prefectures. Anyone who could kill Ling Xiao or provide information about his whereabouts would be rewarded with an immortal emperor's secret. This is the Truth Celestial Court's wanted order? Brother Qingyun, why don't you just kill me and send me to the Truth Celestial Court to exchange for the immortal emperor's secret? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Brother Ling Xiao, there's something you don't know. The quasi-celestial emperor shook his head. The Creation Celestial Court and the Truth Celestial Court are old enemies. In the past, the Creation Celestial Court's ancestor, the Creation Celestial Emperor, fought side by side with the Truth Celestial Emperor. However, the Truth Celestial Emperor betrayed the Creation Celestial Emperor in the end, causing the Creation Celestial Emperor to suffer an unimaginable injury. In recent years, the Creation Celestial Court has declined, and our strength has become weaker. On the other hand, although the Truth Celestial Court did not have an immortal emperor, it has become more prosperous and powerful. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How could I possibly send Taoist Ling Xiao to the Celestial Court of Truth? The green-cloud quasi-immortal emperor smiled and said without hiding anything. In fact, there were still some things that he had not told Ling Xiao. Based on what he knew, Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. Not only had he killed 4 immortal kings with a single sword strike, he had even destroyed the Dharma body of a quasi-immortal emperor from the Truth Immortal Court. Moreover, Ling Xiao seemed to have obtained the Origin Celestial Emperor's inheritance and the Eternal Emperor weapon, the Sword of Eternity. If Ling Xiao was weak, the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor would not mind killing Ling Xiao and even snatching the Origin Immortal Emperor's inheritance. However, Ling Xiao's strength was very strong. Being able to kill a quasi-immortal emperor's Dharma body meant that he already had the battle prowess of a quasi-immortal emperor. In addition, he had the Sword of Origin in his hand. It was impossible for one or two quasi-immortal emperors to take Ling Xiao down. Therefore, after much consideration, the Green Cloud Quasi-Celestial Emperor decided to befriend Ling Xiao and did not attack him. Of course, he would not say this to Ling Xiao. So that's how it is. The Truth Immortal Court is arrogant and despotic. I killed 5 of their immortal kings and even destroyed the Dharma body of a quasi-immortal emperor. It's naturally not hard to understand why they would want to arrest me. Brother Green Cloud, thank you for telling me this. The grudge between me and the Truth Immortal Court will come to an end sooner or later. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He did not provoke the Truth Immortal Court, but the Truth Immortal Court had repeatedly provoked him. Now, they had even issued an arrest warrant in the Eternal Immortal Domain. Ling Xiao was naturally filled with killing intent. When his strength increased and he broke through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm, he would not mind teaching the Truth Immortal Court a lesson. Brother Ling Xiao, have you heard of the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield? The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor smiled and changed the topic. Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield? I've never heard of it. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback and said doubtfully. The Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield is an incomparably ancient battlefield. It's said that its origin can be traced back to countless eras ago. It's a place where several ancient immortal emperors of the immortal world quelled the dark turmoil. Not only are there inheritances of supreme experts in the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, but there are also dark creatures and all kinds of heavenly treasures that are difficult to find in the immortal domain. If you can enter the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, although there will be danger, there will also be great opportunities. In particular, there's an incomparably unique supreme treasure called the Eternal Fruit. If you swallow the Eternal Fruit, there's a chance to nurture the Heavenly Dao seed in your body. At that time, with your cultivation and accumulation, you'll naturally be able to break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor explained. I see. Brother Green Cloud, did you tell me about the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield because you want me to enter it? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he smiled faintly. That's right. The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor nodded and said with a sincere expression. The Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield opens once every 1,000,000 years. Every time the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield opens, a few celestial courts will enter to kill the dark creatures. This also involves the bet between the Creation Celestial Court and the Truth Celestial Court. Every time the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield opens, the Creation Celestial Court and the Truth Celestial Court will make a bet. If one of us loses, we'll give the other party 100 prefectures. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. In the past 3 times the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield opened, our Creation Celestial Court has lost to the Truth Celestial Court. We've lost close to 300 prefectures, which is billions of miles of territory. Now, the Creation Celestial Court is only left with 700 prefectures. If we lose again, the Creation Celestial Court will become weaker and the Truth Celestial Court will become stronger. I'm afraid that one day, the Creation Celestial Court will be annihilated and devoured by the Truth Celestial Court. The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor smiled bitterly. You want me to enter the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield to help the Creation Celestial Court win? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. That's right. The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor nodded. He did not hide his thoughts at all. I'll need some time to think about it. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before he said slowly. He could not just enter the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield to help the Creation Celestial Court based on the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor's words alone. He had to understand the situation carefully before he could make a decision. I understand. Here are some details about the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield. Brother Ling Xiao, you can take your time to learn about it. After all, there's still some time before the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield opens. If Brother Ling Xiao is willing to enter the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield and help the creation celestial court. We'll do our best to help brother Ling Xiao obtain the eternity fruit. The green cloud quasi-immortal emperor smiled and handed a jade talisman to Ling Xiao. Then, he chose to bid farewell and left with the ninth prince. Yi Liangshui, what do you think about the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yi Liangshui and asked. Master, the green cloud quasi-immortal emperor didn't lie. The Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield is indeed very mysterious. It's a rare secret realm that opens once every million years. However, it's always occupied by the super forces like the Celestial Court. Ordinary people can't enter at all, let alone obtain the eternity fruit. I feel that Master can consider entering and help the Immortal Court obtain victory. After all, there are restrictions in the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. Experts above the quasi-immortal emperor realm are unable to enter. Only immortal kings and true immortals can enter and compete. With Master's strength, you'll definitely be able to defeat the celestial kings and true immortals of the Truth Celestial Court. Yi Liangshui said with a smile. He was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded noncommittally. He separated a wisp of his divine consciousness and sank it into the jade talisman in his palm. He began to read some information about the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. He had to understand it thoroughly before he could make a decision. The quasi-immortal emperor's information was very detailed. Although it did not involve the most confidential information, it was about the creation celestial court's exploration and development of the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield over the years. The Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield was an extremely mysterious place in the eternal immortal domains. It didn't exist in the eternal immortal domains, but rather on the border. Outside of the eternal immortal domains was the boundless chaos sea, the chaotic void, and the planets and continents created by other living beings. The greatest threat to the eternal immortal domains was the creatures of darkness. No one knew where they came from, but they were incredibly powerful. It was said that even celestial emperors had died at their hands. The creatures of darkness were constantly trying to invade the eternal immortal domains, and the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield was one of their entry points. It was a crack in the eternal immortal domains that allowed them to invade the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield and enter the eternal immortal domains. Therefore, every million years, the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield was the place where the experts of the eternal immortal domains and the dark forest clashed. Because of its unique location, the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield nurtured some extremely rare natural treasures. This was especially true of the Fruit of Eternity. It was said that the Fruit of Eternity absorbed a sliver of the essence of the eternal Heavenly Dao. It was a mysterious fruit that could allow an immortal king to nurture a Heavenly Dao seed and break through to the Celestial Emperor level. Ling Xiao's cultivation base was already at the peak of the immortal king realm. According to his current cultivation speed, he would need at least countless years of accumulation before he could condense the immortal Dao seed in his body and break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. If he could get his hands on the Fruit of Eternity, it would shorten the time needed to break through to the Celestial Emperor level. After reading the jade talisman left behind by the Qingyun quasi-immortal emperor, Ling Xiao realized that the heavenly ancient battlefield was indeed mysterious. Although it was full of danger, it was also full of opportunities and opportunities. The Qingyun quasi-immortal emperor did not hide anything from him. If he wanted to break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, the fastest way was to go to the heavenly ancient battlefield and find the eternity fruit. Ling Xiao was tempted by the thought of this. However, he was not in a hurry to reply to the Qingyun quasi-immortal emperor. His palm glowed and the Xianshan Dao spirit appeared. His eyes were filled with memories. He did not expect the Emperor Lord of Kunwa Mountain to become the Xianshan Dao spirit. The Xianshan Dao spirit was a rare treasure that could help one to comprehend the Dao and even upgrade weapons. It was extremely mysterious. However, it was extremely difficult for it to develop self-consciousness. There was only a glimmer of hope if the Xianshan Dao spirit could cultivate to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Master, I heard that the eternity fruit can help one to form the heavenly Dao seed and break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. It can also help spiritual beings of heaven and earth to develop their intelligence and increase their origin and foundation. If the Xianshan Dao spirit can consume an eternity fruit, he might be able to develop self-consciousness and even awaken the memories of his past life. Yi Liangshui knew the origin of the Xianshan Dao spirit and the relationship between Ling Xiao and the Emperor Lord of Kunwa Mountain. What? Ling Xiao shuddered and immediately rose to his feet. This news caused him to be unable to remain calm any longer. If the eternity fruit could help the Xinshan Dao spirit awaken self-consciousness and even awaken the memories of his past life, he would definitely go to the heavenly ancient battlefield. Swoosh, at this moment, a dazzling starlight came from afar and landed in front of Ling Xiao. It turned into an illusory figure. It was the Qingyun quasi-immortal emperor. Brother Ling Xiao, something big has happened in the Fortune Immortal City. I have to go back to settle it. If you're willing to go to the heavenly ancient battlefield, please come to the Fortune Immortal City and meet me there. The Qingyun quasi-immortal emperor shattered into a dazzling light and disappeared after saying this. This was the message that the Qingyun quasi-immortal emperor left for Ling Xiao. His true body had already left the ecliptic ancient city with the ninth prince and headed to the Fortune Immortal City. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. He didn't know what had happened in the Fortune Immortal City that made the green cloud quasi-celestial emperor leave in such a hurry. He didn't even have the time to bid farewell to him. However, no matter what, he had already decided to go to the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. Ling Xiao did not head to the Fortune Immortal City immediately. Instead, he booked a courtyard in the Flying Immortal Tower and went into seclusion to cultivate. The green cloud quasi-immortal emperor had given him a gunmetal Dao spirit. If he could integrate it into the Heaven-Devouring Sword, it would definitely increase the power of the Heaven-Devouring Sword greatly. In the future, it would not be impossible for it to be upgraded to the level of an Eternal Emperor weapon. Ling Xiao was in seclusion in the courtyard, fusing the gunmetal Dao spirit and the Heaven-Swallowing Sword into one, while the Qilin Immortal King and Yi Liangshui were protecting Ling Xiao in the courtyard. A month later, Ling Xiao exited seclusion. Let's go to the Fortune Immortal City. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. The Fortune Immortal City was the capital of the Fortune Immortal Court. There were countless experts at the True Immortal and Immortal King realm. There were even many quasi-immortal emperors. When the Qilin Immortal King and Yi Liangshui heard this, they were both surprised and overjoyed. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Especially Yi Liangshui, who could finally return to his family. Returning to the Yi family made him excited and nervous at the same time. Swoosh, the Qilin Immortal King instantly leaped up and tore through the void with Ling Xiao. They quickly teleported in the direction of the Fortune Immortal City. As the capital of the Fortune Immortal City, the Fortune Immortal City was naturally the most majestic and magnificent immortal city in the entire Fortune Immortal Court. From afar, it looked like a huge and dazzling star that floated in the 9 heavens. The sun was scorching and dazzling, and auspicious qi rose. Strands of origin energy intertwined with each other, and there were runes and divine chains circling around. The Fortune Immortal City contained layers upon layers of formations that were set up by immortal emperors. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even if an immortal emperor came personally, it would be difficult for him to gain any benefits. The Fortune Immortal City spanned 1,000,000 miles. It was surrounded by pavilions, terraces, and immortal palaces, floating immortal mountains, and a sea of clouds. It looked majestic and mysterious. Ling Xiao rode on the Qilin Immortal King and arrived at the Fortune Immortal City. He could not help but exclaim in admiration when he felt the terrifying aura emanating from the Fortune Immortal Court. Although immortal kings were strong, they were still as insignificant as ants in front of the Fortune Immortal City. This was the power of the Fortune Immortal Court. This was the foundation of a superpower that had dominated the eternal immortal domain for countless eras. On both sides of the huge city gate, there were many guards wearing immortal armor and surrounded by immortal light. They were guarding the city with cold gazes. Those city guards were all true immortal realm experts, and the leader was a commander realm expert who had even reached the immortal king realm, causing people to be intimidated at the sight of him. To enter the Fortune Immortal City, one had to pay a certain amount of immortal source stones. Ling Xiao and the Qilin Immortal King followed behind the long queue and paid some immortal source stones to enter the Fortune Immortal City. The Fortune Immortal City was extremely lively and prosperous. As far as the eye could see, the streets crisscrossed and stretched for millions of miles. There were many shops on both sides of the wide streets. Some immortal Dao experts dressed as waiters and waiters were shouting at the entrance. There were also many hawkers who had set up stalls on both sides of the street, selling all kinds of rare treasures. Ling Xiao felt as if he had arrived at Immortal City. "Master, this is the Fortune Immortal City. It is the supreme immortal court founded by immortal Emperor Fortune. In ancient times, it was said to be the overlord of the eternal immortal domain. However, after so many years, the Fortune Immortal Court has declined and is no longer as glorious as it was in the past." Xianxia explained slowly. "I see. I wonder what kind of person Immortal Emperor Fortune was." Ling Xiao nodded as a look of longing appeared in his eyes. He had learned a lot about the Fortune Immortal Court over the past few days. Immortal Emperor Fortune was said to be extremely powerful in the past. He had many Immortal Emperor realm experts under his command. He had dominated the eternal immortal domain and was invincible in both heaven and earth. That was the supreme expert who had once suppressed the Dark Age, annihilated countless dark creatures, and established the immortal court of creation. Legend had it that even the truth immortal emperor was once a subordinate of immortal Emperor Fortune. However, the truth immortal emperor betrayed Fortune and severely injured him. As a result, the Fortune Immortal Court and the Truth Immortal Court were mortal enemies. "Master, the Fortune Immortal Court's Emperor clan has always had a good reputation. They are incomparably humble, and there are very few arrogant and domineering people among them. An arrogant person like the ninth prince, Xianxia, was actually a heretic. Master, if you want to cooperate with them, you don't have to worry about being tricked." Xianxia reminded him. "I understand. Let's go to the Green Cloud Immortal Palace and find the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor." Ling Xiao nodded and let Xianxia lead the way to the Green Cloud Immortal Palace. Rumble, suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently, and the streets trembled violently. From the city gate in the distance, a group of iron horsemen charged through the streets. It was unknown how many people had been killed or crippled by the collisions. It was a group of giant flood dragons covered in black scales. Their bodies were dazzling with starlight, and their auras were extremely powerful. They had actually reached the true immortal realm. On the backs of the giant flood dragons were a group of women in red armor. Each of them was valiant and had a cold expression on their faces, as if they were superior. In particular, the leader of the group was a woman with a voluptuous figure. Her face was as cold as ice, and she was extremely arrogant. Her skin was as white as snow, and she held a long red whip in her hand. She kept whipping the giant flood dragons as she charged forward. Instantly, the people on the streets were thrown off their horses. The pedestrians on the streets dodged, and their eyes were filled with anger and awe. "It's actually this arrogant and domineering young princess. Everyone, get out of the way. Otherwise, we won't be able to seek justice even if we die. Sigh, this young princess is the second prince's younger sister. The second prince is now like the sun in the midday sky in the celestial court of creation. His talent is superb, and he even has the potential to surpass the crown prince. This young princess is also becoming more and more arrogant and domineering. What can we do? It's all because the emperor is severely injured, and the crown prince and the second prince are fighting to the death for the throne. The celestial court of creation is also in a precarious situation. Isn't that so? Who knows when the celestial court of creation will be destroyed by the celestial court of truth?" A group of onlookers discussed animatedly, and their eyes were filled with resentment as they looked at the young princess in red armor. The steel torrent was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Ling Xiao. "Get lost!" The young princess suddenly shouted, and the red whip in her hand lashed out at Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he glanced at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia immediately looked embarrassed. He had just said that the reputation of the monarch race in the celestial court of creation was very good, and there were very few arrogant and domineering people. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face by this young princess in the blink of an eye? Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the red whip in the palm of his hand. Then, he suddenly pulled back, and an unparalleled divine force gushed out from his palm, slamming into the young princess's body, causing her to tremble violently. Her chi and blood surged, and the flood dragon beast's charge came to a halt. Roar! The eyes of the Qilin immortal king were filled with an icy cold killing intent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth, causing the surrounding space to tremble. An incomparably terrifying sound wave blasted over, enveloping the horde of flood dragons and gigantic beasts as though it was corporeal. The flood dragon beasts were only at the true immortal realm. How could they withstand the roar of immortal King Qilin? Instantly, all of them trembled, and they stood on the spot anxiously. Their eyes were filled with fear, and it was as though they couldn't help but kneel down in the next moment. Who are you? How dare you block the path of this young princess? The young princess's expression was incomparably cold, and she looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully. Then, when her gaze landed on the immortal King Qilin, her eyes lit up, revealing an incomparably blazing light. She could see that the immortal King Qilin was extraordinary, and only such a mount was worthy of the young princess's status. Instantly, she had the thought of taking him for herself. Princess Red-Robed could tell that although Ling Xiao was an immortal king and had an extraordinary aura, he was very unfamiliar to her. He was not one of the big shots or geniuses she knew in the immortal court of fate. Therefore, contempt appeared in her eyes. You rode your horse wildly and injured countless people. Of course, that's your business and has nothing to do with me. However, you shouldn't have provoked me. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he glanced at Princess Hongyi. Provoked you? Who do you think you are? Brat, you actually dare to block this princess's path. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't lower myself to your level. Quickly offer your Qilin mount to me, and I'll spare your life. The red-dressed princess sneered. The Qilin immortal king was furious. Who would have thought that the princess would take a fancy to him and want him to be her mount? The Qilin immortal king was a supreme great immortal herb. Although he only had the cultivation of an immortal king due to his transformation, his future was limitless. However, its future was limitless. If it could grow up, it would not be impossible for it to become a powerful immortal emperor. He was extremely proud. Although he was willing to acknowledge Ling Xiao as his master, it was only because Ling Xiao could convince him. But who the hell was this princess in red? How dare she make the great Qilin immortal king her mount? Little girl, who do you think you are? How dare you make me your mount? If you don't want to die, get over here and be my mount. The Qilin immortal king looked at Ling Xiao. He was very confident and immediately cursed at the princess. Did you hear that? My mount doesn't want to follow you. I'm in a bad mood today. If you don't want to die, you'd better scram now. It's not too late. Ling Xiao sneered, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He knew how powerful the celestial court of fortune was. Although he had promised the immortal Emperor Qingyun to go to the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield, it did not mean that he was easy to bully. Perhaps he would have to use this red-cloaked princess to establish his authority. Only then would he be able to show off his strength. Otherwise, wouldn't those people think that he could be bullied at will? I think you have a death wish. The red-cloaked princess's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she suddenly shouted. She was arrogant by nature and was used to being arrogant in the Fortune Immortal City. Because she had the support of the second prince, no one dared to provoke her. Even the crown prince's men had to be courteous to her. She hadn't expected that a mere immortal king from outside would actually dare to speak such arrogant words. Killing intent instantly arose in her heart. The fiery red whip in her hand produced an explosive sound as it lashed out at Ling Xiao's face. At the same time, a light flashed in her palm, and a sword-shaped rune appeared. It exuded an ancient and terrifying aura, and it was instantly activated by her. As soon as this sword talisman appeared, the heavens and the earth instantly changed color. Winds blew and clouds surged, and the surrounding space trembled slightly. In the next moment, a brilliant sword light that was 10,000 miles long rose from the 9 heavens and slashed down toward Ling Xiao. This was the most powerful attack left behind by a half-immortal emperor. It was fierce to the extreme. Although the red-cloaked princess was arrogant and domineering, she was no fool. She knew that the whip might not be able to hit Ling Xiao. However, this sword talisman was different. As soon as the sword talisman appeared, sword light flashed in all directions. It was as powerful as a half-immortal emperor's attack. Even a peak immortal king expert would die without a doubt. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao and snatch the Qilin immortal king away. Seeing how vicious the red-cloaked princess was and how fierce her killing intent was, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Boom! Ling Xiao casually blasted out an incomparably ferocious fist print, and in an instant, the long whip was directly blasted into pieces, completely exploding into pieces. A powerful immortal king weapon was completely destroyed in his hands just like that. Then, the sky-devouring sword in his hand released a dazzling sword light. He also swung his sword to meet the attack. The fierce sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything as it collided with the sword talisman in the void. Boom! It was as if a brilliant immortal Tao star had exploded, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The sword light that filled the sky was swept away. Ling Zhao's sky-devouring sword was extremely fierce as it slashed down toward the red-cloaked princess. What? Princess Red Jade's expression changed drastically. Her beautiful face lost all color as her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that not only was her sword talisman unable to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was also able to unleash such a powerful combat strength. Not only did he destroy her sword talisman, but he also wanted to kill her with a single strike. She was completely flustered as she hurriedly shouted, "Save me!" Rumble, however, when the dazzling sword light landed, it instantly destroyed the defensive sword light around her. It then slashed her body, causing her body to explode. So, a resplendent beam of starlight appeared. It was the red-cloaked princess primordial spirit. She instantly used a teleportation technique to escape into the distance. Ling Xiao held the sky-devouring sword in his hand with an extremely cold expression. Another sharp sword light slashed down in an attempt to completely shatter the red-cloaked princess primordial spirit. Stop! At that moment, a dignified and cold voice resounded in the void. However, Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to it as though he did not hear it at all. The sword light in his hand slashed down and struck the red-cloaked princess primordial spirit, completely destroying her primordial spirit. At that moment, the red-cloaked princess primordial spirit was completely destroyed. Rumble, because of Ling Zhao's sword strike, figures with extremely terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the Fortune Immortal City. They swept across the sky towards the city. At the same time, the powerful array above the Fortune Immortal City seemed to have been activated. Immortal Dao runes intertwined, containing extremely terrifying killing intent. They formed a huge immortal Dao net above the 9 heavens, locking down Ling Xiao below. Kacha, an extremely terrifying figure descended from the 9 heavens and transformed into a middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe and a crown on his head. His expression was extremely gloomy and his eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The middle-aged man said coldly. His voice was like thunder that shook the surrounding void. "Oh no, it's the Nining Quasi-Emperor." Yi Liangshui's body trembled as he quickly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. It turned out that the Nining Quasi-Emperor was the second prince's guardian. He was extremely powerful and was not any weaker than the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor. Moreover, it was said that the red-clothed princess was the descendant of the Nining Quasi-Emperor. Therefore, the Nining Quasi-Emperor was so furious after Ling Xiao killed the red-clothed princess with a single sword strike that he immediately revealed himself. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao was extremely indifferent as he asked in return. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect this unfamiliar celestial king to be so courageous. He even dared to question the Nining Quasi-Emperor. Was he not afraid of death? The Nining Quasi-Emperor stared at Ling Xiao and laughed out of anger. "Good, very good. It has been many years since someone dared to say such things in front of me. Since you killed Hong you'll pay with your life for her." The Nining Quasi-Emperor's expression instantly turned cold and emotionless. Eveline Qi circled around him as lightning intertwined. An extremely terrifying killing intent locked onto Ling Xiao. Rumble, he slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao. This palm contained a peerless killing intent as if it was going to kill Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He held the sky-devouring sword in his hand and the sword intent around him soared to the sky. The 3 swords of origin were about to be completely activated at any time. Ling Xiao did not show any fear in the face of this powerful quasi-emperor. Instead, his battle-intent soared and he wanted to fight this quasi-emperor. Crack, at this moment, a dazzling sword light swept across the void. It seemed to have destroyed the void in all directions in an instant. It was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. The sword light arrived first, blocking in front of the Nining quasi-immortal emperor in an instant and completely turning his palm print into dust. In the void, the sky was dazzling. An elegant and dignified middle-aged man walked over and appeared in front of the Nining quasi-emperor. It was the Qingyun quasi-emperor. When the Nining Quasi-Emperor saw the appearance of the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor, his face turned extremely gloomy. Li Qingyun, are you trying to stop me? The Qingyun Quasi-Emperor smiled indifferently. Brother Nining, why are you so angry? Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is my esteemed guest. I wonder if Brother Jiuyue can spare him this once on account of my meager face? Impossible. He killed Hong so he has to pay with his life for Hong The Nining Quasi-Emperor was extremely unyielding as he sneered. The green cloud quasi-immortal emperor glanced at the red-cloaked princess, who had died. He also felt a little troubled. He knew the relationship between the Nining Quasi-Emperor and Princess Hongyu. Therefore, he knew that the Nining Quasi-Emperor would not let this matter rest. Brother Nining, Ling Xiao is my esteemed guest. I will protect him today. If you are not convinced, why don't we have a fight? The Qingyun Quasi-Emperor's eyes flashed as he smiled indifferently. It was rare for him to be so unyielding. The Nining Quasi-Emperor's face instantly turned ugly. He did not expect the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor to be so unyielding in order to protect Ling Xiao. One had to know that the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the Nining Quasi-Emperor did not have the confidence to take him down. Good, very good. Li Qingyun, I will remember you. And Ling Xiao, I will also remember you. One day, if you fall into my hands, I will make you beg for death. The Nining Quasi-Emperor looked coldly at the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor, his eyes filled with killing intent. Then, he glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before turning to leave. He had actually given up. In an instant, everyone looked at the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor with eyes full of respect. They did not expect the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor to be so powerful that even the usually unyielding and domineering Nining Quasi-Emperor was so afraid of him. At the same time, they looked at Ling Xiao curiously. This unfamiliar immortal king was actually the esteemed guest of the Qingyun Quasi-Emperor. Many of the important figures among them suddenly had the intention to befriend him. Brother Ling Xiao, have you made your decision to come to the Fortune Immortal City? The Qingyun Quasi-Emperor smiled at Ling Xiao with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Yes, I have made my decision. I am willing to enter the heavenly ancient battlefield. Ling Xiao said slowly. Good, very good. Brother Ling Xiao, please follow me to the Qingyun Immortal Palace. The Qingyun Quasi-Emperor was overjoyed and immediately led Ling Xiao to the Qingyun Immortal Palace. Green Cloud Immortal Palace. This was an immortal palace that floated in the 9 heavens. It was made of divine Tao celestial metal and was shimmering with celestial light. Celestial Tao runes circled above the immortal palace, and it contained an extremely cold murderous aura. This was a formation left behind by generations of powerhouses that could easily kill celestial kings. When Ling Xiao and the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor arrived at the Green Cloud Immortal Palace, there was already someone waiting for them. It was a young man in a purple dragon robe with a jade crown on his head. He was handsome, elegant, and extraordinarily refined. His eyes were as bright and wise as the stars, and he had a gentle smile on his face. He gave off a dignified and mysterious aura. When he saw the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor, he immediately bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Imperial Uncle." Then, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao as he smiled faintly and said, "This must be Senior Ling Xiao, right?" "That's right. Let me introduce you. This is Ling Xiao, the one who killed 4 celestial kings and destroyed a quasi-immortal emperor's avatar in the Truth Celestial Court. You should get to know him better in the future." The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor nodded. "Brother Ling Xiao, this is the Crown Prince of the Creation Celestial Court." Then, the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor introduced the young man to Ling Xiao. As it turned out, the young man in the purple dragon robe was the Crown Prince of the Creation Celestial Court, Li Wuji. While Li Wuji was sizing up Ling Xiao was also sizing him up. Ling Xiao could see that Li Wuji's cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven of the Celestial King realm, which was similar to his cultivation base. Moreover, it seemed like Li Wuji had cultivated some kind of powerful celestial emperor's inheritance. He was surrounded by purple qi and dragon qi, and he exuded a mysterious and powerful dragon's might. At the same time, there seemed to be the intertwining of the law of creation. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Ling Xiao could also see that although the Crown Prince of the Creation Celestial Court looked very gentle and polite, there was a lofty arrogance in his bones. Greetings, Your Highness. Ling Xiao replied calmly. Everyone took their seats in the green cloud immortal palace. Soon, the servants served many delicacies, immortal herbs, spiritual fruits, and nectar. These were all rare treasures in the immortal realm, but for the immortal court of fortune, these were just ordinary things. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, for being willing to help us enter the heavenly Tao ancient battlefield. The green cloud quasi-immortal emperor raised his cup and smiled at Ling Xiao. You don't have to be so polite, Taoist Qing Yun. The main reason why I'm willing to enter the heavenly Tao ancient battlefield is because of the eternity fruit. Ling Xiao was incomparably frank as he revealed his intentions. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. After entering the heavenly ancient battlefield, the creation celestial court will do our best to help fellow Taoist Ling Xiao obtain the eternity fruit so that you can condense the heavenly Tao seed as soon as possible and break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Immortal Emperor Qing Yunji replied with a smile, officially making a promise. Senior Ling Xiao, I heard that there's still some time before the ancient battlefield opens. Why don't you let me bring Senior Ling Xiao around the Fortune Immortal City for a tour? There are many places worth visiting in the Fortune Immortal City. The Crown Prince, Li Wuji, smiled at Ling Xiao, trying to get closer to him. Thank you, Your Highness. However, I plan to stay in the Yi family for the time being, so I won't disturb fellow Taoist Qing Yunji and Your Highness. Ling Xiao said calmly. He had already promised Yi Liangshui to bring him back to the Yi family. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yi Liangshui's eyes were instantly filled with gratitude. Yi family? Li Wuji's eyes were filled with a trace of surprise. His gaze fell on Yi Liangshui, and he immediately understood. Then, he smiled faintly and said, so it's brother Yi Liangshui. I heard that the Yi family is preparing to select the Yi family's divine son recently. I remember that brother Yi Liangshui was a strong candidate for the Yi family's divine son candidate back then. This time, with Senior Ling Xiao's support, perhaps you'll have a chance to compete for the position of the divine son. Your Highness, you must be joking. With Yi Qin and Yi Qing around, how can I be the divine son of the Yi family? Yi Liangshui said with a wry smile. His eyes were filled with bitterness. The reason why Yi Liangshui had come to the primitive world from the eternal immortal domains was not only because he had the protection of a patriarch of the Yi family, but also because the Yi family had Yi Qin and Yi Qing, the two chosen sons of heaven. Although Yi Liangshui was the son of the Yi family's patriarch, he still paled in comparison to Yi Qing and Yi Qin. No matter what, I think brother Yi Liangshui should return to the Yi family as soon as possible. I heard that the Yi family's ancestor doesn't have much time left. I'm afraid he'll pass away soon. Li Wuji's eyes flashed as he said slowly. What? Yi Liangshui's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He immediately looked at Ling Xiao with a pleading gaze. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I'll go back to the Yi family with you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Yi Liangshui's eyes were filled with gratitude. Then, Ling Xiao stood up and prepared to bring Yi Liangshui back to the Yi family to bid farewell to the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor and Crown Prince Li Wuji. The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at Ling Xiao's back. He then looked at Li Wuji and asked, Wuji, what do you think of Ling Xiao? He's extremely talented and shrewd. He'll definitely become a quasi-immortal emperor in the future. If he doesn't pass away, he might even be able to attain the supreme immortal emperor realm. Li Wuji said slowly, expressing his opinion of Ling Xiao. I didn't expect someone as proud as you to think so highly of Ling Xiao. The Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor smiled slightly, and a hint of relief could be seen in his eyes. He was a member of the Crown Prince's faction, so naturally, he would think of the Crown Prince. However, he knew that the Crown Prince was arrogant by nature. In the entire Fortune Immortal City, there were only a few people who could catch his eye. Even his second brother, who was extremely talented, did not catch his attention. Now that he thought highly of Ling Xiao, the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor was naturally pleased. Royal uncle, although I'm arrogant, it's because the others are too mediocre. However, I also understand that there's always someone better than you. Senior Ling Xiao is not an enemy. I have a feeling that if I can maintain a good relationship with him, he'll be a great help to the Fortune Immortal Court. Li Wuji's eyes flickered as he spoke with a hint of wisdom. If that's the case, why don't you follow Ling Xiao and General Yi back to the Yi clan? You should know that the Yi clan is in a lot of trouble now. If General Yi returns now, it'll be extremely awkward. Why don't you follow them back and use your identity as the crown prince to intimidate them? The green cloud quasi-immortal emperor asked curiously. Royal uncle, although the Yi clan is in trouble, I believe that Senior Ling Xiao can easily resolve it with his means. This is a good opportunity for Senior Ling Xiao to completely subdue General Yi. Why should I go and do him a favor? If I do that, I'm afraid it'll backfire and make Senior Ling Xiao think I'm a person who plays tricks. Since I've decided to maintain a good relationship with him, I'll naturally treat him with sincerity. Li Wuji said with a smile. Good, very good. Wuji, do you know? That's what I admire the most about you. As a ruler, although you have to scheme, if you can, you still have to do it openly. You can't be too obsessed with schemes. You're much better than Wu Shuang in this aspect. The green cloud quasi-immortal emperor said with a smile. His eyes were filled with gratification. On the other side, Ling Xiao rode on immortal King Qilin and brought General Yi back to the Yi clan. The Yi clan was a long-lived family with a long history. It was said that they had already existed when the Fortune Immortal Court was first established. An ancestor of the Yi clan was once a general under the Fortune Immortal Emperor. A quasi-immortal emperor had also appeared in the Yi clan's ancestor. They were incomparably prosperous. Now, the Yi clan was indeed a little weak. This was because everyone knew that the ancestor of the Yi clan did not have much lifespan left and was about to die. If the ancestor, who was a quasi-immortal emperor, died, the Yi clan would immediately fall from being a supergiant and become the most ordinary long-lived family in the Fortune Immortal City. Therefore, during this period of time, the undercurrent of the Yi clan was turbulent. Everyone in the Yi clan was not only fighting for the position of the clan master, but also for the title of the Yi clan's godchild. In that case, if the ancestor you mentioned dies, your father's position as the clan master will also be unstable? After hearing Yi Liangshui's explanation, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. That's right. Although my father's talent is extraordinary, his foundation is too weak after all. However, because he is the direct descendant of the ancestor and has the support of the ancestor, no one dares to say anything when he becomes the clan master. However, if the ancestor dies, I'm afraid it's hard to say. After all, Yi Qin and Yi Cheng's fathers, who are also my two uncles, are not weaker than my father in terms of talent. Moreover, they are extremely powerful. If they take the position of patriarch, then either Yi Qin or Yi Cheng will definitely become the Yi clan's godchild. Yi Liangshui said with a wry smile. What about Yi Qin and Yi Cheng's cultivation? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Before I left, Yi Qin and Yi Cheng were already at the 9th heaven of the true immortal realm. Now, they have probably broken through to the immortal king realm. Yi Liangshui said with a wry smile. His current cultivation was only at the true immortal realm. He had no idea how long it would take for him to break through to the immortal king realm. After all, his talent was indeed not as good as Yi Qin and Yi Cheng. Since you've helped me find the godly mountain's Tao spirit, I'll help you become the Yi clan's godchild. Ling Xiao said calmly and strode forward. Thank you, master. Yi Liangshui shuddered. His eyes reddened slightly. The Yi clan's ancestral ground was located to the east of the Fortune Immortal City. It occupied a floating godly mountain and opened up a small world. Most of the people living on the floating godly mountain were only the Yi clan's branch members. The core members of the clan lived in the small world they had opened up. As soon as Ling Xiao and Yi Liangshui arrived at the Yi clan's ancestral ground, they immediately felt an icy murderous intent locking onto them. Who's there? How dare you trespass on my Yi clan's territory? An icy voice echoed in the rift, followed by a few whooshes. Over 10 guards in armor and riding flying immortal beasts descended from the sky and surrounded Ling Xiao, Yi Liangshui, and the others. The guards' eyes were extremely cold. Their murderous intent lingered in the air. They were all true immortal realm experts. The leader of the guards had even reached the peak 9th heaven of the true immortal realm, half-immortal emperor realm. This was the strength of the Yi clan, even the ordinary guards were true immortal realm experts. Yi Liangshui? Right at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Greetings, young master." Recognizing Yi Liangshui, the guards hurriedly bowed to him. "Get up, why are you bowing to the traitor of the Yi family? Who does he think he is? It won't be long before the young master of the Yi family becomes God's son Yi Qin." The leader of the guards sneered with a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. "How dare you disrespect me?" Yi Liangshui's eyes flashed with a cold light and his face was filled with anger. He never thought that a mere guard commander of the Yi family would dare to be so impudent to him. However, he knew that something big must have happened to the Yi family. "Disrespect you? Who do you think you are? Yi Liangshui, you betrayed the Yi family and stole the patriarch's healing elixir. Now that the patriarch doesn't have much lifespan left, it's all because of you. How dare you come back? Guards, take him down." The patrol commander sneered and immediately waved his hand to order the surrounding guards. "Let's see who dares." Yi Liangshui was shocked and furious. He stared at the guard commander and said, "You said that the patriarch doesn't have much lifespan left and I took the patriarch's healing elixir?" "That's right. Everyone in the Yi family knows about this. Do you still want to deny it?" The guard commander sneered again and then shouted sternly, "Guards, do you still dare to disobey? Why aren't you taking him down?" The guards were hesitant at first, but after hearing the commander's words, they gritted their teeth and pounced on Yi Liangshui. "How dare you?" Yi Liangshui's eyes flashed with a cold light. Blazing starlight appeared around him and his fist was unparalleled. Bang! 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 Although the guards were strong, how could they be a match for Yi Liangshui? In an instant, they were all pushed back. "You're courting death." The guard commander's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pulled out a black immortal weapon saber and slashed at Yi Liangshui. Noisy! At this moment, the Qilin immortal king suddenly shouted lazily. Then, it stretched out a purple claw, sweeping across the sky. It was extremely sharp. Rumble, the immortal weapon saber was instantly shattered by the Qilin immortal king's claw. After that, it slammed onto the body of the guard commander, causing him to tremble violently. He coughed out blood and fell from the sky. "I say, Commander Yi, it seems like you're not doing well in the Yi clan. Even a small guard commander dares to kill you." Immortal King Qilin mocked. Yi Liangshui was anxious and angry. His eyes were filled with embarrassment. "Kill him." At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and said indifferently, "Yes, master." Yi Liangshui's heart trembled, and he immediately nodded. Whoosh, immortal light gushed out from Yi Liangshui's palm and he instantly drew a sharp immortal sword. Then, he swung the sword in the air and slashed down at the guard commander. "Stop." At this moment, a loud roar was heard from the void. At the same time, an incomparably sharp saber light slashed down from the sky and targeted Yi Liangshui. It was actually trying to kill him with a single slash. Yi Liangshui was just about to block it when Ling Zhao's voice rang in his ears again. "Just attack. Don't worry about anything else," Ling Xiao said calmly. Then, he punched out in the air. Rumble, the boundless fist print shook the sky in all directions. That saber light shattered with a loud bang. Then, the boundless fist print rose up like a divine sun from the 9 heavens and blasted on the figure that had just appeared in midair. Immediately, the figure staggered back. Golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. At this moment, Yi Liangshui gritted his teeth and slashed down with the sword in his hand, killing the guard commander on the spot. Rumble, the starlight that filled the sky was ethereal and dazzling. A figure with an incomparably powerful aura descended from the sky. It was an immortal king. He stared at Yi Liangshui, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. At the same time, he glanced at Ling Xiao, seeming somewhat bewildered. After seeing Yi Liangshui appear, he indeed had the thought of striking first to gain the upper hand and killing Yi Liangshui completely. However, he did not expect that Yi Liangshui would actually have such a powerful immortal king by his side to protect him. For a moment, he did not dare to make a move. "Uncle Yi Fu, you actually want to kill me?" Seeing the middle-aged immortal king in front of him, Yi Liangshui's eyes were filled with disbelief. The immortal king in front of him was called Yi Fu. He was once his father's most capable subordinate and had been very good to him when he was young. He did not expect that Yi Fu would actually attack him now. Yi Liangshui, you stole the ancestors' healing divine medicine, and your father protected you. Both of you are traitors of the Yi family. Now, your father is already detained in the dungeon. As for you, could it be that you still want to resist? Yi Fu sneered. His eyes were filled with indifference. How dare you? Who gave you the right to capture my father? Where is the ancestor? I want to see the ancestor. Yi Liangshui was shocked and furious. He shouted repeatedly, his eyes filled with incomparable anger and killing intent. You want to see the ancestor? Are you worthy? As for your father, as long as you obediently surrender, I can lock you in the dungeon. At that time, you and your father will naturally be able to see each other. Yi Fu sneered. Rumble, at this moment, rays of dazzling starlight bloomed from afar. A few figures with incomparably powerful auras soared into the sky like 3 dazzling suns. They instantly occupied the other 3 positions and vaguely trapped Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen in the middle. They were 3 incomparably powerful immortal kings. The leader had a cold face and a sinister expression. He wore a black robe and looked at Yi Liangchen with undisguised killing intent. Yi Liangshui had already recognized him. He was Yi Qin's father, Yi Delu, and also his father's cousin. When Yi Fu saw Yi Delu, he immediately revealed a flattering smile and said, "Greetings, second master. How should we deal with Yi Liangshui? He even brought back an extremely powerful immortal king. He doesn't seem to be easy to deal with." Yi Delu didn't even look at Yi Liangshui. His gaze landed on Ling Xiao and he said indifferently, "Who are you? Which everlasting family do you come from? This is my Yi family's family matter. I hope you won't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Delu was currently overflowing with power in the Yi family. He was currently competing with Yi Dejuan for the position of the Yi family's patriarch. However, Yi Liangshui was still a hidden danger, so he wanted to take the initiative and eliminate Yi Liangshui. At that time, he would kill Yi Liangshui's father. Even if the ancestor wasn't dead, the position of the patriarch could only be decided between him and Yi Dejuan. Moreover, he had greater confidence than Yi Dejuan. Therefore, in his opinion, the position of the Yi family's patriarch was already in the bag. In this way, even though Ling Zhao's aura was extraordinary, this was the Yi family after all, not to mention an unfamiliar immortal king, even a quasi-immortal emperor wouldn't dare to behave atrociously here. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that from today onwards, Yi Liangshui is the Yi family's divine son. And his father is still the Yi family's patriarch. You only need to carry out my orders. Otherwise, you can only die. Ling Zhao's voice was incomparably calm as he spoke indifferently. After he finished speaking, Yi Delu immediately laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mockery and incomparably cold killing intent. Do you really think I'm giving you face by calling you a fellow cultivator? Not to mention you, even the princes and the emperor lord don't dare to interfere in the family matters of my Yi family. Who do you think you are? You dare to act like a master in my Yi family? Then you can die. Yi Delu sneered and suddenly waved his hand. Boom, 4 immortal kings with incomparably powerful auras surged with killing intent and instantly locked onto Ling Xiao. Yi Liangshui, if I kill them, will it affect the Yi family? Ling Xiao ignored the immortal kings and looked at Yi Liangshui instead, asking indifferently. Master, they are all traitors of the Yi family. You can completely kill them. Yi Liangshui gritted his teeth and said, his eyes filled with incomparable gratitude. He knew that Ling Xiao could have ignored these trivial matters of the Yi family, but Ling Xiao still chose to do it. How could Yi Liangshui not know that Ling Xiao was doing it for him? Originally, he was still a little unwilling to be captured by Ling Xiao, but now he was completely convinced. He even decided to give up his life and follow him. From now on, he would never have any thoughts of betrayal. Very good. In that case, let me wipe out the rebellion of the Yi family for you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't even look at the immortal kings. A bright light shone in his palm, and the sky-swallowing sword appeared. You don't know what's good for you. Kill him. Yi Delu's eyes flashed with killing intent as he gave the order decisively. Immediately, the four immortal kings charged towards Ling Xiao with powerful immortal weapons in their hands. Crack, a dazzling starlight bloomed above the 9 heavens. Ling Xiao held the sky-swallowing sword in his hand and slashed in the air. Sword chi swept out, and the sky in all directions seemed to be split open. It was blazing to the extreme. That dazzling sword light seemed to contain the origin of all the worlds in the heavens, and it could also destroy reincarnation and shatter all things. It was extremely sharp. Yi Delu and the other immortal kings were all shocked and their souls almost left their bodies. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. They never thought that Ling Zhao's sword would be so terrifying. Rumble, the void trembled violently. Yi Delu and Yi Fu both coughed up blood. Their arms were directly cut off by the dazzling sword light, and their bodies flew out with a loud bang. The 2 immortal kings that Yi Delu brought were not so lucky. They were directly cut in half by Ling Zhao's sword, and even their primordial spirits were completely destroyed. 2 celestial kings instantly lost their lives under Ling Zhao's sword. How is this possible? Yi Delu and Yi Fu's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. They no longer had any arrogance. He defeated 4 immortal kings with a single sword strike, and even killed 2 of them. Could this young man in front of them be a quasi-immortal emperor? Thinking of this, their hearts couldn't help but sink. I'll give you 2 choices now. You can either take me to the patriarch of the Yi clan and the ancestor of the Yi clan. Or you can go to hell. Ling Xiao said coldly as he stared at Yi Delu and Yi Fu. Ling Xiao stood in the air with celestial light around him. Purple chi swirled around him as a mysterious and invincible aura filled the air. In his eyes, there seemed to be a mysterious scene of the sun and moon turning upside down and the destruction of the world. The incomparably powerful aura pressed down on Yi Delu and Yi Fu, causing them to tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. Who are you? This is the Yi clan. How dare you act so presumptuously here? Are you not afraid of death? The ancestor of the Yi clan is a general of the Creation Celestial Court. The Yi clan is one of the top forces in the Creation Celestial City and has followed the Celestial Emperor to conquer the world. If you dare to act presumptuously here, the Yi clan and the Creation Celestial Court will not let you go. Yi Delu said coldly with an ugly expression on his face. He was horrified when he saw Ling Zhao's terrifying combat strength. He could only hope that the Yi clan and the Creation Celestial Court would be able to intimidate Ling Xiao so that he would not dare to act presumptuously here. Second uncle, I'm afraid you don't know that my master is the distinguished guest of the Crown Prince and the Green Cloud Quasi-Celestial Emperor. If you want to use the Creation Celestial Court's name to suppress him, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. If you know what's good for you, quickly take me and my master to see my father and the ancestor. Otherwise, when my master makes a move, you'll definitely die. Yi Liangshui said coldly. Although Yi Delu and Yi Fu were members of the Yi clan, Yi Liangshui did not have the slightest sympathy for them. Moreover, if Ling Xiao had not followed them to the Yi clan, Yi Liangshui would have been captured by Yi Delu in an instant. At that time, both father and son would be prisoners and their lives would be at the mercy of others. The distinguished guest of the Crown Prince and the Green Cloud Quasi-Celestial Emperor. How is that possible? Yi Delu's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His expression was a little uncertain. After all, he had already stood on the second prince's side on behalf of the Yi clan. Now that the second prince and the crown prince were like fire, they could not coexist. In this way, only by completely annihilating this mysterious immortal king before them and relying on the second prince would they be able to obtain a chance at survival. Yi Delu's eyes immediately revealed a murderous intent to kill Ling. He could see that even though Ling Zhao's celestial courts, Ling's celestial court, a mere immortal king actually dared to behave atrociously in the Yi clan that possessed deep resources and reserves, and it caused his heart to be filled with unforgivable rage since a long time ago while his killing intent seethed. These 3 immortal kings were none other than Yi Dejuan and the 2 immortal kings under him. Ling Xiao defeated Yi Delu and Yi Fu with a single strike and even killed the 2 celestial kings. Yi Dejuan saw it all and was extremely fearful of Ling Xiao. Second brother, let's put aside our grudges for now and kill this person together. Yi Dejuan said slowly as he looked at Yi Delu with a faint gaze. Okay. Please use the treasures to kill him. Yi Delu also revealed his killing intent as he coldly said. Boom! The 5 celestial kings joined forces at the same time. At this moment, the auras of the 5 powerful celestial kings intertwined, divine light filled the air, and their bloodlines surged. It was as if an extremely powerful aura had awakened in the depths of the Yi clan. Suddenly, a blazing light shook the void as if it could tear the world apart. That incomparably horrifying killing intent instantly locked onto Ling Xiao. Oh no, Master, that's the Yi clan's treasures, the Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror. The Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror can shoot out the Heaven and Earth Destruction Celestial Light. Its power is extremely terrifying and can even severely injure quasi-immortal Emperor. Master must be careful. Yi Liangshui's body trembled. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to Ling Xiao. Ridiculous. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. In his palm, the sky-devouring sword emitted a sharp light. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, in the depths of the Yi clan, the Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror suddenly shot out a dazzling Heaven and Earth Destruction Celestial Light. It swept across the sky as if it was going to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. The Heaven and Earth Destruction Celestial Light was extremely terrifying. Even Ling Xiao felt a strong threat. He instantly soared into the sky. The sky-devouring sword emitted thousands of rays of light. A dazzling sword light that seemed to contain the origin of heaven and earth and the truth of all things met the destructive divine light. Crack, even the void seemed to have cracks. The Heaven and Earth Destruction Celestial Light was destroyed by Ling Xiao's sword. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. This seemed to be just the beginning. In the depths of the Yi clan, a dazzling ancient mirror floated in the void. It emitted chaotic light as if it had triggered the eternal power of heaven. Its aura was mysterious and unfathomable. This was the Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light. It trembled slightly in the void. In an instant, rays of Heaven and Earth Destruction Celestial Light shot toward Ling Xiao's vital points. In an instant, thousands of rays of Heaven and Earth Destruction Celestial Light were activated at the same time. The terrifying aura even shook the entire Heaven and Earth Immortal City. Countless important figures in the city cast their gazes toward the Yi clan. Countless important figures were shocked. They did not know what had happened to the Yi clan. Even the Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror had been activated. One should know that the Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror was extremely powerful. Although it was not an Eternal Emperor weapon, it was still a top quasi-emperor celestial weapon. It could release the eternal power of heaven and was a strong threat to even immortal emperors. Could it be that the Yi clan had encountered a powerful enemy and had even used this treasure? Rumble. In the sky above the Yi clan, Ling Xiao was surrounded by golden light. Sword chi surged from his palm. The sky-devouring sword also emitted a dazzling divine light. One should know that the sky-devouring sword was Ling Xiao's natal treasure. It had even merged with the origin sword, an incomplete eternal emperor weapon. Its power was not inferior to a quasi-emperor celestial weapon. Ling Xiao used the origin sword in the sky above the Yi clan. The sword chi was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy everything. The Heaven and Earth Destruction Celestial Light released by the Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror was annihilated by the rays of origin sword chi. It could not cause any harm to Ling Xiao at all. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. His eyes were as cold as steel. With the sky-devouring sword in his hand, he was like a dazzling ray of light. In an instant, he pierced through the void and charged toward the 5 celestial kings. Stop him! Yi Delu and Yi Dijuan's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect that even the Heaven and Earth Celestial Mirror of the Yi clan could not hurt Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao, his strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Their hearts sank. Could it be that they really could not stop Ling Xiao today? Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens. The origin sword chi swept across the field and enveloped the 5 celestial kings. The 3 celestial kings under Yi Delu and Yi Dijuan's command all took out powerful celestial weapons and used supreme celestial techniques to block Ling Xiao's domineering sword chi. However, under the incomparably sharp sky-devouring sword, the 3 origin swords could destroy and suppress everything. Crack! 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 The celestial weapons in the hands of the 3 celestial kings and the powerful celestial techniques they used were like paper. They were instantly shattered and torn apart. They seemed so fragile. In the void, bloody light filled the air. A celestial king expert was split in half by Ling Zhao's sword. Even his primordial spirit did not have time to escape and was killed by the sky-devouring sword. Boom! The sky-devouring sword exuded a powerful devouring force and instantly devoured the primordial spirit of the celestial king expert. This was the devouring origin of the sky-devouring sword. It could devour everything to nourish itself. The corpse and primordial spirit of a celestial king expert were also great nourishment for the sky-devouring sword. The peerless divine might that erupted from Ling Xiao seemed to be able to shatter everything. The remaining two celestial kings were instantly terrified. They instantly turned around and wanted to escape. However, the sky-devouring sword released a dazzling light. Two sword chi slashed down from the sky and directly killed the two of them. Their flesh and primordial spirits were instantly devoured by the sky-devouring sword. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan were left in the sky above the Yi family. Quick, summon the patriarch. The survival of our Yi family is at stake. We must kill such a great enemy. Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan roared angrily. Rumble, an ancient and mysterious token suddenly appeared in their palms. It released a dazzling light that instantly pierced through time and space and reached the depths of the Yi family's ancestral land. In the depths of the Yi family's ancestral land, a purple coffin instantly opened. In the coffin, an old man with white hair and beard was surrounded by a deathly aura. His body was almost withered and he was almost completely dead. Suddenly, the old man abruptly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with blazing and dazzling killing intent. In the next moment, the old man soared into the sky, and an incomparably terrifying destructive power erupted from his body. This old man was shockingly a half-immortal emperor powerhouse. This was precisely the Yi family's foundation. At the same time, it was the foundation of countless everlasting families. The half-immortal emperor ancestors of everlasting families were invincible throughout their lives. Even when they were about to die, they would seal themselves in the ancestral land and leave behind the strength to fight. If the family encountered a powerful enemy, they could be awakened by the later generations and then killed the powerful enemy. Of course, after killing the powerful enemy, these half-immortal emperor ancestors would also completely die. Therefore, this kind of foundation was not many even in everlasting families. Only in a life and death crisis would they be urgently summoned and then killed the powerful enemy. Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan stole the authority of the Yi family's patriarch. The token in their hands could summon the Yi family's foundation. Therefore, at this moment, they directly summoned the Yi family's patriarch, wanting to completely kill Ling Xiao. Not good. Why is it this patriarch? However, in the next moment, when Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan saw the old man with white hair and beard, their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed expressions of disbelief. Ancestor, I'm Yi Liangshui, I'm Yi Liangshui. When Yi Liangshui saw the old man with white hair and beard, his entire body trembled. His eyes were filled with incomparable surprise as he hurriedly shouted. Ling Xiao, who was holding the devouring heaven sword and was about to unleash the supreme profundity of the three swords of origin to fight this quasi-immortal emperor ancestor, was slightly startled and stopped attacking. When the quasi-immortal emperor ancestor saw Yi Liangshui, his entire body trembled. The killing intent in his eyes gradually withdrew, revealing a trace of clarity. Liangshui, why is it you? What's going on? The quasi-immortal emperor ancestor's eyes were filled with confusion. He had sealed himself in the ancestral land of the Yi family and became the foundation of the Yi family. However, he had never thought that he would be awakened at this time. Originally, he had wanted to use thunderous means to destroy the Yi family's great enemy. However, he had never thought that the so-called great enemy was actually Yi Liangshui, the descendant he had once valued the most. It's over, it's all over, Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan trembled all over. Their faces were incomparably pale, and their eyes were filled with incomparable despair. The family token in their hands could indeed summon the Yi family's foundation. However, this kind of summoning was random. They did not know which quasi-immortal emperor ancestor would be summoned. After all, the Yi family had more than one foundation. Coincidentally, they had never thought that the quasi-immortal emperor ancestor that would be summoned this time would actually be the quasi-immortal emperor ancestor of Yi Liangshui's lineage. This ancestor had just exhausted his lifespan 2 days ago and sealed himself in the ancestral land, becoming one of the Yi family's foundations. However, they did not expect that he would be summoned this time. If the quasi-immortal emperor ancestor of Yi Liangshui's lineage had not sealed himself in the ancestral land, they would not have dared to imprison Yi Liangshui's father privately and snatch the patriarch's token. Now, they even wanted to attack Yi Liangshui, wanting to eliminate the root of the problem and completely kill Yi Liangshui. Ancestor, Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan betrayed our Yi family and imprisoned my father. Now, they even want to kill me to silence me. Ancestor, please uphold justice for me. Yi Liangshui bowed respectfully to the quasi-immortal emperor ancestor and then recounted what had happened in the Yi family. What, you dare to be so bold? After the quasi-immortal emperor ancestor heard Yi Liangshui's words, he was instantly enraged. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Immortal light gushed out of his palm. Divine chains of the immortal Tao swept across the sky and imprisoned Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan in an instant. Today, I want to see who dares to be so presumptuous with me here. The expression of the quasi-immortal emperor ancestor was incomparably cold. After that, he descended from the sky and arrived at the main hall of the Yi clan. Following the order of the Yi clan's ancestor, the Yi clan's patriarch who was imprisoned in the dungeon was immediately released. The head of the Yi family was called Yi Deqing, and he was Yi Liangshui's father. At this moment, he looked somewhat tired and weary. There were also some bloodstains on his body, but his face was filled with incomparable anger. He originally thought that Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan wanted to bring him out for repairs. However, he did not expect to see the patriarch of the Yi family and Yi Liangshui sitting in the main hall of the Yi family. His eyes were filled with joy. Son greets father. Father, you have suffered. When Yi Liangshui saw Yi Deqing, his eyes immediately turned red. He directly walked forward and knelt in front of Yi Deqing, choking with sobs. He did not dare to imagine what would have happened if he had returned a few days later. At that time, he might not even be able to see his father for the last time. When he thought of this, he hated Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan even more. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. Good, good, good. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Yi Deqing looked at Yi Liangshui with eyes full of kindness and said with a gratified smile. Yi Liangshui, you haven't introduced this fellow cultivator to me. Who is he? The Yi clan's patriarch's eyes flashed as he sized up Ling Xiao and said. He had already understood what had just happened, and his heart was even more unsettled. This Ling Xiao was clearly only at the Immortal King realm, but in the Yi clan, he had consecutively killed 5 Immortal King experts. His strength was unparalleled. Even the Yi clan's most precious treasure, the Universe Immortal Mirror, could not do anything to him. The Yi clan's patriarch even had a faint feeling that even if he personally took action, it would be very difficult for him to take Ling Xiao down. Reporting to Ancestor, reporting to Lord Father, this is Lord Ling Xiao, who is also my master. If it wasn't for Lord Ling Xiao, I would have died in the Chaos Sea long ago. Yi Liangshui laughed bitterly and said slowly. Now, he was completely convinced by Ling Xiao, and his eyes were filled with respect when he looked at Ling Xiao. When the Yi clan's patriarch and Yi Deqing heard that Yi Liangshui had actually recognized Ling Xiao as his master, their faces were filled with displeasure at the beginning. After all, Yi Liangshui was the future successor of the Yi clan, and he was even the Yi clan's godson. How could he recognize someone else as his master? What was the difference between this and a follower? Not to mention Ling Xiao, even the crown prince and the second prince did not have the qualifications to be called master by Yi Liangshui. However, after listening to Yi Liangshui's narration, the Yi clan's patriarch and Yi Deqing could not help but tremble in fear. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be a living being from a desolate place like the Chaos Sea. Moreover, he had relied on his own strength to forcefully turn the primitive world into an eternal world and even obtained a heaven-defying creation like the World Tree. In other words, as long as Ling Xiao did not die in the future, he would definitely become a celestial emperor. Moreover, Ling Xiao had killed a few great celestial kings from the Truth Celestial Court and even killed a half-celestial emperor's Dharma body. Moreover, he had also obtained the legendary Origin Celestial Emperor's inheritance. This made the Yi clan's patriarch and Yi Deqing regard Ling Xiao even more highly. They no longer had any objections to Yi Liangshui recognizing Ling Xiao as his master. In fact, they even felt a trace of joy. After all, although the Yi clan was still an everlasting family, it was in a precarious state and rapidly weakened. It was difficult to say if they would be able to stand firm in the fortune celestial city in the future. However, if they had Ling Xiao's support, that might not be the case. Moreover, to have a future celestial emperor as his master, what kind of glory was this? It should be known that many half-celestial emperors would most likely not be able to become a servant of a celestial emperor. Fellow cultivator Ling Xiao, thank you for killing the traitor for my Yi clan. This old man is extremely grateful. The Yi clan's patriarch's eyes flashed as he smiled at Ling Xiao. You're welcome. Yi Xianxia is my man. Naturally, I don't want to see him being humiliated by others. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he was extremely calm. Even so, my Yi clan is greatly indebted to fellow cultivator Ling Xiao. I have a gift for fellow cultivator Ling Xiao. I hope fellow cultivator Ling Xiao will accept it. The Yi clan's patriarch's eyes flashed. Immediately, a stream of light flew out from his sleeve and floated in front of Ling Xiao. At first glance, it seemed to be the fur of some kind of immortal beast. There were lines on it that outlined the landscape. It looked like some kind of treasure map. A trace of doubt appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not immediately accept it. Fellow cultivator Ling Xiao, this is a map that I carved when I entered the heavenly ancient battlefield 1,000,000 years ago. The location on this map is very likely to contain an eternity fruit. The Yi clan's patriarch said slowly. However, the information in his words made Ling Xiao's body tremble. The eternity fruit was Ling Xiao's target in the heavenly ancient battlefield. He had never thought that he would actually obtain such a map from the Yi clan's patriarch. It seemed that Ling Xiao really could not reject the gift from the Yi clan's patriarch. However, he also understood the meaning behind the Yi clan's patriarch's gift. Thank you, fellow cultivator. This map is indeed very useful to me. Don't worry, fellow cultivator. If anything happens to the Yi clan in the future, I will definitely take care of them. Ling Xiao cupped his fists at the Yi clan's patriarch and said slowly. It was considered a promise. The Yi clan's patriarch was also full of smiles. His suspended heart was finally at ease. He did not have much time left after this incident. It would not be long before he completely fell. The only thing he was worried about was the Yi clan. Although Yi Xianxia had acknowledged Ling Xiao as his master, the Yi clan had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would help Yi Xianxia, but he might not help the Yi clan. Therefore, the Yi clan's patriarch had given a lot of thought to this map. He could see that the eternity fruit was indeed a treasure that Ling Xiao could not reject. Therefore, Ling Xiao would also take care of the Yi clan in the future for the sake of this map. This was the Yi clan's patriarch's true intention. Yi Delu, Yi Dijuan, you betrayed your master and your ancestors. Your crimes are unforgivable. You will be punished by the patriarch, Yi Diqing. In addition, Yi Xianxia will be the Yi clan's divine son from today onwards. Do you have any objections? The Yi clan's patriarch said with an extremely serious expression. His gaze swept past Yi Delu and Yi Dijuan. At the same time, he also looked at the two extremely talented members of the Yi clan, Yi Qin and Yi Qing. Yi Delu and Yi Dijuan's faces instantly turned pale. Their eyes were filled with despair. Yi Qin and Yi Qing were also filled with unwillingness. After all, the Yi clan's divine son was originally theirs. However, they had never thought that after the Yi clan's patriarch had revived, he would directly make the trash Yi Xianxia the divine son of the Yi clan. However, at this moment, they did not dare to disobey the Yi clan's patriarch's order. They all nodded respectfully. I know that some of you have already colluded with the second prince. However, I have to make things clear today. From today onwards, the Yi clan will support the crown prince unconditionally. If anyone dares to flirt with the second prince in private, they will be seen as betraying the clan and betraying your master and ancestors. The Yi clan's patriarch said firmly. His eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. Everyone in the Yi clan bowed and accepted the order. They did not dare to have any objections. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He immediately understood that the Yi clan's patriarch was expressing goodwill to him. After all, Ling Xiao was now on good terms with the Qingyun quasi-emperor. He could be considered as one of the crown prince's people. Therefore, the Yi clan's patriarch tied the Yi clan to the crown prince's chariot. It also showed that they would advance and retreat together with Ling Xiao. Yi Delu and Yi Dejuan were captured by Yi Deqing and temporarily locked up in the dungeon. As for Yi Liangshui, he was called to a secret room by the Yi clan's patriarch. The Yi clan's patriarch was nearing the end of his lifespan. Moreover, he had revived once again. He would die soon. Therefore, he wanted to impart his cultivation to Yi Liangshui before he died. Although there would be a lot of losses in this process, it would be enough to raise Yi Liangshui's cultivation to the immortal king realm. He had left behind many arrangements to place a heavy bet on Yi Liangshui. At the same time, he also hoped that Yi Liangshui would have an extremely important position in Ling Zhao's heart. This way, if Ling Xiao became an immortal emperor one day, the Yi clan would also become extremely glorious. There might be a day when they could restore the glory of their ancestors. Unparalleled Immortal Palace. A handsome young man in a purple immortal robe appeared in the immortal palace. He looked domineering and arrogant. His entire body radiated with a sharp and domineering presence, causing the guards in outer space to tremble. They all knelt down to greet him, not daring to say a single word. They were afraid of angering the second prince who possessed great authority. That was right. This young man was the second prince of the creation immortal court, Li Wushuang. Legend had it that when he was born, purple energy spread for 30,000 kilometers. There were even divine dragons and phoenixes coiling around him, forming all sorts of mysterious images. It was to the extent where this Prince Wushuang's body naturally nurtured a long life bone. With his talent, it was unmatched throughout the ages, powerful to the extreme. Because of this, even though he was dozens of years younger than the crown prince, Li Wuji, his current cultivation base had already caught up to the crown prince and reached the peak of the ninth heaven of the immortal king realm. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe who looked extremely refined walked into the unparalleled immortal palace and bowed to Yi Wushuang. "Greetings, Your Highness." The middle-aged man in the black robe said respectfully. "There's no need to be so courteous, Devil Master. Is there something you need?" Although Li Wushuang was extremely arrogant, he seemed to be extremely polite to the middle-aged man in the black robe as he smiled slightly. "There's something important that I think I should let you know, Your Highness," the middle-aged man in the black robe said. The middle-aged man in the black robe was called Mo Kong. His origin was extremely mysterious, and his cultivation base was unfathomable. He had always been the second prince's think tank and was highly relied on. "What is it? Please tell me, Devil Master," the second prince asked in confusion. "An uninvited guest has just arrived in the creation immortal city. Not only did he kill Princess Redleaf, but he was also unharmed by the Nining quasi-immortal emperor's furious attack. Moreover, he's the Green Cloud quasi-immortal emperor's VIP." Mo Kong's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. "My brother's people. Who is this person?" The second prince's eyes flashed as he asked coldly. Who in the creation immortal city did not know that Princess Redleaf was one of his people, and yet, this man had the audacity to kill Princess Redcloud. That was equivalent to slapping the second prince in the face. Naturally, he could not take this lying down. His name is Ling Xiao, and he's an immortal king expert from the Chaos Sea. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the immortal king realm. However, his true combat prowess was far from this. It was incomparably terrifying. Before this, he had once killed 4 immortal kings with a single sword strike and even killed the Dharma body of a quasi-immortal emperor. His talent was truly extraordinary. Furthermore, I heard that just now, he went to the Yi clan and caused a huge ruckus. Even Yi Delu, Yi Dejuan, and the others were seriously injured or even killed by him. Mo Kong recounted all the information he had gathered. A 9th heaven immortal king actually has a battle prowess comparable to a quasi-immortal emperor? This person is probably the person that my elder brother sent to participate in the trials in the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. I never imagined that such a genius would be born even in the chaotic world. A trace of shock flashed through the second prince's eyes as he spoke slowly. Although he had a longevity bone, unparalleled talent, and extraordinary strength, it was still impossible for him to kill a quasi-immortal emperor with his cultivation at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. At most, the battle would end in a draw. After all, although there was only a single realm between an immortal king and a quasi-immortal emperor, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. One had to know that a quasi-immortal emperor was someone who could draw upon the might of the eternal heavenly Tao. If a god or a Buddha stood in their way, they would kill a Buddha. Because of this, only those who had reached the quasi-immortal emperor realm could be considered the strongest in the eternal immortal domain. Therefore, when he heard that someone as talented as Ling Xiao had joined the crown prince's side, Prince Wu Shuang's expression turned somewhat unsightly. That's right. This is also why I'm here. With Ling Xiao joining the crown prince's side, it will definitely be like the sun at noon. After all, the opening of the Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield is not only a battle between the Celestial Court of Creation and the Celestial Court of Truth, but also a battle between you and the Crown Prince. It concerns the future Emperor of the Celestial Court of Creation, so Your Highness, you must not let your guard down. Mo Kong said slowly. You're right. The trial of the Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield is also the time for me and my elder brother to decide the victor. That's why I've invited Prince Long and the true phoenix of the primordial theocrats. Both of them are also extraordinarily talented, and their cultivation is not weaker than mine. With them joining the battle, I'll definitely win. The second prince sneered. His eyes were filled with confidence. Prince Long and the true phoenix? Are they the successors of the Dragon Emperor Valley and the true phoenix nest? I didn't expect that the two primordial theocrats would have successors as well. These two primordial theocrats have deep foundations and are even stronger than the Celestial Court of Creation. With their help, we'll definitely win the trial of the Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield. However, Your Highness, aren't you afraid that it's easier to invite a god than to send him away? Mo Kong seemed to have a deeper meaning behind his words. Don't worry, when I return from the Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield, I'll have broken through to the boundary immortal emperor realm. At that time, my longevity bone will be completely activated, and even Prince Long and the true phoenix can't do anything to me. I'm just using the two of them, so don't worry, Mo Master. The second prince said with a faint smile. It's good that the second prince understands. Mo Kong nodded. Mo Master, I'll leave the rest to you. Keep a close eye on Ling Xiao and report to me if there's anything. I'd like to see what tricks my elder brother has up his sleeves this time. Yes. Mo Kong nodded and left the Wushuang Immortal Palace. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had no idea that he had been targeted by the second prince. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. For the next few days, Ling Xiao stayed in the Yi family temporarily. Yi Liangshui followed the Yi family's old ancestor to the Yi family's ancestral ground. The old ancestor didn't have much time left and was about to die, so he transferred all of his cultivation to Yi Liangshui. Half a month later, in the Yi family's ancestral ground, a figure with a terrifying aura soared into the sky, shaking the entire Yi family. It was Yi Liangshui. Yi Liangshui had come out of seclusion, and his cultivation had reached the immortal king realm. Moreover, he had also obtained the quasi-immortal emperor's origin left behind by the Yi family's old ancestor. It wouldn't be long before he completely refined the quasi-immortal emperor's origin left behind by the Yi family's old ancestor, and his cultivation would directly reach the peak of the immortal king realm. The Yi family's old ancestor had also completely fallen, and the Yi family had fallen into a state of sadness and joy. Although the rebellion had been quelled, Yi Diqing had regained the power of the Yi family, and Yi Liangshui had also become the Yi family's divine son and suppressed Yi Delu, Yi Dejuan, and the others. However, this time, the Yi family had lost a lot of immortal king experts, and even the Yi family's old ancestor had completely fallen. Originally, in the entire immortal court of fortune, the Yi family could be considered the top everlasting family. Now, the Yi family was no different from those ordinary everlasting families, and there were only a few people left. However, the more this was the case, the more the Yi family respected Ling Xiao. Especially Yi Diqing, who had almost regarded Ling Xiao as the savior of the Yi family. Any resources of the Yi family were freely provided to Ling Xiao. Therefore, during the days when Yi Liangshui was in seclusion, Ling Xiao had also obtained a lot of rare treasures, and his cultivation had also become more profound and perfect. On this day, His Highness the Crown Prince came to the Yi family to look for Ling Xiao. Senior Ling Xiao, how have you been these days? Li Wuji was modest and courteous as he bowed slightly to Ling Xiao. Pretty good. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what brings you here this time? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he smiled faintly. That's right. Senior Ling Xiao, there's a grand event in the Fortune Immortal City today. I think Senior Ling Xiao will be interested, so I'm here to go with Senior Ling Xiao. Crown Prince Li Wuji smiled faintly. Grand event? Oh, I wonder what it is. Ling Xiao asked curiously. The Heavenly Law auction is starting today. Many rare treasures will appear in the Immortal Dao auction, and even the eternal fruit might appear. I think Senior Ling Xiao will be interested. The Crown Prince smiled faintly. The Heavenly Law auction is about to start. Master, you must go and take a look. Perhaps you'll find many treasures useful to you in the Heavenly Law auction. Yi Liangshui said excitedly before Ling Xiao could say anything. Then, Yi Liangshui explained in detail to Ling Xiao. Behind the Heavenly Law auction was the Heavenly Law Business Alliance. The Heavenly Law Business Alliance was a powerful force that dominated the entire eternal immortal domain. It was also a supergiant. It was said that its foundation was deeper than the Celestial Court of Fortune and the Celestial Court of Truth. Its forces were spread throughout the eternal immortal domain. It was said that wherever there was a human city, there would be a business alliance of 10,000 Dao. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the business alliance of 10,000 paths was, and how much resources and wealth it had. Many precious treasures would appear in every auction: immortal artifacts, immortal king artifacts, quasi-immortal emperor artifacts. There were even supreme immortal pills. There were all kinds of immortal herbs and precious artifacts. Legend had it that 2 million years ago, someone had even auctioned an eternal emperor artifact in the Heavenly Law auction. Therefore, the auction organized by the Heavenly Law Business Alliance was bound to have countless treasures. The Business Alliance of Immortal Dao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he nodded slightly. If the Immortal Dao auction was really as Yi Liangshui had said, he was indeed interested. If he could really obtain some precious cultivation items from the auction, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. In that case, I'll go with your highness to have a look. Ling Xiao nodded. That's great. Li Wuji said with a smile. Then, he led Ling Xiao and Yi Liangshui out of the Yi family and toward the Heavenly Law Business Alliance. The Heavenly Law Business Alliance was located next to the imperial city of Fortune Immortal City. It occupied an area of a few thousand miles and had a huge manor. There were even supreme experts in the Heavenly Law Business Alliance who had opened up a small world here to be used as the venue for the Immortal Dao auction. Today, the Heavenly Law auction was held, and all the experts in the Fortune Immortal City had come to the Heavenly Law Business Alliance. However, to participate in the Heavenly Law auction, one had to have an invitation letter from the Heavenly Law Business Alliance. Without an invitation letter from the Heavenly Law Business Alliance, one would not be able to enter the venue of the Heavenly Law auction, regardless of how wealthy one was or how high one's status was. As the Crown Prince of the Fortune Immortal Court, Li Wuji was naturally a distinguished guest of the Heavenly Law Business Alliance. He was also the most qualified person to participate in the Immortal Dao auction. Therefore, after he took out a few invitation letters that were glowing with immortal light, he and Ling Xiao entered the Heavenly Law Business Alliance without any obstructions. The Heavenly Dao Small World was where the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance held their Heavenly Dao auction. One had to admit that the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance was probably the only organization that could open up a small world just to hold an auction. Within the Heavenly Dao Small World, the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance's guards exuded powerful auras. They were all Immortal King Realm experts. There were even a few figures with obscure auras that were unfathomable. They were all quasi-immortal emperors. In such a place, even those with extraordinary talent could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they came here. Their attitude immediately became respectful. The Heavenly Dao Business Alliance had used their own strength to intimidate those so-called geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and supreme youths. When Crown Prince Li Wuji and Ling Xiao arrived at the Heavenly Dao Small World, they received the warmest welcome from the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. After all, Li Wuji was the successor of the Fortune Immortal Court in name. He was most likely to become the future Emperor Lord of the Fortune Immortal Court. Hence, he was immediately led to the Heavenly No. 1 private room. The Heavenly No. 1 private room was incomparably spacious. The four walls were all cast with celestial light glass. This celestial light glass was incomparably strange. The people inside could see everything outside, but the people outside couldn't see anything inside. Moreover, the celestial light glass could automatically absorb the origin energy of heaven and earth. It could increase one's cultivation speed by several hundred times. Even immortal kings would be able to benefit greatly from it. Needless to say, there were several beautiful true immortal realm maids in the heavenly #1 private room. They were all gentle and lovely. They were incomparably attentive and considerate as they served Crown Princely Wuji and Ling Xiao. In the entire heavenly Dao auction, there were more than a dozen private rooms like this. All of them were floating in the void. The private rooms cast with celestial light glass were a symbol of status and identity. Only the big shots in the eyes of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance were qualified to enter. Sitting in the private rooms, one could easily see the huge platform below that was shrouded in celestial light. The platform was already filled with people who were participating in the Heavenly Dao auction. The auras of these people were extraordinary. Even the weakest of them was in the true immortal realm. Although they weren't qualified to enter the private rooms, those who were able to participate in the Heavenly Dao auction were all the descendants or elders of the everlasting families and imperishable sections. Rumble, on the platform, the space trembled slightly. In a split second, immortal light became faintly discernible, and propitious vapors rose. An old man in a white robe landed on the high platform. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and his aura was unfathomable. Greetings, distinguished guests. Welcome to the Heavenly Law Auction. I'm Situ Qing, an elder of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance, and I'm also the host of this auction. Today, I'll be bringing many rare treasures to everyone. I hope that everyone will be able to bid for the treasures that they like, so that this trip won't be in vain. Alright, without further ado, the Heavenly Law Auction will now officially begin. That white-robed old man had an extraordinary aura. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that he was at the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm. Moreover, he had many powerful immortal artifacts on him. One look and one could tell that he was extraordinary. After Situ Qing chatted with the crowd for a while, he did not waste any time and immediately started today's auction. With a wave of his hand, a beautiful true immortal realm maid in jade clothes slowly walked in front of everyone with a jade plate in her hands. On the jade plate, there was a bead that was suffused with chaotic colors. It looked extremely mysterious, as if it contained a real world. It was filled with mysterious laws of the world. One look and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This is the first item of today's auction, the Chaotic World Bead. The Pearl of the Primal Chaos World. I'm sure everyone knows that it's a treasure refined by an almighty expert at the peak of the quasi-immortal Emperor realm after a world is born or destroyed in the Primal Chaos Sea. It contains a real great world, and it's vast and boundless. Although the greater thousand world inside does not have eternal laws of the Heavenly Dao, it is immortal and indestructible. It can be used as the inheritance foundation of everlasting families and immortal sections. Most importantly, it can be carried around, so there is no need to worry about it being destroyed by enemies. It is the foundation of the everlasting families and immortal sections. The Chaotic World Bead's starting price is 1 million immortal source stones. Now, everyone, please start bidding. Situ Qing said loudly, and his voice entered everyone's ears. I bid 1 million immortal source stones. I bid 1,200,000 immortal source stones. I bid 1,300,000 immortal source stones. I bid 2 million immortal source stones. As soon as Situ Qing's voice fell, the sound of bidding rose and fell from the high platform. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire, and they were filled with the desire to win. Even Crown Princely Wuji could not help but exclaim softly. I didn't expect that the first item that the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance would auction would be the Chaotic World Bead. This kind of treasure is not common. It requires a peak half-immortal emperor expert who is proficient in space-time laws to find a suitable world in the chaotic sea and refine it. To refine such a bead, even a peak half-immortal emperor expert would have to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This is an incomparably precious world treasure. Its value is even greater than ordinary half-immortal emperor weapons. Many everlasting families and imperishable great sects like to buy such chaotic world beads as the foundation of their families and sections. After all, as long as a powerful great Dao law or supreme formation is carved on the chaotic world bead, it will become a fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even a half-immortal emperor expert would find it difficult to break through. Crown Princely Wuji could not help but exclaim. Soon, the price of the chaotic world bead had reached 5 million immortal source stones, and it was still increasing. 10 million immortal source stones. At this moment, a calm and domineering voice rang out from the second heaven box. Suddenly, the entire high platform became silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and involuntarily stopped calling out bids. This was because they all recognized the owner of the voice, the second prince of the creation immortal court, Li Wushuang. According to the legends, the person who possessed the bone of longevity was unparalleled in talent and status. No one was willing to offend him. I didn't expect that it would be my second brother. Crown Prince Li Wuji said with a faint smile. Oh? I heard that Your Highness and the second prince are not on good terms. Your Highness, are you not going to compete? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said calmly. It's just a chaotic world bead. It's not worth it for me to compete for it. My second brother and I are still waiting for our target. When the time comes, there will naturally be a fierce battle. Crown Prince Li Wuji said with a faint smile. In the second heaven box, the second Prince Li Wushuang was wearing a purple immortal robe. He had an extraordinary aura and looked otherworldly as he sat at the head of the table. On his left and right, there were two young men with powerful auras and noble auras. One of them was wearing a golden dragon robe. He had long golden hair, and his entire body was filled with dragon aura. His eyes seemed to contain the mysterious scene of a divine dragon opening the world and shattering everything. He was the successor of the Dragon Emperor Valley, Prince Long. The other person was a young woman dressed in a phoenix robe. She looked graceful, luxurious, and heroic. Although she was extremely beautiful, her face was filled with arrogance, and her expression was incomparably cold. There was a flame mark between her eyebrows. Her aura was extremely hot, and the temperature in the box seemed to have increased significantly. She was the successor of the true phoenix nest, the true phoenix maiden. Prince Long and the true phoenix maiden's cultivation were the same as Li Wushuang's. They had both reached the peak of the ninth heaven of the immortal king realm. They had been invited by the second Prince Li Wushuang to participate in the trial in the heavenly ancient battlefield because Li Wushuang had taken out a treasure that they were interested in. Most importantly, they were also here for the eternity fruit in the heavenly ancient battlefield. After all, they also wanted to consume the eternity fruit to break through to the boundary immortal emperor realm. Brother Dragon Emperor, although this chaotic world bead isn't extremely precious, it's still extremely rare. I'll give this treasure to you. I hope you'll like it. Li Wushuang said to Prince Long with a smile. Prince Long was the successor of the Dragon Emperor Valley. The dragon tribe had always liked to nurture natural treasures in the small worlds. At the same time, they would pass down their orthodoxy in the small worlds to become the totems of countless living beings. They would use the power of faith to cultivate. Therefore, this chaotic world bead was indeed extremely precious to Prince Long. Hearing Li Wushuang's words, Prince Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Thank you. Brother Wushuang, don't worry. You'll definitely win the trial in the heavenly ancient battlefield. How can that trash of a brother of yours compare to you? Prince Long nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Li Wushuang said with a smile. As he had expected, a chaotic world bead was enough to move Prince Long. He had catered to Prince Long's fancy. Then, Li Wushuang's gaze fell on the real Phoenix Maiden. He smiled and said, Real Phoenix Maiden, I've heard that there will be an eternal fire essence in the heavenly ancient auction. I'll bid for it and give it to you. Eternal fire essence? At this moment, even the indifferent and arrogant Real Phoenix Maiden could not help but be moved. Her eyes were burning with passion. The eternal fire essence was the origin of heavenly Tao left behind by an immortal emperor expert who cultivated the heavenly Tao of fire. It was extremely precious to alchemists and weapon refiners. It was also extremely important to the real Phoenix Maiden. The eternal fire essence could not only help her true Phoenix fire evolve, but it could also help her bloodline atavism. This was an unimaginable opportunity for her. She had not expected to encounter the eternal fire essence here. Thank you, Your Highness. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll do my best in the trial in the heavenly ancient battlefield. The real Phoenix Maiden could not help but cup her fists and say to Li Wushuang. Thank you, Brother Wushuang. Li Wushuang said with a smile. A chaotic world bead and an eternal fire essence were enough to buy Prince Long and the real Phoenix Maiden. It was indeed a good deal. After all, although the immemorial royal families like the Dragon Emperor Valley and the real Phoenix Nest had a deep foundation and a long history, they were not as good as the Creation Immortal Court when it came to treasures. One should know that the Creation Immortal Court's ancestor, Immortal Emperor Creation, was an invincible figure in the Eternal Immortal Domain. He had plundered almost all the treasures in the Eternal Immortal Domain. Although the Creation Immortal Court was very weak now and was no longer as glorious and powerful as it used to be. But in terms of foundation, it was still not something that ordinary people could compare to. After the second prince Li Wushuang won the chaotic world bead for 10 million immortal origin stones, the Heavenly Dao auction became even more lively. The second, third, and fourth auction items were brought up one after another. Among them were powerful quasi-immortal emperor weapons, precious supreme immortal pills, and king-grade immortal herbs that were almost extinct. These caused the crowd to compete with each other, and they kept shouting out high prices. At the same time, the crowd was very interested in the next auction item. They were full of anticipation. The next item is the Eternal Fire Essence. As Situ Qing's voice fell, a beautiful female servant slowly walked onto the high platform with a dazzling golden cauldron in her hands. Boom, the cauldron opened, and a dazzling light suddenly gushed out. In an instant, the surrounding void trembled slightly, and a golden flame floated out. That golden flame looked extremely unique. It was like a golden lotus flower, but it also seemed to contain layers of fiery worlds. Although there were immortal Dao seals left behind by supreme experts in the surroundings, they still couldn't stop the flame from trembling slightly. It was as though it was going to break through those seals at any moment and break through the void to escape. It was extremely intelligent. The Eternal Fire Essence was the Heavenly Dao origin left behind by an immortal emperor expert who cultivated the Heavenly Dao of Fire. It not only allowed one to comprehend the Heavenly Dao of Fire, but it was also a supreme treasure for alchemists and blacksmiths. The starting price of the Eternal Fire Essence is 10 million immortal source stones. Distinguished guests, please make your bids. Situ Qing smiled and said in a clear voice. His words immediately caused the breathing of many experts on the high platform to quicken. Their eyes were filled with an incomparably fervent look. They naturally knew how precious the Eternal Fire Gold was. After all, it was the Heavenly Dao origin left behind by an immortal emperor who cultivated the Heavenly Dao of Fire. This kind of Eternal Fire Essence was extremely rare, and it was hard to find one in 10,000 years. They did not expect that the Eternal Fire Essence would appear at the Heavenly Dao auction. Naturally, they did not hesitate and began to bid. I bid 10 million immortal source stones. I bid 12 million immortal source stones. I bid 18 million immortal source stones. I bid 20 million immortal source stones. The shouting of bids on the high platform rose one after another. The Eternal Fire Essence had instantly pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a climax. At this moment, an indifferent and cold voice rang out above the high platform, immediately suppressing everyone's voice. I bid 50 million immortal source stones. Everyone, this Eternal Fire Essence is very important to me. I hope that everyone can give me some face. The voice came from the second heaven box. It was the second prince, Li Wushuang. When the Eternal Fire Essence appeared, the true Phoenix Maiden involuntarily stood up, her eyes filled with an incomparable blazing light. She was determined to obtain the Eternal Flame Essence. Therefore, second Prince Li Wushuang had directly shouted out a sky-high price of 50 million immortal origin stones. He wanted to obtain the Eternal Flame Essence so that he could give it to true Phoenix Maiden. After Li Wushuang's voice fell, everyone frowned. Although they also wanted to obtain the Eternal Fire Essence, second Prince Li Wushuang's fame was too resplendent. His innate talents were peerless throughout the ages, and he had a longevity bone. He was considered the most promising person to inherit Immortal Emperor Fortune Creation and break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. No one was willing to offend the second prince, so they all hesitated. I bid 60 million immortal origin stones. At this moment, a calm and mysterious voice rang out from the sky room 1. In the private room, Crown Prince Li Wuji looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He never expected Ling Xiao to make such a bid. This Eternal Flame Essence is indeed very useful to me. Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed the Crown Prince's confusion and smiled. There was a world tree in Lingzhao's sea of consciousness. This eternal flame essence could indeed allow the world tree to grow rapidly, allowing him to comprehend the eternal heavenly Tao origin. Therefore, after the eternal flame essence appeared, Lingzhao immediately sensed the world tree's desire in his sea of consciousness. Therefore, he did not hesitate and directly bid. Senior Lingzhao, although the eternal flame essence is rare, I'm afraid you'll offend my second brother by bidding for it. The Crown Prince sighed softly. Everyone in the Fortune Immortal City knows that the Crown Prince and the second prince don't get along. Shouldn't you be happy that I offended him? Why do you have such an attitude? Lingzhao said indifferently. The Crown Prince nodded, then shook his head. Senior Lingzhao, you're right. My second brother and I have always been in a competitive relationship. Logically speaking, I should be happy that you've offended him. However, my second brother is really arrogant and despotic. I'm afraid he'll harm you because of this. However, if Senior Lingzhao really likes this eternal flame essence, how about I bid for it and give it to you? The Crown Prince said sincerely. There's no need to trouble your highness. It's just a few immortal source stones. I can still afford it. Lingzhao smiled faintly, appearing very calm and at ease. He came from the Chaos Sea and had drifted in the Chaos Sea for many years. He had explored many secret realms and even the cave abodes of experts. In his small world, he had accumulated a huge amount of immortal source stones. These immortal source stones were just numbers to him. If he could use them to bid for the eternal flame essence, it would be worth it. On the other side, in the second heaven box. After hearing Lingzhao's bid, Li Wushuang's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. He did not expect that someone in the first heaven box would dare to compete with him. Moreover, that person was not the Crown Prince, it must be the immortal king expert called Lingzhao. I bid 70 million immortal source stones. May I ask if the other party is fellow cultivator Lingzhao? If you give the eternal flame essence to me, I'll be eternally grateful. Li Wushuang said slowly with a cold gaze. That's not necessary. Thank you, Your Highness. This eternal flame essence is also very precious to me. I bid 80 million immortal source stones. Lingzhao was not moved at all and continued to bid. 90 million immortal source stones. The second prince's voice became colder and colder. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. 100 million immortal source stones. Lingzhao did not show any weakness and continued to bid. In the entire heavenly law auction, it seemed that only the voices of Lingzhao and the second prince were left. Neither of them was willing to be outdone. Soon, the price of the eternal flame essence had reached a terrifying 200 million immortal source stones. Although the eternal flame essence was precious, 200 million immortal source stones had far exceeded the true price of the eternal flame essence. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. They did not expect that the immortal king called Lingzhao would dare to offend the second prince. I bid 300 million immortal source stones. Your Highness, do you still want to continue bidding? Lingzhao smiled indifferently and said leisurely. In the second private room, the second prince, Li Wushuang, smashed the jade table in front of him into powder. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was not angry because Lingzhao had stolen the eternal flame essence. He was angry because Lingzhao was so fearless. It seemed that Lingzhao was determined to stand on the side of his big brother, Li Wuji. Such an arrogant and despotic person made his heart boil with killing intent. He could not wait to attack and kill Lingzhao. Your Highness, there is no need to continue bidding. Since he dares to steal from me, I guarantee that he will die. The true Phoenix Maiden's eyes were cold as she dissuaded Li Wushuang. 300 million immortal source stones was not a small sum to them. Moreover, there were many more treasures in the following auction. If they wasted 300 million immortal source stones on the eternal flame essence, it would not be worth it. The true Phoenix Maiden hated Lingzhao to the core. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, as if she was about to attack and kill Lingzhao. True Phoenix Maiden, don't worry. The eternal flame essence is still yours. He can't take it away. The second prince said in an indifferent voice. His eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent. No one had expected that the second prince, Li Wushuang, would actually give up after Lingzhao bid 300 million immortal origin stones. This was not the second prince's style. based on the second prince's arrogant and despotic character, shouldn't he fight Ling Xiao to the end? This guy called Ling Xiao is dead for sure. He dares to steal from the second prince. The second prince did not continue bidding. I'm afraid he has already regarded Ling Xiao as a dead man. As long as he is killed, the eternal flame essence will still belong to the second prince. At this time, a veteran immortal king who seemed to have seen through the situation said slowly as he looked in the direction of box number 1 in the void. That's right. This Ling Xiao really thinks that he can be so arrogant just because he has sided with the crown prince. He is really reckless. All these years, the crown prince has been overshadowed by the second prince's brilliance. In the future, the crown prince's chances of inheriting the throne of the Fortune Emperor are probably not as good as the second prince. This Ling Xiao actually dared to intervene in the battle for the throne. No one can save him from this kind of thing. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with sympathy and mockery as they looked at the heavens box number 1. After Ling Xiao bid 300 million immortal source stones for the eternal flame essence, he did not bid for the next few items. The following items were more precious than the previous. While everyone was feasting their eyes on them, the competition also became more intense. One treasure after another was sold at a high price. The Heavenly Dao Business Union made a lot of money. Even Situ Qing's face was full of smiles. The next auction item is rather special. Even our Heavenly Law Business Alliance is unable to identify its true origin. However, we can be sure that it is an unimaginable treasure. Moreover, it is very likely to be related to the Eternal Emperor artifact. Therefore, there is no reserve price for this treasure. Everyone is free to bid. Situ Qing said slowly. Situ Qing opened a black box and took out half of a black broken blade. The broken blade looked to be less than 3 feet long, but it seemed to contain a weight of 10,000 pounds. Situ Qing found it difficult to lift it. The broken blade looked extremely demonic. It was filled with an evil aura and a Buddhist light. Anyone who looked at it would feel as if they would be pulled into it. Even their primordial spirit would be completely swallowed. This treasure comes from the ancient desolate Forbidden Zone. It is suspected to be a treasure created by the creatures of the Forbidden Zone. However, it contains the evil aura of the creatures of darkness. It is extremely strange. Even the primordial spirit of a celestial king can be swallowed by it if they are not careful. Now, everyone can bid. Situ Qing smiled slightly and then closed the metal box. It was as if the demonic light on the broken blade had a strong influence on him. Eh? At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. This was because he felt that the world tree in his sea of knowledge was emitting intense fluctuations of desire. The fluctuations were 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than when he had encountered the eternal flame essence. This broken blade must have an incomparably magical effect on the world tree. Although Ling Xiao could not see if there was any problem with it, he still decided to bid for it. 1 million immortal source stones. 2 million immortal source stones. 5 million immortal source stones. I bid 10 million immortal source stones. At this moment, the crowd on the high platform had already started to bid. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Although they could not tell what kind of treasure it was able to almost devour the primordial spirit of an immortal king expert with a single glance. It had to be an extremely terrifying treasure. Therefore, they all wanted to bid for it and study it properly. This time, even the second prince, Li Wushuang, bid 50 million immortal source stones. The second prince, Li Wushuang, directly called out a sky-high price. After he called out the price, the crowd hesitated. After all, 50 million immortal source stones was not a small amount. It was too risky to use it to buy a treasure of unknown origin. 60 million immortal source stones. Who knew that at this moment, Ling Xiao's voice could be heard from the sky suite number 1 again. At this moment, the crowd was shocked. They all looked at the first heaven box with eyes full of admiration. They did not expect that the immortal king called Ling Xiao would be so daring and not afraid of death. He actually bid again. Moreover, it was after the second prince had just bid. Wasn't he determined to go against the second prince? The second prince's face was already ashen. His eyes were filled with an extremely cold killing intent. I bid 80 million immortal source stones. Ling Xiao, are you determined to go against me? The second prince said coldly. I dare not. Your Highness, this treasure is fated with me. I plan to bid for it and study it properly. If it offends you in any way, please don't mind it. Xiao smiled indifferently and continued to bid without hesitation, 100 million immortal source stones. The crowd was also shocked. An item that did not look like a treasure had actually been auctioned for a sky-high price of 100 million immortal source stones. It seemed that Xiao was really filthy rich. There were even some people with bad intentions who looked at the sky number 1 room with greedy gazes. 150 million immortal source stones. Xiao, this treasure is useless to you. However, it is something that I must obtain. Do you really have to fight with me? The second prince's voice was bone-chilling. Everyone could tell that he was thoroughly enraged. The reason why the second prince insisted on bidding for this treasure was that the longevity bone in front of his chest was also vibrating intensely, with an incomparable desire. It was as if that treasure was also extremely attractive to his longevity bone. One had to know that the longevity bone was Li Wushuang's foundation and his foundation. To be able to make his longevity bone react to it, it must be a supreme treasure. Therefore, the second prince had steeled his heart. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to get it. Second prince, what are you saying? It's pointless. This was an auction, and the highest bidder would win. This treasure is indeed fated with me, 200 million immortal origin stones. Xiao said indifferently. 300 million immortal source stones. Li Wushuang continued to bid, 400 million immortal origin stones. Xiao followed suit. The two of them seemed to have fallen into the same state as before, where they were fighting over the treasures, not giving in at all. In the blink of an eye, Xiao had already bid 900 million immortal origin stones. Li Wushuang's face was incomparably ashen, and his eyes were surging with monstrous killing intent. He had already determined that Xiao was deliberately going against him. He did not believe that this treasure, which no one could recognize, would have any effect on Xiao. Therefore, there was only one possibility, and that was that Xiao had received instructions from the crown prince to deliberately make things difficult for him. However, Li Wushuang was now in a difficult position. This treasure was extremely attractive to his bone of longevity. He wanted nothing more than to snatch it away from the bone of longevity. However, if he continued to bid, the immortal origin stones he had would not be enough to compete for the last treasure. Thinking of this, Li Wushuang's hatred and killing intent towards Xiao became even more intense. This esteemed guest has bid 900 million immortal origin stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Situqing smiled slightly. His mouth was almost crooked from smiling. Although this treasure was extremely precious, none of the appraisers in the Heavenly Law Business Alliance could identify its origin. Now that it was placed in the auction, they hoped that it could be sold at a high price. The sky-high price of 900 million immortal origin stones had already far exceeded Situqing's expectations, and he was extremely satisfied. The reason he asked again was mainly because he was looking at the second heaven box, hoping that the second prince would continue to bid. But what disappointed him was that the second private room fell silent, and the second prince did not make any more bids. In that case, this treasure is sold at 900 million immortal origin stones, and it goes to this esteemed guest. Situqing smiled slightly and announced the final result. The auction continued, and one treasure after another was taken out. Many people bid, and most of them had won something. As time went by, the auction was nearing its end. Everyone's expression became more and more excited and expectant. This was because they all knew that the next item to be auctioned was the final treasure of the Heavenly Law auction. Although the final treasures of each auction were different, what was certain was that they were all incomparably precious. Many people had come for these final treasures. I believe that everyone is looking forward to the final treasure of this auction. That's right, the next item to be auctioned is the 3 final treasures. These 3 treasures have been carefully selected by the Heavenly Law Business Alliance, and they are extremely precious. I'm sure that everyone will not have made this trip in vain. Alright, let's begin the auction of the first final treasure. Situqing smiled slightly and kept everyone in suspense. Celestial light shone brightly in his palm, and a jade box appeared. The jade box exuded a blazing and dazzling brilliance, and it was as dazzling as the sun. It was actually carved from the absolute young celestial jade, which was rarely seen in 10,000 years. This was a supreme celestial material used to refine a quasi-immortal emperor weapon, and it was extremely precious. However, it was used as a box to store treasures. Everyone was looking forward to the first final treasure. Slowly opening the jade box, bright celestial light gushed out, and auspicious chi filled the air. At the same time, a rich fragrance filled the air, and various mysterious images appeared in the void. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and endless vitality bloomed, as if billions of living beings were born in an instant. Billions of worlds were born and destroyed, and it looked extremely strange. Is that an emperor-grade celestial elixir? Someone cried out in surprise. His voice was trembling and shocked, and even his breathing became extremely rapid. Everyone was shocked, and they could not help but stand up. A golden celestial elixir floated out of the jade box, and it exuded a powerful and mysterious dragon's might, causing the void to tremble slightly. Real dragon celestial elixir? In heavenly room number 2, Prince Long, who looked indifferent, suddenly stood up. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with a blazing light. No, it's not a complete real dragon celestial elixir, and its medicinal efficacy has been greatly reduced. It can only be considered a quasi-emperor-grade celestial elixir. Even so, if this quasi-emperor-grade celestial elixir falls into my hands, it will allow me to accumulate an unparalleled foundation, and even allow my bloodline to revert to its ancestor. It's not impossible for me to break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Although Prince Long's eyes were filled with disappointment, his body was still trembling with excitement. There was a voice in his heart telling him that he must obtain this celestial elixir. At all costs. Everyone, this is the real dragon celestial elixir. It was originally an emperor-grade elixir, but it was stored in a relic cave for countless eras, and its medicinal efficacy was greatly reduced. Our Heavenly Tao Business Alliance spent a lot of effort to cultivate it and restore its vitality. Now, it's a quasi-emperor-grade celestial elixir. I believe I don't need to say more, and everyone knows its value. The starting price is 100 million celestial source stones. Everyone, please start bidding. Situ Ching said with a smile, as if he was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. 300 million celestial source stones. In heavenly room number 2, Prince Long was the first to bid, and he was determined to get it. At the same time, his dragon's might overflowed from his body, causing the void to tremble violently. I'm the successor of the Dragon Emperor Valley, Prince Long. Please give me some face. Prince Long added indifferently, and there was a hint of threat in his voice. The people on the high platform who wanted to bid hesitated at this moment. Prince Long was extremely famous, and was a famous demon-level genius in the immortal realms. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend him. For a moment, no one dared to bid. So what if you're Prince Long? This is the Heavenly Tao auction. The highest bidder will get it. Are you trying to bully others? I bid 500 million celestial source stones. At this moment, a charming lady's voice rang out. The voice came from one of the rooms in the void. Although the voice sounded mysterious, the aura was not inferior to Prince Long's. It seemed like she was also a young genius. This person did not give Prince Long any face and directly bid. This lady is right. The highest bidder will get it. I bid 600 million celestial source stones. In heavenly room number 1, Crown Prince Li Wuji also bid. His voice was gentle and elegant, and it gave off a refreshing feeling. At this moment, everyone was slightly shocked. They had almost forgotten that the Crown Prince was also in heavenly room number 1, speaking of which, it was the Crown Prince's first time bidding. Although Ling Xiao had bid a few times for the treasures before, Li Wuji did not bid. They all knew that Crown Prince Li Wuji was planning something big, and his target was probably one of the 3 treasures. I bid 900 million celestial source stones. In heavenly Tao auction room number 2, Prince Long's expression was extremely cold as he decisively bid a higher price. 1 billion celestial source stones. Crown Prince Li Wuji followed closely behind. 5 billion celestial source stones. The mysterious lady in the room seemed to be very rich. She directly bid 5 billion celestial source stones, showing that she was determined to get the true dragon celestial herb. However, Ling Xiao did not have any intention of bidding. Although a first-grade celestial herb was precious, he had a true supreme-grade celestial herb. The Qilin celestial king was lying at his feet, lazily rolling around. He would occasionally look at the boundary emperor-grade celestial herb in the void with a hint of disdain and mockery. The appearance of this quasi-emperor-grade celestial herb pushed the atmosphere of the auction to another climax. Prince Long, Crown Princely Wuji, and the mysterious lady did not give in at all. Soon, the price of the boundary emperor-grade celestial herb had reached an extremely high level. 10 billion immortal source stones. An ethereal voice was heard in the void, raising the price of the true dragon celestial elixir to a sky-high level. At this moment, even the prince of the dragon emperor and the crown princely Wuji were in disbelief. The person who made the bid was the mysterious girl in the private room. 10 billion immortal source stones had far exceeded the true value of a boundary emperor-grade celestial herb. It was even possible to buy 2 boundary emperor-grade celestial herbs. Although Crown Princely Wuji really wanted this true dragon celestial herb, he shook his head with a wry smile and gave up when he saw the ridiculous price. Prince Long's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The true dragon celestial herb was extremely important to him, as it could allow his bloodline to revert to its ancestor and reach an unprecedented level. However, the mysterious girl had snatched his boundary emperor-grade celestial herb. She was robbing him of his life. His eyes immediately revealed a monstrous killing intent. Who are you? This true dragon celestial herb is extremely important to me. If you're willing to give it to me, I can make you my follower. Prince Long stared at the mysterious private room and said coldly. I'll be your follower. Are you worthy? A mocking voice came from the private room. It was filled with arrogance, as if the person did not take Prince Long seriously. Damn it. In the second skybox, Prince Long was enraged, and a terrifying aura gushed out of him. Your Highness, I'll be grateful if you can help me find out who this person is. Prince Long looked at second Princely Wu Shuang and said in a cold voice. It shouldn't be a difficult task. However, Brother Long, this girl can easily take out 10 billion immortal source stones. I'm afraid she's not an ordinary person. I advise you not to act rashly until I find out who she is. Li Wushuang's eyes flashed as he said slowly. No matter how noble she is, she's just a descendant of an everlasting family or an immortal sect. How can she be compared to the immemorial royal family? Thank you for your kindness. If I don't kill her after I find out who she is, I won't be able to vent my anger. Prince Long sneered and said viciously. Your Highness, do you know who this woman is? On the other side, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he slowly asked the crown prince in the sky room one. I don't know. That woman's background is very mysterious. I've never heard of any young Nine Heavens Supremes coming to the Fortune Immortal Court. However, after the auction is over, I will ask the people of the Heavenly Dao Business Union about it, and I should be able to find out. Crown Princely Wuji shook his head. He was also very curious. To be able to take out tens of billions of immortal origin stones so easily, this person's identity was most likely no small matter. Maybe he was one of those so-called inheritors of the forbidden areas, or rather, those powerful young paragons of the central immortal domain. In the end, the true dragon celestial herb was sold for a sky-high price of 10 billion immortal origin stones. This made the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance's elder, Situ Qing, grin from ear to ear. His eyes were filled with excitement. The true dragon celestial elixir had indeed made the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance rich. Now, let's move on to the second item of the auction. Situ Qing cleared his throat, looked at the crowd, and continued speaking. Light flickered in Situ Qing's palm. Immortal light lingered, and an ancient stone statue with a blurry face appeared. It was as black as ink. The stone statue looked to be only 3 feet tall, but it contained a strange demonic power. It made people feel as if their minds were about to be completely sucked into it when they looked at it. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. They did not see anything extraordinary about this stone statue. Apart from its strange aura, it did not look like any of the treasures that were auctioned before. They did not know why the stone statue could be the final item of the auction, and why the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance took it out so seriously. Everyone, perhaps you are very confused. What kind of treasure is this? This is a special treasure that my Heavenly Tao Business Alliance brought back from the no man's land. Back then, for this treasure, my Heavenly Tao Business Alliance lost 9 immortal kings, and even a quasi-heavenly emperor. As soon as Situ Qing's voice fell, it immediately caused the crowd to boil. A stone statue that looks very ancient was actually able to cause the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance to lose a quasi-immortal emperor and 9 immortal kings. It can be seen that the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance was really determined to obtain this treasure. It seems like this stone statue is really extraordinary. Everyone secretly guessed. However, they were even more curious. What kind of treasure was this ancient stone statue? The Heavenly Tao Business Alliance had paid such a high price, so why would they take it out now? Everyone must be very curious. Why would my Heavenly Tao Business Alliance take it out for auction? It's because even the quasi-immortal emperors of my Heavenly Tao Business Alliance are unable to analyze the secret of this stone statue. However, one thing is certain. This stone statue is related to the inheritance of an immortal emperor. If we can solve the secret of this stone statue, we might be able to obtain the complete inheritance of an immortal emperor. That's the supreme path to the immortal emperor realm. Don't you think this item is precious? Situ Qing smiled slightly. His words immediately caused everyone to tremble. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes were filled with incomparable passion. It was related to the inheritance of an immortal emperor. It should be known that the so-called immortal emperors were all the strongest in the eternal celestial realm. They ruled over 10,000 miles of territory, were invincible, and had suppressed an era. They were amazing to the extreme. Being able to become an immortal emperor meant that they could establish an eternal celestial court or an immortal emperor clan. What kind of glory was that? An immortal emperor represented invincibility and the strongest. Although the quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors were only one realm apart, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of quasi-immortal emperors, it would be difficult for them to be a match for an immortal emperor. They were no longer on the same level. An immortal emperor controlled the eternal heavenly Tao, and his strength was incomparably powerful. It was not something that ordinary celestial kings or quasi-immortal emperors could contend against. Situ Qing was very satisfied with the expressions on everyone's faces. After looking around at the crowd, he slowly said, "This black stone statue is auctioned with heavenly Tao source crystals instead of immortal source stones. The starting price is 10 heavenly Tao source crystals, 100 heavenly Tao source crystals." As soon as Situ Qing finished speaking, a resolute and decisive voice resounded in the venue of the heavenly law auction. That voice was filled with determination to obtain the item. Everyone was slightly taken aback. They suddenly realized that the person who made the bid was the mysterious young lady who had competed with Prince Long for the True Dragon's celestial herb. Everyone was also extremely shocked. They did not expect the mysterious young lady to be so wealthy that she could directly take out 100 heavenly Tao source crystals. One should know that the heavenly Tao source crystal was extremely precious. It was a strange crystal that contained the eternal heavenly Tao origin energy. Its value was immeasurable. Heavenly Tao source crystals would only appear in places where the heavenly Tao origin energy was born or in some ancient mystery realms. After a quasi-immortal emperor or celestial emperor died, the surrounding area would be filled with eternal heavenly Tao runes. It was possible that the heavenly Tao source crystals would be born there. From this, one could see how precious the heavenly Tao source crystals were. According to the exchange rate, 100 million immortal source stones could be exchanged for one heavenly Tao source crystal. However, in reality, those who owned the heavenly Tao source crystal would never exchange it for immortal source stones. That was because the immortal source stones might be quite useful to celestial kings. However, for quasi-immortal emperors or celestial emperors, they had to use the heavenly Tao source crystals to cultivate. Therefore, if one were to exchange it on the market, one heavenly Tao source crystal could be exchanged for 200 to 300 million immortal source stones. Very few people would be willing to do so. However, the mysterious young lady had just opened her mouth and bid 100 heavenly Tao source crystals. That was almost equivalent to 20 to 30 billion immortal source stones. It would be difficult to find someone who was so wealthy in the entire creation immortal court. In the void, in a private room, a young lady who was about 20 years old and wearing a red dress sat on a huge crystal chair. Her face was incomparably beautiful. She looked extremely perfect, as if she was the masterpiece of the creator. On her body, there was both the innocence of a young girl and the majesty of an emperor. She was shrouded in a mysterious radiance. She looked high and mighty, like a supreme goddess from the 9 heavens. One look at her and one could not help but feel the urge to worship her. Behind the young lady in the red dress stood an old man with white hair and a white beard. He held a walking stick in his hand. If one did not look at him with the naked eye, they would not be able to detect any trace of him. It was as if he did not exist in this space-time. His strength was unfathomable. Little princess, I'm afraid they will know that this is a good thing. When the time comes, they will inevitably use up a lot of heavenly Tao source crystals. The old man smiled bitterly and said helplessly. Grandpa Tree, that is the divine statue of the Radiant's immortal emperor. Even if you give it to them, they won't be able to unravel its secrets. Didn't you see that even the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance had to pay such a huge price to auction it? Only I, who have the Radiant's sovereign physique, can unravel its secrets. When I get the Radiant's immortal emperor's inheritance and return to the Radiant's immortal court, I will definitely give my brother, the crown prince, a good beating. The young lady in the red dress said proudly and confidently. It turned out that her true identity was the little princess of the Radiant's immortal court, Di Hongwan. This name was known by everyone in the central immortal domain. Legend had it that the little princess of the Radiant's immortal court, by Hongwan, was born with 9 suns in the sky. Endless radiance shrouded the Radiant's immortal court. Auspicious energy rose and purple energy spread for 10,000 miles. All kinds of mysterious phenomena appeared. It turned out that the little princess of the Radiant's immortal court, Di Hongwan, had the legendary Radiant's sovereign physique. The Radiant's sovereign physique was a supreme physique that was on par with the Radiant's chaotic physique. The crown prince of the Radiant's immortal court had the Radiant's chaotic physique, therefore, Di Hongwan and the crown prince of the Radiant's immortal court were known as the 2 peerless prides of the Radiant's immortal court. At the same time, Di Hongwan was extremely beautiful. She was one of the top 10 fairies in the central immortal domain. Countless young primes, peerless geniuses, and even the descendants of the everlasting families and undying beings were infatuated with her. Di Hongwan left the Radiant's immortal court and came to the Creation immortal court because she heard about the Radiant's immortal emperor's inheritance and followed him all the way here. The black stone statue at the auction was her real target this time, so she was determined to get it. She had to get it. Eh? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he let out a soft exclamation of surprise in the Skyroom 1. Although the black stone statue on the high platform looked a little strange, the world tree in Ling Zhao's mind trembled slightly, and one of its leaves shone brightly. Vaguely, Ling Zhao felt as though he could see through the black stone statue's skin and see the essence of the stone statue. Boundless light bloomed from the black stone statue as if it had given birth to millions of radiant worlds in an instant. A figure with a terrifying aura stood in the middle of the countless radiant worlds as if he was the god of the radiant world, worshipped by millions of radiant beings. His aura was mysterious and unfathomable, his finger was sparkling and translucent, and it seemed to be vaguely pointing in an unknown and unfamiliar direction. Boundless light. Could this be a stone statue left behind by the radiant immortal emperor? It seems like the place that the figure is pointing to might be the inheritance of the radiant immortal emperor. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. He had to win the bid for this black stone statue. Senior Ling Xiao, I'm almost certain that the person in the box is a big shot from the celestial court. I just don't know which celestial court person has come to our fortune immortal city. Li Wuji's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Someone from the celestial court? So what? This is the venue of the heavenly law auction. The highest bidder wins. Your Highness, that stone statue is obviously not an ordinary item. Are you not going to bid for it? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Bid for it? Senior Ling Xiao, I only have a few dozen heavenly law source crystals in total. I have to keep them for my own cultivation. How can I compete with her? Li Wuji smiled bitterly as a light flashed in his palm. A crystal the size of a cobblestone appeared. It was surrounded by celestial light and emitted a mysterious Taoist rhyme as if it contained the eternal heavenly law origin. It was obviously not an ordinary item. Is this the heavenly law source crystal? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He had many celestial origin stones, but he did not have any heavenly law source crystals. His original intention was to use immortal origin stones to exchange for some heavenly Dao source crystals from Crown Prince Li Wuji and then try to bid for the stone statue. However, when he saw the crystal in Crown Prince Li Wuji's hand, his expression turned strange. That's right, this is a heavenly Dao origin crystal. It contains the quintessence energy of the eternal heavenly Dao, and it's extremely precious. It can be used by quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors to cultivate. Even I don't have many. However, if Senior Ling Xiao needs it, perhaps I can take some out and give it to you. Li Wuji nodded and said. If this is the heavenly Dao origin crystal, I might still have some in stock. It should be enough to auction off this stone statue. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He suddenly recalled that when the Your Wilds world had been promoted to an Ever world, it had been blessed by the eternal heavenly Dao essence. Boundless heavenly Dao essence power had descended, forming countless such crystals in the Your Wilds world. There were hundreds of thousands of them. When Ling Xiao left the Your Wilds world and headed to the eternal immortal domain, he had brought these crystals with him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through from the first heaven of the immortal king realm to the peak of the ninth heaven of the immortal king realm in such a short time. The main reason for this was that he had a large number of heavenly Dao origin crystals. Now, he had more than 100,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals, neatly arranged in his pocket world. If this was the heavenly Dao origin crystal, then Ling Xiao was probably a tycoon. Even Crown Prince Li Wuji could not compare to him. When the little princess of the Radiance Immortal Court, Di Hong Yuan, bid 100 heavenly Dao origin crystals, some people saw the value of the stone statue and raised the price several times. However, no matter how high the bids were, Di Hong Yuan continued to bid, as if she was determined to win. In the end, some people gave up. The price of the black stone statue was raised to 300 heavenly Dao origin crystals. Grandpa Tree, no one will dare to compete with me for the radiant stone statue now. In the private room, Di Hong Yuan's red and blue eyes were filled with pride. She revealed a childlike craftiness as she spoke to the elder beside her. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. I bid 1,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals. Ling Xiao shouted. In the private room, Di Hong Yuan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She had just said that no one would compete with her for the radiant stone statue. Unexpectedly, someone made a bid in the next moment. Moreover, it was a sky-high price of 1,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals. Damn it, who is it? How dare he compete with me? If I find out, I will definitely smash his head. Di Hong Yuan pouted and said angrily. That voice seems to be coming from Crown Prince Li Wuji's private room. Isn't that the person who competed with Prince Long and True Phoenix for the treasure just now? Ling Xiao? Di Hong Yuan's eyes flashed as she spoke through gritted teeth. Her goal was the radiant stone statue, so she could not give up no matter what. At this moment, she was practically clenching her teeth and bidding. I bid 1,100 heavenly Dao origin crystals. Di Hong Yuan's voice rang out from the private room. However, from this voice, everyone could hear a hint of gnashing teeth. It seemed that the mysterious girl was very unhappy with Ling Xiao. 2,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm as he continued to bid. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those were heavenly Dao origin crystals, which contained the eternal heavenly Dao origin energy. 2,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals, in terms of real value, were equivalent to 200 billion celestial origin stones. Who exactly was Ling Xiao? How could he be so wealthy? At this moment, even Di Hong Yuan was shocked. She did not expect that in this remote celestial realm, there would be someone more generous than her. 2,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals were taken out just like that. Grandpa Tree, what should I do? I only have 3,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals. I feel like I can't protect the radiant stone statue today. Di Hong Yuan looked at the elder beside her and said anxiously. Little princess, I still have 2,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals here. You can take them. The elder smiled bitterly. He did not expect that in the creation celestial court, there would be someone who could take out 2,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals so casually. No, Grandpa Tree, I can't use your heavenly Dao origin crystals. I want to see who exactly this guy is, to actually dare to snatch something from this princess. I bid 3,000 heavenly Dao origin crystals. Di Hongwan gritted her teeth and continued to bid. This time, she had practically emptied her pockets and brought out all the heavenly way source crystals she had. Her goal was to frighten Ling Xiao so that he would not dare to bid again. However, she was still disappointed in the end. 5000 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals. Ling Xiao directly called out a sky-high price. In an instant, everyone was shocked and excited. 5,000 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals. Apart from the Emperor Lord of the Creation Celestial Court, who else could take out such a huge amount of wealth? Those were Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals, treasures that contained the power of the Heavenly Dao. Even a quasi-celestial emperor could not easily take out thousands of Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals. It's over, it's over. The Lightstone statue has been snatched by this damn bastard. Di Hongwan sat on the crystal chair, her eyes filled with disappointment and unwillingness. At this moment, even with the 2,000 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals that Grandpa Tree had given her, she could not buy the Lightstone statue. However, her heart was filled with unwillingness, and she firmly remembered Ling Xiao's name. Little princess, don't worry. After the auction is over, I will personally help you obtain the Lightstone statue. Then, we will directly leave the Creation Celestial Court. The elder said slowly to Di Hongwan. Snatch it? That's a good idea. Grandpa Tree, capture that Ling Xiao for me. Humph, how dare he snatch my things. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Di Hongwan gritted her teeth at the thought of Ling Xiao. 5,000 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? Situqing was also extremely shocked. 5,000 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals was not a small amount to him. He had originally thought that the stone statue could be auctioned for 400 to 500 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals. However, he did not expect that it would be auctioned for 5,000 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals. At this moment, he was overjoyed. Situqing pretended to ask a few questions. After seeing that no one else wanted to bid, he finally announced that the black stone statue belonged to Ling Xiao. Senior Ling Xiao, I did not expect you to be the one who hid your strength so well. 5,000 Heavenly Dao Origin Crystals just like that. Crown Prince Li Wuji also sighed softly. However, when he thought of the rumors about Ling Xiao, he could not help but be moved. If that's the case, Ling Xiao must have really obtained the inheritance of the Origin Celestial Emperor. Perhaps these Heavenly Dao Source Crystals were obtained from the Origin Celestial Emperor's place of inheritance, Crown Prince Li Wuji thought to himself. Next is the final supreme treasure. Situqing smiled slightly. Light flashed in his palm, and a dazzling golden box appeared. After opening the box, a two-story pagoda with black light emanating from it appeared. It looked a little strange. At this moment, Li Wuji and Li Wushuang both trembled and stood up at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement and determination to get it. This treasure was their goal this time. It was also the supreme treasure that they had to obtain at all costs. This was because this was the fragment of the Eternal Emperor weapon of the Creation Celestial Court's ancestor. Although it did not seem to be very valuable, it had a special meaning to the Creation Celestial Court. Both Li Wuji and Li Wushuang wanted to take back this treasure and return it to the Creation Celestial Court's ancestral land. The final supreme treasure is the supreme imperial weapon of the Creation Celestial Emperor, a fragment of the primordial fortune pagoda. It's also the largest fragment. I don't need to say more about its value. The starting price is 10 billion immortal origin stones. Everyone, please bid freely. Situqing smiled slightly. His eyes were filled with deep meaning as he looked at the Heavenly Number 1 and Heavenly Number 2 rooms. 30 billion immortal origin stones. In the Heavenly Number 1 room, Crown Prince Li Wuji was the first to bid. 50 billion immortal origin stones. Li Wushuang was not to be outdone. He followed closely behind and bid 80 billion immortal origin stones, 100 billion immortal origin stones, 150 billion immortal origin stones. Crown Prince Li Wuji and Second Prince Li Wushuang seemed to have put in a lot of effort. They were determined to obtain it and began to bid crazily. The entire Heavenly Law auction seemed to have become Li Wuji and Li Wushuang's personal performance. The competition between Li Wuji and Li Wushuang was not only a competition between the Crown Prince and Second Prince, but also a competition between the two strongest factions in the Creation Immortal Court. The experts on the high platform all knew the significance of the Primordial Blessings Tower fragment. Therefore, no one dared to bid for it. Only Li Wuji and Li Wushuang's voices continued to ring out in the auction hall. The two of them did not give in, and soon, the price of the Primordial Fortune Tower fragment had reached an astronomical figure. 500 billion immortal origin stones. Second Prince Li Wushuang said decisively. This was a fragment of the Primordial Fortune Tower. The Primordial Fortune Tower was the Eternal Emperor artifact of the Creation Immortal Emperor and held an extraordinary significance to the Creation Immortal Court. If Li Wushuang could bring back the Primordial Fortune Tower fragment, perhaps the position of Crown Prince would be moved. Crown Prince. Li Wuji's expression was somewhat ugly in the number 1 skybox. He had only brought 500 billion immortal origin stones this time, and his goal was to obtain the Primordial Fortune Tower fragment. However, he had not expected Li Wushuang to be so rich and overbearing. He had shouted out 500 billion immortal origin stones without even blinking. Senior Ling Xiao, can you lend me some heavenly Dao source crystals? I will definitely repay you in the future. However, if Senior Ling Xiao does not have any heavenly Dao source crystals, then forget it. Crown Prince Li Wuji said to Ling Xiao with difficulty. His eyes were filled with embarrassment. This time, he had originally planned to rope in Ling Xiao. He even thought that if he encountered any treasures that Ling Xiao liked in the Heavenly Law auction, he would help Ling Xiao bid for them. However, he had not expected Ling Xiao to be so rich and overbearing. He had taken out heavenly Dao source crystals just like that. Now, he even had to ask Ling Xiao to lend him some heavenly Dao source crystals. No problem. How many heavenly Dao source crystals does your highness need? Is 10,000 enough? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. Crown Prince Li Wuji was somewhat shocked. He had been extremely nervous, not knowing if Ling Xiao had any more heavenly Dao source crystals to lend him. However, he had not expected Ling Xiao to agree so readily and offer 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals right off the bat. This completely stunned him. Enough. Enough. Senior Ling Xiao, thank you for your generosity. Wuji will never forget your kindness. Li Wuji's eyes were filled with gratitude. Then, as if he had made a decision, he gritted his teeth and took out a piece of flawless white jade from his storage space, passing it to Ling Xiao. Senior Ling Xiao, this is one of the 3 supreme sword arts of the eternal immortal domains, the heaven-punishing Dao-slaying art. This was a peerless sword art comparable to a peerless immortal emperor's taboo art. Although it was incomplete, its value was immeasurable. It was equivalent to 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. Now, I'll give it to Senior Ling Xiao. Crown Prince Li Wuji said resolutely. Heaven-punishing Dao-slaying formula? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of shock. He had never imagined that Li Wuji would have such a supreme treasure in his hands. The heaven-punishing Dao-slaying incantation was one of the 3 boundless sword arts of the eternal immortal domains. According to legend, when cultivated to the pinnacle, one could slay an immortal emperor. There was no reason for Ling Xiao to refuse the heaven-punishing Dao-slaying incantation. Although it was an incomplete version of the heaven-destroying Dao formula, it was enough for him to comprehend the supreme way of the sword. Then, he could integrate it into his body and strengthen his foundation. If he could successfully cultivate the heaven-punishing Dao-slaying incantation, he would have another trump card. Then, as an immortal king, it would be easy for him to kill a quasi-immortal emperor. Many thanks, Your Highness. This heaven-punishing Dao-slaying incantation is of great use to me. I can't take advantage of you for free. Take 20,000 heavenly Dao source crystals as my payment for the heaven-punishing Dao-slaying incantation. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he took out another 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals and handed them to Li Wuji. In that case, I'll accept them. Li Wuji nodded, but at the same time, he felt that it was a pity. Although 20,000 heavenly Dao source crystals were priceless, he had hoped that Ling Xiao would owe him a favor. Ling Xiao had used 20,000 heavenly Dao source crystals to purchase the heaven-punishing Dao-slaying incantation because he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Li Wuji vaguely felt that a favor from Ling Xiao was much more valuable than the heaven-punishing Dao-slaying incantation. 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. Li Wuji's voice was extremely calm in Heaven Room Number 1. However, it was like a thunderclap that exploded on the high platform. In heaven room number 2, Li Wushuang's face turned pale. He had spent almost all of his savings to bid 500 billion celestial origin stones. When he saw that Li Wuji had not bid for a long time in heaven room number 1, he had thought that the primordial fortune pagoda fragment was already in his pocket. However, he had not expected Li Wuji to bid 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals in the blink of an eye. The value of 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals was equivalent to 2 trillion celestial origin stones or even more. He glanced at Prince Dragon Emperor and True Phoenix Maiden beside him. Prince Dragon Emperor and True Phoenix Maiden understood what Li Wushuang meant and shook their heads slightly. They did not have that many heavenly Dao source crystals with them. Seeing Prince Dragon Emperor and True Phoenix Maiden's attitude, Li Wushuang's face turned even uglier and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Am I going to lose to Crown Prince Li Wuji just like that? Li Wushuang's hatred for Ling Xiao grew even stronger. He had already guessed that Crown Prince Li Wuji did not have that many heavenly Dao source crystals. The only person who could afford so many heavenly Dao source crystals was Ling Xiao. In another room, little Princess Di Hongwan of the Radiant Celestial Court was also in disbelief. 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. How can Ling Xiao have so many heavenly Dao source crystals? Grandpa Tree, who is Ling Xiao? How can he have so many heavenly Dao source crystals? Could it be that he had snatched an eternal realm away? Or did he obtain the inheritance of an immortal emperor? Di Hongwan was also a little depressed. She came from the Radiant Celestial Court and had a high and mighty attitude ever since she came to the Fortune Celestial City. She had not taken the declining Fortune Celestial Court seriously. However, she had not expected someone to be richer than her and take out so many heavenly Dao source crystals. He had even snatched away the radiant stone statue that she was determined to get. Little princess, you must know that there is always someone better than you out there. No matter who this Ling Xiao was, he was probably an incredible figure. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we should not offend him. The old man's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He spoke with a serious expression. Don't offend him? How can I snatch back my radiant stone statue if I don't offend him? Humph, he is just a celestial king. How dare he snatch my treasure? Don't blame me for being rude to him. Di Hongwan sneered. At that moment, Li Wushuang suddenly said, Miss, can you lend me 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals? After today's auction, I will repay you generously. Li Wushuang was actually asking the mysterious girl to lend him the heavenly Dao source crystals. He could tell that the mysterious girl was extraordinary and should be able to take out a lot of heavenly Dao source crystals. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just offended the mysterious girl. If he asked for the heavenly Dao source crystals, the mysterious girl would surely lend them to him. Di Hongwan's eyes flashed. She did not expect the second prince to ask for the heavenly Dao source crystals from her. She sneered and said, Who do you think you are? You want to borrow 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. I do have that many heavenly Dao source crystals, but do you think you are worthy? Di Hongwan's voice was full of undisguised mockery. Although she was unhappy that Ling Xiao had snatched her radiant stone statue, she did not like the second prince. Moreover, she did not have 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. Li Wushuang had asked to borrow 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. Wasn't he humiliating her? Di Hongwan naturally did not treat him well. Li Wushuang's face was livid, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent after failing to borrow the heavenly Dao source crystals and being scolded by Di Hongwan. Devil Master, check her background for me. If I find out who she is, don't blame me for being rude. Li Wushuang's voice was bone-chilling. In the end, he chose to give up. Situ Qing was stunned at this moment. The Heavenly Dao Business Alliance had taken out the fragment of the primordial fortune pagoda and auctioned it in the Creation Immortal City to ruthlessly extort a sum of money from the Creation Immortal Court. However, he did not expect that a mere fragment of an Eternal Emperor artifact could be auctioned for 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. Today's harvest was too great. The Heavenly Dao Business Alliance had earned a lot. Situ Qing did not hesitate and immediately announced the result. The fragment of the primordial fortune pagoda was won by Crown Prince Li Wuji for 10,000 heavenly Dao source crystals. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this heavenly Dao auction. I also hope that everyone can bid for the treasures that they like. Today's auction ends here. We will meet again if fate wills it. Situ Xing smiled and announced the end of the Heavenly Dao auction. Following that, the Heavenly Dao auction's experts went to the various private rooms to settle the accounts with the experts who had won the auction. This time, Ling Xiao had obtained the Eternal Flame Essence and the Light Stone Statue. It could be considered a great harvest. As for Crown Prince Li Wuji, he had also obtained the fragment of the Primordial Fortune Pagoda. One could imagine that as long as he handed it over to the Fortune Emperor Lord, his position as the Crown Prince would become even more secure. Ling Xiao, get out here. Hand over the Eternal Fire Essence or die. At this moment, an incomparably cold voice rang out. Blazing flames rose and a wave of killing intent enveloped the room. It was the true Phoenix Maiden. The true Phoenix Maiden's face was incomparably cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She was not willing to let Ling Xiao snatch the Eternal Fire Essence away. Therefore, when she heard that the auction had ended, she immediately made things difficult for Ling Xiao. The Eternal Fire Essence was extremely important to the true Phoenix Maiden. Not only could it allow her bloodline to revert to its ancestral state, but it could also give her a chance to comprehend a trace of the Fire Heavenly Dao origin and even break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. This was a great opportunity, so she naturally wasn't willing to give it up so easily. To others, the Eternal Fire Essence might only be a slightly more precious origin source treasure. But to the true Phoenix Maiden, it was extremely important. She was extremely arrogant. The reason why she didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao immediately was because she was afraid of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. Now that the Heavenly Dao auction had just ended, she immediately made things difficult for Ling Xiao. This Eternal Fire Essence is a treasure that I obtained from the auction. Why should I give it to you? How dare you boast so shamelessly? If you want to die, I'll accompany you. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. The true Phoenix Maiden opposite him was a descendant of the immemorial royal family. She was extremely talented and had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, just like Ling Xiao. Many young geniuses were even willing to become her followers. She had long developed an arrogant and condescending temperament. But Ling Xiao didn't intend to spoil her. Ling Xiao, the Eternal Fire Essence is useless to you. Aren't you going against me by taking away the Eternal Fire Gold? If you know what's good for you, hand over the Eternal Fire Essence obediently. I can give you 1 billion Immortal Origin Stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The true Phoenix Maiden's eyes were extremely cold as she spoke in a cold voice. She was determined to obtain the Eternal Fire Essence. True Phoenix Maiden, this is the Creation Immortal Court, not your true Phoenix Nest. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Senior Ling Xiao is my esteemed guest. If you attack him, you'll be my enemy and my Creation Immortal Court's enemy. Crown Prince Li Wuji glanced at the true Phoenix Maiden indifferently. Ling Xiao was his esteemed guest, so he naturally didn't want to see the true Phoenix Maiden being so arrogant. At this moment, the second Prince Li Wushuang smiled slightly and said, My good brother, although you're the Crown Prince, when can you represent the Creation Immortal Court and Lord Father? The true Phoenix Maiden is my esteemed guest. This Ling Xiao offended her, so why can't he take out the Eternal Fire Essence as an apology? My good big brother, you wouldn't offend the true Phoenix Maiden and the ancient imperial family because of this strange person, right? So what if you're from the ancient imperial family? This is the human territory, the capital city of the Fortune Immortal Court. Furthermore, Senior Ling Xiao is my esteemed guest. Fellow Daoist True Phoenix, you have a noble status, and you should keep yourself clean. Why are you doing such a thing? Aren't you being too arrogant and despotic? Crown Prince Li Wuji said coldly. Today, the Eternal Fire Essence is mine. The true Phoenix Maiden's gaze was incomparably cold. Unexpectedly, she was incomparably insistent. She directly blocked Ling Xiao's path. Rumble, blazing flames rose around her body, emitting a resplendent glow. In the endless sea of fire, there seemed to be a mysterious shadow of a phoenix. Every flame seemed to be able to burn down a part of the world. Its aura was terrifying to the extreme. I'm sorry, but even if you gave me 10 billion or 100 billion, I still wouldn't give you the Eternal Flame Essence. Ling Xiao sneered as if he did not care about the true Phoenix Maiden at all. The eternal flame essence was of great use to the true Phoenix Maiden, but it was also of great use to Ling Xiao. He could use it to nourish the world tree in his primordial spirit. The world tree was a strange existence that could communicate with the eternal heavenly Tao origin. When the world tree was completely mature, it would be able to evolve a complete eternal heavenly Tao. At that time, he could use it to break through to the immortal emperor realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, even if he could not use the eternal flame essence, given the true Phoenix Maiden's arrogant and despotic personality, he would not hand it over. Since you're unwilling to hand over the eternal flame essence, let's fight. If I win, I won't kill you. I'll only cripple your cultivation. However, you must hand over the eternal flame essence. The true Phoenix Maiden said coldly. Her voice was filled with a kind of arrogance. It was as if not killing Ling Xiao, but only crippling his cultivation, was already a great gift. What if you lose? Ling Xiao sneered. I won't lose. I'm invincible below the subimmortal realm. The true Phoenix Maiden's voice was indifferent, but it was filled with strong fluctuations of confidence. If you lose, I won't kill you. You'll be my maid and serve me well. Ling Xiao sneered. You're courting death. The true Phoenix Maiden's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Instantly, her palm pressed down on Ling Xiao. Blazing flames surged, forming a world of fire in an instant. It was ferocious to the extreme. Crown Prince Li Wuji's face turned cold. He did not expect the true Phoenix Maiden to be so arrogant and despotic. She did not even give him face. He was about to step in and block the strong enemy for Ling Xiao when the second Prince Li Wushuang stepped in front of him and blocked his way. My good big brother, what are you doing now? This is a battle between the two of them. It has nothing to do with the creation immortal court. Why don't you and I watch this battle? Li Wushuang smiled faintly, but he showed no signs of backing down. It was as if Li Wuji did not agree, he would attack Li Wuji. Good, very good. Wushuang, your talent is extraordinary, and your future is limitless. However, you should not ignore the interests of the creation immortal court. After today, I will go see my father and report what happened today to him. Li Wuji's face was extremely cold. He glanced indifferently at Li Wushuang, but he did not continue to attack. Crown Prince Li Wuji was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. After all, he had killed 4 celestial kings with a single sword strike. He had even killed a quasi-immortal emperor. His strength was unparalleled. Even if he really fought with the true Phoenix Maiden, Ling Xiao would not be in any danger. Instead, the true Phoenix Maiden should be the one worried. Rumble, chaotic light rose around Ling Xiao, and immortal qi lingered around him. His eyes were incomparably sharp as he faced the flames in the sky and punched out. Crack, it was as if heaven and earth were breaking apart. The void shook violently, and the endless flames were shattered and scattered by Ling Xiao's punch. Ling Xiao's punch did not lose its momentum. It was as fierce as a blazing thunderbolt as it pressed down on the true Phoenix Maiden. The true Phoenix Maiden's eyes were incomparably sharp, and golden light shone around her. Behind her, qi and blood surged. Vaguely, there seemed to be a flaming phoenix that appeared, exuding an ancient and mysterious pressure. As the true Phoenix Maiden pointed her sword, the sharp finger light seemed to be able to shatter everything. At the same time, the flaming phoenix pounced towards Ling Xiao. The phoenix seemed to be the first true phoenix of the true phoenix nest. It exuded an incomparably terrifying pressure, and in an instant, it collided with Ling Xiao's fist. Rumble, flames surged violently. If this was not a small world opened up by the Heavenly Law Business Alliance, this attack would have been able to shatter billions of voids. Ling Xiao and the true Phoenix Maiden were both geniuses at the peak of the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. Their combat strength was unparalleled, and both of them had the combat strength of a quasi-immortal emperor. Therefore, the battle between the two of them immediately became extremely intense. Rumble, endless lightning rose around Ling Xiao's body, and divine chains of laws intertwined. He looked mysterious and unfathomable. It made him seem like a chaotic immortal demon that was born, and he contained endless power. He punched down again, and this time, it was even more ferocious than the previous punch. It directly blasted the flaming phoenix into pieces. Then, without losing its momentum, it collided with the true Phoenix Maiden like a bolt of lightning. Crack, It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning struck at the same time. The true Phoenix Maiden's body shook violently as if she had collided with an ancient divine mountain. Her bones were about to fall apart, and she was suddenly sent flying. Her eyes were filled with incomparable shock. She had never thought that Ling Xiao's combat strength would be so terrifying. His physical strength was even stronger than hers. Was this still the incomparably weak human race? As the successor of the true Phoenix Nest, she had actually lost to Ling Xiao in terms of physical strength. This was simply a great humiliation. Kill! The true Phoenix Maiden suddenly roared. Blazing golden light rose from her palm, and a flaming immortal sword appeared. Sword chi swept across, and the void shook as if it could destroy everything. This was an extremely terrifying quasi-immortal emperor weapon, and it was also the true Phoenix Maiden's natal immortal weapon. It was called the Sky-Burning Sword. With the Sky-Burning Sword in her hand, the true Phoenix Maiden's aura became increasingly fierce, as if she had transformed into a primordial true phoenix. Hundreds of millions of sword lights swept across the sky like a storm and slashed toward Ling Xiao. Break! Ling Xiao also roared. The sky-swallowing sword appeared, and the incomparably sharp sword light instantly shot up into the sky. The sky-swallowing sword buzzed as if it was extremely spiritual. Strands of laws, orders, and divine chains intertwined. Hundreds of millions of sword lights swept across the void, as if they could shatter hundreds of millions of civilizations, shatter countless laws of truth, and turn into the origin of all things, the end of the world. It contained an extremely terrifying and eternal heavenly way aura. This was the most powerful sword of the three swords of origin, the origin sword. This sword seemed to be able to annihilate all things, shatter the world, and become the origin of all living beings in the heavens. It was extremely dazzling, and everyone present could not help but turn pale. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. This was because they recognized that this was a supreme secret technique, a forbidden killing technique created by an immortal emperor expert. It was extremely powerful. True Phoenix Boundless Sword Chi. The true Phoenix Maiden suddenly shouted and also displayed a powerful emperor technique. The sky-burning sword's sword light surged and blazed to the extreme. In an instant, it collided with Ling Xiao's sky-swallowing sword. Crack! The two sword lights, as if they were going to burn the sky and destroy the world, enveloped this small world, and the aura was incomparably terrifying. However, in the end, everyone found that the sword that represented the origin of all things suppressed the heavens and was extremely sharp. It actually destroyed the true Phoenix's phantoms that filled the sky, and then ruthlessly slashed the true Phoenix Maiden's body. Puff! The true Phoenix Maiden suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Her entire body flew out as if she had been struck by lightning, and crashed heavily on the ground in the distance. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She had lost. The true Phoenix Maiden was the successor of the true Phoenix Nest. The true Phoenix Nest was one of the top clans in the immemorial royal family. Therefore, her status was extremely noble. She wasn't any weaker than Crown Prince Li Wuji. Rumor had it that the ancestor of the true Phoenix Nest, the true Phoenix Immortal Emperor, hadn't died. He had just fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, even the people of the Immortal Court didn't want to provoke the true Phoenix Nest. No one had thought that the true Phoenix Maiden would be defeated by Ling Xiao so quickly. This Ling Xiao is a bit interesting. He's only at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, but he defeated the true Phoenix Maiden so easily. It seems that his true combat strength should be able to fight against a half-immortal emperor. Among the spectators, Di Hongwan's eyes flashed with a green light. She looked at Ling Xiao with interest. Little princess, you're right. This Ling Xiao is indeed not simple. His physical body is extremely strong. It's actually not weaker than the immemorial royal family. He's condensed it to the level of a body of laws. It seems that he must have refined many heavenly path source crystals and has an extremely deep understanding of the eternal heavenly path. His foundation is extremely deep. He has the potential of an immortal emperor. The white-haired elder beside Di Hongwan said slowly. Hearing Grandpa Tree's words, Di Hongwan was a bit surprised. She didn't think that Grandpa Tree would have such a high opinion of Ling Xiao. Grandpa Tree was an extremely ancient figure. He was born in the Antiquity Age. He was even older than many immortal emperors. Although he was only a half-immortal emperor, his strength was unfathomable. In the past, Grandpa Tree had only said that the peerless geniuses of the immortal court were passable. Even her amazing brother, the crown prince of the light immortal court, who had the light chaotic body, was only very likely to have a glimpse of the immortal emperor realm. Now, Di Hongyuan listened to Grandpa Tree's evaluation. He didn't hide his admiration for Ling Xiao at all. He seemed to be even better than her brother, who had light chaotic body. This made Di Hongyuan more curious about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. The true phoenix maiden roared. Her eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Rumble, murderous intent rose around her. An ancient and mysterious power seemed to explode in her body. The mysterious true phoenix flames lingered around her as if they wanted to burn this small world. She was completely enraged. As the successor of the true phoenix nest, she had actually been defeated so easily by Ling Xiao. This was not only a personal humiliation, but also a humiliation to the entire true phoenix nest. She had to fight to the death to protect the glory of the true phoenix nest. If you want to die, then go ahead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The sky-swallowing sword in his hand emitted a sharp light. A sharp and chilling murderous intent locked onto the real phoenix lady. There was no fear in his eyes. It was as if the true phoenix maiden dared to attack again, he would immediately kill her. The crown princely Wu Ji and the second princely Wu Shuang both wore unpleasant expressions. However, what they were considering was different. Crown princely Wu Ji felt that if a true phoenix maiden were to die in the celestial court of creation, it would be a huge problem for the unstable celestial court of creation. The second prince, Li Wu Shuang, had not expected the true phoenix maiden to be so easily defeated by Ling Xiao. It would be even more difficult to deal with Ling Xiao in the heavenly ancient battlefield. Boom! Ling Xiao and the true phoenix maiden's auras collided in the void. The void trembled violently as if it would be torn apart at any time. Gotcha! At this moment, a mysterious and ancient aura erupted, causing the void to tremble slightly. A handsome young man in a white robe instantly appeared between Ling Xiao and the true phoenix maiden. He exuded an aura like a spring breeze, as if it contained an incomparably rich vitality. The surrounding damaged land quickly recovered its vitality, causing flowers and trees to grow rapidly. The confrontation between Ling Xiao and the true phoenix maiden was also resolved in an instant. Gentlemen, this is the pocket world created by the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. If you fight to the death here, won't this pocket world be completely destroyed? The white-robed young man said with a faint smile. Ling Xiao and the true phoenix maiden could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They had discovered that the white-robed young man in front of them was an extremely powerful quasi-immortal emperor. Moreover, he had easily resolved their attacks. It seemed like he was not as simple as a quasi-immortal emperor. At the very least, he was a mid-late quasi-immortal emperor. His strength was unfathomable, and he was not someone they could contend against. Moreover, although the white-robed young man looked young, his eyes were deep and filled with vicissitudes of time as if they contained the vicissitudes of time and space. He was most likely an old monster who had lived for countless years. Greetings, great elder life. When the crown princely Wu Ji and the second princely Wu Shuang saw this person, they bowed and greeted him respectfully. Both of them knew the white-robed young man's true identity. He was the true ruler of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance in the Fortune Immortal City. Legend had it that he was a supreme figure whose cultivation had reached the peak of the quasi-immortal emperor and was proficient in the great Tao of life. Therefore, he was also known as the Great Elder Life. Your Highnesses, you don't have to be so courteous. If these two distinguished guests want to determine the winner, I have a way. I wonder if the two of you are willing to listen to me. Great Elder Life said with a faint smile. What is it? The true Phoenix Maiden said indifferently. Although she wanted to attack Ling Xiao immediately, she did not dare to be presumptuous in the presence of this powerful quasi-immortal emperor. The origin of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance was very mysterious, and its strength was unfathomable. It was even more powerful than the Fortune Immortal Court and the Truth Immortal Court. Even the immemorial royal family was not willing to provoke the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. It just so happens that the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance has an origin source Heavenly Tao tablet that corresponds to the Immortal King realm. If the two of you want to determine the winner, why don't you leave your name on the origin source Heavenly Tao tablet and see what rank you are ranked at? Great Elder Life said with a faint smile. The Origin Source Heavenly Tao Tablet for the Immortal King Realm? I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. At this moment, even Di Hongwan could not help but exclaim. Her eyes were filled with eagerness. First Elder Life glanced at Di Hongwan and saw the white-haired old man next to her. His eyes narrowed, and he looked at Grandpa Tree with respect. So it's the little princess of the Radiance Immortal Court. If the little princess is interested, you can also leave your name on the Origin Source Heavenly Tao Tablet. If the rest of you are interested, you can give it a try. Great Elder Life said with a faint smile. Apart from Ling Xiao, the Crown Prince Li Wuji, the second Prince Li Wushuang, the Prince of the Dragon Emperor, the True Phoenix Maiden, and the others were dumbfounded. This was because they knew what the Origin Source Heavenly Tao Tablet represented. They also knew how powerful the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance was to be able to obtain control of the Origin Source Heavenly Tao Tablet. The Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet was a manifestation of the eternal Heavenly Tao and contained the origin of the Heavenly Tao. If a supreme expert broke through the limit of cultivation and surpassed the Heavenly Tao, the Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet would sense it and materialize it, leaving one's name on the Heavenly Tao Tablet. If one could break the limit of the Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet, one might even have the chance to obtain the eternal Heavenly Tao's reward. However, even a quasi-immortal emperor expert would find it difficult to restrain the Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet. If the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance could restrain the Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet of an immortal king, could it be that there was a true immortal emperor expert in the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance? When they thought of this, they could not help but reveal a look of awe. Alright, thank you, Great Elder Life. It just so happens that I want to see the legendary Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet. The True Phoenix Maiden nodded. Her eyes shone brightly and were filled with anticipation. What about this little friend? Great Elder Life looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. I have no objections. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao, since Great Elder Life is here today, I will give him face and not kill you. However, if my ranking on the Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet surpasses yours, you will give me the Eternal Fire Essence. If you can surpass me, I will give you a drop of True Phoenix blood. The True Phoenix Maiden gritted her teeth and stared at Ling Xiao coldly. She was still unwilling to give up the Eternal Fire Essence. Senior Ling Xiao, agree. The True Phoenix blood is extremely precious to the True Phoenix Nest. It is one of the few drops of Immortal Emperor blood left behind by the True Phoenix Immortal Emperor. If you can obtain it, not only will you be able to use it to refine your body, but you will also have the chance to comprehend a trace of the Heavenly Tao of Fire. Crown Prince Li Wuji hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard Crown Prince Li Wuji's words, he nodded indifferently and said, shameless boasting. You think you can defeat me? If Great Elder Life hadn't stopped me, you would have died at my hands. However, since you are not convinced, I will make you admit defeat today. I agree to this bet. Very well. Since that's the case, let me be the witness. The Great Elder Life Spirit said with a smile. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Everyone, I will now take out the Origin Heavenly Tao Tablet. Great Elder Life said slowly. Rumble, a mysterious and powerful aura emanated from his body. A black token appeared in his palm. The token seemed to contain the origin energy of the eternal heavenly path. As he activated it, the world around him trembled violently. Chaotic light rose. Boundless sharpness was faintly discernible. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared above the 9 heavens. Crack, it was as if the heavens and earth had shattered. A crack as deep as an abyss appeared in the 9 heavens. Then, an ancient and powerful aura gushed out, and a simple and mysterious black stone tablet appeared in the sky. It emitted a vast heavenly might, and everyone couldn't help but tremble. Is this the Origin Heaven Tao Tablet? The eyes of Li Wuji, Li Wushuang, Prince Long, the True Phoenix Maiden, and the others were filled with astonishment and curiosity. This was their first time seeing the Origin Heaven Tao Tablet. It was rumored that after breaking through to the true immortal realm, the eternal heavenly path could manifest 4 Origin Heaven Tao Tablets, corresponding to the true immortal, immortal king, quasi-immortal emperor, and immortal emperor realm. However, since ancient times, some of the Origin Heaven Tao Tablets had been destroyed, some had disappeared, and some had been imprisoned like the Eternal Heaven Gate. As such, almost no one had ever seen the real origin source Heaven Dao tablet. The Black Origin Heaven Dao tablet was like a chaotic divine mountain. It emitted an eternal and immortal aura, ancient and mysterious. There were 10 ancient and mysterious names on the Eternal Heaven Dao tablet. Against the heavens, Life-Killer Lord, Deet Song, Nether King, Black Emperor, Qin Human King, each of these 10 ancient and mysterious names had left an illustrious and brilliant name in the history of the eternal immortal domains. When the crowd saw the 10 names, they couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with horror. Black Emperor? Isn't that the Supreme Immortal Emperor who founded the Blackwater Immortal Court 30 Chaos Eras ago? I didn't think he'd make it onto the Origin Heaven Dao tablet as an immortal king. The second prince, Li Wushuang, exclaimed. His eyes were filled with emotion. And then there's the Nether King. He founded the Nether Immortal Court and dominated tens of thousands of Dao domains in the Eternal Immortal Domains 10 eras ago. I didn't think he'd make it onto the Origin Heaven Dao tablet and be ranked 4th. Li Wuji said slowly. Eh? My grandfather made it onto the Origin Heaven Dao tablet? At that moment, Di Hongwan said in surprise. Her eyes were filled with shock. Everyone in the Radiance Immortal Court knew the name Deet Song. He was also Di Hongwan's grandfather, the previous Radiance Emperor. Legend had it that Deet Song was an unparalleled genius who dominated his generation. He'd been invincible among the younger generation of the Eternal Immortal Domains. However, he'd gone into seclusion tens of millions of years ago and hadn't appeared since. Many people in the Eternal Immortal Domains said he was in seclusion to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Others said he'd died. That's right. He's your grandfather, Lord Deet Song. He's also one of the people most likely to reach the Immortal Emperor realm in this chaos era. Great Elder Life sighed softly and said slowly. Who are against the heavens and Lord Life-Killer? Di Hongwan asked curiously. Against the heavens is a figure from the previous chaos era. He's also known as the Eternal Celestial Emperor. Rumor has it that he's reached the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. He's a genius who's no weaker than anyone else. He's said to be the most likely person to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. He once broke the limit of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, which is why he's ranked 1st. As for Lord Life-Killer, he's a figure from our era. He's also known as the Killer Emperor. He's also incredibly talented and powerful. He's already a Dao Immortal Emperor and is one of the top figures in the Eternal Immortal Domains. First Elder Life's eyes were filled with awe when he mentioned these 2 figures. I see. After hearing Great Elder Life's explanation, everyone came to a realization. At the same time, their eyes lit up with eagerness. They all hoped to leave their names on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. It was a supreme honor and also a symbol of unparalleled talent. Once one was listed on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, it meant they'd be recognized by the Eternal Heavenly Dao. Not only would they be rewarded by the Eternal Heavenly Dao, but they'd also become famous in the Eternal Immortal Domains. It was an irresistible temptation to countless geniuses. The Origin Heavenly Dao steel will be suppressed by the Eternal Heavenly Dao, so all you need to do is to display your cultivation and talent as much as possible. Try your best to get close to the Origin Heavenly Dao steel and place your palm on it. Only then will you have a chance to leave your name on it. If you can't even get close to the Origin Heavenly Dao steel, then it's almost impossible to leave your name on it. First Elder Life's eyes flashed and he smiled faintly. I'll give it a try. Second Prince Li Wushuang's eyes flashed and he took the lead to step forward with a trace of pride in his eyes. On the day of his birth, he was surrounded by boundless immortal light and auspicious qi. Purple qi spread across 30,000 miles, and he was born with a longevity bone. In terms of talent, he naturally surpassed Crown Prince Li Wuji, so he was full of confidence that he would be able to leave his name on the Origin Heavenly Dao steel. Rumble, Li Wushuang was surrounded by dazzling immortal light and auspicious qi, as if there were bolts of lightning intertwining around him. His entire body was dazzling with golden light, as if he was cast in gold, and he exuded a dignified and ancient aura. In particular, there seemed to be a trace of heavenly Dao emanating from his body, which was daunting to look at. In the next moment, he leaped into the air and soared toward the Origin Heavenly Dao steel. Crack, the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel seemed to sense Li Wushuang's aura and suddenly burst out with boundless light. Boundless Heavenly Dao power locked onto Li Wushuang and pressed down on him mightily. Li Wushuang's body trembled, and his body became incomparably slow when he was 10,000 feet away from the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel. He felt as if the boundless Heavenly Dao power of the entire eternal heavenly domain was supporting him. It was as if he was shouldering 10,000 immemorial divine mountains, putting him under great pressure. "Open!" Li Wushuang shouted. His eyes were filled with arrogance and defiance. He was conceited that his talent was unparalleled, and he had the longevity bone in his body. He was the most talented genius of the immortal court of fortune, so he wanted to leave his name on the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel. As Li Wushuang circulated his cultivation, he seemed to be shrouded in a layer of invulnerable golden body aura. Mysterious and profound, he walked step by step toward the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel. 10,000 feet. 9,000 feet, 8,000 feet, although Li Wushuang's footsteps were slow, he was still getting closer to the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Only after reaching a distance of 10,000 feet did he slowly come to a stop. At this moment, the vast heavenly might that erupted from the Origin Heaven Dao Steel was almost tangible. It conjured various mysterious phenomena that constantly pressed down on Li Wushuang. Even with Li Wushuang's cultivation base at the peak of the 9th heaven of the celestial king realm, it was useless in the face of the vast pressure. What the Origin Heaven Dao tablet tested was a person's talent and potential. It had little to do with one's cultivation. Li Wushuang's glabella began to shine. His entire body was shrouded in a purple aura. Strands of Origin aura began to spread out from his body. He stepped forward and walked towards the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet away from the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet. At this moment, even Li Wushuang's complexion was deathly pale. His legs were trembling slightly. It was as if he was enduring an enormous pressure. "I, Li Wushuang, have unparalleled talent, and I'm destined to dominate the world. I'm destined to become a supreme immortal emperor, and lead the immortal court of fortune to dominate the eternal immortal domains. How could I possibly stop here?" Li Wushuang said slowly with a hint of madness in his eyes. Rumble, it was as if thunder and lightning were exploding inside his body. The longevity bone on his chest shone with immortal light, enveloping him completely. At this moment, even the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel seemed to have sensed something and was trembling slightly. Li Wushuang instantly crossed the barrier and walked towards the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Rumble, endless thunderbolts rose around Li Wushuang. The immortal light was like a sword radiance, constantly scouring his body, as if it was going to tear him to pieces. Standing in front of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, Li Wushuang felt so tiny. However, his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand and touched the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. He actually approached the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Even Crown Prince Li Wuji could only smile wryly. He knew that even if he personally took action, it would be very difficult for him to come within 100 feet of the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet. His younger brother's talent was indeed amazing. He had actually reached the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet and was only a step away from leaving his name on it. I wonder if he can replace the 10 outstanding prides of the ages and leave his name on the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet. Someone said slowly, his eyes filled with anticipation. The crowd couldn't help but hold their breaths and look at Li Wushuang. Boom, just as Li Wushuang's hand landed on the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet, the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet blossomed with dazzling light. The longevity bone in Li Wushuang's body seemed to have formed a strange and mysterious connection with the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet. Billions of immortal light bloomed as Dao flowers rose. In the end, a total of 36 Dao flowers floated down from the 9 heavens and enveloped Li Wushuang. At the same time, among the 10 dazzling names on the eternal Heavenly Dao tablet, the last name, Human King Qin, disappeared and was replaced by a brand new name, Li Wushuang. The crowd couldn't help but tremble, their eyes filled with incomparable shock. They didn't expect Li Wushuang, who was the first to take action, to have such incredible talent. He had directly pulled down a pride of the ages and left his name on the Origin Heavenly Dao tablet forever. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? He actually attracted 36 eternal flowers. As expected of His Highness Wushuang, who could nurture the longevity bone. This talent is indeed amazing. No wonder he could replace the human King Qin. Great Elder Life Spirit also praised. She did not hide the admiration in her eyes. He also didn't expect Li Wushuang to be the first to take action and leave his name on the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet. This could only mean that Li Wushuang's talent was indeed amazing. No wonder he was called Wushuang. Only 10th? Li Wushuang frowned when he saw the name on the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He clearly wasn't satisfied with the result. Your Highness Wushuang, the 10 names on the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet are all prides of the ages. They are the strongest of the countless prides of the ages since the eternal immortal domain's existence. To be ranked among them is already enough to laugh proudly at the world. You are one of the strongest in the world. First Elder Life spoke slowly. Well, I've already left my name on the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet. Although I'm only 10th, I believe that no one can surpass me. Li Wushuang smiled proudly, then leapt back. He'd just left his name on the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet, and the tablet had bestowed upon him a mysterious secret art. It was now branded on his longevity bone. This was a supreme creation that he would have to carefully comprehend. Everyone's gaze towards Li Wushuang was filled with shock. They had a feeling that after today, Li Wushuang's name would spread throughout the eternal immortal domain. He would become one of the top prides of the ages. Who wants to give it a try? If you can leave your name on the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet, you will be blessed by the eternal Heavenly Tao. Grand Elder Life Spirit looked at the crowd and smiled. The crowd fell silent. The second Prince Li Wushuang's talent was too shocking. Moreover, the vast power that the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet was emitting made it difficult for them to even get close to it, let alone leave their name on it. Let me give it a try. Prince Long's eyes flashed as he said confidently. He was the successor of the Dragon Emperor Valley and possessed the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. As for the Dragon Emperor, he was the founder of the Dragon Emperor Valley and a powerful immortal emperor. He had once dominated an entire chaos epoch and was invincible. As the successor of the Dragon Emperor, Prince Long's bloodline was close to atavism and his talent was naturally terrifying. Therefore, he was confident and wanted to give it a try to see if he could leave his name on the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet. Rumble, divine light shone from Prince Long's body and lightning flashed. A vast and ancient dragon's aura spread out. He let out an earth-shattering dragon roar and instantly shot up to the sky, heading towards the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet. Prince Long was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, he was already 10,000 feet away from the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet. Like Li Wushuang, when Prince Long was within 10,000 feet of the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet, the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet shone with dazzling light and a vast aura pressed down on Prince Long. Prince Long instantly felt that he was so small in front of the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet. However, his eyes were filled with arrogance and defiance. He suddenly activated the Dragon Emperor's bloodline in his body. Blazing light bloomed, and bright golden light gushed out from his body. His entire body seemed to be made of gold. His speed became faster and faster and he was even faster than Li Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, he was already 10,000 feet away from the Origin Source Heaven Tao tablet. The Heavenly Tao coercion at 1,000 feet was even more terrifying. However, under Prince Dragon Emperor's powerful Dragon Emperor bloodline, his speed was only a little slower. Soon, he was within 1,000 feet of the Origin Source Heavenly Tao tablet. Divine light flashed and the cosmic laws intertwined. The heavenly waves might formed a hurricane that kept pressing down on Prince Long. Prince Long took a step forward while withstanding the violent pressure. His eyes were filled with arrogance and defiance. Prince Long's speed is even faster than the second Prince Li Wuji's. Could he also leave his name on the Origin Heaven Tao tablet? Everyone's bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock and awe. The far ancient theocrats are indeed worthy of being called the far ancient theocrats. Everyone was looking forward to it. Perhaps Prince Long would be able to leave his name on the Origin Heaven Tao tablet. After an extremely difficult journey, Prince Long's speed became slower and slower, as if he was carrying a chaotic mountain on his back. He was surrounded by endless pressure and tornadoes, as if they were going to destroy his mind and tear his body into pieces. However, under such terrifying pressure, Prince Long still managed to reach the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet despite his pale face. He took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and placed it on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. At this moment, everyone could not help but hold their breaths. Rumble, there seemed to be a vast and ancient dragon's roar coming from Prince Long's body, shaking the void. In an instant, a giant divine dragon, surrounded by endless immortal light, shot out from Prince Long's body and merged with the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. The Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet also shone brightly, and origin flowers fell from the Heaven Dao tablet, merging into Prince Long's body. The 10 names on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet shone brightly, and they were trembling slightly. However, they gradually calmed down in the end. Although Prince Long was extremely talented, he had only managed to trigger 30 origin flowers in the end. He did not manage to leave his name on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. More than 30 origin flowers merged with Sun Long's body and became his foundation, allowing him to have a smoother path of cultivation in the future. Although he was rewarded by the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet, Prince Long's eyes were still filled with disappointment and unwillingness. He did not expect that he was not as talented as the second prince, Li Wushuang. He did not even have the right to leave his name on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. This was a huge blow to the arrogant and unruly Prince Long. Prince Long did not say a word, and turned around to leave. "Your Highness, don't you want to give it a try?" Ling Xiao asked slowly, his eyes glinting. "Senior Ling Xiao, I won't embarrass myself. Even my talented second brother could only leave his name on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. If I try, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get close to the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. At that time, I'll be a laughing stock," Crown Prince Li Wuji said with a wry smile. However, his eyes were filled with calmness, and he admitted that he was indeed not as good as the second prince, Li Wushuang. After Prince Long, more than 10 talented young geniuses and supreme geniuses went forward to try their luck. They wanted to get close to the Origin Source Heavenly Dao tablet and leave their names on it. However, without exception, they could not even get close to the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. Most of them stopped within 100 feet of the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet and could not advance any further. In the end, only the little princess of the Radiance Immortal Court, Di Hongwan, the true Phoenix Maiden, and Ling Xiao were left. Everyone's eyes fell on the three of them, especially the true Phoenix Maiden and Ling Xiao. Because of the bet between the two of them, they wanted to see who was more talented between the true Phoenix Maiden and Ling Xiao. However, they were more inclined towards the true Phoenix Maiden. After all, she was the successor of the true Phoenix Nest. Moreover, it was said that her bloodline was close to that of the true Phoenix Immortal Emperor. She probably had the chance to leave her name on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. As for Ling Xiao, although his combat strength was extraordinary, there did not seem to be anything special about him. Moreover, they had never heard of Ling Xiao's name before. Therefore, they naturally thought that in terms of talent and potential, Ling Xiao was not as good as the true Phoenix Maiden. "Since the two of you have a bet, then let me go first." Di Hongwan smiled. She had been itching to try for a long time. Seeing that no one else wanted to try, she instantly flew up into the sky. Di Hongwan's body glowed with dazzling light. She was as dazzling as the sun. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She was tall and slender, and her skin was as white as jade. She exuded an otherworldly aura. However, on her incomparably beautiful face, there was also an incomparably majestic aura. She had the bearing of a ruler, causing others to be intimidated by her. Di Hongwan seemed to have become the focus of the world, overshadowing the true Phoenix Maiden. Everyone's eyes fell on Di Hongwan. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even the true Phoenix Maiden looked at Di Hongwan with jealousy in her eyes. The true Phoenix Maiden recognized Di Hongwan. She was the little princess of the Radiance Immortal Court, one of the 4 immortal courts in the Central Immortal Domain. The 4 immortal courts in the Central Immortal Domain were the 4 most transcendent powers in the Eternal Immortal Domain. They were all supreme immortal courts with immortal emperors. Unlike the Creation Immortal Court and the Truth Immortal Court, although their ancestors had immortal emperors and eternal emperor weapons, they didn't have a single immortal emperor in charge. The primeval theocrats had a deep foundation, but no one knew if they had any immortal emperors. In terms of strength, the 4 immortal courts in the Central Immortal Domain were the most terrifying. Every immortal court had a true immortal emperor overseeing it. They were invincible in the world and could suppress an entire primal chaos epic. They were the absolute synonyms of invincibility and strength. As the little princess of the Radiant's immortal court, Di Hongwan's status was far above everyone else. When she came to the immortal court of creation, it was as if she had come to a remote village. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if the little princess of the Radiant's immortal court would be able to leave her name on the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet. Crack, hundreds of millions of bolts of chaotic lightning flashed in the void. Boundless immortal light rose. Di Hongwan was surrounded by blazing flames. She was like a bolt of crimson lightning as she sped toward the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet. She was extremely fast. Outside the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet, the Heavenly Tao suppression at the 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, and 1,000 feet were all different. Even the second Princely Wushuang and Prince Long felt the immense pressure and slowed down. However, Di Hongwan didn't slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, she passed through the layers of pressure and arrived before the Origin Heaven Tao tablet. SSS, her speed is so fast. It seems like this little princess of the Radiant's immortal court is indeed very talented. I'm looking forward to it. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and said. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Radiant sovereign physique? One of the two peerless geniuses of the Radiant's immortal court. No wonder she was so fast. Her talent was truly terrifying. She could be ranked at the top of the eternal immortal domains. I'm afraid less than 5 people in this era can surpass her in terms of talent. The first Elder Life Spirit's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of shock as she slowly spoke. He could see that Di Hongwan was emitting an infinite amount of light. It wasn't caused by her mana or techniques, but by her flesh, bones, and heart. All of them were emitting an infinite amount of light at the same time. It was as if she was the ruler of this world, mysterious and unpredictable. This was the Radiant Sovereign physique. She could suppress all Daos and shatter everything. Her power was incomparably terrifying. She was a natural-born ruler with the bearing of a ruler. In the first Elder Life Spirit's opinion, if the Radiant Immortal Court didn't have a Radiant Chaotic physique that was no weaker than the Radiant Sovereign physique, this little princess would be the undisputed successor of the Radiant's Immortal Court. I hope I can surpass Grandpa. I hope I can surpass Grandpa. I hope I can surpass Grandpa. Di Hongwan stood before the Origin Heaven Tao tablet, feeling a little nervous. Especially when she saw the third name on the Origin Heaven Tao stele, her eyes were filled with incomparable excitement and agitation. Finally, she took a deep breath and slowly reached out her silver-white hand to touch the Origin Heaven Tao tablet. Rumble, behind Di Hongwan, there seemed to be a dazzling sun rising. It bloomed with boundless light and dyed the world white. The dazzling sun seemed to be able to suppress time and space and shatter everything. It transformed into the eternal Heaven Tao tablet and was extremely mysterious. It instantly merged with the Origin Heaven Tao tablet. Rumble, the Origin Heavenly Tao tablet trembled violently. It was even more terrifying than before. An aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth erupted from it. The Origin Heaven Tao tablet shone brightly. Origin flowers floated out from the Origin Heaven Tao tablet and merged with Di Hongwan's body. Those Origin flowers were densely packed like rain, extremely dazzling and dazzling. The 10 names on the Origin Heaven Tao tablet also shone brightly and vibrated continuously. In the end, everyone saw Di Hongwan's name appear in the 3rd place. She replaced Di Tsung, the Supreme Celestial Emperor of the Radiant's Immortal Court, and pushed him down to the 4th place. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They looked at Di Hongwan with deep respect. She actually left her name in the 3rd place of the Origin Heaven Tao tablet, second only to Against the Heavens and Lord Lifekiller. Even Emperor Di Tsung, an immortal emperor of the Radiant's Immortal Court, was suppressed. Just how terrifying was Di Hongwan's talent? 999 Origin flowers. 9 is the limit. As expected of the Sovereign of Radiance physique. Such a person can probably be ranked in the top 3 of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. Great Elder Life Spirit said slowly. His eyes shone brightly as he revealed a sliver of excitement. He seemed to have made a decision in his heart. He looked at Di Hongwan with a burning gaze. If it weren't for the fact that there were 2 other people who hadn't tried yet, he would have charged at Di Hongwan already. At this moment, the second prince, Li Wushuang, had the worst expression. His face was about to turn green. This was because he was originally ranked 10th on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Now that Di Hongwan was 3rd on the Origin Heaven Dao stele, his name naturally disappeared from the stele. It wasn't easy for him to appear on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Although he was only ranked 10th, Li Wushuang was extremely proud. He thought that from today onwards, his name would spread throughout the eternal immortal domain. He would become a top genius, a supreme sovereign. At that time, even the creation immortal court would give him priority when selecting the next emperor. But now, because of Di Hongwan, all of this was ruined. If Li Wushuang wasn't afraid of Di Hongwan's powerful background, he would have rushed up and killed Di Hongwan with his arrogance. Even so, Li Wushuang looked at Di Hongwan with an ugly expression. Endless anger surged in his eyes. Whoosh, Di Hongwan returned like a red stream of light. When she passed by Li Wushuang, she gently patted his shoulder and smiled. Sorry, I pushed your name down. However, your talent is a bit too weak. If you could reach the 8th or 9th place, I wouldn't have pushed you down so easily. Di Hongwan's words made Li Wushuang's body stiffen. He almost vomited blood. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only turn his head away and not look at Di Hongwan. He was afraid that if he looked at Di Hongwan again, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing her. In the end, only the true Phoenix Maiden and Ling Xiao were left who had not tried. Ling Xiao, I will leave my name on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet today. The eternal fire essence is mine. The true Phoenix Maiden glanced at Ling Xiao arrogantly, then shot into the sky and headed for the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Swoosh, a piercing sound rang out, like the cry of a phoenix. Blazing flames rose, and a golden light was dazzling. An ancient and mysterious phoenix flew out from behind the true Phoenix Maiden, exuding towering flames as if it wanted to destroy everything. That ancient and powerful aura caused everyone's bodies to involuntarily tremble. At this moment, even Prince Long's expression turned solemn. Although he was the successor of the Dragon Emperor Valley, his bloodline was only very close to the Dragon Emperor's. In fact, he was still very far away. However, the true Phoenix Maiden's bloodline had most likely reached the level of the true Phoenix Immortal Emperor. Even if it was just a little bit off, it wouldn't be too far off. This was the bloodline of a true Immortal Emperor. How powerful and terrifying would her talent be? The true Phoenix Maiden seemed to want to compete with Di Hongwan. Her speed became extremely fast. With the support of the true Phoenix Shadow, she was like a ray of red divine light, instantly piercing through the heavenly Dao suppression and arriving in front of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Boom, she slammed her palm on the Origin Heaven Dao stele. Endless divine light blossomed as the dazzling true Phoenix Phantom behind the true Phoenix Maiden erupted with endless power. It soared into the sky and merged with the Origin Source Heaven Dao stele. The Origin Heavenly Dao stele trembled violently and shone with dazzling light. Millions of rays of immortal light bloomed and the Dao flowers surged. One by one, the Origin flowers floated down. In the end, a total of 49 Origin flowers fell down. The 49 Origin flowers floated down from the void and shrouded the true Phoenix Maiden. At the same time, the 10 dazzling names on the Eternal Heaven Dao tablet shook violently. The last name, Black Emperor, slowly disappeared. It became a new name, Xianxia. This was the true Phoenix Maiden's real name, and her name was forever branded on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Seeing this, the true Phoenix Maiden didn't look happy at all. Instead, she looked a little upset. After all, Di Hongwan's name was ranked 3rd on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, while she was only ranked 10th. This meant that in the eyes of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, her talent and potential were far inferior to Di Hongwan's. The true Phoenix Maiden's expression was incomparably cold. She turned into a stream of light and instantly returned. She looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Do you still want to try? I'm afraid that with your talent, you won't even be able to get close to the Origin Source Heavenly Dao tablet. If you obediently hand over the eternal fire essence, I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite later." She almost vented all her displeasure and jealousy towards Di Hongwan on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and said, "How would you know if you don't try? However, when my name surpasses yours on the Origin Heaven Dao stele, you will obediently become my maid. Ling Zhao's expression was calm and indifferent. He ignored the true Phoenix Maiden's furious and murderous gaze and leapt towards the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. Everyone's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the last person to try to leave his name on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. Everyone had different expressions. Some thought that Ling Zhao's battle strength was so extraordinary that he could easily defeat the true Phoenix Maiden. His talent was also extraordinary and he might even be able to leave his name on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. However, some people thought that although Ling Zhao's battle strength was strong, his talent and potential were much inferior to the true Phoenix Maiden's. Even the true Phoenix Maiden had only left her name at the 10th position on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to leave his name on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. In fact, there were quite a few people who held this view. Only Di Hongwan and the elder beside her looked at Ling Xiao with interest. Ling Xiao exuded an ethereal and indifferent aura. Immortal light swirled around him and chaotic light filled the air. He walked in the air and didn't move quickly. Every step he took left a footprint as he walked towards the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. Although he didn't seem to be moving quickly, he approached the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet with ease. 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100 feet, and finally arrived at the bottom of the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, Ling Xiao appeared to be too relaxed. That kind of ease even made many people who thought Ling Xiao would definitely lose feel a trace of anticipation and confidence. Could Ling Xiao really leave his name on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet? Although the true Phoenix Maiden looked cold and arrogant on the surface, she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Clearly, she wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. Rumble, Ling Xiao placed his palm on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. In an instant, chaotic light rose as if billions of suns had exploded at the same time. Behind him, there seemed to be endless chaotic fiend gods fighting. Countless worlds fell and mysterious scenes of time and space being destroyed. In the end, everything returned to chaos. Amidst the endless chaotic light, there was a mysterious world tree rooted in the chaos. Its leaves were luxuriant, and each leaf was nurturing an ancient world. The world tree pierced through the chaos. It was ancient and eternal, mysterious and unfathomable. After the Tree of World appeared, the Origin Heaven Dao tablet started to tremble violently. Boundless immortal light was faintly discernible, and boundless origin energy surged violently. A vast heavenly Dao ocean seemed to appear above the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. Origin Source flowers floated down, densely packed. It was unknown how many there were, but all of them enveloped Ling Xiao, almost drowning him. The 10 names on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet trembled violently. Against the Heavens, who was ranked first, instantly fell by 1 place. Ling Zhao's name was ranked first on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. He was ranked above Against the Heavens and became the true number 1 on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was as if Ling Zhao's figure was the only thing left in their minds. That invincible and mysterious figure who could pierce heaven and earth, who could suppress the 8 Desolaces and sweep through the chaos, would forever be branded in everyone's hearts. First place on the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet, even more talented than Against the Heavens. This meant that the Origin Source Heaven Dao tablet recognized Ling Zhao's talent and potential. He was the undisputed number 1 in the eternal immortal domains for countless chaos epics. What an honor! One could only imagine that after today, Ling Zhao's name would spread throughout the eternal immortal domains like a rising sun. No one would be able to stop him. Rumble, Ling Xiao stood under the Origin Heavenly Dao stele, surrounded by lightning and divine light. Auspicious Qi rose, and vast immortal light spread out like colorful clouds. At the same time, various mysterious scenes of immortal beasts, fiend gods, and the myriad of worlds appeared behind him, causing him to emanate a vast and ancient pressure of the Heaven Dao. The Origin flowers merged with Ling Zhao's body, making his aura stronger and more unfathomable. It was as if he had become one with the eternal Heavenly Dao. He felt like he was floating in the air and was about to leave this world. The Origin flowers were the purest Heavenly Dao origin. At this moment, the Origin flower had completely fused into Ling Zhao's body. Although it didn't allow his cultivation base to break through directly, it allowed his foundation to grow stronger. In the future, even after he broke through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, his strength would still grow stronger. At the same time, a vast and mysterious torrent of information merged with Ling Zhao's mind between his eyebrows. Crack, blazing chaotic lightning rose, and the golden light was dazzling. The torrent of information turned into a golden scripture. It was profound, ancient, and mysterious. When Ling Xiao completely merged with the scripture, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Great Change Heavenly Dao Technique. This was a supreme technique given to him by the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel. This supreme technique was very mysterious. It wasn't an immortal emperor's secret technique, nor was it a powerful immortal path remarkable ability. However, it was very unique. It could transform the power of the Heavenly Dao for one's own use. At the same time, it could absorb and devour other people's Heavenly Dao origin. The Great Change Heavenly Dao technique was extensive and profound. Although Ling Xiao only had a preliminary understanding of it, he could already feel that this secret technique was very important to him. Moreover, as the vast origin flowers merged with Ling Zhao's body and his primordial spirit, his comprehension of the Great Change Heavenly Dao technique became faster and faster. He seemed to have sunk into a state of comprehension. The light of origin energy around him rose, giving off an aura that made everyone tremble. How can he have such great talent and potential? He actually jumped to first place on the Origin Heavenly Dao Steel? Even against the heavens was completely suppressed. Di Hongwan's eyes widened in disbelief. She possessed the supreme radiant physique, so naturally, she was incomparably arrogant. Although she had paid attention to Ling Xiao previously, she did not think that Ling Xiao could surpass her in terms of talent. Now that Ling Xiao had displayed his unparalleled talent, she was deeply shocked. The second princely Wu Shuang, Prince Long, and the true Phoenix Maiden's faces darkened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The three of them were supremely talented, but they still felt a great sense of defeat in the face of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. This was especially true for true Phoenix Maiden. She was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. She had just managed to leave her name on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Although it was only 10th place, it was still very impressive. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be able to overwhelm the 10 peerless figures and become the undisputed number 1 on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet? Naturally, the true Phoenix Maiden was pushed down and her name disappeared from the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. She was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Looks like I made the right choice. Royal Uncle really has a discerning eye for talent. Crown Princely Wuji's eyes were bright, filled with shock and excitement. Even he did not expect Ling Xiao to have such heaven-defying talent and potential. First place on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Such talent was unprecedented. In this way, as long as Ling Xiao did not die in the future, he was destined to become an immortal emperor expert. Crown Princely Wuji felt extremely fortunate to be able to befriend such a person. At the same time, he was even more determined to treat Ling Xiao well. He had to tie Ling Xiao to the immortal court of creation at all costs. Perhaps Ling Xiao was the key to restoring the immortal court of creation's ancestral glory. At this moment, the most shocked person was Life Grand Elder. He had already noticed Ling Zhao's extraordinariness. He had summoned the Origin Heaven Dao tablet to test Ling Zhao's talent. In his opinion, Ling Zhao's talent was extraordinary and should be able to enter the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to give him such a huge surprise. Ling Xiao had directly reached first place on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet and even suppressed heaven. Such heaven-defying talent made him feel shocked and incredulous. However, the light in his eyes became even more resplendent, becoming extremely scorching. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a supreme treasure. As long as I can convince him to join the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance, I might be able to obtain that supreme fortune. Ling Xiao might also be able to reach the top of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Great Elder Life Spirit thought to herself. She immediately made up her mind and made her decision. No one dared to disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. Everyone was shocked into silence. Ling Xiao stood beneath the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, strange phenomena rose around him. Origin flowers swirled around him, and the vast and mysterious heavenly Daos might made them feel a trace of fear in their cultivation. Looking at Ling Xiao's figure, they felt as if they were looking at a rising sun that would illuminate the eternal immortal domains. His peerless bearing was unparalleled. Even the arrogant and conceited second prince, Li Wushuang, couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't worth making an enemy out of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood beneath the Origin Heaven Dao tablet for 3 days and 3 nights, and the mysterious phenomenon lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning flashed in his pupils, piercing through the void and destroying everything in their path. Around him was a black hole that devoured everything, devouring all of the Origin flowers in the blink of an eye. His cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th level of the Immortal King realm, and he had yet to break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. However, everyone could sense that Ling Xiao's aura had become even more mysterious and extraordinary. His entire being seemed to radiate a transcendent aura. No matter where he went, he seemed to become the focal point of heaven and earth, dazzling and eye-catching. Everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, congratulations on reaching the top of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Your talent is unprecedented, and I'm afraid it won't be long before news of it spreads throughout the eternal immortal domains. This old man has a few things to discuss with fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. Would that be all right? First Elder Life Grand Elder stepped forward and smiled at Ling Xiao. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected First Elder Life Grand Elder to address Ling Xiao as a fellow Taoist. One had to know that First Elder Life's cultivation was top-notch. Even the Fortune Emperor Lord had to show some respect to him. Even Crown Prince Li Wuji and Second Prince Li Wushuang had to greet First Elder Life as a junior. However, considering that Ling Xiao had reached the top of the Origin Heaven Dao stele and possessed such heaven-defying talent, it was not surprising that First Elder Life chose to interact with Ling Xiao as an equal. Sure. Ling Xiao's eyes glinted as he nodded his head and said. He could sense that First Elder Life didn't have any ill intentions. Moreover, if First Elder Life hadn't taken out the Origin Heavenly Dao stele, he wouldn't have been able to ascend the stele and obtain such great fortune and opportunity. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, please follow me. First Elder Life smiled as he led Ling Xiao into the depths of the pocket world. Although everyone was curious as to why First Elder Life was looking for Ling Xiao, they didn't dare to ask. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao auction had already ended. It wasn't appropriate for them to stay any longer, so they quickly left the pocket world. Only Dihong Wan's eyes shone brightly. She looked at Ling Xiao's back with an unconvinced expression. She pondered for a moment and decided not to leave immediately. She wanted to wait for Ling Xiao, but she didn't know what he was planning. In the depths of the Heavenly Dao pocket world, Ling Xiao and First Elder Life sat facing each other at the peak of a mountain range that reached into the clouds. First Elder Life took out a teapot and brewed 2 cups of immortal tea with the source of life. He placed 1 cup in front of Ling Xiao. These are some tea leaves that I planted in my spare time. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, please have a taste. Perhaps it will have a different flavor. First Elder Life said with a smile. Ling Xiao could sense that First Elder Life had something to ask of him, but he wasn't in a hurry. He picked up the cup of life immortal tea and took a whiff. He immediately felt a mysterious aura flowing through his body, as if he had become one with the heavens. He drank the cup in 1 gulp, and a vast and majestic energy flowed through his body. Ling Xiao's cultivation improved by a few notches. Moreover, when the tea entered his throat, it was incomparably sweet and lingering. Good tea. Ling Xiao couldn't hide his praise. I'm glad you like it, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. I still have some stock here that I can give to you. The First Elder of Life smiled and gave a white jade teapot to Ling Xiao. Great Elder Life, I won't accept a reward for nothing. If you have something to say, just say it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not directly accept the white jade teapot. Since that's the case, I'll be frank. Great Elder Life said with a smile. I wonder how much fellow Taoist Ling Xiao knows about the Heavenly Dao Commerce Union? Great Elder Life's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Heavenly Dao Business Alliance? But I have heard some rumors. It was said that the Heavenly Law Business Alliance controlled a vast amount of wealth in the eternal immortal domains, and that their strength was unfathomable. Almost every major power had a branch of the Heavenly Law Business Union in their territory. Moreover, there seems to be a supreme immortal emperor overseeing the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. Ling Xiao said slowly. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is right. However, my Heavenly Tao Business Alliance will probably face a crisis that's about to erupt. Great Elder Life Spirit nodded. She then sighed softly, and her eyes were filled with worry. Crisis? Given the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's strength, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the eternal immortal domains who can pose a threat to you. Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right. With an immortal emperor overseeing the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance, it's naturally impregnable. However, what if the immortal emperor of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance is no longer around? Great Elder Life Spirit seemed to have no intention of hiding the truth from Ling Xiao. What? Ling Xiao's entire body trembled, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. The immortal emperor of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance was said to be unparalleled in strength, standing at the pinnacle of the eternal immortal domains. Who could possibly pose a threat to him? Ling Xiao's mind spun as he thought about why Great Elder Life Spirit had called him here. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, I'll tell you the truth. The immortal emperor of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance has met with an accident. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance needs to elect a new alliance leader to take charge of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. You should understand that without an immortal emperor overseeing the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance, the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance will become a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of countless factions in the eternal immortal domains. Everyone will want to take a bite out of it. This is the greatest crisis facing the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. Great Elder Life sighed softly. Her expression was very sincere. Great Elder Life Spirit, is there anything I can do to help the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance? Ling Xiao asked slowly. That's right. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, I'd like to invite you to join the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance and compete for the position of Alliance Leader. Great Elder Life Spirit said slowly. What? You want me to compete for the position of Alliance Leader? Great Elder Life Spirit, I'm afraid you're taking this too lightly. You don't know anything about me, yet you're rashly inviting me to join the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance? Aren't you afraid that I'll covet the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's vast resources as well? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, the reason I took out the Origin Heavenly Tao Steel was to test your talent and potential. You've ranked first on the Origin Heavenly Tao Steel, suppressing against the Heavens and Lord Life Killer. You're extraordinarily talented and powerful. In the future, you'll definitely become a Supreme Immortal Emperor. Therefore, I believe that you have a high chance of becoming the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's alliance leader. If you can become the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's alliance leader, you'll have control over the vast amount of cultivation resources in the eternal immortal domains. Countless experts in the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance will follow your lead and command. At that time, you'll need much less time to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Great Elder Life Spirit spoke with complete sincerity as she slowly rose to her feet. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, I sincerely invite you to join the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance and compete for the position of Alliance Leader. Please don't refuse. Great Elder Life Spirit sighed softly before bowing to Ling Xiao. Rumble, the void trembled, a quasi-immortal emperor was capable of evoking the might of the Heavenly Tao. Great Elder Life Spirit bowed to Ling Xiao as a quasi-immortal emperor. Immediately, the Heavenly Tao sensed it, causing the void to tremble and give birth to all sorts of mysterious images. Ling Xiao sat there, his eyes flashing. He didn't rashly agree. He thought for a moment, then stared at Great Elder Life Spirit and slowly said, Great Elder Life Spirit, is there something you haven't told me? I'd like to ask, why does it have to be me? Ling Xiao wasn't tempted by Great Elder Life Spirit's words. He was very calm. To him, becoming the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's alliance leader would certainly give him a vast amount of cultivation resources. However, if he couldn't figure out the reason behind this, he naturally wouldn't agree rashly. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Great Elder hesitated slightly. But in the end, his eyes shone with determination. He took a deep breath and said slowly to Ling Xiao, because only you can save the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. The Life Grand Elder's words were filled with sorrow, as well as a hint of fear and horror that he had concealed. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw the strange look in the First Elder's eyes. What could make a quasi-immortal emperor so fearful? As if she had already made up her mind, the Life Grand Elder did not try to hide anything. She told Ling Xiao everything. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, our Heavenly Tao Business Alliance has a total of 36 Grand Elders under the Alliance Master. When the Alliance Master is absent, the 36 First Elders can form a Council of Elders to decide the future of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. The Council of Elders is the highest authority in the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance, second only to the Alliance Master. However, ever since I heard that something had happened to the Alliance Master, the Council of Elders has changed. Several of the First Elders have jointly recommended the Alliance Master's personal disciple to become the young Alliance Master and take charge of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. First Elder Life explained slowly. Is there something wrong with the Alliance Master's personal disciple? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. That's right. First Elder Life nodded. I cultivate the Heavenly Tao of Life, so I'm very familiar with the auras of the billions of beings in the eternal immortal domains. Although the Alliance Master's personal disciple has done his best to conceal his aura, I can still sense a trace of the aura of a creature of darkness on him. It's possible that he's fallen to darkness and been invaded by it. If he takes charge of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance and becomes the Alliance Master, not only will the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance be destroyed, but the eternal immortal domains will also face a great calamity. No matter what, I can't let him become the Alliance Master. Unfortunately, although I'm 80% sure that he's been invaded by a creature of darkness, I don't have any proof. Even if I bring it up, the First Elders won't listen to me. It's hard to say how many of the First Elders have been bribed by him or are plotting against him. Besides, I don't want to alert him. However, even if I can't decide whether or not to let him become the Alliance Master on my own. However, I can choose a candidate to compete with him for the position of Alliance Master. As long as you can defeat him and all the other candidates, you will be able to become the true Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance. First Elder Life's voice was full of sincerity. He told her everything. He even told Ling Xiao all of his guesses and his worries and suspicions about the other First Elders without hiding anything. He hoped Ling Xiao would join the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance and become the Alliance Master. It could be said that the reason Grand Elder Life came to the Celestial Court of Fortune was to search for peerless geniuses. She hoped to recruit them into the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance and make them a candidate for the Alliance Master position. He'd originally wanted Di Hongguan, but she was a princess of the Radiance Immortal Court. Her status was very special. The Radiance Immortal Court was no weaker than the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance, so the Radiance Immortal Court wouldn't want Di Hongguan involved in the competition. Moreover, even if the Radiance Immortal Court agreed, the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's Council of Elders wouldn't allow a princess of the Radiance Immortal Court to become the Alliance Master. Grand Elder Life Spirit had never thought that Ling Xiao would give him such a huge surprise. Ling Xiao's innate talent was unparalleled throughout the ages, and he could always suppress all prodigies. Even against the heavens, who was said to have reached the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm, had been suppressed by Ling Xiao. In First Elder Life's opinion, as long as Ling Xiao didn't die, he would definitely become a Supreme Immortal Emperor. If such a person joined the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance, he would definitely be able to save the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance from danger. He might even be able to get rid of the traitor, the Alliance Master's personal disciple. Furthermore, Grand Elder Life had already investigated Ling Xiao's identity. Ling Xiao came from the Chaos Sea and had nothing to do with the various superpowers of the Eternal Immortal Domains. Such a person was most suitable to become the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's Alliance Master. What's the cultivation level of the Alliance Master's personal disciple? If I defeat him, I'll become the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's Alliance Master. Isn't this too much of a joke? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before he spoke slowly. First Elder Life's body shook. He could hear the change in Ling Zhao's tone and felt hopeful. He hurriedly said, "First, you have to join the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance and become an elder of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's branch in the Fortune Immortal Court. Then, I'll recommend you as a candidate for the position of Alliance Master." The selection of the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's Alliance Master requires several tests. The Alliance Master's personal disciple has just broken through to the half-immortal Emperor realm, but his talent is incomparably great. However, I believe that you'll be able to defeat him and become the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's Alliance Master. At that time, the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance's countless wealth and resources will be at your disposal. You'll be able to break through to the immortal Emperor realm in the shortest time possible. First Elder Life said with a hint of eagerness. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, but didn't find any deception in First Elder Life's words. Moreover, joining the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance didn't seem to be a bad thing for him. If he could become the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance's alliance master, he would be able to shorten the time required to break through to the immortal Emperor realm. It had been countless years since he left the Your Wilds. Ling Xiao missed Jin Sei, Shui Wei, his two adorable children, and his parents and friends very much. However, the eternal immortal domains were fraught with danger. Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to protect himself, let alone protect them. If he could break through to the immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible, he could return to the Your Wilds and bring them to the eternal immortal domains. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought of this. He looked deeply at First Elder Life and nodded. Alright, I agree to join the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. However, before that, I must help Crown Prince Li Wuji participate in the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefields trial and obtain the Eternal Fruit to break through to the half-immortal Emperor realm. Wonderful. Ling Xiao, from now on, you'll be an elder of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance's branch in the Fortune Immortal Court. As for your request to enter the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, I understand. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have let you enter the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield to train. You can hunt the creatures of darkness there, so you'll be very familiar with them. When you meet the Alliance Master's personal disciple, you'll know that I'm telling the truth. First Elder Life said excitedly, as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. Not to mention, the eternal fruit in the Heavenly Ancient Battlefield can indeed help you break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. However, with your talent and potential, one eternal fruit might not be of much use to you. If you can take a few more, you will definitely be able to accumulate a lot of power. After breaking through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm, you will also have an extremely powerful combat strength. Great Elder Life Force smiled slightly. A light flashed in his palm, and a white jade box appeared. He slowly opened the white jade box, and there was an ancient map inside. Ling Xiao, since you are willing to join my Heavenly Dao Business Alliance, you are one of us from now on. Take this treasure map as a meeting gift from me to you. The 3 locations marked on the map contain 3 fruits of eternity. They were not ripe in the previous epoch, but they should be completely ripe in this epoch. After you enter, you should speed up and find these 3 eternal fruits first. Then, find a place to go into seclusion as soon as possible and break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. Only then will you have enough power to protect yourself. I hope that during the trial in the Heavenly Ancient Battlefield, even if you have to kill the dark creatures, you will still prioritize your own safety. Great Elder Life Force said seriously. 3 eternal fruits? Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. The Heavenly Dao Business Alliance was really rich. The treasure map that Great Elder Life Force took out casually actually indicated the location of 3 eternal fruits. One should know that when he went to Yi Liangshui's house, the Yi family ancestor gave him a treasure map that indicated the location of 1 eternal fruit. In this way, Ling Xiao had the location of 4 eternal fruits in his hands. If he could be the first to find these 4 eternal fruits after entering the Heavenly Ancient Battlefield, it would definitely allow him to gain an extremely deep foundation and break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm in one go. Thank you, Great Elder Life Force. Ling Xiao accepted the treasure map and expressed his gratitude with utmost sincerity. He had to admit that this was an irresistible temptation. At the same time, he also saw how unfathomable the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance was. Ling Xiao and Great Elder Life Force agreed that after the trial in the Heavenly Ancient Battlefield, he would return to the headquarters of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance with Great Elder Life Force to compete for the position of the Alliance leader. Then, Ling Xiao bade farewell and prepared to return to the Green Cloud Immortal Palace to look for Li Wuji. However, he was stopped by an uninvited guest on the way. It was the little princess of the Light Celestial Court, Di Hongwan. Ling Xiao, how about we make a deal? If you sell that black stone statue to me, I can give you an eternal fruit in exchange. The eternal fruit is incomparably precious. It's a supreme treasure that can allow you to reach the heavens in a single step, directly becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. What do you think? Di Hongwan rolled her eyes and smiled at Ling Xiao. Fruit of eternity? Her Royal Highness is really rich. Unfortunately, I'm not selling it. Ling Xiao looked at Di Hongwan with a faint smile and shook his head. Even now, Di Hongwan still wanted to deceive her. The black stone statue was the statue of the immortal Emperor of Light, and it was very likely that it contained the inheritance of the immortal Emperor of Light. The inheritance of the radiance. Immortal Emperor was much more precious than an eternal fruit. Ling Xiao, what will it take for you to sell it to me? The black stone statue is of no use to you. It belongs to the Light Celestial Court. Name your price. As long as you can name it, I'll definitely do it. Di Hongwan was so angry that her teeth itched, but she still forced a smile. After all, it was the statue of the Light Celestial Emperor, and it contained the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor. Naturally, she would not give it up so easily. Your Royal Highness, are you still trying to deceive me? How much do you think the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor is worth? Ling Xiao looked at Di Hongwan with a faint smile and said. How do you know it's the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor? Di Hongwan was shocked, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. However, when she saw the expression on Ling Xiao's face, she immediately showed a trace of anger. You tricked me? Di Hongwan said angrily. Your Royal Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ling Xiao shook his head and turned to leave. Wait. Ling Xiao, since you know it's the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor, you should also know that the Light Celestial Emperor is the ancestor of the Light Celestial Court. His inheritance can only be opened by the descendants of the Light Celestial Court. You can't get the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor. Di Hongwan stood in front of Ling Xiao and said with a complicated expression. Then what do you want? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said flatly. Let's work together. Di Hongwan gritted her teeth and said. She originally wanted to pay a certain price to take the Light Celestial Emperor's statue from Ling Xiao. However, she did not expect Ling Xiao to know that it contained the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor. Therefore, she had no choice but to let Ling Xiao have a share of the loot. I know where the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor is, and the core of the inheritance can only be opened by my bloodline. Ling Xiao, let's go and find the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor together. At that time, I only want one thing in the inheritance, and I can give you the rest. Di Hongwan gritted her teeth and said. Her heart was bleeding. Work together? This is a good idea. However, where is the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor? Ling Xiao said with a smile. This was also his goal. Di Hongwan's words could be said to be exactly what he wanted. You don't even know where the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor is. How greedy of you to want to obtain the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor. To tell you the truth, the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor is in the heavenly ancient battlefield. Di Hongwan looked at Ling Xiao with some sarcasm. The heavenly ancient battlefield? Ling Xiao was shocked. He suddenly felt that although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. Otherwise, why would the little princess of the Light Celestial Court come to the Creation Celestial Court? Even if she wanted the stone statue, she could have spoken to the senior members of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance and directly bought it. It seemed that she was not only after the stone statue of the Light Celestial Emperor, but also after the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor in the heavenly ancient battlefield. However, Di Hongwan did not expect that the treasure, which she was confident of obtaining, would be taken away by Ling Xiao. Now, she had to share a share of the loot with Ling Xiao, which made her extremely depressed. In that case, I promise you that when the heavenly ancient battlefield opens, I will work with you to find the inheritance of the Light Celestial Emperor. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and then nodded at Di Hongwan. He then turned and left. This damn bastard. Di Hongwan was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. Little princess, Ling Xiao is extremely talented. He is ranked first on the Origin Source Heavenly Dao Tablet of the Celestial King Realm. He is even more powerful than Xianxia and people like you. You can't offend him. You must have a good relationship with him. Perhaps he will be a great help to the Light Celestial Court. The elder behind Di Hongwan said slowly with a deep look in his eyes. I understand, Grandpa Tree. It's just that this guy is too arrogant. Di Hongwan nodded and said unhappily. Ling Xiao returned to the Yi clan and began to cultivate in seclusion. The eternal fire essence he had obtained at the Heavenly Tao auction was extremely important to the world tree in his primordial spirit. After the world tree devoured the eternal fire essence, it grew even faster. Through the world tree, Ling Xiao could vaguely sense that he could communicate with the eternal Heavenly Tao's Heavenly Tao of Fire. This allowed his comprehension of the Heavenly Tao of Fire to advance by leaps and bounds. The entire Fortune Immortal City was in an uproar because of Ling Xiao's name. After all, the origin Heavenly Tao steel was famous throughout the eternal immortal domains. Those who could ascend to the origin Heavenly Tao steel were all peerless geniuses. Who would have thought that not only would Ling Xiao ascend to the origin Heavenly Tao steel, but he would also surpass the top 10 geniuses to ascend to first place. This meant that even the eternal Heavenly Tao recognized Ling Xiao as the #1 immortal king. What kind of glory was this? Moreover, the news seemed to have grown wings. Not only did it spread throughout the Fortune Immortal City, but it also spread throughout the eternal immortal domains. It wasn't hard to imagine that it wouldn't be long before Ling Xiao's name would be known throughout the eternal immortal domains. Crown Prince Li Wuji and the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor were extremely happy about this. This was especially true for the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor. He knew that Ling Xiao was strong and talented. However, he had never imagined that Ling Xiao's talent and potential would be so great that he would be able to ascend to first place on the origin Heavenly Tao steel. This was something that had never happened before. In his excitement, he even told Crown Prince Li Wuji to befriend Ling Xiao. Not only was Ling Xiao the reason Crown Prince Li Wuji could become the Emperor Lord of the Fortune Immortal Court, but he might also be the key to restoring the glory of the Fortune Immortal Court. Under the orders of the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor and Crown Prince Li Wuji, all kinds of precious resources, including the treasures in the treasury of the Fortune Immortal Court, were sent to the Yi clan and Ling Xiao's secluded cultivation place. Ling Xiao naturally understood the reason for this, so he accepted it all with a smile. Just like that, a month after Ling Xiao entered seclusion, Crown Prince Li Wuji personally came to the Yi clan to tell Ling Xiao that the Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield was about to open. Senior Ling Xiao, the Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield will open in 3 days. The location will be at Quokang Mountain in the Fortune Immortal Court's territory. Crown Prince Li Wuji said respectfully. According to his introduction, Ling Xiao had an extremely deep understanding of the Heavenly Ancient Battlefield. As it turned out, the Heaven Tao Ancient Battlefield was actually a spatial passageway between the eternal immortal domains and the creatures of darkness. There were many such spatial passageways in the eternal immortal domains. However, because of the magical laws of the eternal immortal domains, the spatial passageways didn't appear in fixed locations. This time, he appeared in the Quokang Mountain in the Creation Celestial Court. Quokang Mountain was an ancient immortal mountain that was 3 million meters tall. It was majestic, ancient, and mysterious. The Celestial Court of Fortune, the Celestial Court of Truth, and the Great Yen Celestial Court would be the foundation for the opening of the Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield. In addition to the 3 great celestial courts, many everlasting families, imperishable sects, and sacred lands would also be participating. The Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield wasn't just a battleground between the human domain and the creatures of darkness. It was also a training ground that contained countless opportunities and fortunes. Therefore, the various great factions treated the Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield as a training ground for their disciples. They also hoped to obtain treasures or the legacies of experts. Of the 3 great celestial courts, only the Great Yen Celestial Court remained neutral. The Creation Celestial Court and the Celestial Court of Truth were mortal enemies. Every time they heard about the opening of the Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield, they would bet against each other. The loser would lose a great deal of territory. Over the years, the Creation Celestial Court had lost several hundred precept domains to the Celestial Court of Truth. Therefore, the Creation Celestial Court attached great importance to the Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield. That was why the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor had asked Ling Xiao to come here. The Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield was only accessible to those below the level of a Quasi-Immortal Emperor. However, whether it was the creatures of darkness or the experts of the human domain, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm after entering the Heavenly Tao Ancient Battlefield. Therefore, the bet between the Creation Celestial Court and the Celestial Court of Truth was based on the number of dark Quasi-Immortal Emperors they could kill. Senior Ling Xiao, the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield will open for 10 years. After we enter the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, I will lead my subordinates to help Senior Ling Xiao find the Eternal Fruit as soon as possible and help Senior Ling Xiao to break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. At that time, with Senior Ling Xiao's combat strength, you will definitely be able to defeat everyone. Crown Prince Li Wuji said excitedly. He was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. He believed that with Ling Xiao's participation, the Immortal Court of Creation would definitely win the bet between the Immortal Court of Truth and the Immortal Court of Creation. Sure. Your Highness, if you have any detailed information about the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, you can give me a copy for my reference. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Senior Ling Xiao, don't worry. I have already prepared everything. Crown Prince Li Wuji smiled and handed a jade slip to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao accepted the jade slip and made an appointment with Crown Prince Li Wuji to head to the Quokang Mountain 3 days later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Above the Fortune Immortal City, an ancient void treasure ship was floating in the 9 heavens. At the same time, immortal beasts were flying in the sky and war chariots were lined up. There were powerful figures waiting to set off. Among them, there were 2 figures with terrifying auras that exuded the majestic might of the Heavenly Dao. One of them looked elegant while the other looked sinister. They were the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor and the Nining Quasi-Immortal Emperor. The 2 of them were also the leaders of the Creation Celestial Court this time. Behind them were the immortal kings of the Creation Celestial Court. Other than that, there were also the geniuses of the Great Wall families, imperishable sects, and holy lands. They were at least early immortal kings. At a rough glance, there were more than 10,000 people. That was 10,000 immortal kings. After Ling Xiao arrived, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Everyone's eyes fell on him. After all, during this period of time, Ling Xiao's name had spread throughout the Creation Celestial Court. Countless geniuses were very curious about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also noticed that Crown Prince Li Wuji, Second Prince Li Wushuang, Prince Long Di, True Phoenix Maiden, and even the little princess of the Radiant Celestial Court, Di Hongluan, were all present. After Ling Xiao arrived, Crown Prince Li Wuji immediately led him to his war chariot respectfully. The second prince, Li Wushuang, looked at Li Wuji with eyes full of jealousy. He was very jealous of Li Wuji for being able to recruit such a genius like Ling Xiao. Although the opening of the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield was a bet between the Creation Celestial Court and the Truth Celestial Court, it was also a bet between him and Crown Prince Li Wuji. After this Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, the Creation Celestial Court's Emperor would be decided. With Ling Xiao on Crown Prince Li Wuji's side, Li Wushuang couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, Second Prince. After we enter the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, we will be able to quickly break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. At that time, we will definitely help Second Prince to kill the Dark Immortal Emperor. Although Ling Xiao is very talented, he might not be stronger than us when facing the dark creatures. Prince Long Di and True Phoenix Maiden looked at each other and said slowly to the Second Prince. Let's go. As soon as the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor gave the order, the void treasure ships, various war chariots, and powerful immortal beasts rose into the sky and flew towards Quokang Mountain. Quokang Mountain towered into the clouds. Smoke drifted in the air as propitious vapors rose. This was an incomparably ancient immortal mountain. Rumor had it that it could be traced back to the previous chaos epoch. The mountain was over 1,000,000 feet tall, and it pierced through the heavens like a divine sword, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. There were all kinds of powerful immortal beasts and treasures in the Quokang Mountain. Before the opening of the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield, many experts from the Fortune Celestial Court would come to Broad Sky Mountain to train, hunt immortal beasts, and search for treasures. Today, lightning surged in the sky above Quokang Mountain. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Bolts of lightning that were as thick as mountains interweaved with each other, emitting an extremely terrifying destructive aura. In the center of the endless thunderbolts, there was a faint black demonic light that emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Vaguely, the space there seemed to shatter, leading to an ancient and mysterious world. It was the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield. When Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qing Yun and Quasi-Immortal Emperor Nine Yin led the people from Creation Immortal Court to Broad Sky Mountain, the people from Truth Immortal Court and Great Yin Immortal Court had also arrived. Every immortal court had 2 quasi-immortal emperors leading them. The auras of the 6 quasi-immortal emperors intertwined with each other, emitting fluctuations that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The Fortune Immortal Court had sent out over 10,000 immortal kings. As for the Great Yen Immortal Court, their forces were the weakest. Vaguely, they seemed to only have 5,000 immortal kings. As for the Truth Immortal Court, their forces were the most powerful. They had mobilized close to 20,000 immortal kings. From this, one could see the gap between the 3 immortal courts. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Lei Shen, Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia, have you obtained the Truth Emperor's authorization for the opening of the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield? The Quasi-Immortal Emperor from the Green Cloud Immortal Court calmly spoke. He seemed to recognize the 2 Quasi-Immortal Emperors from the Truth Immortal Court. Of the 2 Quasi-Immortal Emperors from the Truth Immortal Court, one of them was surrounded by lightning and looked like a god of thunder. His aura was violent and tyrannical. One of them was dressed in a red robe, his hair fluttering in the wind. He looked dignified and domineering. These 2 people were Quasi-Immortal Emperor Lei Shen and Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia. Their auras were extremely powerful, even stronger than Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qingyun and Quasi-Immortal Emperor Ninein. Naturally, I've already obtained the authorization. My lord has decided to bet 500 Dao domains with your Creation Immortal Court in this bet. I wonder if your Creation Immortal Court dares to bet or not. If you don't dare, we can do what we did in the past and bet 200 Dao domains. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Lei Shen sneered. 500 precept domains? Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qingyun and Quasi-Immortal Emperor Ninein couldn't help but frown. After all, the Creation Immortal Court only had 800 Dao territories left now. If he lost this time, he would only be left with 300 Dao domains. At that time, they would be even weaker than some of the imperishable sections. If that happened, the Immortal Court of Fortune would become the laughingstock of the eternal immortal domains. However, the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "Isn't it just 500 Dao domains? My Creation Immortal Court can afford to gamble. However, if your Truth Immortal Court loses this time, you'll really cough up blood." Naturally, the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor had obtained the authorization of the Creation Emperor Master. Although 500 Dao domains was a bit much, he still had the right to make the decision. The Ninein Quasi-Immortal Emperor frowned slightly. Although he and the Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor were not on good terms, he didn't say anything in the face of a great enemy. Good, Green Cloud Quasi-Immortal Emperor, I didn't expect your Creation Immortal Court to be so bold. However, my Truth Immortal Court will definitely take these 500 Dao domains. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Lei Shen sneered. The reason why they dared to bet 500 Dao domains was because they had something to rely on. Moreover, Quasi-Immortal Emperor Lei Shen believed that the Truth Immortal Court would definitely win this time. Where's Ling Xiao? At this moment, Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent was incomparably cold as he roared and locked his gaze on Ling Xiao. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qingyun's terrifying aura rose and instantly blocked Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia's path. His eyes were incomparably cold, showing no signs of weakness. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qingyun, Ling Xiao is a wanted criminal of my Truth Immortal Court. He has killed countless experts of my Truth Immortal Court. Please hand him over to me. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia said coldly. At this moment, Ling Xiao also noticed Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia. He also knew that the Quasi-Immortal Emperor's Dharma body that he had killed was closely related to Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia. Impossible. Ling Xiao is a member of my Creation Immortal Court. If you want to kill him, you're making an enemy of my Creation Immortal Court. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qingyun sneered and said with a tough attitude. Making an enemy of your Creation Immortal Court? Are you worthy? Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qingyun, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't hand Ling Xiao over, I'm afraid all of you so-called young geniuses will fall in this heavenly ancient battlefield. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xianxia sneered. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. He actually threatened Ling Xiao. His words caused the expressions of many young experts of the Fortune Celestial Court to change. Arrogant. Then let's fight in the heavenly ancient battlefield. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Qingyun said coldly. Quasi-immortal Emperor Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Little thief, I'll let you live for a few more days. However, even if you enter the heavenly ancient battlefield, you'll definitely die." Obviously, quasi-immortal Emperor Xianxia did not want to have a conflict with quasi-immortal Emperor Qingyan at this moment. Since Ling Xiao would enter the heavenly ancient battlefield, he did not immediately make things difficult for Ling Xiao. After all, he also believed that Ling Xiao would definitely die if he entered the heavenly ancient battlefield. "Is that so? Maybe I'll kill everyone in your truth immortal court and then come out to kill you," Ling Xiao said indifferently and looked coldly at quasi-immortal Emperor Xianxia. His voice was incomparably overbearing. "Arrogant little thief, I swear that you're dead." Quasi-immortal Emperor Xianxia's eyes flashed with coldness and killing intent as he said coldly. Ling Xiao's words had thoroughly infuriated him. "Alright, everyone, let's not talk nonsense. Now, it's time to open the space passage and enter the heavenly ancient battlefield." At this moment, a quasi-immortal emperor of the Great Yan Immortal Court spoke. Quasi-immortal Emperor Qingyan and quasi-immortal Emperor Xianxia looked at each other and snorted coldly. They did not continue to make things difficult for them. The 6 quasi-immortal emperors instantly leaped up and unleashed their terrifying and powerful cultivation. They were ready to tear open the space passage and open a path to enter the heavenly ancient battlefield. Rumble, crack, in the air, the 6 quasi-immortal emperors exuded terrifying auras. All of them were shrouded in immortal light as killing intent permeated the air. They unleashed boundless might, resembling 6 resplendent suns in the sky, blotting out the radiance of the sun. The sky above Quokang Mountain was distorted. Cracks had already appeared in the void, and a dark aura seeped out from them. The 6 quasi-immortal emperors' joint attacks were expanding the cracks, as if they were about to form a spatial tunnel. That was where the 2 worlds intersected, and where the eternal immortal domains and the creatures of darkness fought. It was the heavenly Tao ancient battlefield. At this moment, the geniuses of the 3 celestial courts, everlasting families, imperishable sects, and holy lands all raised their heads and looked at the gradually forming spatial tunnel. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Senior Ling Xiao, the leader of the Great Yan Immortal Court this time should be their eldest princess, Xianxia. She's the one in red armor. She's extraordinarily talented, and according to legend, she has the flame immortal body. There's another person we need to pay attention to. He's the young man in purple robes next to Xianxia. His name is Zhou Yuan, and he's the divine son of one of the everlasting families in the Great Yan Immortal Domain. Rumor has it that when he was born, his purple aura spread for 30,000 miles. He's a natural-born saint. Xianxia and Zhou Yuan are the ones most likely to break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. However, the Great Yan Immortal Court has always been neutral. As long as we don't offend them, they won't attack us. Crown Prince Li Wuji transmitted to Ling Xiao as they waited for the spatial tunnel to open. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he nodded. He saw that the leader of the Great Yan Immortal Court was a valiant woman in red armor. She had a voluptuous figure, and her eyes were cold and aloof, exuding a lofty arrogance. The young man in purple robes next to her had a head of flowing purple hair. He was handsome and elegant, and his aura was incomparably mysterious. The 2 of them looked like a perfect couple standing together, and they attracted the attention of countless people. Ling Xiao could sense that Xianxia and Zhou Yuan's auras were indeed powerful, and their talents weren't weak either. They should be on par with the second prince, Li Wushuang. As such, Li Wushuang's gaze constantly swept between Xianxia and Zhou Yuan. As for the Truth Immortal Court, the Celestial Court of Truth is much stronger than our Celestial Court of Fortune. Even I'm not sure if they have any hidden geniuses this time. However, we must also pay attention to the 3 leaders among them. Crown Prince Li Wuji said slowly with a tinge of fear in his eyes. Following Crown Prince Li Wuji's gaze, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the members of the Celestial Court of Truth. The Truth Immortal Court was led by 3 geniuses, 1 male and 2 females. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and wore a jade crown on his head. He looked elegant and extraordinary, like an elegant young master in a chaotic world. His eyes were deep and bright, like the stars, unforgettable. Chaotic light rose around his body. The immortal light was faintly discernible, making it impossible for others to discern his aura and depth. But as he stood there, it was as if he was the center of heaven and earth. He had a dazzling temperament. To his left and right were two women in long white dresses. They looked like twins, and their faces were extremely similar. They were both incomparably beautiful and exuded an aura of peerless elegance. Their auras were extremely terrifying as well. Ling Xiao could feel a strong sense of threat just by looking at them. Interesting. A look of interest appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. The white-robed man and the two white-dressed women seemed to have cultivated some kind of secret technique that could conceal their cultivation and aura, making it impossible for others to see through them. However, the sense of danger he felt was undeniable. It was clear that these three were extremely strong. The man in white is called Ning Shukong. He's the crown prince of the Truth Immortal Court. When he was born, strange phenomena occurred. It was as if a river of time and space had appeared, and the outside world had frozen. He has the legendary immortal void body, which ranks in the top 10 of the countless supreme physiques in the eternal immortal domains. Even my second brother, who is said to be unparalleled in talent, is still a little lacking compared to Ning Shukong. The two women in white beside Ning Shukong are the direct descendants of the Bai family, the number one everlasting family in the Truth Immortal Court. They are also twins. One is called Bai Xianxia, the other Bai Xiangshuang. Both of them have the Taiyin immortal body, and their minds are connected. When they join forces, even immortal kings can kill half-immortal emperors. Their battle prowess is heaven-defying to the extreme. In addition, Bai Xianxia and Bai Xiangshuang were betrothed to Ning Shukong by the Bai family when they were very young. When the three of them work together, their battle prowess is enough to defeat ordinary half-immortal emperors. They are our greatest enemy in the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. Crown Prince Li Wuji explained in detail to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded, his eyes flashing. He could sense that although Ning Shukong and the two Bai family goddesses were extremely strong, there were a few other auras in the Truth Immortal Court that were incomparably obscure, but extremely powerful. For example, behind Ning Shukong, there was a very ordinary-looking young man with a long sword on his back. His entire body exuded an extremely powerful sword intent that was incomparably sharp. His restrained killing intent made him seem like a demon that had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was incomparably terrifying. In Ling Zhao's opinion, the ordinary-looking young man with a long sword on his back was most likely not inferior to Zhou Yuan. In fact, he might even be stronger. The Truth Immortal Court was indeed the strongest among the three great immortal courts. This trip to the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield to hunt the creatures of darkness was indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Rumble, at this moment, the huge spatial tunnel in the void slowly formed under the joint efforts of the 6 half-immortal emperors. The dark aura gushed out from it. It was eerie and cold as if it led to an unknown and ancient world. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Everyone from the Truth Immortal Court quickly enter the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. Quasi-immortal Emperor Guangshir's eyes flashed coldly. He was incomparably domineering as he took the lead and shouted. Ning Shukong and the two Bai clan's goddesses' eyes flashed. They instantly soared into the sky and flew into the spatial tunnel. Behind them, many immortal kings, young skyprides, and monstrous geniuses from the Truth Immortal Court also followed and entered the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. Senior Ling Xiao, let's go too. Crown Prince Li Wuji's eyes flashed as he said slowly. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. Crown Prince Li Wuji, second Prince Li Wushuang, and the others also soared into the spatial tunnel and flew into it. Fellow cultivator Ling Xiao, please. Qingyan Quasi-Immortal Emperor transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao as he flew past him. Don't worry. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Then, together with Crown Prince Li Wuji, they instantly disappeared into the spatial tunnel. The light in front of them changed. Immortal light was faintly discernible. Endless spatial turbulence surged violently and various mysterious scenes appeared. When the scene in front of them became clear again, Ling Xiao, Crown Prince Li Wuji, and the others had already appeared in an unfamiliar and ancient space. The sky was greenish-gray. Mountains rose and fell in the distance. They didn't seem to have any signs of life. A strange black mist filled the air. The immortal spiritual chi here was very thin, and the heaven and earth were filled with a strange dark energy. Ling Xiao looked around and suddenly felt a strong sense of danger surging in his heart. His expression changed abruptly, and he quickly shouted, "Oh no, there's an ambush!" Rumble, crack, lightning and divine light intertwined in the surroundings. A terrifying aura of destruction emerged from all directions in an instant. The divine chains of order hidden in the void intertwined with each other. The powerful and terrifying power of the formation completely erupted, turning this area into a land of death. In an instant, it shrouded the people of the immortal court of creation within it. Boundless eternal heavenly might burst forth. Bolts of lightning seemed to be the divine thunder of the heavenly Tao. They contained the purest origin aura. A terrifying and peerless killing formation actually rose up in the surroundings. In an instant, dozens of immortal kings were caught off guard and were blasted into dust by the terrifying lightning. Even their primordial spirits were completely shattered, and they died directly. Oh no, it's a trap set by those bastards of the Truth Immortal Court. Everyone, break the formation quickly. Crown Prince Li Wuji's expression changed drastically, and he roared. Damned Truth Immortal Court, damned Ning Shukong. If I catch you, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. The second Prince Li Wushuang was also trembling with anger. His eyes were filled with monstrous rage. Although he and the Crown Prince had a fierce battle, they still chose to fight together against a common enemy in the face of external enemies. Rumble, immortal light rose, and incomparably powerful immortal artifacts were summoned. All kinds of powerful immortal arts, secret techniques, and divine abilities were instantly activated and bombarded the formation in all directions. It could be seen that the Truth Immortal Court had set up this trap in a hurry. Although the formation contained the eternal heavenly Tao might, it was not perfect and there were still loopholes to exploit. The people of the Immortal Court of Fortune reacted and attacked at the same time. Soon, the formation was completely destroyed. However, there were still over 100 immortal kings who had perished here. Everyone's expression was very ugly, and their eyes were surging with anger. They never thought that they would be tricked by the people of the Truth Immortal Court as soon as they entered the Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield. Buzz, immortal light drifted in the void, and a white-robed figure emerged. It was Ning Shukong. Everyone of the Immortal Court of Creation, do you like the gift that I prepared for you? In this Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield, my Truth Immortal Court is destined to come out on top and snatch another 500 Tao domains from your Fortune Immortal Court. If you're afraid of death, then leave now. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, don't blame me for being impolite. Ning Shukong looked indifferent, his tone was calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. However, everyone could hear the arrogance and overbearingness in that voice, as well as the blatant disregard. Li Wushuang threw out a punch and instantly turned Ning Shukong, who was in the void, into powder. However, that figure was only a mark left by Ning Shukong. At this moment, Ning Shukong's real body was still hiding somewhere. After hearing Ning Shukong's words, Crown Prince Li Wuji and Second Prince Li Wushuang's faces darkened. They weren't stupid. From the panicked faces of the people of the Immortal Court of Fortune, they already understood that Ning Shukong's psychological attack had already taken effect. Ning Shukong first set up a trap to kill some Immortal King experts and then said those words to make the people of the Fortune Immortal Court think of retreating so that he could defeat them one by one. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Ning Shukong was indeed a scheming person. The Truth Immortal Court was already extremely powerful and had twice the number of people compared to the Fortune Immortal Court. However, Ning Shukong wasn't arrogant. Instead, he showed his ruthless side. Not only did he set up a trap to kill the people of the Fortune Immortal Court, but he also had a psychological attack. He wanted to disturb the morale of the people of the Fortune Immortal Court. Everything he did was to completely defeat the Immortal Court of Creation. After all, they entered the Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield to hunt the dark creatures. However, with the enmity between the Fortune Immortal Court and the Truth Immortal Court, they were also in a life and death state. Therefore, the Truth Immortal Court didn't mind killing all the young geniuses of the Fortune Immortal Court in the Heavenly Tao ancient battlefield. In this way, the Fortune Immortal Court would suffer such a huge loss and become weaker while the Truth Immortal Court would become stronger. Ling Xiao, Crown Prince Li Wuji, and Second Prince Li Wushuang all understood Ning Shukong's intention. We can't act together. That's too big of a target and it's easy for Ning Shukong to detect our intentions. Therefore, I think we should act separately. Crown Prince Li Wuji's eyes flashed as he made a prompt decision and looked at Second Prince Li Wushuang. You're right. We should indeed act separately. How about this? You and I each lead a team to hunt the dark creatures, find the eternal fruit, and kill the dark quasi-immortal emperor. As for the other rogue cultivators or the young geniuses who don't want to follow us, they can act on their own. Surprisingly, Second Prince Li Wushuang didn't mock Li Wuji. Instead, he nodded in agreement. All right, then it's decided. Senior Ling Xiao, why don't you act together with me? I'll lead a team to find the whereabouts of the eternal fruit for you. Li Wuji looked at Ling Xiao seriously and asked. There's no need for that. If we have too many people, we'll only alert the enemy. Therefore, I've decided to act alone. Your Highness, you can act according to your plan. After I find the eternal fruit and break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, I'll meet up with you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, but he still shook his head and rejected the suggestion. Now that he had the whereabouts of 4 eternal fruits, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to keep all 4 of them. However, since so many people had entered the heavenly ancient battlefield, not to mention the hidden dark creatures, it was hard to guarantee that the eternal fruits would not be obtained by others. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to act quickly. Finding the 4 eternal fruits was the most important thing. Alright, in that case, I won't force you. Senior Ling Xiao, please be careful. If you encounter any danger, please contact me at any time. I'll definitely help you as soon as possible. Crown Prince Li Wuji also nodded. Therefore, after entering the heavenly ancient battlefield, the tens of thousands of celestial kings from the creation celestial court began to act separately. Crown Prince Li Wuji and Second Prince Li Wushuang each led thousands of celestial kings in different directions. There were also thousands of rogue cultivators and celestial kings who were unwilling to follow them. They left on their own and headed in all directions. They either hunted the creatures of darkness, searched for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or had other plans. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, flew into the depths of the heavenly ancient battlefield alone. Ling Xiao headed toward the depths of the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. His target was none other than the eternal fruit. The 3 eternal fruits that Grand Elder Life gave me aren't far from where I am now. They're all in the periphery of the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. On the other hand, the eternal fruit given by the Yi family patriarch is located in the depths of the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at the locations of the 4 eternal fruits. He immediately made up his mind to search for the 3 eternal fruits that Grand Elder Life had given him. Ling Zhao's speed was extremely fast. He was like a bolt of golden lightning as he moved forward. The heavenly Dao ancient battlefield was a very mysterious space where the eternal immortal domain and the dark qi intertwined. It was filled with the eternal laws of the heavenly Dao and the unfamiliar dark laws. The 2 laws intersected, causing the space here to become extremely unstable. Even quasi-immortal emperors didn't dare to travel through the void recklessly. Otherwise, they would be dragged into an eternal void by the chaotic power of the 2 laws. They would never be able to find the ancient battlefield of heavenly Dao or the eternal immortal domains again. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't tear the void apart. Instead, he flew forward at top speed. He didn't bring Yi Lianshui with him to the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield this time. Yi Lianshui had been bestowed with enlightenment by the Yi family patriarch and had become the Yi family's divine son. Ling Xiao was satisfied that he had such a good home. Immortal King Qilin had also been temporarily stored in Ling Zhao's small world. After all, Immortal King Qilin's true form was an emperor-grade celestial herb. If he appeared in the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield rashly, he would attract the attention of countless people and cause great trouble. Ling Xiao traveled hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. His first target was the Black Pool. There was an eternal fruit in the Black Pool. It was rumored that a supreme immortal emperor had passed away here. Later on, the immortal emperor's inheritance was taken away. However, the Black Pool was gradually condensed into an eternal fruit by the immortal emperor's laws of the heavenly Dao. However, when the heavenly Dao ancient battlefield opened last time, the eternal fruit hadn't matured yet. Moreover, there were creatures of darkness eyeing it covetously, so the heavenly Dao business alliance didn't take it away. Ling Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the heavenly Dao business alliance's strength and terror. The Yi family patriarch had gone to great lengths to discover the eternal fruit's whereabouts. However, the great elder life had casually revealed the locations of the three eternal fruits. Indeed, comparisons were odious. Now, Ling Xiao had to take all the eternity fruits before anyone else discovered them. Ling Xiao quickly found the black pool. It was a huge pool in the middle of the two dark mountain ranges. An underground river flowed into the huge pool through the gaps between the mountain ranges. The blackwater pool was like a huge lake, and it was filled with a dark and strange mist. Ling Xiao could sense that there was a group of unknown creatures with powerful auras around the black pool. Are they the creatures of darkness? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He saw a group of dark creatures sitting cross-legged in front of the black pool in the black mist, absorbing the dark energy. As for the creatures of darkness, they looked no different from the humans of the eternal immortal domains. The only difference was that their auras were dark and sinister. Ling Xiao could see that the aura of the group of dark creatures was not very strong. Apart from the two people in the lead who had reached the peak of the immortal king realm, the rest were mostly only at the true immortal realm. They seemed to treat the black pool as a treasure ground that could absorb the dark energy. They occupied the surroundings and continuously absorbed and refined the dark energy here. Kill them. A gleam of light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. In an instant, an extremely terrifying presence erupted around him as he charged towards the group of creatures of darkness. As the saying went, those who weren't of the same race were bound to have different intentions. The eternal immortal domains and the creatures of darkness had been at war for many years, and there was a deep-seated hatred between the two sides. No matter who saw the other, they would immediately be ruthless. Therefore, Ling Xiao only hesitated for a moment, then attacked. Not good. It's a traitor of the immortal region. Kill him. The eyes of the two dark creatures at the peak of the immortal king realm flashed with a cold light. In an instant, killing intent rose from their bodies. They spat out strange syllables, a language unique to the creatures of darkness. Even Ling Xiao sounded a little cryptic and difficult to understand. But he heard two words clearly, traitor of the immortal region. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Why would the creatures of darkness call him a traitor of the immortal region? However, he only thought about it for a moment before attacking mercilessly. Sky Devourer glowed with dazzling light, and two beams of incomparably sharp sword energy swept down. In an instant, hundreds of millions of dazzling sword lights slashed down. The true immortals of darkness didn't even have time to react before Sky Devourer cut them down like vegetables. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had wiped out all of the creatures of darkness, leaving only the two peak immortal king dark creatures. The two peak immortal king dark creatures couldn't help but pale when they saw Ling Xiao's terrifying battle prowess. They immediately turned and fled into the distance. Since Ling Xiao had attacked, he naturally wouldn't leave them alive. Sky Devourer's sword energy surged as he activated the three swords of origin. Incomparably sharp sword energy caught up to the two dark creatures in an instant. Whoosh! Sky Devourer's sword was like a long rainbow as it slashed down towards the two dark creatures. The eyes of the two dark creatures were filled with shock and anger. They cried out loudly as they executed powerful divine abilities. Beams of dark divine light flew towards Ling Xiao. However, this was just their final struggle. Sky Devourer's sword energy was sharp and could destroy everything. It contained the might of the eternal heavenly Tao and instantly destroyed the two beams of dark divine light. Then, the sword energy descended and enveloped the two dark creatures. Puff, blood light filled the air as black mist rose. Ling Xiao killed them with his sword. The two dark creatures were completely dead. Even the peak immortal king dark creatures couldn't block Ling Xiao's sword intent. Ling Xiao's current battle prowess was peerlessly powerful. Only a quasi-immortal emperor could compare to him. However, Ling Xiao also discovered that these dark creatures were indeed difficult to deal with. Especially the dark energy, it contained extremely strong corrosive and invasive properties. If one was injured by the dark creatures, the dark energy would enter one's body. Not only would the injury become more serious, it was even very likely that one would eventually be contaminated by the dark energy and completely become a member of the dark creatures. This was the terrifying part of the dark creatures. Legend had it that in ancient times, there were even immortal emperors who were once contaminated by the dark creatures and turned into dark immortal emperors. They had once wreaked havoc and slaughtered billions of living beings. Among this group of dark creatures, other than the two peak immortal king dark creatures, there were 3 other immortal king dark creatures. Ling Xiao kept their corpses. All immortal king realm creatures of darkness could be counted as points. Of course, the key to determining the outcome of the trial in the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield was still the quasi-immortal emperor dark creatures. After keeping the corpses, Ling Xiao turned around and plunged into the black pool. In the black pool, the dark energy was so dense that it could not be dispersed. It seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's aura and constantly surged into Ling Xiao's body, wanting to completely assimilate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a dazzling golden glow. A layer of immortal and mysterious immortal light appeared on the surface of his body, isolating all the dark energy outside. Ling Xiao continued to dive into the black pool. The black pool was bottomless. Ling Xiao dived for more than 10,000 feet before stopping. According to the guidance of the map, Ling Xiao found an ancient stone cave in an underground mountain range. There was a special aura of a seal left behind by the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. An ancient token appeared in Ling Xiao's palm. On it were the 2 ancient immortal words Heavenly Dao. It was the Heavenly Dao token that he had obtained from the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. In an instant, the Heavenly Dao token bloomed with a dazzling light. The seal in front of him trembled slightly and then slowly broke apart. This was the seal left behind by the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. Without the Heavenly Dao token, an immortal king powerhouse would definitely not be able to break it. Even a quasi-immortal emperor would have to spend a lot of effort to break it. After breaking the seal, Ling Xiao directly entered the stone cave. In the stone cave, there was a lotus pond enshrouded in immortal light. In the lotus pond, there were white lotus flowers blooming. The lotus flower in the center was dazzling with golden light and had 12 petals. Ling Xiao instantly recognized that it was a 12th grade golden lotus. On this 12th grade golden lotus, there was a dazzling fruit. It was like a small sun, dazzling with immortal light. Ling Xiao's gaze was instantly attracted by the fruit that was like a small sun. It was the eternal fruit. The eternal fruit was formed by the eternal Heavenly Dao's origin power. Some were born from flowers and plants, some were born from trees, and some were even born from mountains and rocks. Ling Xiao felt that on the 12th grade golden lotus, the fruit that was as dazzling as the sun, emitted a vast and majestic eternal Heavenly Dao aura. He almost immediately recognized that this must be the eternal fruit. Moreover, the eternal fruit's Heavenly Dao aura was very dense and emitted a powerful wave of energy. It was obvious that this eternal fruit had matured. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and slowly walked up. The sky-devouring sword appeared in his palm. He dug out the entire lotus pond from its roots and stored it in his small world. It had to be said that this cave was a completely different world. It was extremely mysterious. The dark aura outside was incomparably dense, but an eternal fruit was actually nurtured here. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that there was an eternal fruit in the black pool. After Ling Xiao accepted the eternity fruit, he did not consume it immediately. He remembered what the Life Grand Elder had said. It would be best if he could obtain a few more fruits of eternity. Only then would he be able to obtain as many blessings as possible from the eternal Heavenly Dao essence. Only in this way would he have a stronger foundation and accumulation after breaking through to the half-immortal emperor realm. Ling Xiao was prepared to collect all the eternal fruits and consume them before breaking through to the half-immortal emperor stage. After taking the fruit of eternity from the black pool, Ling Xiao did not stop. He immediately left the black pool and headed for the next fruit of eternity. Rumble, in the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield, in an incomparably mysterious region, immortal light was faintly discernible, and auspicious vapors were rising. There was not the slightest bit of dark aura here. Everything was pure and holy. It was as if this was not the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield, but some immortal mountain cave in the eternal immortal domain. Bai Qingxue and Bai Qingshuang looked around vigilantly, standing guard for Ling Shukong. Ning Shukong sat cross-legged under an ancient Bodhi tree. He had already consumed an eternal fruit nurtured by the Bodhi tree. Immortal light was faintly discernible around him. A vast and mysterious Heavenly Dao essence aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Thunder and lightning surged, and heaven and earth shook. Behind him, shadows of chaos fiend gods and ancient immortal beasts appeared. It was a terrifying scene. A strong aura of a breakthrough emanated from his body. His cultivation base had also broken through to the half-immortal emperor stage. Ning Shukong slowly opened his eyes. Two incomparably sharp beams of divine light shot out, as if they could pierce through the void. Bai Qingxuang and Bai Qingxue couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with reverence and fanatical worship. Congratulations to your highness for breaking through to the half-immortal emperor stage. From now on, you will be invincible. Bai Qingxuang and Bai Qingxue said respectfully. I've just broken through to the half-immortal emperor stage. I'm still far from being invincible. Ning Shukong smiled faintly and slowly stood up. At this moment, his aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. Your Highness, are we going to continue looking for the eternal fruit? Bai Qingxue asked respectfully. No, we're not looking for the eternal fruit. We're going to hunt down the young geniuses of the Great Yen Immortal Court and the Creation Immortal Court. I believe that some of them have already found the eternal fruit. Ning Shukong licked his lips. His eyes revealed a trace of demonic and cold murderous intent. Yes. Bai Qingxue and Bai Qingxuang trembled and nodded respectfully. They didn't ask for the reason. They only knew that they only needed to carry out Ning Shukong's orders. They had already regarded themselves as Ning Shukong's women. They had absolute worship and loyalty to Ning Shukong. Even without Ning Shukong's explanation, they could vaguely guess that the three immortal courts had entered the heavenly ancient battlefield to hunt down the dark creatures. However, the three immortal courts were also competitors. In particular, the Truth Immortal Court and the Creation Immortal Court had been enemies for many years. They could understand why Ning Shukong wanted to hunt down the young geniuses of the other immortal courts. Moreover, as long as we kill all the young geniuses of the other immortal courts, the eternal fruits that appear in the heavenly ancient battlefield will naturally belong to the Truth Immortal Court. Qingxue, Qingxuang, you followed me for so long. I don't have anything good to give you. Next, after I kill all the people of the other two immortal courts and obtain the eternal fruits, I'll give them to the two of you so that you can break through to the half-immortal emperor stage as soon as possible. Ning Shukong glanced at Bai Qingxuang and Bai Qingxue and smiled faintly. Thank you, Your Highness. Bai Qingxuang and Bai Qingxue's eyes were filled with gratitude. At this moment, an ordinary-looking young man with an ancient sword on his back stepped out of the void. He exuded a terrifying aura. His cultivation had also reached the half-immortal emperor stage. Your Highness. The elites of the Truth Immortal Court have gathered. We're waiting for your orders. The young man with an ancient sword on his back said calmly. Good, Shimanju. You didn't let me down. You've successfully broken through to the half-immortal emperor stage. Next, let's go on a killing spree in the heavenly ancient battlefield. Ning Shukong said slowly. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Around him, a formidable qi spread out. Bai Qingxuang and Bai Qingxue were mesmerized by it. The second fruit of eternity was located in the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The Hidden Dragon Abyss was a strange place, located between two ancient mountains. Legend had it that an expert from the Dragon Clan had made a breakthrough here, but he had passed away. The dragon's might permeated the place, and at the same time, the dark qi intertwined, forming a strange shape. Many people knew that the Hidden Dragon Abyss was extraordinary, and that there might be treasures hidden within. However, many people had come here to search for treasures upon hearing that the ancient battlefield had opened, but they had all returned empty-handed. Ling Xiao had not expected that there would be an fruit of eternity here. After leaving the Black Pool, he rushed towards the Hidden Dragon Abyss at an extremely fast speed. Before long, the Hidden Dragon Abyss appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Rumble, the abyss between the two mountains was like a giant dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long, exuding an ancient and vast dragon's might. However, there was also a strong dark qi gushing out from the abyss. According to the treasure map that Life Grand Elder had given him, the second fruit of eternity was in the Hidden Dragon Abyss. Although the dark qi was extremely dense here, there were no dark creatures here. After all, the Hidden Dragon Abyss was too close to the eternal immortal domains. To the dark creatures, this place was of no use. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and jumped into the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The hidden dragon abyss was bottomless, and the dragon's might grew stronger the deeper Ling Xiao went. After diving for tens of thousands of feet, he finally reached the bottom of the hidden dragon abyss. The dark qi was extremely dense here, and it was so dark that he could not even see his own fingers. However, Ling Xiao suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Boom, in front of his eyes. There was a blazing light rising. A young man in a golden dragon robe was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. The dragon's might around him seemed to have formed a strange resonance with the hidden dragon abyss. It's him? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not expect to meet an acquaintance here. Who else could the young man in the golden dragon robe be but the Dragon Emperor's son? Ling Xiao, why are you here? The Dragon Emperor's son's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Ling Xiao. I heard that there are treasures in the hidden dragon abyss, so I came to look for them. Why are you here? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked indifferently. Of course I'm here to cultivate. You can search for treasures here, but don't disturb my cultivation. Prince Long glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Originally, he wanted to directly chase Ling Xiao away, but when he thought of Ling Xiao's incomparably powerful battle prowess, he still felt a little hesitant. Although he was not afraid of Ling Xiao, the pure Dragon Emperor aura in the latent dragon abyss was very beneficial to his cultivation. If he rashly started a fight with Ling Xiao and destroyed the Dragon Emperor aura in this place, it would not be worth it. Sure. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he spoke indifferently. After all, even though he had a conflict with Prince Long in the past, both of them belonged to the Fortune Celestial Court. They were considered allies in the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield. At this moment, since Prince Long was so tactful and did not arrogantly chase Ling Xiao away, Ling Xiao naturally could not be bothered with him. Activate. A light flickered in Ling Xiao's hand, and the Heavenly Law token appeared once again. The Heavenly Law token vibrated slightly, and runes were emitted from it. Ling Xiao was using the Heavenly Law token to find the seal of the business alliance of Immortal Dao. Not long after, Ling Xiao sensed a similar rune blossoming on the mountain wall in front of him. An indistinct seal appeared in front of Ling Xiao. When Prince Long saw the seal, he could not help but tremble. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. He had been cultivating here for a long time, but he had not sensed any treasures. How did Ling Xiao know that there were treasures here? Ling Xiao did not care about the doubts in Prince Long's heart. He walked towards the mountain wall, and the Heavenly Law token in his hand shone brightly. He gradually approached the seal, absorbing the aura and energy of the seal. In the end, the seal left behind by the Heavenly Law Business Alliance shattered completely with a crisp sound. A deep and ancient cave appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao walked straight into the cave. At this moment, Prince Long's eyes lit up. He was filled with curiosity. He did not continue cultivating, but followed Ling Xiao into the cave. Inside the cave, auspicious qi was rising, and celestial light was faintly discernible. A dense eternal Heavenly Law origin energy intertwined, and a small tree, about 3 feet long, appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was growing on a huge rock. On the small tree, there was a red fruit. It looked like a flame, and there were complicated and mysterious runes on it. It was the fruit of eternity. What? There is an fruit of eternity here? Behind Ling Xiao, Prince Long's body shook. His eyes were filled with passion. He suddenly stretched out his claws and grabbed at the fruit of eternity. Get lost. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. His blood surged, and he threw a punch at Prince Long. At the same time, his other hand was like a sword. Sword Qi rose, and he dug out the huge rock in front of him from the crack. Then, he waved his sleeve and kept it in his small world. Boom, Ling Xiao and Prince Long collided head-on in the void. Instantly, the surrounding mountains shook violently, and blazing light exploded. Ling Xiao did not move, but Prince Long retreated as if he had been hit by a terrifying attack. Ling Xiao, this is the place where the ancestors of the dragon tribe fell. The fruit of eternity was formed when the ancestors of the dragon tribe transformed into Dao, and the eternal Heavenly Law origin descended. Therefore, this fruit of eternity belongs to the Dragon Emperor Valley. Please hand it over. Prince Long's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He said slowly to Ling Xiao. Hand over the fruit of eternity? I'm afraid you think too much. If you don't want to die, get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Ling Xiao glanced at Prince Long coldly, then turned around and walked out. The fruit of eternity was extremely precious. It was reasonable for Prince Long to be greedy. However, if Prince Long was foolish enough to provoke Ling Xiao would not mind making him pay a heavy price. Good, very good. Ling Xiao, you stole the fruit of eternity from the Dragon Emperor Valley. Sooner or later, I'll take it back with my own hands. To Ling Xiao's surprise, Prince Dragon Emperor did not choose to attack him. Instead, he looked extremely gloomy as he stared at Ling Xiao coldly. It was not that Prince Long did not want to attack, but that he was not confident. However, he was sure that the fruit of eternity was a treasure left behind by the ancestors of the dragon tribe when they transformed into Dao. Naturally, he was not willing to let it fall into Ling Xiao's hands. Therefore, he had decided to contact the daughter of the true phoenix and the second prince to see if they could snatch the fruit of eternity from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Prince Long with a faint smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light and left the latent dragon abyss. The location of the third eternal fruit was called Taiping Mountain. Ling Xiao was the last to go to Taiping Mountain to look for the eternal fruit because it was the furthest. More importantly, the eternal fruit on Taiping Mountain was hidden in the belly of the mountain. Moreover, Taiping Mountain looked extremely ordinary. Ordinary people would not even know that it was called Taiping Mountain. Therefore, the eternal fruit was the safest place. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that the safest eternal fruit would have an accident. Among the Fortune Immortal Court's people, Ling Xiao left the group and chose to act alone. Di Hongwan did not follow the crown princely Wu Ji and the second princely Wu Shuang. She also chose to act alone. Coincidentally, Di Hongwan found a king-grade spiritual herb not far from Taiping Mountain. The king-grade spiritual herb was very special. It was a green spirit celestial herb that could be used to refine green spirit celestial pills. It could increase one's chances of breaking through to the quasi-immortal emperor stage and strengthen one's foundation. In addition, the green spirit celestial herb was almost extinct in the outside world. Therefore, the green spirit celestial herb was extremely rare. Just as Di Hongwan was about to collect the green spirit celestial herb, the people from the Great Yen Kingdom arrived. It was the purple-robed young man from the Great Yen Kingdom, Zhou Yuan. When Zhou Yuan saw the green spirit celestial herb, he was shocked. When he saw that Di Hongwan was alone, he immediately became greedy. He wanted to take the king-grade celestial herb from Di Hongwan with his advantage in numbers. However, Di Hongwan was not to be trifled with. She was the little princess of the Radiant Celestial Court and had all kinds of celestial artifacts. Although she was besieged by Zhou Yuan and hundreds of celestial kings, she was still evenly matched with Zhou Yuan's group under the protection of various powerful celestial artifacts and powerful formations. However, such a terrifying battle also affected Taiping Mountain and caused it to be destroyed. Then, the seal left behind by the Heavenly Dao Business Union on Peace Mountain was completely exposed to everyone. Others might not know about the seal of the Heavenly Law Business Alliance, but Zhou Yuan was very clear about it. He was lucky enough to see the seal of the Heavenly Law Business Alliance, so he knew at a glance that it was a powerful formation left behind to seal the treasure. Furthermore, there were 9 layers to the seal. A treasure that could make the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance use 9 layers of seals to seal it must be world-shaking and incomparably precious. Zhou Yuan immediately thought of the eternal fruit. Thus, while he ordered his men to continue attacking Di Hongwan, he personally took action to destroy the seal left behind by the Heavenly Law Business Alliance and retrieve the treasure within. At this moment, Ling Xiao arrived at Taiping Mountain and saw the scene in front of him. Hundreds of celestial kings surrounded Di Hongwan and unleashed their killing moves. Countless powerful spells and immortal weapons bombarded the defensive immortal weapons and immortal formations around Di Hongwan. On the other side, Zhou Yuan led several hundred immortal kings and similarly executed powerful divine abilities. They wanted to use brute force to break the seal left behind by the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He did not expect the people of the Great Yen Immortal Court to appear at Taiping Mountain and discover the place where the eternal fruit was sealed. At this moment, Di Hongwan also noticed Ling Xiao in the void and immediately revealed an extremely joyful expression. Ling Xiao, come and save me. Di Hongwan hurriedly shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not immediately take action. Instead, he said indifferently, Di Hongwan, don't you have the Sovereign of Light body? It seems that your Sovereign of Light body is not that great. You can't even deal with the siege of a group of immortal kings. Don't mock and ridicule me. The main thing is that there are some problems with my body, causing my strength to be greatly reduced. Otherwise, do you think you can surround this princess with these rotten fish and shrimps? Di Hongwan said somewhat helplessly and unwillingly. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the territory of the great Yan immortal court? If you don't want to die, scram. An expert at the peak of the ninth heaven of the immortal king realm looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable vigilance and coldness as he shouted coldly. Ling Xiao, save me quickly. If I really die here, you won't be able to find that place. Di Hongwan looked at Ling Xiao in the void and yelled anxiously. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. Light shone in his palm, and the sky-swallowing sword appeared. The sword in his hand spewed out a dazzling light. He pointed at the many immortal kings and said indifferently, let her go, or don't blame my sword for being merciless. At the same time, Zhou Yuan, who was breaking the seal, also noticed Ling Xiao. He instantly flew over and stared at Ling Xiao with incomparable coldness as he said, you're from the Creation Immortal Court. If you don't want to die, scram. Your Creation Immortal Court can't even fend off the Truth Immortal Court. Now, you want to offend the Great Yan Immortal Court? Do you know who she is? She's the little princess of the Light Immortal Court, Di Hongwan. Your Great Yan Immortal Court is just a remote immortal court. How can it be compared to the Light Immortal Court in the Central Immortal Domain? You don't know what kind of trouble you've caused for the Great Yan Immortal Court. If you don't let her go, I'm afraid not only you but also the Great Yan Immortal Court will be finished. Ling Xiao said indifferently with a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. What? The Light Immortal Court? Zhou Yuan's body trembled, and a trace of undetectable panic flashed in his eyes. He had naturally heard of the Light Immortal Court. It was one of the most powerful immortal courts in the Central Immortal Domain. It had a true immortal emperor overseeing it, and it had always suppressed everything. Not to mention the Great Yan Immortal Court, even the Great Yan Immortal Court, the Creation Immortal Court, and the Truth Immortal Court combined couldn't compare to the Light Immortal Court. He had never thought that the person they were besieging would be the little princess of the Light Immortal Court. Cut the crap. How dare you use the Light Immortal Court to scare me? The Light Immortal Court is an invincible force. How could they let their princess come here? Boy, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lightning flashed in his palm, and a purple battle saber appeared. He held the purple battle saber in his hand, and his killing intent surged as he slashed at Ling Xiao. Zhou Yuan's heart was already filled with killing intent. What Ling Xiao said was too serious. Although he didn't know whether Ling Xiao was telling the truth, he already had the intention to kill him. He decided to kill Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan. Even if Di Hongwan was really the little princess of the Light Immortal Court, no one would know that she had died in his hands. As the divine son of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yuan was extremely powerful. He had the Purple Heaven's sacred body and was a natural saint. He was extremely powerful and could control the power of lightning. He slashed out with his saber, and it was as if millions of saber lights had appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping Ling Xiao. Then, the millions of saber lights condensed into one, turning into a giant saber of lightning that seemed to be able to cut the world apart. It was going to split Ling Xiao in half. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply, and the heaven-devouring sword bloomed with dazzling light. Sword chi swept across the sky. It was as if all things had been destroyed, and it was the origin of heaven and earth. It contained the supreme truth. The sword light seemed to have penetrated everything and turned into eternity. Kacha, the thunderbolts that filled the sky were swept away by Ling Xiao's sword. Sword chi soared into the air, its momentum undiminished. After destroying the incomparably sharp blade light, it continued to press towards Zhou Yuanheng. Zhou Yuan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Ling Xiao's combat strength to be so terrifying. That sword strike made him feel an indescribable sense of danger. Purple chi rose from his palm, and in an instant, a small purple shield appeared. The small purple shield was a powerful quasi-emperor weapon. Mysterious runes were intertwined on it, and it exuded the power of the eternal heavenly Tao. It blocked in front of the heaven-devouring sword. Boom, the small purple shield trembled violently, and the runes on it bloomed with dazzling light. However, under the sword chi of Ling Xiao's origin sword, the runes were destroyed one after another. In the end, the small purple shield dimmed a little. Zhou Yuan felt an unparalleled divine power, and he was sent flying. Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief and pain. The small purple shield's defense was unparalleled, and it was an incomparably precious treasure to him. However, it was damaged by Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring sword. In an instant, an indescribable fear of Ling Xiao rose in Zhou Yuan's heart. He did not expect Ling Xiao's combat strength to be so terrifying. Even his gaze towards Ling Xiao became solemn. However, after Ling Xiao sent Zhou Yuan flying, he didn't seem to care about him at all. He charged forward with his sword in hand. Sword chi swept across the void and slashed down at the hundreds of true immortal kings surrounding Di Hongyuan. Boom, in the sky, a dazzling sword light that was 10,000 miles long seemed to appear. It contained an unparalleled power that could suppress everything, and it descended majestically. Those immortal kings were shocked and angry. They all unleashed their strongest cultivation. Rays of immortal light soared into the sky, and powerful immortal weapons swept across the void. Hundreds of immortal kings attacked at the same time, and the momentum was incomparably vast. It was like a torrent that soared into the sky and collided with Ling Xiao's sword light. Rumble, the sword light annihilated everything. Although the torrent looked majestic, it was extremely weak and could not withstand the power of Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring sword. In an instant, the rays of immortal light were destroyed, and powerful immortal weapons flew out. On the other hand, the bodies of those few hundred immortal kings trembled violently, and they suddenly spat out mouthfuls of blood before they retreated. At that moment, Di Hongyuan saw an opportunity and instantly soared into the sky, escaping from the encirclement of many immortal kings. Her eyes were filled with excitement and amazement. It was not that she had not seen Ling Xiao fight before, but this time, Ling Xiao had personally come to save her. It was a very different feeling. Looking at Ling Xiao, who held the heaven-swallowing sword in his hand and was surrounded by celestial light, even Di Hongyuan's eyes shone with a strange light. It was as if there were countless worlds around him. "Who are you?" Zhou Yuan's expression was incomparably dark. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Ling Xiao. In the great Yan immortal court, he was one of the peerless geniuses. With the purple cloud's sacred body, he was a natural-born saint. Even the Princess Royal, Xianxia, relied on him. Naturally, his arrogance had been nurtured. However, after exchanging blows with Ling Xiao today, he truly understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than him. Ling Xiao was so powerful that he did not seem like an immortal king. If he had not sensed that Ling Xiao's aura was still at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, he would have thought that Ling Xiao had broken through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. "You don't even know who he is, and you dare to make an enemy out of him? He is ranked first on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, the peerless genius who suppressed against the heavens, Ling Xiao." Di Hongyuan sneered, her eyes full of mockery. "What, you are Ling Xiao?" Zhou Yuan's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with horror. The Origin Heaven Dao tablet contained the origin of the eternal heavenly Dao. Although he'd taken out the Origin Heavenly Dao Cup in the minor world of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance, anyone who managed to climb onto one of the steels would have their steels appear in the skies above the eternal immortal realms, where countless almighty experts would be able to sense it. Although Zhou Yuan couldn't sense the Origin Heavenly Dao steel, a quasi-immortal emperor ancestor of the Zhou clan could sense the unusual movement of the Origin Heavenly Dao steel and saw the name Ling Xiao rush to the top of the Origin Heavenly Dao steel, suppressing, defying the heavens and becoming the #1 immortal king. What kind of glory was it to reach the top of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet? Zhou Yuan had a deep impression of Ling Xiao's name. Previously, quasi-immortal Emperor Quokang Mountain had said that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and he had thought that they just had the same name. But now that Di Hongyuan had spoken, he realized that Ling Xiao was really the Ling Xiao who had climbed to the top of the Origin Heaven Dao tablet. Zhou Yuan's expression was extremely ugly, but he still said coldly, "Ling Xiao, although you are talented, the great Yan Empire is not afraid. Since she is your friend, you can take her away, and the great Yan Empire will not pursue the matter." Although Zhou Yuan's tone seemed very stiff, everyone knew that he had given in. After all, Ling Xiao was too famous. He ranked first on the Origin Heaven Dao tablet, and his talent was unprecedented. What kind of heaven-defying aptitude was this? Moreover, Ling Xiao had just shown that he could destroy everything. He could not stop Ling Xiao at all, so he could only give in. You want us to leave? It's not that easy. Boy, didn't you just want me to hand over the green spirit immortal grass? If you want me to leave, give me 100 heavenly Dao source crystals. No, you are the ones who should leave. Give me 100 heavenly Dao source crystals, and I will let you go. Di Hongyuan sneered. Don't go too far. Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Di Hongyuan. She is right. You are the ones who should leave, not us. The treasure in the seal is mine. You can leave. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably indifferent as he coldly glanced at Zhou Yuan. What? This time, Zhou Yuan was completely enraged, and his eyes were filled with hostility. It should be said that the eternal fruit was very likely in the 9 seals. Even if it was not the eternal fruit, it could be some kind of powerful inheritance or treasure. How could he give it up? Not only did Di Hongyuan and Ling Xiao want him to hand over 100 heavenly Dao source crystals, but they also wanted to snatch the treasure in the seal. They were simply going too far. A light flashed in Ling Zhao's palm, and the heavenly Dao token appeared. I am from the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance, and the seal was left behind by a senior of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. The sealed treasure is naturally a treasure of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. That's all I have to say. If you want to die, you can try to snatch it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. But his incomparably calm words contained an indescribable domineering and majestic aura. Seeing the Heavenly Dao token in Ling Zhao's hand, Zhou Yuan's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have the Heavenly Dao token. It should be known that the Heavenly Dao token was something that only the Grand Elders of the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance had. There were only a few dozen Grand Elders in the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance, and each of them held a high position. Even the Lord of the Immortal Court would treat them with respect. Ling Xiao is related to the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance? A sliver of fear immediately rose in Zhou Yuan's heart. However, when he looked at the sealed item in the distance, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He was able to sense that there was definitely an incomparably precious treasure hidden within the sealed item. He was filled with unwillingness to hand it over to someone else just like that. Ling Xiao, where did you get the Heavenly Dao token? There are a few dozen Grand Elders in the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance, but I have never heard of you. Zhou Yuan stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Grand Elder Life gave it to me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Grand Elder Life? Zhou Yuan's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with awe. He naturally knew who Grand Elder Life was. After all, Grand Elder Life Spirit was one of the Grand Elders with the most authority, status, and longevity in the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. Yet, he had actually personally handed the Heavenly Dao token to Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan's fear of Ling Xiao grew even stronger. Let's go. Zhou Yuan said through gritted teeth. Then, he turned around and left with the hundreds of immortal kings. The Heavenly Dao Business Alliance was very powerful. Although he yearned for the treasure in the sealed item, he did not dare to offend the Heavenly Dao Business Alliance. Otherwise, not to mention the Zhou family, even the Great Yan Immortal Court might be in big trouble. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan and the immortal kings of the Great Yan Immortal Court disappeared from this area. Well, I didn't expect you to have the Heavenly Dao token. Could it be that Grand Elder Life saw your extraordinary talent and took you in as his disciple? Di Hongyuan's eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That has nothing to do with you. Ling Xiao replied faintly before walking towards the sealed item. The sealed item in front of him looked like a stone box with strange patterns on it. It was ancient and mysterious. The experts of the Heavenly Law Business Union had left 9 layers of seals on it. Ling Xiao held the Heavenly Dao token, which emitted a dazzling light, and slowly approached the stone box. Following this, the runes on the stone box glowed brightly as the seals on it began to break apart on their own. In the end, all 9 seals were broken. Ling Xiao opened the stone box, and a dazzling fruit of eternity floated up, releasing a dazzling light. This is actually an eternal fruit. Di Hongwan shuddered and couldn't help but exclaim. She did not expect that the item left behind by the Heavenly Tao Business Alliance would be the eternal fruit. At this moment, even Di Hongwan was tempted when she saw the fruit of eternity. Ling Xiao, how about you give this fruit of eternity to me? Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I'll exchange it with you. Whether it's the Pre-Emperor's treasure technique, Boundary Emperor weapon, precious immortal herbs, or immortal pills. As long as you ask, I'll get it for you. Di Hongwan smiled at Ling Xiao. No. Ling Xiao glanced at her nonchalantly. Di Hongwan was unwilling to give up. She took out all the king-grade immortal herbs, Boundary Emperor weapon, and all sorts of secret techniques, intending to exchange them with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was unmoved and rejected her without hesitation. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at Di Hongwan. Of course. Ling Xiao, I've sensed the location of the Light Immortal Emperor's inheritance. Shall we go and look for the treasures left behind by the Light Immortal Emperor? Di Hongwan was not angry. She smiled at Ling Xiao. After all, the Light Immortal Emperor's inheritance was the most important thing to her. Di Hongwan had the Light Supreme Body, and so did the Light Immortal Emperor. Therefore, the deeper Di Hongwan went into the heavenly ancient battlefield, the more she could feel that a strange place was calling her. The Light Immortal Emperor's inheritance? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, sure. Since Di Hongwan said that the Light Immortal Emperor's inheritance was in the depths of the heavenly ancient battlefield, it should not affect his search for the last fruit of eternity. Therefore, Ling Xiao agreed after thinking for a moment. Under Di Hongwan's guidance, Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan went into the depths of the heavenly ancient battlefield. In the depths of the heavenly ancient battlefield, there was an extremely huge abyss where endless dark energy surged out. It was like a black sea, enveloping a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. There was pure dark energy everywhere. There were no signs of life, and the eternal heavenly way's power could not be sensed. There were only endless dark creatures. Above the huge abyss, there was an ancient dark altar. Ancient runes shone brightly on it. On the altar, there were 10 dark creatures with extremely terrifying auras. They were all tens of thousands of feet tall and had different shapes. Some were like humans, some were like demonic beasts, and some were of strange shapes. At this moment, all of them were kneeling on the altar respectfully, as if they were welcoming an extremely noble figure. The light on the dark altar grew brighter and brighter. An extremely dense dark energy gushed out. In the next moment, the void seemed to have been torn apart. Amidst the endless dark energy, a figure with a mysterious aura stepped out. It was a young man in a black robe. His face was handsome and demonic, and his eyes were filled with cold and merciless killing intent. He stood there like the source of the darkness, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Greetings, Dark Crown Prince. The 10 powerful dark creatures said at the same time. Their eyes were filled with respect and awe. Rise. Is this the two-realm battlefield? I can already feel that those fat creatures from the immortal realm are exuding an intoxicating aura. Dark Crown Prince said slowly. He took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with intoxication. Your Highness, we have completed our investigation. This time, the 3 immortal courts of the immortal realm have entered the battlefield. There are a total of more than 20,000 immortal kings. As for the number of quasi-immortal emperors, we don't know. A creature of darkness respectfully reported. This battlefield is restricted by the laws of the 2 realms. It's impossible for quasi-immortal emperors to come here. Therefore, they must be peak immortal kings. They want to find the eternal fruit here and break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. However, even if they break through, they'll only be early-stage quasi-immortal emperors. They're only fit to be our food. The Prince of Darkness sneered. Then, his gaze fell on the 10 creatures of darkness in front of him. He said indifferently, Venerables, immediately gather all the undead experts and form an army. I want to wipe out the people of the 3 immortal courts in one fell swoop. Yes, Your Highness. The 10 dark creatures bowed and said. Then, all the dark creatures in this abyss let out earth-shattering cheers. The dark light was dazzling and surging, spreading in all directions. What the people of the three immortal courts didn't know was that the originally scattered dark creatures had united and even formed a dark army because of the arrival of a mysterious dark prince. The people of the three immortal courts were still hunting the creatures of darkness in the heavenly Tao ancient battlefield. At the same time, they were searching for the fruit of eternity and various other treasures. Some people even found the inheritance left behind by ancient experts and obtained supreme opportunities. In the beginning, they were still nervous and vigilant, feeling that there were dangers everywhere in the heavenly ancient battlefield. But after they killed some creatures of darkness, they didn't care too much. Anyway, the creatures of darkness were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Therefore, they gradually placed their focus on finding all kinds of treasures and opportunities. They didn't care too much about killing creatures of darkness. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan also came to the depths of the heavenly ancient battlefield. In front of them was an undulating mountain range. It looked like a huge dark dragon lying dormant on the ground, exuding an extremely dense dark aura. Ling Xiao, I can feel that the inheritance place of the Emperor of Light should be in this mountain range. However, the dark energy here is so dense that I'm afraid there are many dark creatures. There might even be quasi-immortal Emperor dark creatures. We must be careful. Di Hongwan said slowly to Ling Xiao. Let's go. If we encounter any dark creatures, we can just kill them all. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. The sky-devouring sword appeared in his hand. He held the sky-devouring sword in his hand and walked forward. However, what surprised Di Hongwan and Ling Xiao was that they didn't find a single creature of darkness even though the dark energy was extremely dense. What's going on? With such dense darkness energy, there should be creatures of darkness appearing. Why isn't there a single creature of darkness here? Di Hongwan's eyes were full of confusion. Didn't you notice? Logically speaking, the closer we get to the depths of the heavenly ancient battlefield, the closer we are to the lair of the dark creatures. There should be more and more dark creatures. But as we head deeper into the heavenly Tao ancient battlefield, we've discovered fewer and fewer creatures of darkness along the way. Don't you think it's a little strange? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. You're right. It seems like something has happened to the dark creatures. Otherwise, they're gathering in a secret place and plotting something. Di Hongwan's face turned serious. No matter what they are plotting, it's not something we can know now. Let's find the place of inheritance of the immortal Emperor of Light first. If we can get the inheritance of the immortal Emperor of Light, we'll find a way to investigate the traces of the dark creatures. I heard that most of the powerful immortal Emperor precious techniques created by the Radiance Immortal Emperor were targeted at the creatures of darkness. If we can obtain his inheritance, it should be of great benefit to us in dealing with the creatures of darkness. Ling Xiao said with a deep gaze. I understand. Follow me. Di Hongwanshan took a deep breath and said slowly. At this point, Di Hongwan's senses became sharper and sharper. She could sense that in the belly of the mountain range before her, there was a vaguely familiar yet unfamiliar power that was attracting her, causing her to continuously walk forward. Di Hongwan led Ling Xiao through the mountains and valleys, entering the belly of the mountain. After walking a few hundred feet into the belly of the mountain, there was no trace of light. They could not even see their own fingers. At this moment, an ancient black stone door appeared in front of them. The black stone door was intertwined with dark runes, and it was filled with the most intense darkness origin. Are you sure this is the place of inheritance of the Radiance Immortal Emperor? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strange look. These dark runes were obviously left behind by the creatures of darkness. It was a stretch to say that this was the place of inheritance of the Radiance Immortal Emperor. If it wasn't for the cover of the dark energy, the inheritance of the Radiance Immortal Emperor would have fallen into the hands of the creatures of darkness. If you don't believe me, take out the stone statue. Then everything will be clear. Looking at the black stone door in front of her, Di Hongwan seemed a little sad and said in a low voice. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Light flashed in his palm, and the dark stone statue appeared. Buzz, the dark stone statue trembled slightly and emitted a mysterious light. It floated up from Ling Zhao's palm. Then, Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan both saw that the dark runes on the black stone door were emitting an extremely intense dark light. It kept pouring into the dark stone statue. The two types of dark energy intertwined with each other and bloomed with a dazzling light. It lit up the belly of the mountain like it was daytime. In the end, all the dark runes on the black stone door disappeared. The dark energy around it also dissipated. It became as white as jade and sparkled like glass. It was mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, the stone door had already become dazzling. It contained the eternal heavenly way's origin aura and slowly opened. Let's go. Di Hongwan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, she pulled Ling Xiao and directly entered the stone door. Rumble, after they entered the stone door closed again. Behind the stone door, there seemed to be a dazzling world of light. Here, immortal light rose and auspicious air drifted. It was completely different from the scene in the Heavenly Way ancient battlefield. Endless light illuminated the space, turning it into a place of eternal light. In the distant sea of clouds, an ancient staircase snaked up into the air, where the radiant immortal palace floated. Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan slowly lifted their heads and looked at the radiant immortal palace. This radiant immortal palace was ancient and mysterious. They didn't know what kind of immortal metal it was made of, but it exuded an ancient and weathered aura. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan both had a feeling. This radiant immortal palace was the place of inheritance that the radiant immortal emperor had left behind. Let's go. Di Hongwan's eyes were filled with excitement. She stepped onto the winding cloud staircase with Ling Xiao and walked toward the radiant immortal palace. End of chapter. The light celestial palace was majestic and majestic. It sat in the chaos and exuded an immortal and eternal aura. Anyone who looked at it would be in awe. Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan walked up the winding stairs. They passed through the sea of clouds and the huge square filled with celestial light and auspicious vapor. They came to the light celestial palace. The two arrived at the light celestial palace. The ancient door was tightly shut. There were strange patterns on it, and it gave off a faint light. It looked mysterious. The light celestial palace looked peaceful and was filled with the majesty of an immortal emperor. But for some reason, when Ling Xiao came here, he actually felt a little uneasy. Buzz, buzz, at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt the tree of world and his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows tremble slightly. The ripples emitted by the tree of world shocked Ling Xiao. Could it be? Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, Di Hongwan's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Hurry up, take out the statue of the light celestial emperor. Only the statue of the light celestial emperor can open the light celestial palace. Di Hongwan hurriedly said to Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao was hesitating, Di Hongwan continued, "Don't worry, I only want one treasure in the light celestial palace. Everything else, including the inheritance of the light celestial emperor, is yours." She seemed to think that Ling Xiao was unwilling to take out the statue of the light celestial emperor, so she was a little anxious. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. Light flashed in his palm, and the statue of the light celestial emperor appeared again. Seeing the statue of the light celestial emperor, Di Hongwan took a deep breath. Then, a dazzling radiance blossomed from her body as she activated her sovereign of light physique. Her Taoist connotation intertwined around her, and the laws of nature permeated the air. She looked like a supreme being who had suppressed all eternity. She exuded a majestic and mysterious aura. Buzz, the statue of the light celestial emperor seemed to have sensed the supreme light body on Di Hongwan. It also bloomed with dazzling light. All of a sudden, there seemed to be a wonderful resonance between the stone statue of the immortal emperor of light and Di Hongwan. Crack, with a crisp sound, the statue suddenly shattered. A dazzling rune rose from the statue, exuding the vast power of the eternal way of heaven. It slowly flew toward the two doors of the Radiant's immortal palace. Rumble, the rune fused with the two doors of the heavenly palace of light, making the two doors of the heavenly palace of light burst with dazzling light. Then, with a clear and ancient sound, the two doors slowly opened. From the Radiant's immortal palace, boundless light gushed out as the vast might of the eternal heavenly Tao permeated the air. It was as though a true supreme immortal emperor was suppressing the ancient times, destroying everything. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan both trembled, and their faces paled. That was the might of an immortal emperor. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. After the Radiant's immortal palace of light opened, Di Hongwan and Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Then, they slowly walked into the Radiant's immortal palace of light. In the Radiant's immortal palace of light, starlight shone and chaotic mist rose. It was like an ocean of light, extremely mysterious and unpredictable. In front of Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan, in the dazzling void, a middle-aged man with a jade-like face and a majestic aura sat cross-legged. He wore a Radiance Emperor's robe and a jade crown on his head. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was in a deep sleep. However, there was a king's aura that could sweep through the ancient times and dominate the 9 heavens. One look at him and people couldn't help but want to worship him. However, Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan could sense that this middle-aged man had no vitality left. The person sitting cross-legged in front of them was just a corpse. Or it could be called an emperor's corpse. That's right, this person in front of them was the Radiant's immortal emperor. Di Hongwan's body trembled and shone brightly. She had the supreme radiance body, and her talent was unparalleled throughout the ages. She had the same constitution as the Radiant's immortal emperor. At this moment, the Radiant's immortal emperor in front of them seemed to be emitting a dazzling light. He had the same origin as Di Hongwan. That was the original aura of the supreme radiance body. Even though the Radiant's immortal emperor had died, the emperor's corpse still had the aura of the supreme radiance body. At the same time, Ling Xiao also noticed that there were 3 mysterious treasures floating above the Radiant's immortal emperor's head. One was a sword, one was a book, and one was a jade box. The ancient sword was filled with sword qi. It was extremely sharp and contained traces of the eternal way of the heavens. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The book was also intertwined with divine chains of order. Vast Dharma laws rose and Taoist connotation gushed out. It should contain the inheritance of the Radiant's immortal emperor. It was very likely the legendary Radiance Imperial Sutra. As for the last jade box, although it was filled with dazzling immortal light and auspicious qi, it was very mysterious. No one knew what was inside. However, Ling Xiao knew that although the sword looked extraordinary, it was not the Radiant's immortal emperor's eternal emperor weapon. After all, the Radiant's immortal emperor's eternal emperor weapon had been left in the Radiant's immortal court. Although the sword was also very extraordinary, it was still far from being an eternal emperor weapon. Your descendant, Di Hongwan, pays her respects to the ancestor. Di Hongwan took a deep breath and then respectfully knelt in front of the Radiant's immortal emperor. She bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times with an extremely solemn expression. After she bowed, she stood up and said slowly to Ling Xiao, I only want the jade box. I can give you the sword and the Radiance Imperial Sutra. I can give you the jade box, but can you tell me the origin of these 3 treasures? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. At this moment, all his attention was on the Radiant's immortal emperor. Since he entered the Radiant's immortal palace, he had felt an extremely strange aura from the Radiant's immortal emperor. He had to be extremely vigilant. At the same time, in a sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, the Tree of World was trembling more and more violently. Yes, that sword is also called the Radiance Sword. It has the same origin as the Radiance Sword, the eternal emperor weapon of the Radiance Immortal Court. Back then, the Radiance Immortal Emperor wanted to refine a second eternal emperor weapon, but he died in the Heavenly Dao ancient battlefield before he could succeed. Therefore, this sword can only be regarded as a sword embryo, not a complete eternal emperor weapon. However, even if this sword is not a complete eternal emperor weapon, its material is a true supreme emperor weapon. If you can nourish it with your primordial spirit, when you break through to the immortal emperor realm, this sword will definitely be promoted to an eternal emperor weapon. Di Hongwan said slowly, her eyes filled with emotions. The second treasure is the ancient book. You should have seen it. It's the complete Light Emperor Sutra left by the Light Immortal Emperor. It contains the mystery of the Light Heavenly Way. If you get this ancient book, it's equivalent to you getting the complete inheritance of the Light Immortal Emperor. With this Light Emperor Sutra, you may be able to comprehend the Light Heavenly Way and even break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Di Hongwan said slowly to Ling Xiao. What about this jade box? What's in it? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Do you really want to know what's in it? Di Hongwan said with a wry smile. You're after this jade box, right? Since you want to take it away, I have the right to know what's in it, right? Ling Xiao said calmly. Seeing Ling Xiao's insistence, Di Hongwan couldn't refuse. Well, I can tell you, but I hope you won't tell anyone else about it. In the jade box is a wisp of the Light Immortal Emperor's remnant soul. The Light Immortal Emperor hasn't really died. As long as you bring this wisp of remnant soul back to the Light Immortal Court, you can help him reincarnate. Di Hongwan said slowly. A wisp of the Light Immortal Emperor's remnant soul? No wonder you don't want any other treasures except this jade box. Ling Xiao nodded as a glint flashed across his eyes. If it was the Light Immortal Emperor's remnant soul, it would be of great use and significance to the Light Immortal Court. As the founder of the Light Immortal Court, the Light Immortal Emperor had suppressed the world with great strength and suppressed an era. If he could be reincarnated, he would be an immortal emperor expert once he fully matured. In comparison, the sword and the Light Emperor Sutra were not so important. After all, the real Eternal Emperor weapon, the Light Sword, and the complete inheritance of the Light Immortal Emperor were in the Light Immortal Court. Can I take this jade cloud away now? Di Hongwan looked at Ling Xiao eagerly and asked. Yes. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he nodded. He did not immediately take down the sword and the book in the void. Instead, his gaze fell on the corpse of the Light Immortal Emperor in front of him, which was also the source of his uneasiness. He wanted to see what was so strange about the Light Immortal Emperor. Ling Xiao's powerful primordial spirit spread out and slightly probed toward the Radiance Immortal Emperor. However, at this moment, the Tree of World buzzed and shook violently. The source of the commotion was the jade box in Di Hongwan's hand. Not good, there's something wrong with the jade box. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. However, his words were too late. Di Hongwan's eyes were filled with excitement and joy as she slowly opened the jade box. Boom, inside the jade box, a blazing light gushed out. In an instant, countless black mists rose, and a cold, dark, and strange aura gushed out from within. A black ghost face, which looked extremely creepy, suddenly pounced on Di Hongwan. Rumble, immortal light rose around Di Hongwan, and runes intertwined. Dazzling light also shone from between her eyebrows. As the little princess of the Light Immortal Court, Di Hongwan naturally had many defensive treasures. At this moment, when they sensed that Di Hongwan was in danger, they all automatically activated to protect their master. However, those powerful defensive treasures were useless in front of the ghost face, and they were all torn apart. The ghost face turned into a beam of black light and instantly entered Di Hongwan's sea of consciousness between her eyebrows and rushed toward her primordial spirit. Go away. At this moment, light shone from between Di Hongwan's eyebrows, and an ancient and mysterious figure emerged, emitting the vast might of the eternal Heavenly Emperor, protecting Di Hongwan's primordial spirit. It was the primordial spirit restriction that the immortal emperor ancestor of the Light Immortal Court had left in Di Hongwan's sea of consciousness between her eyebrows to prevent others from stealing her primordial spirit. After all, Di Hongwan had the Light Sovereign physique, and she was one of the peerless twins of the Light Immortal Court. Since she had left the Light Immortal Court, the immortal emperor ancestor of the Light Immortal Court naturally wouldn't let her be in any danger. You're just a kid who's just become an immortal emperor. You're just a mark. How dare you stop me? The ghostly face sneered. Immediately, it split into black divine chains of order. They contained a power that could corrode and devour everything, and they suddenly wrapped around the figure. The power of the black face was extremely strange and strange. Even though there was a primordial spirit restriction in Di Hongwan's primordial spirit, those exquisite runes were rapidly weakening, as if they would completely shatter soon. This sudden development was beyond Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan's expectations. They didn't expect that there would be an extremely powerful dark creature hiding in the jade box, scheming to steal Di Hongwan's body. Although Ling Xiao had sensed that something was wrong and felt the dark creature's aura, he'd put all his attention on the Light Immortal Emperor. He didn't expect the dark creature to be hiding in the jade box. Now, Di Hongwan was in a critical moment of life and death. Should I save her? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He saw that Di Hongwan's entire body was occupied by dark energy. Only her glabella still emitted a faint but bright light, which seemed to be in danger of being extinguished at any time. If he didn't do anything, Di Hongwan would be completely stolen by the dark creature in no time. It said that the light immortal emperor died in a great battle with a dark immortal emperor. Could this dark energy be left behind by the dark immortal emperor? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was only at the peak of the ninth heaven of the immortal king realm. If he rashly fought against a dark immortal emperor, even if it was just a remnant soul, he would be in danger of dying. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't act rashly. Instead, he activated the world tree in his glabella. The world tree was an origin treasure that could communicate with the eternal heavenly Tao and even nurture a new eternal heavenly Tao. It was extremely precious even in the eternal immortal domain. Even immortal emperors would fight for it if they saw it. Under Ling Xiao's activation, the world tree shone brightly and slowly floated out of his glabella. The world tree was surrounded by chaotic light, as if it had taken root in the chaos. Around it were scenes of the birth and death of 3,000 macro-worlds. It looked very strange. With Ling Xiao's activation, a branch of the world tree traversed the void and probed toward Di Hong Wan's sea of consciousness. Kaboom! The eerie dark energy around Di Hong Wan actually showed extreme fear after encountering the branches of the world tree. They all dodged in all directions. However, the Tree of World had a strong devouring power. It swallowed the dark energy and turned it into pure immortal spiritual qi, which was absorbed into Ling Xiao's body. As the Tree of World devoured the dark energy around Di Hong Wan grew weaker. The Tree of World's branch, which had entered Di Hong Wan's forehead, pierced towards the black face like a sharp spear. Tree of World? Damn it! How can you have the Tree of World? The black-faced man revealed an exasperated look in his eyes, as if he was extremely fearful of Yi Qingyu. Swoosh, in the next moment, dark light rose around the black face. A dark rune appeared, releasing a deep light. It transformed into a small black shield, blocking the Tree of World's branch. Boom! The Tree of World's branch collided with the shield, producing a metallic sound. However, as the Tree of World's branch collided, cracks appeared on the dark shield. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Faster! The black figure was extremely anxious. It tried its best to erode the primordial spirit prohibition around Di Hong Wan's primordial spirit. It wanted to break it completely and then rush in to devour Di Hong Wan's primordial spirit. Kaboom! The void trembled violently. The black shield was shattered, and the branch of the Tree of World pierced through it. The black figure could not dodge in time. A part of it was instantly pierced and torn off by the Tree of World's branch. Then, the part of the black figure that was torn off turned into a puff of smoke and fell off instantly. The dark energy contained in it was instantly devoured by the Tree of World. Kaboom! As if it had sensed the most delicious food, the Tree of World shone brightly. Chaotic light rose. A vast and majestic power seemed to have completely awakened. The branches of the Tree of World entered Di Hong Wan's mind at the same time. They formed an inescapable net and suddenly enveloped the black figure. The black figure's face changed drastically. Black light surged around him, turning into streaks of dazzling light. He wanted to cut through all the branches of the world tree. However, the branches of the Tree of World were extremely sturdy. They were filled with an immortal wave. They seemed to have a natural restraining effect on the dark energy. They suddenly whipped out and shattered all the sword light. Kaboom! The branches of the Tree of World formed an inescapable net. In an instant, the black figure was completely enveloped in it. There was a look of despair in the black shadow's eyes. He suddenly roared, "No! I am darkness, immortal darkness, Xianxia. How can I die at the hands of an ant? I can't. I can't!" The black figure roared. However, the branch of the Tree of World came crashing down and completely shattered his figure. Then, it extracted the dark energy within and devoured it completely. The black figure's Yinchualuo. He had been hiding when he had been Yayanin. Di Hongwan had coincidentally opened the jade box and released him. He had wanted to possess Di Hongwan and leave this place. However, he hadn't expected Ling Xiao to have a supreme treasure like the Tree of World. It seemed to have a natural restraining effect on dark creatures. It easily crushed his remnant soul and devoured it. Yinchualuo was filled with unwillingness and disbelief. After absorbing the remnant soul of darkness, immortal Emperor Yinchualuo, the Tree of World bloomed with dazzling light. It seemed to be nurturing a powerful and mysterious origin in its body. Even the Tree of Worlds aura skyrocketed, becoming more majestic and powerful. Ling Xiao had a hunch that if he planted the Tree of World in the eternal immortal domains, it would immediately reveal its terrifying body that was billions of miles tall. It would shock the entire eternal immortal domains. After devouring Yin Chualuo's remnant soul, Ling Xiao was surprised to see a small flower bloom on one of the branches of the Tree of World. It then gave birth to a strange fruit. The fruit was very small, but it looked extraordinary. There were strange patterns on it, intertwined with Taoist rhymes, and it was slowly growing. At this moment, Di Hongwan, who had been unconscious, slowly woke up. Her eyes were full of fear. Ling Xiao, thank you for saving me. She looked at Ling Xiao earnestly and said with great sincerity. If Ling Xiao hadn't helped her, she would have been killed by Yin Chualuo after the primordial spirit restriction in her sea of consciousness had been completely broken. You're welcome. However, didn't you say that the remnant soul of the Light Immortal Emperor was in the Jade Box? Why did it become the remnant soul of Darkness Immortal Emperor Yin Chualuo? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked indifferently. I don't know about that. Previously, the remnant soul of the Light Immortal Emperor had sent a message to the Light Immortal Court through a secret channel, telling them where he was. That's why I said that the remnant soul of the Light Immortal Emperor was in the Jade Box. However, I didn't expect that not only was the remnant soul of the Light Immortal Emperor not in the Jade Box, but it was also occupied by the remnant soul of the Darkness Immortal Emperor. Di Hongwan said with a bitter smile. Her eyes were filled with fear. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had come with her to the place of inheritance of the Light Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, if she had come alone, she would have been killed by Darkness Immortal Emperor Yin Chualuo. If I'm not wrong, the Light Immortal Emperor has died. The so-called remnant soul is just the remnant soul of Yin Chualuo. I don't know how he got some means of the Light Immortal Emperor to deceive you. Ling Xiao said slowly, with a trace of emotion in his eyes. At this point, the Light Immortal Emperor in front of them no longer had any vitality or aura. The sense of crisis in Ling Xiao's heart had completely disappeared. Buzz, at this moment, the corpse of the Light Immortal Emperor suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curl up into a smile. His whole body turned into a bright rain of light and slowly disappeared in front of Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan. Before disappearing, the corners of the Light Immortal Emperor's mouth and eyes revealed a trace of relief. At the place where the Light Immortal Emperor had been sitting cross-legged, there were more than a dozen glittering and translucent eternal fruits. Those are eternal fruits! Di Hongwan exclaimed, with a look of surprise and joy in her eyes. At the same time, she was also a little sad. The corpse of the Light Immortal Emperor had obviously resolved the knot in his heart, so he chose to transform into Tao. Naturally, she was very sad, but she did not expect the Light Immortal Emperor to leave behind more than a dozen eternal fruits. Whoosh, at this moment, Ling Xiao waved his sleeve and put away the dozen or so eternity fruits. Then he smiled faintly at Di Hongwan and said, We agreed that the Jade Box belongs to you, and the other treasures belong to me. Di Hongwan's body froze. Her expression became very sad as she looked at Ling Xiao pitifully. Ling Xiao, brother Ling Xiao, senior Ling Xiao, I beg you. Please give me an eternal fruit. As you can see, there's nothing in the Jade Box that I want. There's only the remnant soul of the Darkness Immortal Emperor. I almost died at the hands of the remnant soul of the Darkness Immortal Emperor. Can't you have some sympathy for me? Di Hongwan's eyes were full of resentment. She had planned to break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm in the heavenly ancient battlefield, but she did not expect that there would be so many eternal fruits in the Radiance Immortal Emperor's land of inheritance. Your Highness, don't forget that if I hadn't saved you, you would have died at the hands of the Darkness Immortal Emperor. How dare you ask me for an eternal fruit? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Di Hongwan paused. She knew that it was Ling Xiao who had saved her. She was in the wrong to ask Ling Xiao for an eternal fruit. However, this was the place where the Radiance Immortal Emperor had transformed. It was the best place for her to break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. As long as she had an eternal fruit, she could not only break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm, but also absorb the power of the Radiance Immortal Emperor's Radiance Sovereign Body and accumulate more Radiance origin. She did not want to let go of this opportunity. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and took out a bright crystal dagger from the storage space. The dagger was filled with powerful and terrifying radiance emperor aura. Its aura was extremely powerful, like a real immortal emperor expert. Ling Xiao could not help but tremble. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of shock. This is a defensive treasure. It seals the power of the Radiance Immortal Court's Immortal Emperor Ancestor's attack. Although it can only be activated once, it can kill a peak quasi-immortal Emperor expert. This should be enough to exchange for an eternal fruit, right? Di Hongwan gritted her teeth and said angrily. If not for the fact that she was no match for Ling Xiao, she would have pounced on him and bitten him a few times. This guy did not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Such a delicate beauty in front of him asked for an eternal fruit, but he refused. This made Di Hongwan very unhappy. At the same time, she had some doubts. Could it be that she had become so unattractive? The power of an immortal emperor's strike is indeed a good treasure. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he took the crystal dagger without hesitation. He smiled and said, "This fruit of eternity is yours." Ling Xiao took out an eternity fruit and handed it to Di Hongwan. Ling Xiao, this is the place of inheritance of the Radiance Immortal Emperor. I'm afraid it's also the safest place in the Heavenly Dao Ancient Battlefield. I plan to cultivate here and break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. What are your plans? Di Hongwan asked. I have the same thoughts as you. I also plan to break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Right now, he already had close to 20 eternal fruits, which was enough for him to accumulate an incomparably powerful foundation. Then, he would break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm and comprehend the eternal heavenly Tao laws. His foundation and accumulation were enough. Breaking through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm was just a matter of time. Okay, then let's find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Di Hongwan nodded. Then, she took the eternal fruit and sat down cross-legged at the place where the Radiance Immortal Emperor had transformed. Ling Xiao also found a place to sit cross-legged. However, he did not immediately swallow the eternal fruit to cultivate. Instead, he took out the Xianxia Dao spirit. The Xianxia Dao spirit was a dazzling ball of light that contained a strange spiritual fluctuation. If it was integrated into a weapon or elixir pill, it could improve the grade of the weapon or elixir pill and give birth to an artifact spirit or an elixir spirit. However, Ling Xiao knew that this was the real spirit of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. If he wanted to save the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain and make him recall the past and give birth to his spiritual wisdom again, he needed the eternal fruit. Ling Xiao took out an eternal fruit and approached the Xianxia Dao spirit. The Xianxia Dao spirit immediately bloomed with a dazzling light. It buzzed and then emitted a powerful devouring power that instantly swallowed the eternal fruit. The light of the Xianxia Dao spirit became more and more intense, and it emitted a wave of extreme desire. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he took out another eternal fruit. Just like that, the Xianxia Dao spirit swallowed a total of 3 eternal fruits and became as dazzling as the sun. It emitted a strange Taoist rhyme that caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Then, Ling Xiao carefully put it into his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and placed it on the Tree of World to nourish it with the strange origin of the Tree of World. The Xianxia Dao spirit had already swallowed 3 eternal fruits. It would not be long before the real spirit of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was condensed. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of anticipation. Back then, the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain sacrificed his life for the Eldritch World and for Ling Xiao. To Ling Xiao, this was the only master he acknowledged. Therefore, Ling Xiao was very excited and expectant to be able to save the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Next, I can prepare to break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Although there was only a difference of 1 realm between a quasi-immortal emperor and an immortal king, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. A quasi-immortal emperor comprehended the power of the eternal heavenly way and condensed the seed of the eternal heavenly way in his body. Not only could the eternal fruit speed up this process, but it could also make the seed of the heavenly way more complete and powerful. Ling Xiao took out an eternity fruit and swallowed it in 1 gulp. After Ling Xiao swallowed the eternal fruit, it instantly bloomed with a dazzling light. Mysterious energy flowed through Ling Xiao's body and slowly took root in his body. Like a seed that fell into fertile soil and took root, the eternal fruit also took root in Ling Xiao's body. The trace of heavenly way's origin power that was nurtured in it bloomed with a dazzling light. Tao connotation filled the air, making Ling Xiao vaguely see the power of the eternal heavenly way. However, it looked extremely blurry. Ling Xiao swallowed another eternal fruit. His body shone with a dazzling light and a mysterious Tao connotation gushed out. His aura also became more and more mysterious and majestic. As Ling Xiao absorbed the second eternal fruit, the vast heavenly way's origin power in his body gathered and gradually condensed into a dazzling ball of light. The ball of light seemed to be nurturing a life force. Through this life force, Ling Xiao seemed to be able to directly communicate with the power of the eternal heavenly way's origin power. That life force was the seed of the heavenly way. End of chapter 34-44. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.